No, despite all the offensive numbers there and going to the series and winning 2 out of 3 at Great American Ballpark, and now all of a sudden getting on a little roll here. Robbie Ray was tough, really gritty yesterday. The play of the game to me was Matt Chapman, bottom 6. They get that out on Ellie De La Cruz coming in on that grounder. That to me was the game. That right there is the play. That's why you sign Matt Chapman. That's why you're giving him money. That's why you need to work out an extension for him. You make that play. You go up. You still maintain your lead 3-2. You go to the top of the 7th inning, and everything after that is academic. That was the game.
It was such a difficult play. You're coming off of a lefty. Everybody's kind of shifting over, and he kind of squibs it with some weird, kind of odd-looking bounce, dribbling towards you. You get a late break on it. You barehand it. You throw it. I mean, different but reminiscent of the play in New York that everyone was going gaga over. I just don't think we understand the degree of difficulty on that kind of a play. Matt Chapman's been so hot this week. 10 hits, 2 homers, 5 RBIs. His bat's really waking up. I mean, he's not the only one. There's a couple of guys, and I know we opened up with Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yep.
B, I don't know how sustainable the Tyler Fitzgerald thing is. He's been a revelation. And I feel like you could feel when he's going to go yard because teams throw him up and in, and his swing is so grooved. He just takes that cut as that ball enters the zone, and you just know it's yanked. I don't know where this power came from. I don't know. Like defensively, I feel like he's done a pretty admirable job at shortstop. I don't know if he's a natural shortstop per se. He's got 4 errors on the season there, but he's made all the plays I need him to play for the most part. But offensively, 20 for 57, 9 homers, 16 RBIs the last 2 weeks. He's been unbelievable.
So he wins NL Rookie of the Month in July. And I go back to my guy, Buster Posey, in 2010. And I remember his July. 27 games played. He had 7 homers and 24 RBIs. He batted .418. OPS over 1,000. On-base percentage, .466. I thought it was one of the greatest rookie months for a Giant of all time.
Absolutely.
And as I watched Tyler Fitzgerald hit his 11th home run yesterday in the 8th inning, and you see the power that he's displaying as a rookie. 26 years old, I get it. He's a little older than Posey. By the way, Tyler Fitzgerald shares the same birthday as me. He was born September 15th, 1997.
Really?
Wow. Just didn't know that until yesterday. But I look at his July as a rookie. 8 home runs, 15 RBIs, .321 batting average, but the OPS well over 1,000, rivaling Buster Posey's. And the on-base percentage at about .390. So he doesn't quite have the on-base percentage.
Yeah.
But his month of July is rivaling what Buster Posey did for that 2010 team in the month of July. And I never thought anybody could get close. Because I remember that July that Posey had in 2010 was just unbelievable. He's hitting the ball gap to gap for power down the line. It didn't matter. He was seeing the ball so well. And now we're looking at Tyler Fitzgerald. I'm saying he's having a Posey-like run in the month. Like, but I know we're into August. We're in early August. Yeah. But this is a carryover from July. This is so far in August, he's batting .385 with the 2 jacks and 4 RBI. So I don't know if he's Buster Posey. I don't know if he can sustain this. But damn, you get 1 or 2 guys in this lineup that can carry you with this pitching, and hot damn, maybe you got something brewing here.
No doubt. And the Tyler Fitzgerald thing is interesting. He does have like 19 strikeouts the last 2 weeks. So, Buster didn't strike out at that rate. And I know the game's a little different. There's more guys blowing harder than ever. There's just more unique pitchers than ever was before. But Buster always put the ball in play. Strikeouts weren't a thing for him. That's more the modern player. It's not fair to Tyler Fitzgerald, but doesn't it feel like we're cautious because of guys like Brett Wisely and other guys that have come up?
Cautious about what? Just him sustaining it?
Not that it's not real. He's been amazing, but the sustaining. Like, I'm looking at Brett Wisely. He's batting 156 since the All-Star break. He's 5 for his last 35, and he's a guy who was red hot. I mean, red hot. I don't think he was driving the ball anywhere near what Tyler Fitzgerald is doing. He wasn't getting walks. I mean, he was a guy who had a lower on-base percentage than his batting average, which was really rare to do. He wasn't drawing walks. So, unfair or not, I feel like the Donovan Solanos, the Tyro Estradas, all of these random guys that have come up the last couple of years, and like, wow, that guy's had a great 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever, or even a couple of months. And Donovan Solano won a Silver Slugger for crying out loud. I don't think it's fair to bestow that upon Tyler Fitzgerald. I'm just enjoying where this is going.
Yeah, I'm not thinking long term. I'm not thinking 2025. I'm thinking about the now. And what about the now? And where the Giants are now in the standings. Where now in the standings, you're still 5 back of the Diamondbacks, you're still 5 back of the Padres, you're still 6 back of the Braves. So despite winning these games, you still got some work to do. However, if you just continue to win, if you win games, now everybody else is hot. Everybody else in this league is hot. You know, the Padres are 8-2 in their last 10. Diamondbacks are 8-2 in their last 10. Thank you, Joe Spadoni. Joe Spadoni is back in the building. Good to have him. We got Carter in the building as well. By the way,
smile. He's had sun on his face. I could see it. He's glowing.
Nah, he's just out the house now. That's why he's happy. He's away from the kids. He's away from the wifey. I know that look. I know that smile. But the Giants have work to do. But you got to continue to win games. The Nationals are starting to fade. They're starting to hit their peak. They've already hit their peak as a young team. By the way, I got to get rid of these headphone checks. I got to hear out of what headphone there or whatever it is. Anyway, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. All the overnight dancers. You know I got to say what's up to y'all. All the firefighters, all the security guards, all the ushers, all the police, all the engineers here at the building. Our guy, Jets, Laker, Yankee fan. Such a confused individual. Poor guy. The Lakers. The Lakers.
I know there's a lot of Giant stuff to get into. I want to throw a curveball at you while you get your headset rocking and rolling.
Yeah, this is a joke.
It was my mother-in-law's 70th birthday, and so they were all up at the cabin. I came up a little later than everybody else. I wasn't feeling good at the end of last week. I watched more Olympics the last week or so than I ever have remembered in my life watching. And whether it's the way YouTube TV has it set up, whether it's the way, like, we're just going 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. There's the quad box. There are so many phenomenal Olympic moments. I can't even write them all down fast enough. And the one I want to get to right off the rip, Canyon Barry and the 3-on-3 USA basketball team. I saw a photo from Rick where he's with his son and he's posting it up. The amount of people and vitriol angry at the 3-on-3 team, who the roster is, the fact we couldn't win. It was, and then Jimmer Fredette on the ground. He's got like a groin midsection injury. I mean, there's just everybody, relax, relax. We're not the 3-on-3 champs. It's okay.
Well, you know what though? We are the USA. We are the best in basketball.
Are we?
You get beat 21-6 in a 3-on-3 tournament against the Netherlands. I mean, I don't think I'm going to be angry at the 3-on-3, but you got beat 21-6.
Well, did you watch it?
It's actually an indictment. I watched the first game they had last week, and I was like, they're in trouble. They got smoked by Serbia. I was like, whoa, Jimmer Fredette. But we got to do better. We got to send some guys out there.
Well, we can go Steph, LeBron, and KD?
Yeah, give me Ja, give me Jared Jackson. Give me some dudes
out there.
Yeah, give me Pods. I'll take Pods. I'll take Pods. I'll take Chet Holmgren. Give me something. You cannot be beat in the game of basketball, not win gold.
Maybe we send Bronny next time.
Well, I don't care if it's 3-on-3, 2-on-2, 4-on-4, 5-on-5. Okay. You got smoked 21-6. And shout out to Rick Barry. But you know what? It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. These are the Olympics.
Let me defend the world for a second. Two of the best, 4 or 5 players in the league. You can say 2 of the 2. That's fine. I'll listen to it. Whatever. We can argue till we're blue in the face. Jokic and Luka aren't American. And I don't know if you noticed this, but they're kind of dominating the basketball world the last 4 or 5 years.
Team aspect. Team. This is individuals. Team.
I mean, the last number 1 pick in the draft, who was rookie of the year, is from France. It looks like there's going to be 4 guys in the top 10 from France this year.
Well, France ain't going to do nothing in the medal round in the tournament.
All I'm saying
they're going to get bounced.
Is that the world is clearly caught up to us in basketball.
They're getting better. But if the USA puts their best foot forward, nobody's beating them. Nobody's beating them.
Closer now than ever.
They're closer now than ever. But 2-5 in pool play and 3-on-3? Come on, man. And we're sending Jimmer Fredette. Jimmer Fredette's been cooked for 10 years.
That I will listen to.
All right? Canyon Barry's solid player. But we need more. These obviously overseas, they're bringing out big boys out there at 3-on-3. You cannot get beat 21-6 by the Netherlands. So you're really
frustrated with this?
No, I'm not frustrated at all. I'm just saying this is not acceptable.
So who would be your 3-on-3?
Get some NBA dudes. Get some NBA dudes. I don't care.
What?
You know, go put Moses Moody on the roster. You ain't losing 21-6 to the Netherlands.
Just get the guys that didn't make the Olympics this year. They had the FIBAs last year. So
right.
why couldn't Paolo Banchero or an Austin Reeves be on there?
Kelsey Plum played 3-on-3 at the last Olympics for Team USA.
There was, I think, Who was it?
Cameron Brink was supposed to play this year. She tore her ACL.
Yeah, so I'm just saying. Everybody's losing their minds. I feel like the world is caught up.
Well, I don't think everybody's losing their minds over 3-on-3. Let's get that straight. We're not losing our minds over 3-on-3. We're just saying they got beat 21-6 by the Netherlands. They got beat by Serbia.
I watched the game. They were thoroughly outplayed. Just be real.
Look who we sent. Look who we sent to the squad to the damn game. But we got to be better.
That wasn't the best thing I saw over the weekend. The best thing I saw over the weekend on the Olympics, table tennis. Okay, ping pong.
All right. You're jumping there. All right, you're going to talk Olympics. You're not going to talk Noah Lyles winning the 100-meter dash.
Well, that was the most incredible
photo. You're not going to talk about Sha'Carri Richardson. You're not going to talk Sha'Carri Richardson winning silver.
Well, that was awesome.
Girl from St. Lucia winning Alfred winning gold. The only medal ever in that country. It's 180,000 people live in that country. You're not going to start with you talking table tennis and 3-on-3.
I'm telling you right now.
Simone Biles winning gold again.
A woman from Japan
you want to talk
3-on-3
and table tennis?
It was like 7 feet in the air.
What is wrong with you?
They were going. It was insane. Anybody who thinks they're good at ping pong, table tennis was incredible.
Table tennis.
It was incredible. And then I watched the shooting.
Kristen Faulkner. Shout out Kristen Faulkner, who I got the interview for the Olympic Club. Over a year ago, she got into a horrific accident. Wasn't even working out. I mean, she didn't even know she was going to. Where is she from?
She's an Olympic Club member here in the city.
She's an Olympic Club member. I interviewed her for the Olympic Club podcast last month. Yeah, it is cool. I got a gold medal winner on my resume now.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Well, and Mully.
Oh, yeah, and Mully. Forget about him.
He's just one of your best friends.
He is
knocking me down the pedestal.
He has knocked you down the pedestal. I'll see him in New York next in a few weeks. U.S. Open.
Mully I'll stand for. It's the Festus one that bugs me.
Oh, well, Festus living with Clay Thompson, living his best life. Out there in Africa?
No, but I watched the pistol. I was watching, the pistol was absolutely incredible. Obviously, Katie Ledecky in the swimming. I watched the mixed 400-meter relay race. USA had no shot in that one. Doubt. I mean, we were getting smoked. Right. The Olympics has been incredible.
Listen, people jump the shark. You know, thinking about everything now in this world, and I've been in such a good mood.
You didn't enjoy the Olympics?
What are you talking about?
It was incredible.
I didn't enjoy the Olympics. What the hell made you say that?
Snoop Dogg is like,
you want
to talk Q rating.
Dial it down a little bit. You're all over the place. I love the Olympics. You don't see my tweets? I didn't think you were watching.
Oh, I watched every second.
Because a couple weeks before the Olympics, I remember people talking in the sales room. It's like, the Olympics not hitting me. And for some reason, Paris has been on fire.
I caught the bug.
On fire.
You didn't catch the bug?
Who didn't catch the bug?
No, I'm saying I caught the bug. If you didn't catch the not you, I'm saying people out there that's on them. I will say that the quad box viewing from YouTube TV is it's been incredible.
Here's my thing.
Because I can switch the audio at command. It's been awesome.
The 3-on-3 stuff, people complain just to complain.
Well, that I agree with.
And I agree with the 510. You know, people were complaining yesterday on the Xfinity mobile text line. People were complaining that the Giants game were on Roku. Oh my God, it's on Roku. Once I got the Roku, the game was fine.
Yeah, my connection kept dropping.
Oh, man, my thing, I was like, give me more games. Well, I don't want to take away from ABC Sports Bay Area, but Javier Lopez, and who's my guy from the Reds? I want to say Sadak or whatever. He's good. He is legit. The broadcast was awesome. The viewing, the graphics and everything about it. Once we got the Roku TV, I was fine. But
John Sadak.
He was really good. I get it. It takes us a while to get the Roku. You got to figure out the app. You got to get there. But once we got there, was there any problem with the broadcast? No.
I said I had some connection issues.
Kristen Faulkner, by the way, is an Alaska native.
She's an Alaska native.
Yeah, she can't wait to get back. That's right. We were talking a lot about Alaska.
Very cool.
So it was very cool that she won gold in cycling there. And look, last year, I'm going to look it up.
And then Simone Biles, I feel like we're burying the lead there.
I brought up Simone Biles.
It's just incredible. And then all the vitriol. Again, you're talking about hating just to hate. All the vitriol about her husband, who's a player on the Chicago Bears.
Who's hating on her husband?
Well, people were like, he should be playing in the game. He's a fringe NFLer. It's like, come on, man. His wife is one of the greatest athletes the game has ever seen. And he's out there supporting her. I thought it was
Who is complaining about her husband?
People, because people are always complaining.
Stop looking at random people on Twitter. Who are you following?
Well, no, I'm just saying, people on the NFL Network, they were talking like, oh, should he be there? Should he not?
Wait, he's not at training camp right now?
No, he was at the Olympics.
It's not a good look.
See? At least Brandon Aiyuk's showing up. I mean, he might be getting dealt, but showing up.
Wait, Spinoza, you got a problem with him going to support his wife at the all-arounds?
I don't have a problem with that when it's off season, but it's time for him to do his job now. Doesn't he have to make the team?
Here's what I would say to you, though. I'm defending him because
we are cooked.
She's one of the greatest athletes ever, and clearly the breadwinner. And then also the other part of this is just support her. It's like it's once every 4 years. All right. The Hall of Fame game was a big nothing burger. The only thing I watched the Hall of Fame game for, the Texans uniforms looking identical to the Falcons uniforms, and then the 8 consecutive kickoff plays. I was just, fascinated to see that. I was happy he was there. I thought it was strong moral support from a great husband.
Oscar Stockton. I don't even feel like talking right now.
What's up, Oscar?
Stockton, what's happening?
Hey, man, Vontae, I'm just like you, man. I'm watching this 3-on-3 basketball, man. I'm like, who are we sitting over there?
I know.
We invented 3-on-3 basketball. You understand?
I know.
We invented 3-on-3 basketball, and here we go get anybody for debt. And, man, I'm just looking like we can't do that because overseas, guess what? They're going to send them their best 3-on-3 basketball players. They're not just going to grab anybody. I'm like, everybody talking about everybody in the world, they call it what American basketball. Let me tell you this. From the youth movement on up, in America, we don't teach our kids nothing but AAU, crossover, and everything else. Not the fundamentals. And overseas, they got basketball academies that the USA established for these kids over there. And what we do over here, we let Puma, Nike, Under Armour run all these AAU camps, got all these parents, America, spending all their money all year round. And guess what? They're not half of the kids not even going to even see a university or the pros like overseas. These kids go turn pro at 14, 15 years old by the teaching of America. And we talk about America, they didn't caught up. No, they haven't. We're just promoting several individual players as the number one player in the world. And they're really not, because you can see right now when we put the teams together, they can't mess with us. And our youth movement, we need to start pumping some of our kids up, like Cooper Flag, and we got a lot of more kids that's coming up the pipeline. The world ain't caught up with us. We're just promoting the world more than we're promoting our players. Because clearly right now, KD, LeBron, them is still better players than Jokic and all the rest of them. I don't care what nobody say. We in America, we're just promoting all these foreign players, like the ones we just drafted, all these French players. They're not going to do nothing. They're not going to do nothing. I'm putting my money on the American-born players that we overlooking. So Cooper Flag and the rest of the cats that's coming up, I'm going to guarantee you that the world is not going to overtake us in basketball.
Well, I would just say this, Victor Wembanyama looks significantly better than James Wiseman. That's just one of there's going to be many of them. He's an outlier.
How much better does he look, Chet? That's going from Wemby to James Wiseman. That's a hell of a...
Well, Wiseman was a top
James Wiseman does
pick. I just picked him out of the loot. I could have picked others.
This is James Wiseman.
But he's right on this.
Wemby played pros before he got to the NBA. He had a decorated career. Wiseman played 3 games in college.
But that's the
kicked
problem.
Out of high school.
I think the problem that I see what he's alluding to is we'll play 19 games over a week span, whereas in Europe, and I've heard Luka talk about this, they develop until they hit about 14, and then they play games, and it's like 7 to 10 to 1 in terms of practices to games, whereas over here it's the reverse. It's like 10 games to 1 practice, and I just don't think we're developing. It's not just in basketball. You're seeing this also in baseball and in soccer.
They still can't touch the U.S. if the U.S. puts their best foot forward. They still can't touch the U.S. I'm sorry, they can't. Now, the gap is closed, no doubt about it. There's a lot more NBA players coming from overseas. We get all that. The Dream Team kind of set the table, and everybody around the world is good.
Totally agree.
But Serbia's getting beat by 30 by the U.S., all right?
Well, that game was in the bag.
They're getting beat by 30. Now, Canada's got some talent. Canada's going to be interesting because they got a lot of guards.
Wiggins would have looked like.
Well, yeah, no, I'm probably not too happy right now. But that's, we'll see what that. By the way, a lot going on here. So we got Brandon Aiyuk rumors. We got Larry Marketing rumors. He's got to sign a decision tomorrow. You got the Giants right now going to Washington, D.C. Blake Snell, no-hitter. How about him? All right, folks, this is what Blake Snell has done since he's come back, or after that Yankees game. Since July 9th, when he came back.
I've got it right here.
All Blake Snell has done is have an 0.55 ERA, batting average under 100, 0.78. Finally got a win, right? 33 innings, only giving up 8 hits, 2 runs, 10 walks, and 41 strikeouts. Yeah, he's one of the 5 best pitchers right now in baseball, not just the National League. So I hope you bought the stock in Blake Snell. He's rolling here. Give him the extension right now. Give him the extension right now. Give him a 3-year, $100 million deal. I don't care. All guaranteed. That's how good he is right now. So we'll get to that. We got Brandon Aiyuk. What the hell's going on with Brandon Aiyuk? Matt Mayoko wrote a tweet out yesterday that really made me scratch my head. We're going to get Mary Kay Cabot from the Cleveland Plain Dealer because Mary Kay, says the Browns have interest in Brandon Aiyuk. So is that a deal going to happen? We're going to get to all that coming up. That's all brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly conventional motor oil.
The 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
What up, Zucci? What up, Zucci? What's up to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain? If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. I want to read this text here. Shout out to all the blue-collar workers. As we said, good morning here. Shout out Local 39 Engineers.
Oh, nice.
Let me shout those out. Shout out Local 39 Engineers and everybody out there getting ready for a big-time week. Here on Monday, man. Niners are going up in practice. We'll talk about them in a second. Mary Kay Cabot from the Cleveland Plain Dealer will join us at 6:50 to give us the latest on the Cleveland perspective of Brandon Aiyuk. How much smoke is there when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk? And, of course, Matt Mayoko had a tweet yesterday that made me pull up my chair and scratch my head and said, oh, boy. Because Matt Mayoko from ABC Sports Bay Area doesn't just say anything. I kind of ignore all the rumors. But then when Matt Mayoko says something about the 49ers, I listen. And he said yesterday at around 5:52 p.m., I've stated for a while that I didn't see any scenario in which the Niners would trade Brandon Aiyuk. Now, I believe it's a legitimate option. In a lot of ways, the ball is in Aiyuk's court. So contract talks between the Niners and Aiyuk have stalled. And if they trade him now, I just feel like it's bad business. Now, are you going to get Amari Cooper back? Are you going to get picks back? We'll see. We'll see. What is the compensation? I guess I won't speak until we actually see the package. But as he holds in and does everything, it comes to camp and he's around his teammates, obviously there's a disconnect and there's an impasse between the two parties here with Brandon Aiyuk and John Lynch in the front office.
Do you think the general sentiment is that either the Niners or the Niners or Brandon Aiyuk is to blame?
Shasky, I really don't get caught up into that. And the who said, he said, she said, who's to blame, what's not. Obviously, Brandon Aiyuk wants a new contract. We saw the receiver market blow up and explode. And the Niners are like, hey, we want you to pay on the 14 and we'll come back to you later. I don't know who to blame. I don't know what's going on in both parties. I'm not in those negotiations. But if we can, let's pull up some Doug Hendrickson stuff from Friday. I don't know if you know this, but we had Doug Hendrickson on from the Wasserman Group, longtime agent for Marshawn Lynch, Cam Jordan or whatnot. And he kind of talked about some of these situations with the player and how it goes down with the franchise or whatnot. So he's like, as an agent, you don't want to be too desperate. But sometimes you got to do a cold call and just wait in the lobby to try to get something done. He worked out a deal for Michael Bennett when he was holding out with the Seattle Seahawks. So it's all of these. So I don't really know who to blame. I don't know what's being said on Aiyuk's party or Aiyuk's part. I don't know what's being said on the 49ers part. So I don't know. But here we are with trade rumors swirling in the midst of training camp.
I think that both parties share a little bit of the blame to get to this point, right? And one thing, Jake Rosenberg, who used to work in the Eagles front office, he's now working for Oklahoma. He was on a variety of podcasts the last 2 weeks because he's left the Eagles, and he was one of the main contract guys underneath Howie Roseman, and just a really smart financial guy. And he was basically saying that, the business model for a lot of these teams, and the Niners are kind of at the forefront of this for the last 10 years, has been, we pay you at the last possible second. And the Eagles have gone in a totally different direction. And the Eagles are like, hey, look, once we identify that we want you, our thought is, let's just get you signed now because every day we wait after that, the market's just going to get richer and richer and richer and richer. And yet maybe the bubble bursts at a position down the line. But if we like you and we're comfortable with the number, we're going to try to give it to you on the front end. And I've been thinking a lot about just the Niners and how they operate, and I keep hearing this is what they do. They wait till the last minute and they do, and I think that worked for a long, long, long time. But the modern athlete, they've got so much more power now than ever before. Tyreek Hill renegotiating his deal. Trent Williams wants to renegotiate his deal. Obviously, Christian McCaffrey wanted to do it. Matthew Judon in New England is going through this right now, and I wonder out loud if, Parag and the Niners and how they've done business, not that it's antiquated, not that it's the oldest way to do business, but do they need to evolve in how they come to the table with some of these modern athlete situations? Because it does feel like this has gone down the road, and it felt like they could have found a number that maybe the Niners didn't love, but was better than where we're at today, where it feels like he's going to be out the door.
Well, they did evolve, I guess, in some way, because they gave Christian McCaffrey a contract extension. Juwan Jennings signed his tender, and George Odom got re-upped. I mean, I know it's George Odom, but Christian McCaffrey got extended.
That's true.
And nobody batted an eye about it. And the Niners went out of their way and said, they didn't even do this for Nick Bosa.
Well,
they They didn't even do this for George Kittle.
But don't you think the Nick Bosa, and I think Nick was a big part of this.
But they didn't even do this.
That up.
They didn't even do this for George Kittle.
No.
They didn't do this for Fred Warner.
But they waited until the end for both those guys.
That's what I'm saying. They did business with Chris McCaffrey in the spring. They didn't wait till fall. They didn't wait till training camp. They waited till training camp for Debo, George Kittle, Fred Warner, and then play hardball with Nick Bosa, and he doesn't show up until 3 days before the Pittsburgh Steelers game in week number 1 last season. So I say all that to say you see Philadelphia take care of their guys very, very early. Detroit took care of their guys very, very early. Took care of their guys all throughout the offseason. The Niners didn't. They played hardball with Brandon Aiyuk, and here we are. But they set the precedent by saying, hey, Chris McCaffrey, we'll give you your money. We'll do business a different way for you because you are the offensive player of the year. But their homegrown wide receiver, and for all their homegrown talent, again, Debo's homegrown, Fred Warner's homegrown, George Kittle's homegrown, Nick Bosa's homegrown, and they made those guys wait until training camp.
I know, but I would say my counter to you would be Debo had a down year that on his standard, a down year the year after he signed the deal.
Yeah, but that's not about that. It's about what they did before getting the deal.
No, I know.
Before they got the deal.
But the results matter.
But if you took care of those guys early in the spring, you may have gotten better years from those guys.
Well, that's kind of my point.
They came off great years, and they had to wait for their money.
Hence why I think their business model is a little outdated.
Yeah, McCaffrey came off a great year, and they took care of him right away.
Well, he's the best player on the team.
I hear that.
Very few times is the best player on the team have that.
But you can't dispute how important Debo is to the team.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is waiting until the very end has had diminishing returns.
Exactly what I'm saying. I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, George Kittle got hurt. Bosa wasn't great that year. Debo wasn't great that year. I mean, good, but not on the same level. And that's why I think the Aiyuk situation.
We're saying the same thing, basically, that you didn't take care of Brandon Aiyuk in the spring, and now we're here. We're saying the same thing.
Okay, so, I think that they kind of botched this. And I'm not saying that Aiyuk he's not some saint in this thing. I think he's done some weird things that I think are nothing to the end of the world, but just some weird stuff on social media. He's showed up, which is, to me, it's all right, he's there. He's learning the installs. He's hanging out. He's hugging, Lynch and Shanahan on the sideline. But this thing is just really odd. I find this whole thing to be very odd. And now that there's all these rumors about, trading him to Cleveland, to me, you're not finding a player, at least at wide receiver, who's going to offset the production and what he brings to the table in Brandon Aiyuk. And I know everyone's take Amari Cooper because that was one of the rumored deals. Can I get Matthew Judon from New England? Can I get a defensive lineman? They're making about the same amount of money. I don't know what the cap implications are.
But if you do lose Brandon Aiyuk, are we ready to put that? Is Juwan Jennings ready to step up in that role?
I'm very hesitant to move Aiyuk.
Ricky Pearsall, is he ready to step up?
Did you see the reports?
Well, I see all the reports. I don't know.
Some are saying he looks great, and then other ones are saying he can't get off the ball.
Carter, put the mic on. You've been at training camp. How does Ricky Pearsall look? I trust your eyes.
He was hurt when I was there.
Okay.
Well, that's great.
So so I don't know what report. I don't know who's got biases. I don't know who's got agendas. Skeptical. I don't know what's what. If my eyes are not seeing it, I'm having a hard time trusting what I'm seeing out there at training camp.
I can't help with one thing. Kruger came on the show last week, and he said that he thought that Pearsall looked unbelievable to him.
Okay. I trust Kruger's eye, but all I'm saying is that the track record of the Niners, very few wide receivers come in and just dominate, and when you lose a player as good as Brandon Aiyuk, it's hard to find a replacement. And I'm sorry, I'm not here for the Kendrick Bourne and picks from New England. That's a deal I want no part of.
Yeah, I'm not with that either.
Now, I will say I went down the rabbit hole on the Amari Cooper stats. His numbers are just better than I don't know about player for player what he does versus Aiyuk. I mean, I know a lot of Raider fans have wild feelings.
I covered a lot of those Raider games. A lot of those Raider games with Amari Cooper.
His numbers look good.
He's got good numbers. But then he, it kind of reminds me of a guy like Lee Evans from Buffalo. Yeah. Or who's my guy for Chris Chambers in Miami.
I loved Chris Chambers.
Yeah, but he was good for a sick game.
Yes.
Did he disappear for 3?
Yes.
Sick game, disappear for 4. That's Amari Cooper. I remember just watching him, and I'd be how does he walk off the field with only 3 targets and 1 catch? There was a lot of those games.
Does that fit this offense, though, considering we don't really
I don't know.
They don't really. It's not like a Justin Jefferson offense. He's our primary.
Right.
Does that fit? I don't know. I'm asking.
Are you going to want to get down there and get dirty and run block?
I think Aiyuk is a better player than Coop.
Yeah. Are you going to want to run block? Are you going to want to be physical? Are you a red zone threat? I know you're a deep threat, but this team doesn't throw the ball deep a lot.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't really know.
And how are you going to react when you get kind of iced out for halves and games and things? I don't know.
I don't know. All right, Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland Plain Dealer coming up. And that's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Joe Shasky here. You guys got to check out Jack's Restaurant and Bar. Owners are 3 brothers, John, Chris, and David.
like, and subscribe.
All right, Day, Draymond Green. Draymond Green's been in the news a lot. He had some things to say about Team USA and their rotations and everything happening like that. Jason Tatum not getting a second to play in one of the games, which became a hot button topic, but we'll get to that a little bit later. As a segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Okay, there's a lot of rumors swirling when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk. He hasn't practiced yet. He's holding in, not holding out. He wants new money. We don't know exactly what type of money he wants. We're all assuming we know what type of money he wants, but the Browns could be in the mix. And Mary Kay Cabot's going to join us in a second here on the River Islands guest line. And she wrote a story yesterday, which is why we're having her on, and Brandon Aiyuk's 26. And look, what makes the Browns, as she writes, what makes the Browns a unique trade partner is that they have something to offer that could ease the pain of losing Aiyuk. They could offer Amari Cooper, a 5-time Pro Bowler who turned 30 in June. Now, the Browns, on reporting day, gave Cooper $20 million guaranteed. They guaranteed Cooper's $20 million contract, gave him $5 million in incentives, which is about the amount the Niners were willing to pay Brandon Aiyuk, $25 million. Now, if Cooper's part of the deal, he can step right in, as she writes, be a 1,000-yard receiver, premier route runner, arguably, he does run great routes. That's Spadoni. As Cooper with the Raiders, he is smooth, Shasky. I know Cooper is smooth when it comes to route running. He had over 1,000 yards last year. We know Cleveland had a bunch of different quarterbacks. So if you do get Amari Cooper for Brandon Aiyuk, I guess it's better than losing Aiyuk for nothing. Instead of picks and Kendrick Bourne. Who the hell wants Kendrick Bourne again?
Well, I mean, that's like a 4 or 5, but yeah, no, not as a replacement for Brandon Aiyuk. I wonder what the picks would be if you got Cooper. Like that's another, like, a part of this evaluation. Yeah. What's the impasse? Is the impasse the Niners have a number and they just won't go over that number? Yeah. Is the impasse they physically can't pay him because of the Trent situation? Like, are they frustrated with Brandon Aiyuk? Is Brandon Aiyuk simply not going to sign for anything less than whatever specific number he has in his head?
I guess not.
There's just so many questions that I have that I don't have the answer to. It does feel like they had a window to sign him. They were really close, and for whatever reason, they didn't get it done, and I feel like everybody's kicking themselves.
Now, would Brandon Aiyuk want to play in Cleveland? Because that's where we're going to.
Bonte, that's a great question.
That's where we're headed, where basically the Niners, it feels like, are saying that, hey, you could play here. You could play here for the 14. However, if you want to get traded, we know a couple teams. So now you ask yourself, if you're Brandon Aiyuk, do you really want to go to Cleveland, Ohio? Now, they have a great defense, but that division's tough. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati. Cleveland's never won anything. Never. Do you really want to leave this situation with Kyle Shanahan and go play for Coach Stefanski, who did win Coach of the Year?
I mean, he's really good. They beat the Niners.
He was really good. Walker. I mean, they beat the Niners because of their defense. Their defense is really good, and they shut down Brock Purdy and company, but
Jim Schwartz owns Shanny.
What is he, like 10-1 against Shanny?
We got to bring Harbaugh out just to go up against Jim Schwartz.
10-1 against Shanny. So I don't know, man. I don't know. This is a tricky situation. So it feels like something could go down this week.
It's interesting. I do believe like the average fan like views Cleveland a certain way. I think Cleveland's in a better situation than, say, Pittsburgh, right? And he wants to go to Pittsburgh. He wanted to go to Washington. I'm like, Washington?
Well, James Daniels.
Okay, but that's like, he's a rookie. I don't know. I
don't know what's going on here.
I don't know what Brandon Aiyuk's thinking.
Let's go to Mary Kay Cabot. Mary Kay joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. This is the time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop. Mary Kay, thanks so much for coming on once again. We always talk to you whenever something happens with the Cleveland teams out there. Of course, Mary Kay with the Cleveland Plain Dealer, and you wrote an article yesterday. I said, we got to get Mary Kay back on because you're tapped in from the Cleveland perspective here. So good morning to you. Thanks for joining us here on the Morning Roast. Joe Haskell, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. So the Browns, let's just start here. The Browns being interested in Brandon Aiyuk and possibly trading Amari Cooper. I want to start with Cooper here. What's the impasse with Amari Cooper and the Cleveland Browns right now?
There is no impasse between Amari Cooper and the Cleveland Browns right now. Amari is in good standing with the Cleveland Browns because they restructured his contract. Mm-hmm. He's making his $20 million base, which is now fully guaranteed. That was one of the changes in the restructure, so that he didn't have to go into camp without a guaranteed contract. And then they gave him $5 million more in incentives. that he should be able to make based on his previous production. So he basically got a $5 million raise come in this season, and then they were planning to probably revisit an extension sometime during the season, maybe after the season. Amari is loved here, so let's make no mistake about that. The Browns love him. He loves being here. He said the other day, last week, that he would love to finish his career here. But the problem is, over the long haul, the Browns probably don't want to pay him, more than the $25 million he's set to make this season. And if they're going to invest that kind of money, sort of close to at least the $30 million threshold that these elite receivers are making now, they would rather do so with a long-term contract for a young player who's in his prime at the age of 26. Now, why does that not make sense for the 49ers to do? Well, they've got a lot of big salaries. They've got a lot of offensive weapons that they're paying. And if they don't want to go to 30 or higher than 30 for Brandon Aiyuk, then maybe it makes sense for them to do this if they got something in return that could be a plug-and-play situation for them. And that's what Amari would be. He's tremendous. He hasn't lost a step, and he could step right in there and be a tremendous weapon for Brock Purdy.
Okay, so a lot of our audience isn't as familiar with like Cleveland's cap situation, and I know this. We're all learning who knows with the cap, right? Everybody's wants new money, and I have no idea what's what. But my understanding was that Cleveland doesn't have a lot of wiggle room financially because of the Deshaun deal, nor do they have picks. How would they have money to trade for Aiyuk and pay him?
Well, because first of all, if you're trading Amari Cooper, then you are lopping that $20 million off of your salary cap right there. I think his cap charge this year is something like 23 or something like that. So you're creating your cap space there. And then when it comes to signing a young player like that to a long-term contract, there are many ways to do that. You can restructure other guys. You can let go of maybe some older players who have higher salaries. Long-term, that's not going to be an issue. The Browns are probably some of the best in the NFL at capology. They're tremendous in that regard. So if they like Brandon Aiyuk and they want him around here for the next 5 years, they'll find a way to pay him.
Mary Kay Cabot here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. So Brandon Aiyuk here, from what you're hearing around the league, you don't believe the 49ers. Do you believe the 49ers will end up trading Brandon Aiyuk? Because out here in this market, we're thinking, okay, he's holding in training camp. He's on the field. He's not practicing. And this is how the 49ers have done business for the most part with guys like Fred Warner, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel. They've waited. Heck, Nick Bosa last year didn't come until 3 days before the Pittsburgh Steelers game. However, this season, they did extend Christian McCaffrey in the spring. And, Christian McCaffrey is one of the best players in the league. We get that Offensive Player of the Year in the NFL. But nationally, I don't know. It feels like out here we underrate Brandon Aiyuk. How do you view Brandon Aiyuk? And do you think people in Cleveland will warm up to a guy like Brandon Aiyuk?
Yeah, I think they would. I think that a young receiver like that in this system, a receiver-friendly system, with a quarterback like Deshaun Watson who's going to get him the ball early and often, I think he would flourish here. He might get even more targets because I think San Francisco might have even a few more weapons than the Browns do and utilize them a little bit differently. But I'm not saying that this is going to happen. Yeah. I'm just saying that it actually is somewhat of a possibility now, where it didn't seem possible in the beginning because no one could really imagine the 49ers parting with him. Why would you let go of your number one receiver in the prime of his career? It really kind of comes down to a financial decision. If he's going to hold out, if he's going to be a distraction in this high-stakes year for the 49ers, maybe it's better for them to move forward, bring in a receiver, an elite receiver like Amari. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't miss a beat or a step this season. Amari, by the way, he adjusted to 4 different quarterbacks last year for the Cleveland Browns and had no problem doing that whatsoever. And these were different. The ball was coming in so differently with some of these quarterbacks that some guys could not adjust to it, but Amari could. He always says it doesn't matter who's throwing the ball to him. It's his job to catch it, and he's kind of lived by that credo. So he would have no problem adjusting to Brock Purdy whatsoever. Those guys wouldn't have any trouble getting their timing and their chemistry down and all those kind of things. It's really just a matter of if the 49ers have drawn sort of a line in the sand on the salary. The Browns apparently are willing to go higher than that. Mm-hmm. And it really comes down to the financial aspect of it and then the long-term picture.
Mary Kay, I wonder, because I know you I asked you about Cooper to start the interview, and you mentioned how he would love to retire in Cleveland, Ohio or whatnot. Have you ever discussed his days with the Oakland Raiders with Amari Cooper? Because he was in the Bay Area. They were right. I went to a lot of those games, watched them, and there were some mixed feelings there with Amari Cooper and the Oakland Raiders, and obviously he gets traded to Dallas. Have you ever spoken to him about his time in the Bay Area?
No, I really haven't spent a lot of time talking about that. I think more so than anything, because he had just come off a stint with the Dallas Cowboys, maybe we were a little focused on what happened there and why Jerry was willing to give him up. But I have found Amari to be just a fantastic teammate, great hands, great route runner. The players love him here. The team loves him. So this is not a situation of a disgruntled receiver. It really would be more of a one-on-one swap. Well, plus picks coming from the Browns too, but it would be a swap of two really, really good receivers.
Would Amari Cooper want an extension immediately if he were traded? I'm sure he wants one in Cleveland, right?
Well, I think that's something that could be obviously worked out. He could either try to do the extension now or bet on himself a little bit and see what kind of season he has. If he goes out and makes his 6th Pro Bowl and has another 1,200-yard season, then the price goes up a little bit on Amari Cooper, and he can get himself into the conversation with what these other elite receivers are being paid right now. So there's plenty of different ways to go about that. And if the 49ers didn't want to pay what Amari is going to maybe want when he hits free agency or whatever the case may be, then maybe Amari can get that from someone else. So I think there's a lot of different ways you could go about this. But once again, maybe everything will work out between the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk. Maybe this situation with the Browns will end up being good leverage for him that he can parlay into a nice raise and a nice extension and a contract from the 49ers. Maybe it will turn into a swap of these receivers and some picks.
Mary Kay, from your vantage point, do you feel like the Niners or Brandon Aiyuk have had any missteps along the way? Like from afar, because we're inside the bubble and people are like, the player's too greedy. The Niners waited and it felt like all this wide receiver money was coming off the board and they missed their window. Do you think that they've misplayed this either side?
You know what? I don't know it as closely as I know the Browns situation, so I really don't know. But, I mean, what it looked like the other day on video when I saw Brandon showing up at practice, it looked like there were good feelings between him and John Lynch and him and Kyle Shanahan. You don't have those kind of embraces and handshakes if there's really bad blood between a player and a coach or a player in a front office. I mean, I've seen plenty of times where in a hold-in, it's acrimonious, and you just don't have those kind of gestures.
Mary Kay, before we let you go, what kind of picks do you think the Browns, if this deal did go down, obviously player for player, Amari Cooper and Brandon Aiyuk, very comparable players here, Mary Kay, but the picks, if Cleveland did send the picks to the 49ers, and I know you're not saying this will happen, we understand that, but what do you think the compensation in terms of draft picks would be?
Well, if Amari is going, then I don't see the Browns giving up their first-round pick. They're not going to want to do that. They haven't had a first-round pick in 3 years from the Deshaun Watson trade. So that one is probably staying here. Mm-hmm. I would say that the starting point then would be the second-round pick, and then maybe you would ask for a few other things for your former first-rounder, in addition to Amari. I would probably go with maybe a mid-round pick or two.
Wow. Expectations high in Cleveland, Mary Kay? They got a lot of talent out there.
Yeah, maybe these two teams will meet in the Super Bowl. You never know.
Oh, maybe we'll have some drinks on Bourbon Street, Mary Kay.
Sounds good to me.
Hi, Mary Kay Cabot. Thank you so much for the time today. We really appreciate it. Mary Kay Cabot here on the Morning Roast, Cleveland Plain Dealer, Browns insider for the Cleveland Plain Dealer. She's been everywhere. She's on the Ken Carmen show. She's everywhere there. So she said a lot there. Look, there's a little smoke, but she said that the Browns were interested in doing that. And again, she said Amari Cooper's very, very happy in Cleveland, Ohio. If this did, we could play the hypothetical game, Niner fans. Look, I'm not a fan of trading Brandon Aiyuk because of what he brings to the 49ers and what he brings to the table. But honestly, if he doesn't want to play and he wants to go get paid, which I understand completely, I'm all for players getting their money, especially in this league. You have to. We've seen guys tear their ACLs in the first day of training camp. You have to. But the Browns did come to the table with Cooper and say a third-round pick. Boy, I'd be willing to listen. I've seen a lot of Amari Cooper. I'd be willing to listen to that. I would be. Amari Cooper's a good player. He's a really good player. Now, does he leave some things on the table? Sure. But he wouldn't have the pressure to, say, ball out and carry an offense like he had the pressure to do in Oakland with the Raiders or with the Dallas Cowboys or with the Cleveland Browns. He'd have Debo and Kittle and McCaffrey alongside of him. Then you could bring along Ricky Pearsall very, very slowly. Amari Cooper is a consummate professional. I've interviewed him multiple times. I love Brandon Aiyuk, but if that was on the table, boy, it'd be tough to say no to that.
Wouldn't you want to know if you're the 49ers, like contractually what you're getting yourself into with Amari Cooper? Just given that everyone on the team right now is like, need to get paid. Like,
no doubt.
That is something I would want to know. Like, I would really want to know. And like, when
he's 30 years old, so would you be wanting to give him an extension?
Let's say in this hypothetical, like, if his extension is 60% of what Aiyuk's extension is going to be, well, then, yeah, I might listen to it, you know?
Yeah.
Not that I think Aiyuk's the better overall player currently, and I think that obviously there's more to his game that we can see. But if you can get a guy, like, this is about cost evaluation.
Yeah.
And I can add, like she's saying, hey, they wouldn't be willing to give up their first-round pick. I think we all assume, even if things go south in Cleveland when it comes to Deshaun Watson, they're going to be a team picking somewhere in the middle of the draft. Yeah. Right? No one sees them being a top 10 team, right? In terms of being bad.
Well, we'll see. Yeah, I don't think they'll be that. But yeah, I don't think they're going to bottom out.
So a second-round pick, you're probably picking in the 40s, 50s, right? A third-round pick would be in the 80s, 90s, give or take, okay? And so, like, Amari at 60% plus, a third-round pick. All right, now I think that makes a little sense from the Niners' perspective. I understand that. I just wonder, so what happened from draft day where there were rumors, we don't know what's true, 34th overall, the Patriots. Carolina had multiple second-round picks. Not that they were trading you them, but those were in the 30s.
Well, Jacksonville was also in the mix, apparently.
Washington was going to give you a pick in the 30s or 40s. And now you're taking... Now, I believe that the player plus the picks is probably more valuable than the raw 34th overall pick or whatever. But, like... Man, what happened here? How did we get to this point?
I don't know, but I know for the last 5 years, Amari Cooper over 1,000 yards. And again, he has games where he disappears at times. There's no doubt. But the guy can ball, man. The guy can play. He's a good player. Is he a great player? I wouldn't say great. But Amari Cooper's a good player, right, Spinoni? You seen him a lot. Amari Cooper can play. This is
very good player. He was 21 years old when he came out of Alabama. He was a top 5 pick. Like, he was the consummate professional. Like, and there is something to be said about his ability to just be healthy too. Like, he's been pretty healthy throughout his career, and his game, like, it's going to age well. He's only 30. Like, that's the thing too. He just turned 30 years old. We think about him being in the league for like a decade. It's almost been a decade, but he was so young when he came in. I think a lot of people look at Amari, though, to your guys' point, he's never really the number one. Even on those Raiders teams, who was the number one? Michael Crabtree.
Doesn't that kind of fit into what the Niners offense?
Exactly.
Not to knock him. I'm just saying, we don't really... Look, would I like Justin Jefferson? Of course. But the way the Niners offense is structured, I don't necessarily think you need a 1A demanding the ball every single... Like, it sounds great to add Devontae, for example, and I would love to have Devontae, but like... In the Niner offense, I think he'd be a little frustrated from time to time. Not that they wouldn't be winning and all but like, you're not going to get your 13, 14, 15 targets every single week.
Amari Cooper had a really good year. And as Kay Cabot said, they have 4 different quarterbacks.
I mean, PJ
Walker. 4 different quarterbacks. I mean, he had Joe Flacco.
I forgot about Flacco.
You know what I'm saying?
Flacco had a great run.
So they had Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
PJ Walker. Flacco. Who's the other guy they had? They had one more quarterback. Who's the other quarterback they had?
I don't know. How many catches and yards last year for Amari? Because I was looking at his numbers last night, and I was surprised at how consistent the numbers were.
Last year, hold on.
I think he's got like 5 or 6 1,000-yard seasons.
He's got 4 of the last 5 years. He's gone for over 1,000 yards.
That's pretty impressive.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson was the other one.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson, that's right, a rookie. So 3, 4, 5. He's got 7.
That's the UCLA kid?
He's got 7,000-yard receiving seasons.
And Jeff Driscoll got a start last year, too.
The guy from Florida that Chip Kelly drafted.
Florida guy.
Wow.
Yeah. So, look, He averaged about 53 yards per game. He averaged about 83 yards per game last season. The year before, 68. The year before, 57, 69, 74. So he's a solid player. I'd rather have Brandon Aiyuk in this system. How long would it take if Amari Cooper was traded to acclimate to the system, to get acclimated to Shanahan's system? He's a hell of a route runner, that's for sure. That's one thing Amari Cooper could do. He could run routes. He could get deep. He could get physical down the field, but can he run block? Where's he at run blocking wise?
That's a great question.
Because you got to do all that stuff here.
What about the Trent Williams factor? I saw Mayoko. I was listening to the podcast from earlier in the week, him and Jennifer Lee Chan, and they were saying that there were rumors internally that the Niners had heard about Trent, wanting more money going back to late February. Again, the money's kind of jumped out of control because all these other guys, Tristan Wirfs and whatnot, and Penei Sewell have gotten their money, but did the Trent Williams financial domino kind of put the Niners in a tough situation with Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, we could ask Jennifer Lee Chan that at 8:30 from ABC Sports Bay Area. She'll join us here on the Morning Roast to give us the insight on Trent Williams and what's happening there. 888-957-9570 is the number. If a deal for Amari Cooper was on the table, Niner fans, are you willing to pull the trigger and make that happen?
So you do
Brandon Aiyuk if Amari Cooper and picks, and if you're not going to pay Brandon Aiyuk, I can't go into the season without having Brandon Aiyuk. I'm not. I don't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk for just picks. But if you give me a player like Amari Cooper, am I in love with it? I do like it a lot. I like it a lot for that player and the pick. I don't think there's a big drop off there at that position. If you give me Amari Cooper, 888-957-9570 is a number. 925 Xfinity Mobile text line. Any marketing dates? Any marketing updates? Excuse me. We'll have an update tomorrow. The August 6th is a big day here in the Bay Area.
Deadline.
Let's see it.
Day.
If Markkanen signs tomorrow, that means he's eligible to be traded the day of the NBA trade deadline.
That's incredible.
But if he doesn't sign the extension tomorrow and he signs it on August 7th, then he's in Utah for at least next season in the NBA. So we'll get to that.
I'm not optimistic.
Yeah, that's the update on Larry Markkanen.
I'm going to go back and get a financial degree because of all of these contract things. It's just insane how much contract money is all over the place. And then the video circulates late last week of Aiyuk and he's kind of dapping up Kyle Shanahan and Lynch, and everybody interprets it 1,000 different ways. But like Mary Kay said, and this was kind of my thing, if they're all at odds, why? It just seemed very cordial. It seemed like they were all on the same page. And I was like, Cowherd's now saying that, the kiss of death from Cowherd, but he's now saying that it sounds like a deal is imminent. And I'm thinking, this is great. Let's get all on board.
Cowherd's shooting like 20% these days. You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Colin was wrong.
KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco at Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get to RJ before the break. RJ and Fairfield, what's happening?
Are you serious? Hey, good morning. Hey, forgot to mention what Noah Lyles said in the Olympics. America, I told you I got this. So shout out to Noah Lyles.
Shout out to Noah Lyles.
Hey, real quick. Yep. Hey, real quick. I'm down for that trade, Bonte. I'm with you. Amari Cooper has cooked us in the past before. He's a great route runner. Brandon Aiyuk, we're going to miss his route running, but we're going to miss his blocking. Most importantly, I don't think Amari Cooper is the same blocker as Brandon Aiyuk. And in this offense, you got to block. But that trade, I'm down for it, man. If you look at our receiver group, we have one of the best. We got Pearsall, Debo, we got Cowan, and we got Jawan Jennings. I said formidable. If you add Amari Cooper to that, we ain't going to miss a beat, dog. I love you, boys.
All right, RJ.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, RJ. He's fired up. He does. I love RJ. I do love RJ. He comes in here passionate. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, man, let's crank it up. Crank it up, baby. What do you think about Brandon Aiyuk in the latest? If Amari Cooper was on the table, are you willing to go that route with Amari Cooper, who does run good routes? Carter's shaking his head. He's like, no. It's crazy. I watched a lot of Amari Cooper. We've interviewed him. He's a quiet guy, doesn't say much. Remember interviewing him? You maybe get 5-word answers. Remember that?
He's first team, all bad body language, but that's just who he is. It's not, you can't look into it. He never sees a smile.
But I don't think of him as a diva.
No, he's not. He just doesn't smile.
He's a good locker room guy.
That's what I'm saying. Professional's the word I would.
From Miami,
very
professional. But boy, he's had some big games. I remember the Thursday night game against the Kansas City Chiefs when the Raiders wore all white. He had over 200 yards in that game. Remember that? He's had some. I've seen him a lot at the Coliseum, man, wearing number 89. He could play.
I'm surprised you're this in on him. In the sense of,
I'm just like, I don't want to lose Aiyuk for nothing.
I know you don't.
I prefer to keep Aiyuk.
Yeah.
Let me make this clear. Number one, I prefer to keep Brandon Aiyuk. Get the damn deal done. Let's go.
Yeah.
Put number 11. Give him what he's worth, and let's go play ball. But if he's not willing to play ball, and you got to do what you got to do as a business, because I understand this is a business, and they're offering, if they say, hey, you can have Amari Cooper, and I know I got Cooper for 1 year plus a pick, I got to win a Super Bowl this year.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at Amari Cooper. You can do a lot. Kendrick Bourne? People are talking themselves into Kendrick Bourne?
No.
Come on.
If we're talking Patriots, it starts with Matthew Judon.
Yeah.
That's for me. That's for me. I don't want any business with Kendrick Bourne. But then your wide receiver core takes a hit.
Exactly.
That's why even Judon, I love Judon, I probably wouldn't want to trade with New England strictly because my offense takes a big hit.
No doubt it takes a big hit. And now I'm seeing mixed reports about Ricky Pearsall. Can he get separation? Oh, he looks great. Oh, wait, he doesn't look great. Who knows? Let's talk to Jin Lee Chan at 8:30 about that from NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll take your calls on the other side. You guys really, Niner fans, are you over Brandon Aiyuk now? Are you willing to deal him? There's all kind of rumors going on here. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
Up top to Amari Cooper.
What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Shout out Big Pun. Shout out Kevin Burkhardt on the call when Amari Cooper did that against the Niners last year. Remember, Cleveland dealt the Niners their first loss of the season. They walked into Cleveland as 10.5-point favorites. Maybe the spread went up because everybody was out for the Cleveland Browns. Remember that? We felt all giddy. We felt all fat and cocky, but Cooper and company, P.J. Walker, made plays, won 19-17. Their defense was stifling in week number 6, and they won. Of course, Jake Moody missed a kick at the end. So, what a game. What a game. But Amari Cooper, what did he have in that game?
I thought he had an alley-oop touchdown.
I had the stats here. 4 catches and, wow, against the Niners. 4 catches, 108 yards on 8 targets. Wow. No touchdowns in that game, but 4 catches, 108 yards. So he did his thing against the 49ers. By the way, Big Pun. You know, we all love Big Pun and all the voice memos.
Yeah.
And we got more from Turtle Pie, by the way. You don't know about that. Turtle Pie's got some things cooking for us. But
got to hit the bong sound.
Big Pun, it's got Olympic fever too.
Does he?
He goes, Bonte, I need an oh baby for Noah Lyles. He's got the bug.
So what happened with Noah Lyles in the NBA? Why was there all this stuff about the NBA?
Well, because he was talking about, I keep saying that world champions on the hat. You're not world champions. You played in USA. You won the NBA Finals. So it's, like Noah. Like if the NBA champion Boston Celtics played anybody in Europe, they smack them by 20.
Yeah.
Like let's be real.
No doubt.
So NBA players got a little sensitive about that. Noah's like, I'm a world champion. We got everybody from every six. So that's why everybody was trying to dunk on Noah Lyles when he didn't win his prelims. I'm looking at the tweets and I'm thinking, do people know this is not the men's 100 final? It's just a prelim to the semifinal, to the final.
The actual final was as close. I mean, it literally was like a movie the way it ended.
Oh, well, the way it began.
Like by a chin.
The stadium there in France, that's where they had the World Cup final when Zidane scored a couple goals. They beat Brazil 3-0.
No, not when he headbutted the guy.
Not when he headbutted.
That was 06 against Italy in the final.
Yeah, that was 06. That was 06.
In the chest.
We're talking 98, right? Was it 98
Correct.
in France? Yep. Look at that soccer knowledge, Spitoni. Well-rounded out here. They beat Brazil 3-0 to Ronaldo, the original Ronaldo, out there in France.
Nazario. Yeah.
Nazario. And then that stadium
great pizza.
is so sick. It is a great pizza. Third and Gary. Shout out to Nazarios. But that stadium was so electric, and the way they had the blink covers view.
So cool.
And it was they turned the lights off, and you had the camera phones out there. You see the fireworks. And then the introductions for each member who was running that race in the 100-meter final. And the intros and the guys, it was like WWE characters. They were psyched up. And then you see Noah Lyles run out there halfway down the track. He's jumping up and down on the track. And I thought, oh boy, he's going to finish in like 6th place. And now everybody's going to dunk on him. And the rally there in the last 50 meters to win that race, unbelievable, man. Good for him. Good for him. What a story. What an Olympic Games. I'm fired up about the Olympics, man. We got it on in the studio. It's been great. It's been great.
It really has. I didn't realize how much I would enjoy it until I started watching. And you've been making fun of me. I was watching the pistol. I still think the ping pong, table tennis, was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. She was throwing, the woman from Japan was throwing, I swear to God, 7 feet in the air. And then, and they were hitting it. It was crazy. Forrest Gump beat your heart out.
Djokovic beating Alcaraz in a great Olympic final on Roland Garros. Djokovic 7-6, 7-6. That rivalry is electric. And then, of course, as you mentioned, Scheffler shooting a 62 in the final round and win by strokes.
How about the uniform they were wearing where they look like the Minnesota Twins?
Yeah, they
were wearing like stripes on the side of their pants. I was like, what are these outfits for the golfers?
Well, you see Snoop Dogg in the outfits.
Oh, Snoop's, I mean.
The equestrian outfit.
Him and Martha Stewart. Him and Martha Stewart, but great. It is.
Snoop, I mean, it's just, he is living his best life.
Dude,
I'm very jealous.
I mean, the fencing, when he had the fencing on, and he's like, back up. Whoa, he's practicing with the fencing.
Incredible.
It's unbelievable. All right, bring it up.
There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. Now Thompson starts to wind up. Curley's going with him. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it. Keshane Thompson is a gold medalist on debut. We thought it was going to take 9.7 to win. Guess what? He just ran 9.78. Come on, man! But it was Visually, we think he got it. They're working on the photo. Fred Curley pushed him all the way. Noah Lyles is looking anxiously.
So, the announcer, what's the announcer's name? Because everybody's dunking on him.
I don't know.
I forget his name, but it was all over awful announcing.
What I know is Mike Tirico.
Good. Mike Tirico's been excellent.
He's been amazing.
Lee Diffie.
Yeah, Lee Diffie. Everybody's dunking on Lee Diffie. And I'm going to defend him just a little bit. That was tough to see. I thought Thompson won. I thought Noah Lyles came in second or third.
I had no idea.
They didn't lean that shoulder in and the rules on what you had to do. Now, BBC got it right. Michael Johnson, who won the 200 to 400 in 96 Olympics in Atlanta, he won gold. He had the gold cleats out there in Atlanta at old Turner Field, and then they turned Turner Field into the Braves ballpark. He won gold, but he was on the BBC coverage, which is aired out there in Europe, and he was all over it. He said, that's Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles got that. He got it, so shout out to Noah Lyles, man. He's going to run in the 200 as well, try to become the first American to go gold in both the 100 and 200 meters.
The one question, and I know we're going to get right back into the Niners, the question that I had was the team handball and then the field hockey, were they played on the same type of surface, that blue surface? What was that blue surface?
Probably turf or something, or rubber or something
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why I was curious.
Yeah.
The blue surface was very interesting. I had never seen team handball. Yeah. It's like a water polo with a little bit of dribbling without the water. Right. It's a very interesting sport.
It's weird. Swimming has been amazing. Everything.
Swimming's been Katie Ledecky. I mean, come on.
I haven't been this engaged in the Olympics since about 2000. Yeah. I mean, it's been unbelievable. We still got
Pink
basketball.
Guy Costas didn't do it for you?
Oh, Costas is great.
No, Pink Guy Costas.
Pink Guy Costas.
Was that 08? When was that?
I think that's 20. Wasn't that Brazil?
Was it 12?
Brazil, Rio.
I think it was Brazil,
2016.
Rio. Remember the whole
was
thing?
It that? Wow.
Yeah.
There was a lot of things going on in Rio.
The Zika virus. That was a scary one.
Yeah, they had the Zika virus. Yeah, I remember me and my guy, Ed, the sports fan, Eddie Mason Ed, who's now living in Houston working for ESPN. We did a video for Fox Sports talking about the 10 things to look for in Rio. There was a lot of things going on. That was one Olympic Games where you had to really be safe and really be careful.
Well, who's that? Yeah. Who's that guy? The Ryan Lochte. He was out there publicly urinating at a gas station.
Yeah, I mean, they had big rodents out there. It was all kind of stuff going on.
Rodents.
I mean, it was seriously, it was
not
it was
like New York. I see these videos every day on the X, and it's like a giant possum-sized, rat, and it's like living under a blanket, in the streetcar station.
They're out there.
New York is wild.
They're out there. All right. Back to the Niners here. Brandon Aiyuk, training camp. What the hell's going to happen to Aiyuk? Do you want to keep him? If I said, as we have Mary Kay Cabot, go ahead, download the Odyssey app and download that app right now for all the interviews, live and exclusive, the ones that we taped. She just joined us at 6:50. And she didn't say that a trade was going down. But Cleveland would be willing to probably play a receiver entering their prime that is a lot younger. Aiyuk's 26, Amari Cooper's 30. He hasn't complained, wants to be in Cleveland, but at some point he's going to want new money. And he probably will not get that from the Cleveland Browns. Would they be willing to pay Brandon Aiyuk? Mary Kay says they may be willing to pay Brandon Aiyuk that $30 million per year that he's looking, and he'll get a lot more targets with Deshaun Watson. There's no doubt about that. But the Niners, it feels like, are just basically telling BA, what do you want to do, man? What do you want to do? And I don't blame BA for not wanting to play till 14. He wants his money. But would Niner fans be willing to say, hey, if I threw Cooper on the table with the pick, and that pick was a third-round pick, are you willing to trade Brandon Aiyuk for Amari Cooper in the pick? I think a lot of Niner fans would be willing to do that, Shasky.
From Brandon Aiyuk's perspective, is this all about just getting the most possible money guaranteed? The situation doesn't matter at all to him?
Well, I think the situation matters, but you also have to take care of your pockets.
No, I agree. There's got to be a little compromise.
Lubman did a hell of a job on Friday. Let me get this straight. Lubman did a hell of a job. But Drew Hendrickson, and you met him at ring night. He'll be back at fight night.
Sharp guy.
Sharp guy. Was really good on Friday, kind of breaking down from the player perspective, what kind of happens in these back rooms or whatnot, and how to advise your client to do their business. Number one, Brandon Aiyuk cannot step on that practice field because the minute he does, something happens, money's going down the drain.
Seventh string, undrafted guy crashes into him. It can happen at any moment. No doubt. I totally get that.
So,
but doesn't the situation, because like I was thinking about this, and you could say, Joe, it's all about the money. These guys all think they're awesome, and I'll listen to that. But you're with Shanahan. You're with the Niners. You're going to be in the playoffs pretty much every single year. You're going to get touches. You know, you watch the receiver doc, and there are lots of other places that are significantly worse. Now, the money might be more, but like the situation, it's not just about this contract. It's about renegotiating moving forward. Because once you get your deal, right, as we saw with Trent Williams or Christian McCaffrey, like, it's only a couple of years away. You're going to be renegotiating or trying to get more money like Tyreek Hill did. And so I know that Aiyuk thinks he's good. Like, I know he thinks he's really good. You really want to go to New England? And at least jeopardize that?
I don't know if he would. I don't think he want to go to New England.
Okay, Pittsburgh. Like,
I don't think he want to go to New England.
You think George Pickens, like, in all reality, you think George Pickens has been happy with the quarterback play and the offense in Pittsburgh?
They now have Russ and Justin Fields.
You know, like,
it's a new day in Pittsburgh, baby.
All I'm saying is this: is that if the money is close, all I'm saying is if the money is close, like, if it'd be one thing if the Niners are like, we only see $19 million per year, and he wants 29 or 31 or whatever. Like, we're way off here.
What if he thinks Cleveland's a place he could win?
So no, that's I think
Cleveland has one of the best defenses in football. So they're going to be in a lot of football games. They made the playoffs. It's Stefanski.
I like Stefanski.
And they made the playoffs with Joe Flacco last year.
It's true.
They made the playoffs, and they're going to get Nick Chubb back this year. Nick Chubb's a baller. Joe Quinn tight end's a baller. Now, Jerry Jeudy, how's he looking? I don't know about Jerry Jeudy. I don't know about Jerry Jeudy.
I'm out on Jerry Jeudy.
But hell, I remember, but it's funny that we talk about Jerry Jeudy because in that draft, when the Niners did select Kinlaw and Aiyuk, all we talked about was CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, Michael Pittman out there in Indianapolis. We didn't really bring up, nobody really, I don't remember too many people bringing up Brandon Aiyuk. So
we brought up the other Arizona State receiver the year prior.
Yeah, N'Keal Harry.
Yeah, there you go.
Saw that chase, and I was like, is that a linebacker? Who the hell is that? Dude looks, well, he didn't work out. I mean, he worked out, but probably too much. He was looking like a tight end in Oracle Arena anyway. Cleveland, I don't know. Maybe he says, if you send me to Cleveland, I can compete and I can win in Cleveland.
You get where I'm going with the money. Like, and I believe me, I understand. You got to get the most you possibly can, but you also have to be thinking a little down the road. And it's like, not only am I trying to get the most I can right now, but also, am I going to set myself up to get the most I can in 2 to 3 years, right? And am I going to win? And do I like being in the playoffs? I don't know. I look at Devontae Adams and it's an extreme version of this. He's an all-time player, all right? And he clearly was freaking miserable.
But he went there because Derek Carr was his best friend.
I know.
And then they moved off of Derek Carr after a year.
Chose the Raiders.
Right. I mean, he chose Josh McDaniels.
They're one of the more poorly run organizations from a roster. Forget business. From a roster standpoint, in the last 20 years, they've had 11 head coaches. So all I'm saying is that the Niners situation, if the money is close, and I'm Brandon Aiyuk, look. The winning environment and the infrastructure and Kyle Shanahan, that has to account for something.
You would think. But I'm not going to tell a player what to do and what, if he doesn't want to sign the money, then have fun in Cleveland. But I'll tell you what, I'm looking at it just from the 49er standpoint. I cannot lose Brandon Aiyuk for nothing. Part of it was like, wow, you got to trade Brandon Aiyuk. What are you going to get back? Just picks? We're going to put all this pressure on Juwan Jennings or Ricky Pearsall to make up that type of production? But if Amari Cooper is in the deal, now I'm rolling my sleeves and I say, okay. You want to, hell, I tell you what, right now, 732, 733, as much as I love Brandon Aiyuk, I'd trade Brandon Aiyuk for Amari Cooper in a 5th round pick right now. I'm getting Amari Cooper, and I don't even really care about that. I'm just getting the player because it's about winning now. It's about when this thing may look completely different next season because the way Diamador Lenore is playing in practice and the way he's playing, and we'll get to a quote from Michael that I saw in Michael Silver's latest piece about Diamador Lenore, which kind of made me raise my eyebrows a little bit. But if that's the case, and I'm all in for this year, to bring in Cooper because I need to win this year. I need to win now.
In this world we're in the NFL, you trade for Coop. He's got the 1 year left. I got to get a new contract. I would love to know if he could just play on the number.
They'll probably call him and say, hey, look, we're probably not negotiating with you during the season, So you know what?
You get where I'm going?
Play on a contract here.
I'm not trying to take one headache for another.
Hey, you can walk. But as Mary Kay said, Cooper has been great in that locker room.
That's true.
He hasn't been a diva at all. He hasn't said anything. Now, would he be willing to come back to California or play in the Bay Area again? Now, you're playing on the west side of the Bay. You're not playing on the east side. You're not playing in the East Bay. You're playing in the West Bay. You're playing down in there, South Bay, I should say, down there at Levi Stadium with Kyle Shanahan. This ain't the Raiders.
I do believe Amari's disposition as a player, it does fit what the team wants to do. He's an understated guy. I just feel like in general.
Very.
And he tries to let his play kind of do the talking. At least just my perception of him, from afar. I don't know him as a person. And when I look at this team, they're going to be run first. And if you are going to be a receiver that's going to thrive in this system, outside of Debo, you're going to be not a finesse, but a route runner. You're going to be a very pure route runner that can run a variety of timing routes, and that does kind of fit into what Amari Cooper wants to do.
Yeah, he had that big touchdown against the Niners in that wild card game. I remember he broke open. I was like, damn. And he opened up a lot for CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, CeeDee Lamb is exploding, and CeeDee Lamb can do whatever he wants to do on that field. He is a baller, but you give me Amari Cooper in this offense, and he could run the deep routes. He's got speed. I'll worry about the run blocking a little later. I mean, it is what it is. He knows what he has to do here. But, boy, the scheme in Cleveland is similar with Kevin Stefanski. He's part of that same tree. I do that deal in a heartbeat. I would do that deal.
Well, and if they don't re-sign Brandon Aiyuk, the only first-rounder in the entire tenure of Lynch and Shanahan to be on a second contract
Nick Bosa
would be Nick Bosa. For as successful as they've been, that's kind of insane.
Yeah,
I mean, that's something I don't know how. Wow.
I don't know how sustainable that is. But they've been able to get by with that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's go to Endo in San Jose. Endo, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
What's up, Endo? Good morning.
I don't think I'll trade. I would not trade Brandon Aiyuk at all. 38% of Brock Purdy's targets went his way last year, and he gets better every year. He's an extension in the run game. I think we got a special connection. Amari Cooper is an aging receiver. I thought he's always has foot injuries, and I don't know. I wouldn't do that trade.
You don't like Cooper, or would you just love Brandon Aiyuk? Because I love Aiyuk too.
I love Aiyuk. I think he brings so much to the game that doesn't come up on the stat sheet. Like blocking, he plays, his route running. Amari Cooper, from fantasy perspective, I feel like he always has foot injuries, and then he doesn't show up in all the games.
He does.
I don't know.
I'm looking at the game log, though. It looks like he plays a lot of games.
He does, but to his point, and now it's been a while since he's been a Raider. It's been a while, and obviously here at 95.7 The Game, we used to be the flagship of the Oakland Raiders. And I went to a lot of those Raider games with the voice of the Oakland Raiders at the time and saw a lot of Amari Cooper, a lot of them. Now, this is a long time ago.
He was traded 5 years ago.
Yeah, he was traded in 2018.
6 years ago. Wow.
Middle of 2018. So it's been a long time since I've seen Coop.
Wow, 6 years ago.
And I mean, and maybe it was a quarterback, because I remember days like this where he plays the Jets, he's got 4 catches, 33 yards. But then he goes 1 for 6, 2 for 9, 1 for 8. 5 for 28. Then he explodes against the Chiefs for 11 for 210. Then he goes 5 for 48, 4 for 58, 3 for 28, 1 for 9. But this is so long ago. This is 2017. He's become a better player, and he's become a more consistent player. Now, he's played in more pass-happy offenses with the Dallas Cowboys, of course, and now with Cleveland, to have the year he had with 4 different quarterbacks. Because I forgot about Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And then you got the P.J. Walker, and you got the Joe Flacco's, and of course, Deshaun Watson. To do that with that system, with that situation, with a lot of guys being hurt, it's pretty impressive. Now, would Cleveland be willing to trade and pay Brandon Aiyuk? I wonder what they're going to do on that end. I don't know.
I thought this goes back to I don't understand the cap at all. I thought they had no money. I thought they were locked in with the Deshaun deal, and they were saying goodbye to a lot of really good players, and they gave Chubb a contract, and he got hurt right away. I'm surprised they have this kind of ammunition and that kind of money, but again, I don't understand anything. And then the other part of this is, like, let's take Cleveland off the table. This hypothetical Kendrick Bourne New England trade, are you doing that?
No.
Okay.
I don't want anything to do with Kendrick Bourne.
What about picks to Washington?
No, I don't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk for not a player.
What about Carolina?
I need a player back.
So you have to.
I have to have a player. I cannot trade. That would be bad business, in my opinion.
Okay.
To not get the deal done before the NFL draft, to not be able to get a player that can help you now. Because we're in the Super Bowl driver's seat here. We're in the Super Bowl division, all right? There's the Kansas City Chiefs. There's the Baltimore Ravens. There's the San Francisco 49ers. There's the Detroit Lions now. I'll put the Philadelphia Eagles in that division as well.
No, I think you have to put the Eagles in there.
I cannot lose Brandon Aiyuk for picks that's going to help me next year. I don't know about Ricky Pearsall yet.
So if they trade Brandon Aiyuk in the next 24 to 48 hours and they don't get a player that can truly help them, like Kendrick Bourne is a nice guy, and I know that he played here before, and he did lead them in receiving in the playoffs when they went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy. But, like, come on. I mean, you can't have him as your number 1 or number 2 wide receiver, right? Like, that's just... No, I'm sorry.
First of all, we know how that playoff went down with Jimmy. And number 2, you remember how the season started.
Backhanding Jimmy.
No, I'm not backhanding Jimmy, but it is what it is. And then we remember the start to the next season against Arizona when they walked on the field.
Yeah, well, good.
And their top 3 wide receivers was Dante Pettis, Kendrick Bourne, and Trent Taylor. And how did that work out for them? They lost that football game. To the end, it frustrated everybody, including the great one. Remember when Jerry Rice joined us a couple weeks after that game, or maybe even after that game? He goes, the problem with me is guys are losing. I see guys dancing all over the sideline and stuff. They're all just dancing and having a good time. And I said, Kendrick Bourne, I love the guy. So the guy was happy about anything. You could be down 30-0, the guy's doing the big head bounce on the sideline over a first down catch. I'm good off that.
So the player that you would receive back to you currently for this year outweighs whatever the pick
absolutely.
Would be. Okay.
Absolutely.
Because I'm doing it in my head. I'm wrapping around.
Absolutely.
Like, what if they view Ricky Pearsall? I don't know. I don't know if he's been good, bad, or somewhere in the middle at practice. It's so hard to tell. One report, he looks like the next Puka Nacua. The other report, it looks like he's the next Dante Pettis.
I just saw a headline.
I don't know what to believe.
I saw a headline on my timeline about an hour ago saying, Ricky Pearsall struggling to get separation. Then I see another report saying, Ricky Pearsall and Brock Purdy, it's happening. They're building a rapport.
So that's what I'm saying.
So I have no idea what's going to happen.
So let's say, if they trade Brandon Aiyuk just for picks, would you view that as their confidence in the Jennings-Pearsall combination?
I view that as confidence in Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy to elevate this offense. That's how I look at it. I see it as, hey, yeah, we're missing Brock Purdy, but this quarterback that we have is so good, this guy can make up for that. He can make other players better. He can elevate other wide receivers, which is what we want to see with Brock Purdy. The evolution of Brock Purdy is elevating your offense. Oh, no, by the way, we still have George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. We'll be just fine without Brandon Aiyuk. Conley.
I'm going to be really disappointed if they trade him for just picks. They could have done it at the draft, right? And maybe they got a lesser deal at the draft on draft day. I don't know. But it just feels like they've kind of missed the Niners, and I do believe Aiyuk too. They've kind of all mismanaged this whole situation to get to where we're at. Yeah. And I thought that he'd be able to get signed, and I was feeling really good late last week. I'd be really bummed if they can't get on the same page, because this is all, to me, this is all about winning the Super Bowl.
Yes.
And I think when you don't have Brandon Aiyuk, even if you get Amari Cooper, I don't think you've got a better shot at winning the Super Bowl. And that's the part that bums me out, because I wanted to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I don't think the drop-off is as drastic with Amari Cooper.
Okay.
I don't think I think you could still win a lot of football games with Amari Cooper. You can win some big-time football games. Because one thing about Amari Cooper, you miss him on a jam, and you're playing him one-on-one, he'll cook your ass deep.
It's true.
He'll get down the field on you in a heartbeat, running post corners. He's a great route runner. Let's not get it twisted about Amari Cooper. You get Amari Cooper for Brandon Aiyuk, the hell, we're going to the Super Bowl. I mean, I don't think there's much of a drop-off.
Really?
Now I'm saying, okay, now I got a 3-wide set with Cooper, Pearsall, Deebo, and if I want to interchange Pearsall with Juwan Jennings, I still got a lot of speed on the field with Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle. Hell, what?
So then why aren't you doing this deal all day, every day?
Well, I'm not doing a deal with the picks. I need the player. Because I'm not, I personally...
The Cleveland thing, it feels like you would rather keep Brandon. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but from my sense is you'd rather pay Brandon from number 1. If not, the pivot is to
Cooper.
Cooper, gotcha.
I want to keep BA, which I said last hour. Number 1, I don't want to get it twisted. I think it was around 7:32 or something, where I said I would rather keep Brandon Aiyuk. But if this is on the table and you can't get something done with Brandon Aiyuk, and the pivot is we can get Cooper to pick, then I'm doing that. What I don't want to do is trade Brandon Aiyuk for picks for next season. Because then, in my head, I'm saying, boy, that's putting a lot on Brock Purdy and Shanahan to elevate this offense without a 1,300-yard wide receiver. Like, that's a lot. Now, I'm seeing the 510 on the City Bubble text line. He's saying, give me Cooper Kupp. Why the hell would the Rams do that with the 49ers? Like, let's get real. 510, put down the blunt. It's too early to be smoking.
It's Amari Cooper who we're looking for.
Yeah, Amari Cooper, not
Kupp.
Cooper
That's
Kupp.
the proposed trade.
No, I'm not doing Cooper Kupp. But without Brandon Aiyuk in this offense, what does it look like?
Well, if it's Amari, I think it's close.
No, but without Brandon Aiyuk and there's no Amari Cooper, let's just say they do the picks for Brandon Aiyuk. What does this offense look like? Or I ask Niner fans out there, do you have enough confidence in Shanahan and Brock Purdy without Brandon Aiyuk to continue the success you've had on the offensive side of the football with Brock Purdy?
What I think it looks like, I think it looks like more 9-man boxes, 8-man boxes than ever before. And that's saying something considering all of the versions of the 49er offense we've watched, at least in the last couple of years. Why would you honor on the outside anyone beating man coverage?
Yeah, and then you got...
that's the question that I would have personnel-wise.
Right. Yeah, and then you do have the injury history with Deebo Samuel. You don't know if Ricky Pearsall could stay healthy. Is Herb Edwards told the boys?
He's already been hurt.
Yeah, I know. He's got the hamstring. You got to back him off. You got to tell him to chill out for a little bit.
His upper body... Now, again, I don't want to, a body shame. Right? His upper body looks like a rookie. He looks like he needs a little work in the weight room.
He needs a weight room. Let's go to Rich and Hayward. Rich and Hayward, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, I'll tell you right now is that I go with Pearsall, because he was supposed to be drafted to replace Aiyuk. Why pay him all that money? And he got the year on his deal, and he's still complaining. I mean, because he knows the guy's here to replace him. And then you say, Amari Cooper, this will be his fourth team. I mean, and if he was, yeah, nobody to throw to him. But what about Dak Prescott? He had him there, and Jerry got rid of him.
Yeah, it was more of a money thing, a cap thing. And by the way, the Niners didn't draft Pearsall just to replace Brandon Aiyuk. They were also taking phone calls on Deebo Samuel. Let's not forget about that. To the point where Deebo said, yeah, I heard the rumors. It was real. It was real. So they didn't just draft Ricky Pearsall to replace Brandon Aiyuk. And, come on, man. Let's go. 888-957-9570 is the phone number here. By the way, join 95.7 The Game at Hardy Park Friday, September 6th. For the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Jennifer Lee Chan, 830 NBC Sports Bay Area. Does podcast with Matt Mayoko, 49ers Talk podcast with NBC Sports Bay Area. They do a hell of a job. It was good to see JLC out there at training camp. We're out there. She'll join us on the River Islands guest line at 8:30 to talk more about Brandon Aiyuk, what we've seen from Ricky Pearsall, and then the latest on Trent Williams. Now, that, to me, is a little more concerning. We've heard nothing about Trent Williams. Now, he may just say, you know what, I don't need camp. I'm a veteran. I'm going to chill off a training camp. Yeah, that may be it, because a lot of veterans do that. Yeah, I'm not going to go through the grind of training camp, 90-degree heat. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, but that really worries me about, coming back, hamstrings, lower body. He's had some lower body injuries. Some are just random and accidental. Some are wear downs at the end of the year. And I know he doesn't practice much. I know Posey doesn't practice much. They play a day, take a couple days off. I understand all that. I'm not feeling real good about the Trent situation.
You're a little worried?
Yes. Yeah, yes. We found out last year from Nick Bosa, there's football shape, and then there's I'm in, off-season shape. They're very different.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with Trent Williams. That one is, you need to start left tackle.
Right?
There's no doubt about that, but he wants to be paid. He wants that 28.2. Hey, Doug Hitch, who do we have on? Right, but none of you guys were here Friday. Who do we have on? Where they're like, oh, man, who do we have on Friday? Man, I'm getting so old, I'm already forgetting who we had on. Not Doug Hendrickson. We had somebody else on, and they were discussing Trent Williams and how he wants to be. He's like, look, man, this is what Trent does.
Was it Cam Inman?
Cam Inman, who we had on. How did I forget about Cam? Cam was really good. He was talking about Patrick Willis and obviously the induction. We'll get into that and later on in the program. Patrick Willis getting his bust and going to the Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame. It was great to see Bowman and Davis, Vernon Davis and Frank Gore and Jim Harbaugh, all those guys with Patrick Willis as he was getting his moment. But Cam was bringing up, man, this is what Trent does. A couple years ago, we thought, okay, he's not going to want it. He's going to want his new money. Oh, that's what it was. Trent had to be paid $10,000 more per season than David Bakhtiari, just so he can have that title as highest paid left tackle of football. That's how serious he gets with these players, man. That's how petty he gets. No, I got to have $10,000 more per year to make sure I'm the highest paid left tackle. So when the left tackle market started blowing up with Darrishaw in Minnesota, and then, of course, you had Sewell in Detroit, and you had Trisha Wirfs in Tampa Bay, and they all got their new money. And by the way, Andrew Thomas of the New York Jets, and New York Jets had to go buy 2 more offensive linemen. That's how bad they were, and Andrew Thomas is still getting $23.5 million per. Trent Williams like, yeah, I need to be at 28-2 at least.
I wonder, this is just something I've been thinking about. I've seen a lot of people say, well, maybe they'll turn the quarterback position into an exempt spot on the team where it's not relegated to the salary cap. My understanding is that the only North American salary cap sport that allows exemptions or designations is the MLS, where there's, I think, 1 or 2 roster spots where you can go flying above. You pay a guy whatever you want. Everything else is subject to the salary cap. I just wonder if the NFL is going to look at in future years when they negotiate, like, hey, we're going to have 4 or 5 spots that we designate. It's up to you to determine what you want to designate.
That's actually not a bad idea.
And you could go flying over. You pay whatever you want for those 4 or 5 spots, but everything else is subject to the salary cap. And then the question doesn't become how much you pay him. It's, for example, is Tua worth a designation spot? It's
actually not a bad idea.
I'm just Khalil Mack worth a designation. See, like I think it is an interesting thing. Like, would you waste it on a running back?
Yeah, but that would be interesting because now I think you'll have more training camp holdouts and you'll have more people bitter because you're talking about a 53-man roster and only 5 are getting a designation.
It's just a thought.
And there's 4. No. I like thought. I told you on the front end.
It's 3.
I told you on the front end. I like the thought.
You do like that idea.
But I also know the other side of it where, I'm not one of those 5 players getting that designation.
Right.
Now you're creating friction. Now you're creating tension in your locker room. So I don't know if the NFL is going to do that. Because then all of a sudden a player who may not get that extension is like, really, you're going to give that guy the designation?
I know.
Now you're creating a lot more chaos inside your own locker room, and all of a sudden the fans get involved, and all of a sudden it's just
Well, now instead of this franchise tag where I keep you, which no one's using, there are 3 to 5 franchise designations, and there's an unsalary capped number that you can go to. It's just, again, this is just a thought that MLS has.
I like the thought. No, I like the thought.
I thought it was an interesting concept.
But think about the roster size in MLS compared to the NFL.
Oh, no, there's no doubt. Bonte, for example, what would Jerry Jones pay a quarterback if there were no salary cap?
Depends on the quarterback.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think he's giving Dak unlimited money.
No.
I don't think Shanahan's giving Brock Purdy unlimited money.
But don't you think
a quarterback on that team may say, you know what, I'm holding out. You're not giving me one of those designations. I'm the quarterback of the football team. I'm the most important. So you get into a situation where Brock Purdy's holding out in this hypothetical. Imagine Brock Purdy's not one of those 5 players. Because you can make the argument that Brock Purdy's not one of the 5 best players on the 49ers. And if he's left on the outside looking in,
that would be insane.
And I'm Brock Purdy and I'm holding out, then how would fans react?
But I think that's more interesting than arguing about, did Tua get $55 million or $52 million?
Well, it's not about what's interesting. It's about the football team. I don't care what's interesting or whatnot. None of this stuff is the annual average per year. That all gets chopped up and ripped away. And there's a new guy. At one point, Jimmy Garoppolo was the highest paid quarterback.
I know.
Think about that.
At
one point, he was the highest paid quarterback in the league.
$28 million. And now it's double that for Trevor Lawrence.
So yeah, I don't know. 888-957-9570. Jen Lee Chan joining us at 8:30 to speak on the latest with Brendan Aiyuk, Trent Williams. Is there smoke? What does she think about it? And then I've got to know because we didn't see Ricky Pearsall out there. I got to get to one of these weekend practices because I need to see what Ricky Pearsall looks like in pads. I have to see it.
We saw him in person without pads.
He's tall.
Slim, though, right?
Very slim.
I don't think his upper body's as big as Aiyuk's.
Very slim.
But he's not a physically imposing type of a guy, but he's also 21.
Well, we also have preseason football Saturday, August 10th in Tennessee. So we'll see Ricky Pearsall Saturday, August 10th in Nashville, Tennessee. Why'd you smile like that?
Well, I'm just so ready for football. Well, I'm ready to see this this kickoff. Not just like one game. I want to see
multiple.
A whole weekend's worth of kickoffs because 73% of kicks were returned last year.
Yep.
Just like brought out. The 7 out of 8 were brought out of the end zone or whatever. Were in play last year, and I thought there was going to be more room. Let's talk about it on the other side.
Yeah, we'll talk about it on the other side.
Because I thought there was going to be more room for a playmaker, and maybe I misread it.
Well, no, maybe people are trying to adapt to it, man. It's very early in the process.
Ow!
So the Giants won 2-3 in Cincinnati, but we got a situation on our hands with Elliot Ramos. Jam right thumb. And he's been dealing with that over the last week. And right now he is considered day-to-day. And the Giants don't have a day off over the next 2 weeks. So what do you do with Ramos? Do you place him on the 10-day IL? We saw Yaz playing center field. He misplayed the ball there. They caught, Giants outfield defense is good because the backup was there on that position with Yaz dove for the ball. You know what I'm talking about yesterday. So Yaz is playing center. But what happens if Ramos is out for a while? It's not good.
He's not driving the ball the way he was just a couple weeks ago. You could tell it's been bothering him, and that the power numbers have been kind of dipping.
They have been dipping, but the Giants do have that pitching. Blake Snell, folks. Robbie Ray. Logan Webb. Well, Kyle Harrison, he'll have to step it up. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Brendan Aiyuk, 888-957-9570. We got a preseason game Saturday. What do you do with Brendan Aiyuk? Niner fans, are you over it? Are you willing to trade him? Where's your mindset at as we head into week 1 of the preseason? 888-957-9570 is a number. A lot of rumors going on with Brandon Aiyuk. Boy, it looks like the chances of him being traded have gone up over the weekend, and that ain't good. 888-957-9570 is a number. More coming up on the Russ.
This one goes out to all the Scratchers lovers. Scratchers are perfect.
Shut up.
Shut up the A's that Wednesday night, but they win life and death with a 1-0. Needed a sack fly to beat them. Giants do win 2-3 in Cincinnati, but oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. We got rumors galore. This could be a big week in the Bay Area.
Talk about them rumors.
Happening every day. Brandon Aiyuk.
Time. Okay, Timex, what is it? Rolex Time
Social Club?
What?
Yeah. Timex Social Club?
Timex Social Club. There you go. Thank you. Pull that up.
Brandon Aiyuk rumors.
Mike Marshall.
Lowry marketing rumors. Now, Warrior fans, we got our eye on the Warriors. Trust me. Lowry marketing may sign an extension tomorrow with the Utah Jazz. Beat it so hard. It's an all-timer. Now, if marketing signs tomorrow, he will be eligible to be traded the day of the trade deadline.
So do we want him to sign or not sign?
If you're a Warrior fan, you want him to sign today or tomorrow.
So that we can talk about this potential trade till February?
Yeah, but if he signs on the 7th or later, then he's in Utah for the rest of the season. Now, he may not sign anything.
He's in witness protection.
He may not sign anything. He may just get traded. That could be a possibility. But all signs point to him signing something over the next few days. Now, when that day happens is very, very important. And then you got the whole issue of, is Podge really untouchable? Brandon Podjemski. There's a lot of rumors out there. As the stock market is crashing in Japan
and all across America, one stock has risen all summer long. Brandon Podjemski.
It has. You like his 2028 tweet?
I mean, okay.
2028 Olympics.
I would just
setting his goals high. I'm not mad at him.
3-on-3, I think he was talking about.
No, I think he was talking about 505. Don't you be disrespectful, Spinoni.
What's disrespectful about the 3-on-3?
Team handball.
I was bumping Big S Plug this morning. He had a song 02 Lakers. I told you it was good. So don't make me say that it was trash, Spinoni. Just leave me alone.
You miss me.
Not really.
Shut up.
Kind of miss Love It. No disrespect, Carter. No, Love It.
Sweating as he's smashing down oatmeal and raisins.
He was good Friday, man.
5:15 in the morning.
He was in his back Friday. Did I go to the airport Saturday because I went down to the Crawford fight? I'm driving to the airport. I parked my car there overnight. And I got the 95.7 game on. I'd be listening.
And
it was Dave Fleming. I was thinking, oh wow, they're replaying our interview because when I got in the car, it was just Flem. I was like, wow, they're replaying our interview. Then I hear London come in. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And it was Evan and Lubman Saturday afternoon or Saturday morning talking to Dave Fleming a day after the no-hitter with Blake Snell.
Oh.
So, as I see a comment here saying, I love YouTube. Just some randos just say, hey, Monte pays for OnlyFans. You don't need to do that on X anymore. Hey. Some of the things I'm seeing. But real quick, I want to get to Blake Snell before we get back into the Niners.
I want to get into it too because I think the thing that was my biggest takeaway, maybe no one else saw but me and a select few others. What's that look?
I'm waiting to hear what you got to say.
Well, no.
You're the only guy who saw
Remember about 2 months ago, I said to you that like Blake Snell, when you watched him pitch, he had the pitch comm on. And again, I'm the only one that's following this closely, like how weird it is.
I don't know.
But he would like click on the pitch comm every single pitch. And I understand because he didn't have an opportunity to work with Patrick Bailey early on in the season. But I found it to be not in cadence. You could tell he wasn't in rhythm and they weren't in rhythm and it was just off, like, right? And he was calling his entire game. And I'm not saying like the great pitchers who are older call their own games essentially, right? But there is something to be said for like the catcher is thinking 2, 3, 4 pitches ahead. And I don't know, there's something cerebral about it. He understands the lineups. Not that the pitchers don't, but you're working in tandem. This last start, only a couple times did Blake Snell call his own pitch on the hip, and he was going with what Patrick Bailey was going with, and it just felt to me from the eyeball, everything felt so much more in rhythm. And when they showed the graphic of he's got 15 of his first 15 batters, he started off 0-1, I was like, I'm not surprised. Like, they're in sync right now. And I'm not going, Justin Timberlake on you, Guru. I'm just saying that, like, you could see that, like, the eyeball was telling you it just looked so much more comfortable.
He also just said he just went fastball. He said, you know what? My fastball was humming. I got the curve, but the fastball was rolling. And he went fastball. Now, the pitch comp thing, I think people will look at it because pitchers are always doing it. They're always clicking on it. They're always looking at it. And when it gets jacked up, you got the pause or whatnot. But look, the fact is Blake Snell didn't have a spring training. I think that's a big takeaway for me in the first half. He didn't have a spring training. He was hurt. He had a lot of things going on. Obviously, not a lot of time with Patrick Bailey or Kirk Caselli, whatever the catcher, Tom Murphy, whatever catcher the Giants had. And now, and look, this is something that has happened with Blake Snell, which is why when it came to Blake Snell, I didn't really freak out about. I knew at some point the law average is going to come into play. He's not a 10.32 ERA type of pitcher. He's not Patrick Corbin. Not even close. This guy gets better as the season goes along, and we talked about the second half numbers over his lifetime. And when it comes to July, August, and September, this guy turns his game up. He turns his game up. And what has he done since coming back from the adductor strain? He's turned his game up in a major way to the point where, look, I didn't want him traded. Now, I didn't like the direction of the trade deadline because it felt like you didn't buy or sell, but I definitely wasn't on the Snell. Like, we had to chant, don't sell Snell. Don't sell Snell. And they didn't sell Snell. And they kept him. And boy, it's working out. Teams are batting 0.78 against him in his last 5 starts since he come back off the adductor strain. All right? He's struck out 41 batters in 33 innings. He's only given up 2 earned runs. 2 total runs, but 2 earned runs. He's been electric. And then as you're watching him Cincinnati, as he throws the 18th no-hitter in Giants history, we got to the 9th inning, and I'm just watching the game. And I was like, wow, this is a dominated performance. I did not realize until they didn't go to break. I'm like, wait a minute, he's pitching for a no-no? Holy crap. Because I got Chaz running around, and she's playing games on her iPad. I'm keeping an eye on it, and it's 3-0. I'm like, wow, Logan Webb is just dealing. He had the 3 walks. It wasn't a perfect game. But I didn't realize, Shasky, till the 9th inning that he was pitching a no-no. I was like, what? What is going on here?
It was about, in terms of the last 5 starts, I think the reason why it's fallen a little under the radar is he only has 1 decision, 1 win throughout that time, which is in part out of his control and in part because of the pitch count and a couple starts got racketed up and he got yanked a little prematurely, but more because he doesn't get run support, right? So that's out of his control. But it's as good of a 5-game stretch as I can remember a Giants pitcher having since 14, 15, 16 Bumgarner when he was at his the peak of his powers. I mean, there's only a handful of guys like
Shasky's got 26 strikeouts last 15 innings strong.
The 15 strikeout day was
dominant. Like
wild.
if the Giants had a wild card do or die game right now, he's getting the ball.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's arguing with that. I do want to see what Logan Webb looks like today against Patrick Corbin, who you referenced. Like this, you want to talk about gots to have it? This is a guy who everyone who bets, I don't bet, but those who bet are betting against Patrick Corbin every single start.
Yeah, I mean,
literally every single start.
You could get rich by doing that. I mean, 3 years ago there was Patrick Corbin Day, or all of us gamblers would say, "Oh, Patrick Corbin Day." We know where the money's going.
2-11.
No,
with a 6 ERA.
Go look at his last 3 years.
I was going to say, look at his last start. You realize how many runs he gave up in 3 innings?
Yeah, he's not good.
10.
But this is the Giants have no excuse to again also win this series against Washington. I thought it was a good series victory against Cincinnati, obviously highlighted by Blake Snell on Friday night. I think Bob Melvin deserves a lot of credit because the pitch count was ratcheted up and he let Blake Snell finish the game. Combined no-hitters, I'm sorry, they're a no-hitter, but it's not the same as an individual no-hitter. It's just not. To me, it's not, and to everyone else. And for Blake Snell to never record an out in the 8th inning of his whole career, let alone throw a pitch in the 9th inning, it's pretty remarkable. He has had a freaking awesome career thus far, and that is just a crazy thing. But his pitch count was through the roof, and I just wondered, I'm not saying I want to spend 20 minutes on this, but I just wondered, if he's on a 5-year deal, okay, and he's making $200 million, do you take him out of that game?
I don't know. I don't think you do.
I don't think they do either because of how historic it was.
Yeah.
But you get where I was going?
I don't get.
Well, that's baseball now. Oh my God, we gave him $200 million. Take him out.
I didn't even go through my head one time.
But he was cruising.
But what did go through my head is, can you get an extension done in the month of August with him?
If you're him, why?
Well, Scott Boras is not going to do it.
Why?
I know who we're dealing with.
I want the Yankees. I want Baltimore. I want everybody bidding on my service. I want
probably going to lose
the Dodgers.
You're probably going to lose them for nothing, which sucks. But you know what? I instead of having a prospect who may never make the major leagues, I'd rather ride with Snell. Now, they didn't make up much ground over the weekend. They didn't. There's still 5 back in the loss column with San Diego and the Diamondbacks and the Braves. So You got to make up some ground here. You got to get really, really hot. You got to get crazy hot. You got to go on a 14-3 run. You have to. Maybe you can do what the White Sox did, but the opposite.
They lost 20 in a row.
Instead of losing 20 in a row, you win 20 in a row. By the way, did you see Isaac Gid yesterday? He goes, I think I need to see a psychologist. He goes, a couple years ago, I was happy, but now the only people I love is my grandkids. I hate everybody else. He goes, this guy got picked to manage the White Sox over me? Now I need to look at myself in the mirror and say, damn, do I suck that bad? Ozzie Gid has been a national treasure on that broadcast with the pre- and post game at NBC Sports Chicago.
So the game has been played since basically the 1860s, give or take, depending on who you talk to. What is the least amount of wins in a 162-game season?
Off the top of my head, I would guess a team won 40 games.
43 is the least amount of wins ever in the history of baseball.
They might not get to 43.
They're on pace for 40.
Yeah.
They've blown the same amount of saves as they've won games.
That's unbelievable.
But they're not just bad. They're one of the worst teams in 160 years. It's.
Oh, yeah, they are playing the A's. They are playing the A's.
Crazy.
Are you going to those games?
I don't know. I kind of want to. That's the streak, man.
You're watching a historic team.
The streak. It is history. I do like. I'm not gonna lie. When the Lions went 0-16, that last game on League Pass, there was like games in the NFL that week that had playoff implications. I was locked in on Lions and Packers. And I think Dan Orlovsky was the quarterback of that team, and I remember he threw a pick. It may have been a pick six in that game, and then the last 2 minutes of the camera panning on those Detroit Lions on the sideline thinking, we just went through a season and didn't win a single game. I mean, it was fascinating television. And then they were like showing, Shannon Sharp, I think it was on a pregame show to CBS, and he had the team picture of those Lions teams. That's the team picture I love to have, the 0-16 Detroit Lions. That stuff fascinates me.
You think that's worse than being a 40-win baseball team?
What, being 0-16? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you didn't win a game. At least you got a feeling of what a handshake is, a winning handshake. At least you got to go on the spread, get the post-game spread. Hey, we won a game, man. I hit 3 home runs today or 2 home runs. Like, you know what I'm saying?
What'd they get, Matt Stafford the very next year?
They did. I mean, you went 0-16, though.
Yeah.
As a football fan, you go through a year without winning one game.
I mean, I remember the Warriors won 17, I believe, one year.
It was disastrous. 17.
But
at least they had an upset. Like, they'll have an upset here and there. Those bad teams will have a big win. They're like, oh, my God, what a win. Like, the White Sox will have a good win down the stretch. They'll feel good about themselves. And at least you feel good about yourself 40 times.
I'm going to let you know this right now. At no point will the White Sox feel good about themselves this year.
Well, if they get a win for that day, they will. For that night, we go out a winner.
And I watched Major League 2 the other night with Parkman, and it's the White Sox that are awesome and ended up knocking them off the year prior in the playoffs, and then they trade Parkman there. And the White Sox have unbelievable uniforms, a crazy history, and this will be one of the most remembered teams in their history for being one of the worst teams ever.
I wish Hawk Harrelson was broadcasting the games. I wish Hawk was broadcasting the games.
Oh, there'd be so much just dead air.
Oh, well,
so much.
Ozzie Gid, hey, do me a favor. Do me a favor. NBCS Chicago. Ozzie Gid yesterday, he's sitting there with Frank Thomas. I forget who the host is. Ozzie Gid is unbelievable. He's worn out. He goes, I'm bitter now. I need to go see a psychologist. What happened?
I might have recommended that Ozzie 10 years prior, but that's okay.
Because I don't think I was the bad manager when they picked Pedro in front of me. I gotta see a psychiatrist. Yeah. So I'm drinking a lot.
You are.
I have problems with my wife a lot. I still need to. The only people who get along with me is my grandkids. Everybody else, I hate him. I don't know why.
Don't take it personally.
Maybe that's why. I swear to God. I'm not playing around. A lot of people think, I know. I thought like, I was bitter myself. Like, my God, I'm this bad. Then I went to manage in Venezuela. Come and go, wow, man, we
won a championship.
I'm not allowed. So my cities go. It's like, holy cow. I should be embarrassed.
He's been worn out. He talked about Eloy Jimenez. You're tired. You don't want to go hard. Well, I'm tired of watching you go 0 for 4 and ground out 4 times a game.
He's looked good with the Orioles.
Yeah, he has looked good with the Orioles.
Of course he has.
And Ozzie with the leather jacket, he is worn out. He is worn. God, get him. I pray, whether it's radio or television, that we don't get a team that bad. I know it's going to happen one day.
I actually think there's content in being that bad.
No, because you just get worn out. You get worn out. I can't deal with losing like that.
When the Niners were that bad with Chip Kelly, there was content. They lost to Johnny Manziel.
There's a little content.
They lost to Johnny Manziel. They threw for negative yards in the first half in Chicago. In the snow.
Filling 20 hours of content on losing teams ain't going to get your ratings.
No, I'm with you on that. But that's where my creativity comes out. How about when the Chip Kelly era, they went to Florida to get ready for a snow game, and they poured a water bottle over the football?
I know.
That was like the best.
But that's not fun to me. That's not. I don't like losing. I don't like losers. I don't like losing.
It can be
That doesn't get fun at times, but everything has a shelf life. Everything has a shelf life. I would be worn out in Chicago. I had to cover that damn team every day. I'd be like, man, but I'd be using all my PTO days, vacation days. I'm getting ready for Chicago Bear football. I mean, the hell with this.
The Giants are still under 500, and we still talk about them.
I mean, they're technically in a wild card race, and really, we're not talking much about them. We're talking just enough about them. We probably talk more Olympics than Giants baseball today.
Just sell and just fire everybody.
I mean, we talk more Olympics than Giants baseball.
What did you think of Robbie Ray yesterday?
He was gutty. He was gutsy.
Gutty 5-inning performance?
Hey, no, he threw that 98-mile-an-hour fastball and just, you heard the grunt. Ugh! That's all I need. That's all I need. I haven't seen the bullpen in the high lever situation in a long time.
They look good yesterday.
That's good on my mental health.
Well, I would say that Harrison on Saturday, he lost a day, or I guess, got an extra day of rest. This is going to be, I don't know, people aren't going to agree with me on this. I wanted them to sell their biggest assets. I thought selling Alex Cobb, though it made sense to allow the youngsters, I think the two young players, Birdsong and Harrison, clearly need that extra day of rest, if not more, because getting through the finish line is going to be very difficult. Now, did you want Blake Snell and Robbie Ray and Logan Webb getting an extra day of rest as they go through the rotation? No. So it was unrealistic. But, Davila wasn't even close to what it was in the last couple starts for Harrison. He didn't have the breaking ball snap. He didn't look good. It's a one-off. You can't face the Rockies every week to what Bonte's been talking about. But I would be lying to you if I said, Joe, I think Harrison and Birdsong are going to go flying through the end of the season and they're going to run through the finish line. I think they're going to have a really tough time making it through September.
Farhan doesn't think so. Bob Melvin doesn't think so. So we'll see.
You get Birdsong versus Gore tomorrow. You got Webb versus Patrick Corbin today. I mean, you're going to get a good look at the whole rotation this week.
You should be able to beat up on Patrick Corbin today. I mean, this is not even his worst season with the Nationals. His first year,
2-11.
It's not even his worst season.
What's his worst one? I want to hear it.
6-19. He had a 6.31 ERA and a 1.70 WHIP.
6-19.
10-15 last year. 5.20 ERA, 1.48 WHIP. Then he was 2-11 this year. He's 2-11. This guy's been we're talking about one of the worst contracts in sports history.
Hey, but he's always healthy.
I know.
He's always healthy. And it is Logan. Now, do you dare, as a Giants fan, bet on the Giants today knowing that Patrick Corbin's on the mound?
Not touching it at all. No, nope. But I'll tell you this. One thing that I am looking at is trend lines for the Giants. We've talked about Tyler Fitzgerald's last 15 games where he's 20 of 57 with 9 homers and 16 RBIs. He's been outstanding. Lamont Wade Jr. really needed yesterday because heading into that game, he was 1 for his last 19. So he had 3 hits yesterday, big home run, nice day for him. I'm really worried about Patrick Bailey's bat. This is something I told you to monitor. He's batting 145 since the All-Star break. He's 22 for his last 110.
That's not good.
And if you look at the batting average, just the overall batting average, since May, he was 343. In June, 262. July, 228. 145 since the All-Star break. Yeah, his bat does not look as dynamic as it did earlier this year. He's really scuffling. Brett Wisely's scuffling. He's 5 for his last 35. Conforto had a really nice week. Chapman had a really nice week. So as some guys trend down, other guys are trending up. The Giants need the bats to wake up.
Well, that's what we knew, though. We knew that the bats would struggle. We knew that the bats were going to be a liability, which is why Farhan, which is why Bob Melvin said the rotation has to carry us. They have to carry the Giants. Logan Webb 1-0 last Wednesday. Blake Snell no-hitter on Friday. All right, you take a step back with Harrison on Saturday, but you get Robbie Ray, gives up 2 runs in 5 innings. That's where it's at. We're going to have to limit teams to 3 runs or less. That's just, it's 2011 all over again with that Giants team when they traded for Beltran. He got hurt, and next thing you know, you couldn't score anything. You're losing a bunch of games 1-0, 3-1, 2-1, 4-1. this offense is it. It is what it is.
Well, Tyler Fitzgerald feels like he is the offense right now.
He's carrying the offense right now. That's it.
He's been outstanding. When he hit that home run Friday night, I jumped off the couch. It was the guy's just been absolutely outstanding for them right now, and he's the shot in the arm that they desperately needed, especially as Ramos has been dealing with the thumb injury. He hasn't been looking as good, so they're going to need those guys. I loved on Friday night, not only did he roll out Blake Snell for the 8th and 9th inning, which I just, you never know. You never know in this modern era, are they going to take him out because he's kind of close to 90, 95 pitches? Putting Yastrzemski in as a defensive replacement late in that game, he made a really nice play on that final out because my heart stopped for just a split second. I knew he was going to make the play, but like it just for a second. I mean, he made a really nice play on that ball.
What does your heart? Nah, I gotta know. During a baseball game, does your heart stop like 15 times?
No. Late in the game on a no. Like I know the no hitters have been diluted because of how many there are nowadays. It seems like way more than ever, but only 18 in the history of the Giants. I thought it was a cool night. I thought it was an awesome night, and I was really happy for Blake Snell because it did feel like.
Are you happy? Keep it real. You're happy we didn't sell him. Isn't it cool to watch?
Well, they're more watchable on that sense. Like I totally agree on that, but I also think that like if you're going to lose the guy for nothing, it just kind of sucks. Like this is the conundrum the Giants have kind of been in.
Right.
You bring in a guy like Blake Snell, and I'm really excited. It was an awesome night that he got that no hitter. But let's say Logan Webb gets it because he's a homegrown guy, or Birdsong with us. You feel like it's part of a Giants resume for that player.
I felt pretty geeked
like,
up.
Did you know that Chris Heston was the last one?
Yeah, no, and
a lot of people don't feel any kind of way over the Chris Heston no hitter. You know,
not at the time. At the time, we felt great about the no hitter. Felt great. I did. No hitter's a no hitter.
Like if I said to people like the 300th win for Randy Johnson, and I remember watching that rain game where he made that play coming off the mound.
Right.
Most people aren't like, yes, that's a moment for the Giants because Randy felt like a guy at the end of his career, final stop, if you will, almost like a mercenary.
He made that moment with the Giants, which is what I'm happy about. It's like that happened with us. That happened with us.
It was weird seeing the Giants players celebrate with him. Not that they weren't all buds or whatever. It's just it didn't feel the way like the Lincecum one felt, and I'm not trying to compare them, but it's just the way the guys celebrated was a little different.
I don't know. I thought they celebrated like they usually celebrate. They had a big celebration. Got dumped with Gatorade in the post-game interview, got in the locker room, got dumped again. I did. He had the Gucci jacket on or the Gucci polo. I was loving Blake Snell. I want him. He's got some swagger. I want Blake Snell. Real quick, Mike in Berkeley, before we get to JLC. Mike, what's happening?
Hey, guys, what's happening?
What's going on, Mike?
Diehard Nats fan here.
Okay.
And ripping Blake Snell, laughing at Blake Snell. Yeah, I get it. The contract doesn't look pretty now.
You mean Patrick Corbin?
To a World Series.
You mean Patrick Corbin?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Patrick Corbin. My bad. He led up to a World Series in 19. So what would you? What's the value of a World Series?
Lead is strong.
Now he was really good during that run. He was really good.
Really good.
No, Mike, you're right. He was legit in that post. Mike, he was really good. I'll give you that, Mike. He was good in 2019.
So anyway, the Nats are rebuilding the right way. If you look at their young talent, they're heading in the right direction. If it were me, I would swap rosters right now.
You know what? I'm not going to get a lot of pushback from me on that. Nats do have a nice little young core. What?
Oh, no, they do. The shortstop that they got in the Soto trade, and then they got the young kid that they just brought up.
And respect to Mike in Berkeley, defended his guy. Defended his guy.
Is it Walsh? What's his name? What's the kid they just brought up?
Oh, James Wood. They got
Wood, not Walsh.
Big boy.
Thank you.
Big boy.
Yeah.
Big boy. What did he do it? So I want to see now with Blake Snell, or not Blake Snell, Patrick Corbin in 2019. Oh, he went 0-2 against the Dodgers. In the NLDS, but in the NLCS, he goes 1-0 against. He was okay in that.
He led them.
He was okay. I mean, oh boy, these numbers are not that pretty, Mike.
I remember that for being the Scherzer Strasburg playoff.
Soto, Rendon.
Yeah, Rendon, absolutely.
All right, his ERAs through each series: 7.88 ERA in the NLDS. 6.75 ERA in the NLCS, and a 3.60 ERA in the World Series. He pitched one game in the series. Actually pitched two. Went 1-1. So whatever. Mike and Berkeley can add that, though. Patrick Corbin is the guy. Anyway.
Shut up.
JLC coming up here. NBC Sports Bay Area. 49ers Beat Writer. 49ers Talk Podcast with Matt Mayoko. What is the latest with Brandon Aiyuk? What is the latest with Trent Williams? What is the latest with Ricky Pearsall? And who else is shining out in the camp? D. Witter's going to start? got first-team reps. Devontae Campbell, watch out now. May not be on the 49ers come week 1. All right, that's coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
All right, let's go, baby. A Monday morning, my favorite day of the week, even though it's a little gloomy. I was down in L.A. over the weekend. It was beautiful, beautiful at BMO Stadium for the Terrence Crawford fight. Margin off. It was a good fight, man. Crawford, it was dicey. It was dicey. But let's talk some football here. We're in the middle of training camp, and we got rumors swirling all over the place. All over the place. And I've been wanting to get her on this show for a while. Seen her at training camp doing her thing, and she's been grinding on the side for so many years, covering the 49ers. Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area, beat writer for NBC Sports Bay Area, 49ers Talk podcast with Matt Mayoko. She's tapped in. She knows what she's talking about. JLC, what is happening? Good morning to you as JLC joins us on the River Islands Guest Line. Good morning. Sorry about that. Man, there's a lot going on here. And what's new, right, with 49ers training camp? There's always something. Always something. This year, it's obviously Brandon Aiyuk. And surprise, surprise, Trent Williams is holding out because he wants new money here. So your buddy Matt Mayoko yesterday sent the tweet out. And when Matt says something, we all kind of listen because Matt knows what he's talking about. And he just doesn't just throw things against the wall and hope they stick. But he tweeted yesterday, JOC, I've stated for a while that I didn't see any scenario in which the 49ers would trade Brandon Aiyuk. Now I believe it's a legitimate option to trade Brandon Aiyuk. In a lot of ways, the ball is in Aiyuk's court. All right, so that's from Matt Mayoko. How is Jennifer Lee Chan feeling this morning about Brandon Aiyuk in this situation with the 49ers?
I mean, I think at this point, when it's such a stalemate, anything's an option. It seems like that the 49ers have done what they could do to try and make him happy and make him stay in the building. And he hasn't really made a decision one way or the other. So, it really does seem like it is in his court. He's been in the building, though. I was, after Matt sent that tweet, we did talk on the phone. But I did see that Brandon Aiyuk was in the building yesterday. And I know someone spoke to him and he was in good spirits, as he has been this entire time. So it's really just it's kind of a bizarre situation because every other contract issue that they've dealt with or they've set up has been, the guy's not in the building at all, or he's, there's definitely a consistent attitude coming from that party, right? Nick Bosa was quiet, just holding out, didn't come to the building. But, with the Deebo Samuel, it was like he wasn't there. He wanted, he wiped all of his social media, 49ers. Then it was he wanted to trade. There was, he never wavered from his standpoint. So it's really interesting, this whole scenario with Brandon Aiyuk, how it's kind of gone back and forth. And he even said it himself when he was on the Pivot podcast. He said, there was a time where I thought it was really close. I thought I was going to, put my suit on and sign a deal, and then it wasn't. So, it's definitely been a kind of a roller coaster ride for both sides.
Do you get the sense that it's take it or leave it?
I don't think so. I think, they've tried to work with him. I mean, it just sounds like from what he's even said that, there was a time where it was definitely no. Then there was a time where he thought he was going to, put his suit on and sign the contract. And then it was definitely no again. And so, the fact that he's at the facility is like a maybe. It's gone back and forth. So I just don't think there's an absolute at this point.
Does Trent Williams and his situation, does it factor into any of the timeline here? Either because it sounds, I've listened to your 49er talk with you and Matt every time you guys drop an episode. Patrick Willis was great with him. And I'm just curious, they knew the Trent thing was going on, from what you guys said, late February, they kind of got an indication. Has that screwed up the Aiyuk timeline in any way?
I don't know if it's screwed up the timeline at all, but I think that there's definitely if there's this amount of money for you because we have to take care of these other people. So, I think there's definitely a pressure on the 49ers when you think that Brock Purdy needs to get paid next year. They had to take care of Christian McCaffrey recently also. I mean, he was wanting more money. So I think the fact that there's going to be a demand for money from other players, I think it does affect what they're going to be able to offer Brandon Aiyuk, but I don't know if it necessarily has affected the timeline.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us on the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 a game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Real quick on Aiyuk, JLC, in this hypothetical, and it's a hypothetical because we don't know what the heck is going on here. We had Kay Cabot on earlier from the Cleveland Plain Dealer because she wrote an article yesterday that, hey, maybe there's a chance Aiyuk goes to Cleveland and they swap players in Amari Cooper or whatnot. But let's just say if the Niners do end up trading Brandon Aiyuk, would that be a sign that they're just really a believer in Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan elevating his offense? Because that's a lot of production to replace there. Over 1,300 yards receiving. You know the numbers with Brandon Aiyuk. He was on the second team All-Pro last year. But do they believe that this offense can be as explosive as it was a season ago if they did deal Brandon Aiyuk at some point this offseason?
I wonder, looking at the way they operated during free agency and the draft, it kind of was an indication of that if things didn't go the way they wanted to with Brandon Aiyuk, that they would be kind of, covering themselves, right? So they signed Juwan Jennings through 2025. They drafted 2 wide receivers, first-round pick Ricky Pearsall, later-round pick Jacob Cowing. So, I mean, they really, I think, were kind of covering themselves in case the whole situation with Brandon Aiyuk didn't work out the way they could make it work out. So if they weren't able to tie him down for a long-term extension, they still had guys coming up through the pipeline that were going to be valuable to the offense. So it's kind of an indication, if you read between the lines, what they've done in the past few months, or like earlier in the spring, what might happen with Brandon Aiyuk.
How's Pearsall look? Does he look like a guy ready to maybe pick up some of that production?
Absolutely. I mean, he seems like a guy that, every indication from all the coaches is that he is one of those guys who comes in and just grinds. He's in the film room. He is watching everything that happens. He's very, in tune with what's going on. He's put in extra time with Brock Purdy. So it seems like he's a guy that could definitely step up. I talked to Diamanda Lenore and he said, man, he's a good wide receiver. He likes the way he runs his routes. He's a challenge to cover. So I think he's a guy that can make an impact in his first year.
You've covered some pretty bizarre stuff when it comes to the 49ers. I mean, going way back before you even joined NBC Bay Area Sports. I mean, you were there for some of the Chip Kelly stuff and Trent and all that. Obviously,
Kaepernick.
Yeah, Kaepernick. I mean, like the Jimmy Garoppolo throwing on the baby field, that was bizarre, right? Like the whole Trey Lance trade up was bizarre during the COVID year. They go to Arizona. That was bizarre. Where would you put this Aiyuk thing? Because it's about as bizarre a situation as I've seen with the Niners. And I just don't know what to make of it anymore.
Yeah, it's up there. It's bizarre in the fact that, it's gone so many different directions. Like if there was no news from Brandon Aiyuk's camp and he was just, kind of quietly observing at training camp, it would be different. But the way that it's kind of, gone from one extreme to the other has been very different. I mean, when you look at contract negotiation stuff, all the other guys that have had issues have been either quiet, and just holding out and waiting for their deal to be done, or, from that to Deebo Samuel, where he was like very specific in his MO going into it. So yeah, it's definitely been the most, I guess, erratic contract negotiation that I've observed since I've been covering the team.
Most guys will never go on record, and rightfully so, to like talk about somebody else's money and stuff like that. But is anybody off the record, whether it's part of the team or one of the players or anyone associated with the front office or coaching staff, have they expressed like, we need to get this guy in here, like Trent and Aiyuk? We're trying to win a Super Bowl right now. Has anybody said that to you privately?
Everybody is like, we need to get this figured out. Absolutely. They want those guys in the building. But it's, when it comes to contract negotiations, this locker room is so tight. They all understand that everybody goes through their own process in it. So, there's no, bad talking anyone. So everybody knows that Trent Williams is the best left tackle in the league and he deserves to get more money. And everybody wants Brandon Aiyuk to get back on the field. So I think there's an understanding amongst players that everybody goes through their own process when it's this type of thing. And I think George Kittle said one of the most interesting things. He's like, they say things to you that you don't necessarily want to hear. Like they put a value on you. And, no one wants to hear, well, hey, you're worth this. And you believe you're worth something else. So, I mean, it's kind of one of those rude awakenings to the business side of football. And, for a guy who's going through it for the first time in Brandon Aiyuk, I think it's a challenge. And you don't know necessarily how to handle all the things that you're hearing and what's being said about you outside the building. So I think that can be difficult.
That's a great point, Jennifer. That is a really good point. Jennifer Lee Chan here on the Morning Roast on the River Islands guest line. Real quick on Trent Williams. Is there anything going on? I wouldn't be surprised if Trent came to last week at trading camp, but where are we at when it comes to Trent Williams? And were you caught off guard that oh boy, Trent Williams didn't come to training camp because wasn't he at OTAs? We saw pictures of him and Bosa chopping it up at one of the mini camps or OTAs, and then next thing you know, wait, he's not at training camp. So what is the latest with Trent Williams? Any news there?
Yeah, there is nothing to be heard. I did hear kind of a little bit of rumblings in the spring that he wanted more guaranteed money because I think when they first signed him, they weren't sure how, because he is a little bit older as a left tackle, but still obviously at the top of his game. But I think when a guy gets to that point, they gave him a huge, lengthy contract, and they weren't sure. I think neither party was sure how long he was going to want to play. I remember after the Super Bowl 2 years ago, he was like, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen because, he was so emotional after the loss. He wasn't sure whether he was going to play much longer. And then last year after the Super Bowl loss, he was like, no, I'm definitely back. So, guys' moods change. How long is he going to play? If they're dealing with injuries during the year, I think that year he was dealing with an ankle injury. So he wasn't sure whether he was going to come back. But, I think he really wants to play for the team, and it's just it's one of those difficult things. And you look at how much he makes, and one of the things that kind of intrigued me when I did all my writing about contracts is that Nick Bosa is at the top of the 49ers payroll. He makes $34 million a year. The next highest players are Trent and Deebo Samuel making 24. So to make Aiyuk put Aiyuk at the higher level at $27 million a year. What does that say to Trent Williams? Where is his value on the team? How much does he do? And it's kind of Javon Hargrave, I think, is next at around 21. And then you look at Christian McCaffrey, who is the Offensive Player of the Year, who makes 19. I know the running back market is, just a weird thing, but, when you kind of map it out like that, you kind of understand why, Trent Williams is like, hey, I'm the fourth highest paid tackle now. I should really be the highest paid tackle. How is that, And I think that makes a difference for players too. I didn't realize it until, Kyle Juszczyk was saying, no, I took a little bit less money, but I really wanted to be the highest paid fullback on the team because, in the league, because what are we doing if I'm not the highest paid fullback in the league?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Go ahead, Saskia.
Out of curiosity, the Dre Greenlaw replacement, that I feel like is the most underreported thing from my perspective because he's one of the best players on the team. On Sunday, he just always shows up, and he's just an absolute tone setter. Who do you think's going to get that job? There's not week one. I'm talking about come playoff time. Do you think it'll be one of these young guys?
I think that we've seen a lot of Devondre Campbell in there with him, but D. Winters is a guy who has really stepped up his game. We spoke to him yesterday. And, Fred Warner called him the MVP of OTAs and minicamp. He's just really put in the extra work. He's been dialing it in, and he has played faster. The game is slowing down for him. Just a really good attitude, and I think he's a guy who can make an impact in the future.
Oh, I love D. Winters. He's fast, sideline to sideline. The Niners know how to turn out linebackers as well. So what's another player that 49er fans will get to grow to love here? I'm hearing a lot about Malik Mustafa at the safety spot. Cowing, I did like when he was on the field. Obviously, he suffered a hamstring injury. Pooney, I hear, at right guard is looking really, really good. Who's an under-the-radar player that 49er fans will grow to love this season?
If they haven't already grown to love George Odom and Deommodore Lenoir, even though they've been on the team a long time, it's like those are guys that are underrated for what they do on the field. So those are two guys I like to watch. There's a Dominic Pooney I spoke to the other day, and he's like, man, keep your eye on Malik Collins. This is a guy who, there's a void from where Eric Armstead was, but Malik Collins and Jordan Elliott on the interior of the defensive line. Those are guys that they're going to really rely on to stuff the run, and they've been playing pretty well in practice. Those are guys that really need to block the center of the field because while they were good against the run last year, they weren't as good as they have been. And so to get those guys really in tune, and I think it's difficult for defensive linemen coming over to the 49ers to really let go of I need to assess the situation and just go after the quarterback. It's a mindset change that Nick Bosa has talked about, how it's difficult for guys to adjust. And I think, we saw it last year. Chase Young didn't really adjust that fast. He didn't do a whole lot. So I think when you get guys that can really adjust quickly to Chris Kaceric's method of just going after the quarterback and trusting the guys behind you are going to do their job, I think that's going to be a big impact for the defense.
All right, really good stuff, Jan. Really appreciate the coverage, man. We trust your work. You and Matt do a great job with the 49ers Talk podcast. We're always dialed in. Good eyes, good assessments there at training camp. And finally get some preseason football on Saturday.
I know.
Man, we need it. So we'll see. We'll be following you on Twitter, of course, seeing what's going on with Brendan Aiyuk. Yeah, great work. Good stuff, Jen. Good to see you. Good to hear from you, I should say.
Yes, good to talk to you guys, too. Hope to do it soon. Absolutely.
Jennifer Lee Chan here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Jen Lee Chan, of course, with NBC Sports Bay Area, the 49ers Talk podcast. Really, and that's the thing that I've learned. Just a quick aside, Shasky, before we recap what she had to say. What she had to say there. Just the coverage of training camp. You just don't know what's what. You don't know if there's an agenda. You don't know if somebody's just watching it from their point of view. Just looking for honesty. Because obviously we can't get down to training camp. A lot of fans can't get down to training camp. So we're counting on the reporters to kind of give us the truth serum. What's going on with the field? She said, look, Ricky Pearsall is grinding. Coaches love him. There may be something there. He's gaining a lot of traction. So maybe with him gaining a lot of traction, maybe that does make Brandon Aiyuk expendable. And maybe they do believe that they can just get picks and go on and just say, you know what, we're going to cook with Juwan Jennings. We're going to cook with Pearsall.
You know, I just don't know what to make of it. Like Devondre Campbell's a great example. We were talking about just like players at practice. Like you and I kind of saw him early on. We're like,
Yeah, I wasn't big. I wasn't big on him.
It don't look right. And I have a feeling that this preseason game, both Jalen Graham and D. Winters, and then Robinson, the other kid from Stanford who's been in the system a couple years.
Curtis Robinson.
I think I'm really looking forward to the preseason game, just seeing the linebackers flow. Because I do think you could pick stuff up from those kind of preseason games. I don't know if Pearsall is going to pop in this preseason game, but I also don't know if it means anything because I don't think the Titans are that deep. And so let's say he goes out there with the twos. Well, the twos for the Titans are like the fours for the Niners.
Well, he may have to be with the ones. And if he's with the ones, there's L'Jarius Sneed. That's a great introduction into the NFL.
Good, but I don't think he'll play.
Yeah, he might not play in week one. He might not play. We'll see.
Outside of Andy Reid, nobody plays their guys anymore.
Nobody really plays. But like, no, Washington's going to play Jaden Daniels against the Jets.
He's a rookie.
He's a rookie. But sometimes, you may not play him right away. I don't know. But here's what Shanahan had to say about Ricky Pearsall Saturday.
It's been great to, always it's tough when you have a hammy and you got to be very smart getting him back. We've eased him in. He's gone through that real well. He's been real diligent with his rehab and stuff. And I know his reps went up a little bit more today, but it was a low day overall. And I think tomorrow will be a much bigger challenge. It's a higher practice. We got one-on-ones tomorrow. But I've been real happy with his progress so far.
So he's happy with his progress. What about the update on Brendan Aiyuk, Kyle Shanahan?
Where things stand with that? I mean, is it still stalemate? Any progress?
Yeah, no updates. Same with Trent.
What about the bro hug?
This is usually how we greet each other, honestly. You guys would see maybe a lot more hugs if we had a film for you guys, but we're not on Hard Knocks, so it's the only one on the field. You haven't been on the field a lot, and we walk by each other, and it's usually how we greet each other. Bro hug. Nothing more, nothing less.
Nothing more, nothing less.
I just don't understand, like, what... Because this is the part that I don't understand from the athlete's perspective. Like, For example, Kyle Juszczyk is like, I still have to be the highest paid fullback in the league. Dude, there's like 8 fullbacks who make over $1 million. That's it, 8. I'm talking $1 million, just $1 million, okay? 8.
You could be mad at that. The fandom in you can be mad about
but
that.
They also made him the highest paid fullback when no one was. He tripled the next highest paid fullback salary 4 years ago. We never go backwards. See, I find it interesting. Like, and I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but. Okay, so Aiyuk signs today. Just one second. Aiyuk signs today. All right, he gets the money. A week later, there's going to be another deal, and they're going to want to renegotiate down the line. I don't understand.
That's business, right?
No, it's not business. No, it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not.
We're refinancing everything.
So you're telling me if Aiyuk signed today, and 2 years later, he's the 12th highest paid wide receiver. But he's really a top 5 wide receiver when it comes to production. He doesn't have the right to try to renegotiate a deal. He's supposed to play in the deal. He outperformed his deal. He outperformed it. That's a possibility. Guys outperform their contracts.
Okay, but like at the same time, again, how about we honor the contract once in a blue moon?
But this is how business works. You honor the contract, and then all of a sudden you sit back and say, "Whoa, Wait, now I'm the 10th highest paid receiver?
So
I'm the
Juszczyk's a great
highest
example.
paid running back? I'm the 10th highest paid offensive lineman when I'm making first team all pros? Yes, buddy. I'm going back to the table. I'm calling my agent, and we're going to renegotiate a deal. Coaches do it all the time, and nobody complains about it. Coaches will rip it up. How many times I see in college and football? I see in college with Nick Saban renegotiating his contract with Alabama damn near every single season.
Okay, so
all right?
in the pros,
sometimes guys get new. How many times has Shanahan renegotiated this deal? He's had 2 different contract extensions already. Under the contract, Shanahan, right? We don't say that around here. He hasn't even got to the last year of his deal.
CBA for players,
Shanahan,
and there's not for coaches.
Okay, I hear that, but Shanahan hasn't even got to the last year of his deal. Not even close, and he still gets his new money.
He's been amazing.
So I'm not going to sit here and pocket watch again on a Monday morning. Juszczyk had it right. He wasn't happy. He expressed himself. He still agreed. And then here's the thing. He still restructured his contract. So you're mad at Juszczyk for being mad about him taking less money? I don't get that.
Armstead is a great example. Armstead had a down year, all right? Multiple years in a row. He had guaranteed money still left. The team said, hey, let's renegotiate. We'd like to still keep you around, all right? We're going to have to pay you this guaranteed money no matter what because of what we gave you. And then they were like, all right, you don't want to stay here? You think you can get $4 extra million or whatever it ended up being from Jacksonville? Then take a hike. Like we act like the players aren't getting, they're still going to get paid. This thing and I look at
Shasky, when you ran a business, didn't you try to gain leverage at all types of aspects of your business? Didn't you try to gain leverage and do what's best for your business?
If that were the case, then I would be cutting players left and right. But that's not. There's a CBA in place where you have guaranteed money and you still end up paying them.
When you're running a business and say you're not making a lot of money
within
and
the
you have
rules
to go
of the business, yes,
within
that's
the rules
what
of the
you do.
business,
You run the business properly.
And then exactly. So then, if you got an employee and your business is not performing, aren't you going to try to tell that employee, "Hey, I need you to take less. I'm going to have to lower your wages"?
No, literally, this is what they said to him. They said, hey, we can prorate this amount of money over X amount of years.
I'm saying if you're running a business and you're like, hey, man,
this isn't a normal business. This is a CBA.
I know, trust me. But you always bring up normal businesses when it comes to these players all the time. I'm just got to hear you talk about real estate and this and that and this and that. You bring up other businesses when it comes to the business of football all the damn time. So all of a sudden, not doing it, all of a sudden, it's not a correlation there? Come on, man.
So let's say, okay, you're missing the mark.
You're pocket watching, man.
No, it's not. It's the sport. It's
pocket watching, man.
Yeah, that's what happens.
You're mad at players for not getting. That's the fandom speaking, man.
No, it's not the fandom. That's it's reality. So, like right now, Brandon Aiyuk signed. They said, "Hey, we think you're worth 26. I think I'm worth 27. All right, fine. You don't think you're worth 27? Go play in Cleveland if you don't like it. If you don't like that, we'll send you to New England, right? And so, for example, you think that you're going to make $1 million more. That $1 million more that you're going to make, you're going to be miserable. The money is not all equal in different situations. So, like, you know, when Brady took $14 million from the New England Patriots, it was not the same as taking $14 million from the Raiders. So I'm looking at the Aiyuk situation and I'm saying to myself, look, Brandon, it's very simple.
Okay.
We have a number that we think that you can make here. If you don't like it, you are guaranteed the $15 million, 14 plus some change this year. I will also give you the franchise tag next year, which is what more guaranteed money, which is going to equate to the same signing bonus that Debo got on signing, which is $41 million. That's how the game is played.
So if you do that, that's all promises, right? It's not on paper. You're saying that's word of mouth, right?
Pocket.
It's in the back pocket.
Yeah, it's what
until I tear a freaking ACL in week 5, and then all of a sudden you're saying, "Oh, wait a minute."
I mean,
you're not going to be ready until week 5 next season.
I could give you $100 million deal, and you could tear
exactly. That's why you need to get the deal now. That's why you need to get the deal now to protect yourself.
Yeah, but a week later, these guys want to protect themselves. Repaid. They want to get.
No, it doesn't.
And I think we've gotten to a saturation point where
you go word of mouth with a franchise, and they say we're going to franchise you. Just play for the 14. We're gonna take care of you. Word of faith. We want you to trust our word. Trust our words here.
What are you talking about?
You just talk about playing on a franchise tag. You got that in your back pocket.
That's what Kirk Cousins
can't do that. An agent is not going to allow their client to do that.
What I'm saying is, in this stalemate, Aiyuk's holding out for $1 million, $2 million more. The Niners have set their number.
We don't know how much he's holding out for. I don't know the exact number. I haven't heard it from the agent. I haven't heard it from franchise. I just heard it from writers.
So on this hypothetical, he takes the $14 million that are guaranteed this year, and he just underperforms and plays terrible. The Niners don't get $8 million back from him in this case, and that's what happened when you got paid the $12 million signing bonus for being a first-round pick, plus the $14 million he'll have guaranteed right now. Like, that's more than a lot of players ever make. I'm not saying that he shouldn't hold out and not get onto the practice field. I understand that point. What I'm saying is the Niners have presented him with something, whether he loves it, hates it, whatever. The second he signs any deal, whether it be in San Francisco, in Cleveland, some other receiver somewhere is going to sign an amount of money, and they're going to say, I need another $1 million.
No.
And it's, for the fans, I do believe it's exhausting. We're reaching a saturation point.
All right. That may happen and may not happen. But if it does happen 2 years down the line, so for example, you're doing this radio show. You're getting all the ratings. You're number one. You got a deal. Aren't you going to go back to this program management? Or are you going to honor the contract even though you're outperforming your deal? Or are you going to go back to the manager and say, you know what? I'm number 1, number 4 market in the country. This deal, I kind of need new money. I need to see what I'm worth, right? You're going to go renegotiate, right?
But I also don't turn around and say, Colin Cowherd got this over there, and now I need to redo mine. That's not how it works.
No, in this market. I'm asking you a specific thing.
And
I'm
I
not
don't
bringing
take
in
whatever
Colin
they're making
Howard.
over at the other station or in the afternoon or whatever and present that to my bosses and say, need to tear it up. I still need to be the highest paid guy on the morning show. That's not how normal stuff works. That's how the league is now. Every single player is looking around, and I understand certain guys have the leverage. Every single player in the league is like, got to redo this deal.
That sounds like bad business then. That sounds like you're leaving a lot of money on the table. That's not smart business. That's not smart business.
I mean, at some level, I do believe we're hitting a saturation point for fans where it's becoming like a tune-out on some of these
fandom,
guys.
But you see, we're letting the fandom get in the way of the business aspect
we're fans.
of it. Yeah, but you're letting it get away in the business. You got to realize this is their business. This is his one chance to cash in to go get his next big deal and get generational money. This is how the rich stay rich. Okay. This is how the 1%ers stay the 1%ers.
So you really think Brandon Ayuk's life changes if he gave, let's just say hypothetically, the Niners give him $70 million guaranteed.
Do you know what Brandon Ayuk's Do you know what Brandon Ayuk's goals are after football?
I mean,
he may want to get into ownership. Well, he may want to own the business. So you're going to need all the money you can to invest in that.
I don't care what you're like. If I was running the team, I wouldn't care what your goals are outside of that.
You don't care about him because you're a fan.
The Niners care what his goals are outside of football.
You sure about that? Well, that's why the agent is there, and that's why the agent there. We had Doug Hickerson on Friday saying, "Look, man, I still have a relationship with Marshawn Lynch. My job is to make sure that my client is good when they're playing, and 20 years after they're playing, I need to make sure that they're good and still on the right track and doing whatever they got to do. Like LeBron James is taking up all the money in the world, right? Well, he needs all that money. He wants to get in ownership, right? We don't know what their goals are after football, so how can you just say here, how's your life going to change? Your life could change tremendously between $80 million guaranteed and just playing for 14.
I know
that's leaving over $65 million on the table.
I just know that when people get to the end of their life, they don't think about that extra $5, $5 million, 10, whatever it is.
You sure about that?
In 1971, me getting that extra $6. That's the way I view life. I
know rich people who said, I'm not going to say names, but when Under Armour first came out, right? Okay. Under Armour, the stock was low, and people were like, you should buy an Under Armour. I know rich people that say, man, I really regret not investing in the Under Armour.
I left a lot of millions of dollars.
Exactly. That's how the rich people think. They're playing with hundreds of millions of dollars. They're in a different league, Shasky.
We're so off topic. We want Aiyuk to show up, and whether he gets paid the 8th amount of money at wide receiver, the 6th amount of money, nobody cares. We just want to see him play on the field. And I think that some of these guys, like Devontae Smith said, it's not going to change your life that much if you're banking on yourself. You want to play in a good team, in a good situation where you're going to win and still make really, really, really good money, well, then you stay here. If you don't and you're all about cashing in and making the most amount, well, then good luck in New England.
You worked for a union, right?
Yes.
I worked for a union.
Yes. And usually the collective takes a little less so that everybody makes more and the individual gets knocked down. You could be the greatest electrician in the world and you're really kind of capped at what you can make.
And you see that, right? Because unions always use other unions' wages to negotiate their new deals, right? That's how it works. So why is it wrong for a player to say, hey, this wide receiver that I'm more productive than, is making X, Y, and Z.
Well, that's the definition of pocket watching.
No, it's the definition of knowing your value and doing what's best for you, for your business. You know what I'm saying? Understanding your business, understanding what you're worth.
This is a guy who was voted by the players as the 66th best guy and the 8th best 49er.
That's pretty damn good.
It's really
That's pretty damn good.
But he wants to make the third most on the team.
How many players are in the league?
He wants to make the third most on the team, right? And I'm just saying, like, the rest of football said you're the 8th best Niner in the top 100. Whether you think that that's an accurate depiction or not, they had CMC, Trent, Fred Warner, Kittle, Purdy, Bosa, Debo, all higher than him, right? And so I do listen to that.
So then trade him then. Let's see the 49ers without Brandon Aiyuk.
I think that they've given him. This is what I think this happened. I think the Niners have said, whatever the number is, this is the number that we are not going over. Take it or leave it. If you don't like it, these are the two locations we'll trade you to. But other than that, that's what you get.
All right. Well, that's not going to work for Brandon Aiyuk. Bob in San Francisco. Bob, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on?
How you doing?
Good.
Well, I kind of agree with both of you. I believe there is a saturation point coming or is here or whatever. And then I agree with Bonte because this is a business. You have to go out and negotiate for the best thing you can do for yourself. I mean, the example is, anybody gone to the grocery store? Nobody's stopping these guys from, raising the prices all across the board. And at the same time, look at the owners of the NFL. They are literally billionaires. So these guys are just trying to get a piece of the action. Yeah, they're millionaires, whatever, for their, they're doing the labor, they're doing the hard work of playing the game. But the fact is, it's a minuscule compared to what's actually being generated in income. So don't blame these guys for going out and trying to do what's best for them. That's my point.
They split up the money amongst the players and the owners, and it's collectively bargained. So I know everyone loses their mind because the owners are making billions, and I get that. But the player union comes together, and they split up the pie of money. So if the players have an issue with how much the owners are making and how much of that pie that the players are all getting, and they have to divide amongst themselves,
what you're saying right now?
Then that's up to them.
Do you believe what you're saying when it comes to owners and players? Do you honestly believe what you're saying, that it's not going to make a difference in his life what he makes? Really? That's the fandom talking.
No, it's not.
This is it is. You being a fan, you want what's best for your football team right now.
On the relative, yeah, of course I do.
You're talking like a fan right now, like a true fan. Like, just go play for the 14. You have no idea what aspirations. You basically did. You said play for the 14.
Play for the 70 million guaranteed they're going to give you.
Play for the 14, and then, hey, in the back pocket, we got a franchise tag. Yeah, that all changes the minute you step on the field and twist an ankle. That all changes the minute you step on the field and rupture an Achilles, and all of a sudden you don't get your money. Like, come on, man. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. So Brandon Aiyuk, there's rumors swirling with him. What are you going to do, Niner fans? How do you feel about the situation? I don't even need to ask the question because I already know how people feel. You want him to shut up and just play for the $14 million and play ball because he's got generational money and all that stuff. But the minute he does that and he tears a knee, or the minute he drops a pass, you guys are going to be all over him. So why should the player not look out for themselves and their families? Why should the players not, he's their own business. He's his own business right now. We all in business. Everybody, you, me, Spadoni, we're all trying to get what we can get. Top of the line. So now we get mad at Brandon Aiyuk for trying to get what he's going to get?
No, you just can't pay everyone top of the line money at every turn. Like, they're already paying the highest middle linebacker number. They're paying one of the top 5 tight end numbers.
And Javon Hargrave's the top 5 highest paid player.
And I don't think that's a good money spent.
It's not good money spent at all.
I said that since basically middle of last season. Like, you're paying 2 $20 million tackles. Like, it's not good money. Debo's making top of the market money. Bosa's clearly making top of the market money.
How would you feel if you were... Debo's making $28 million this year, correct? $28 million this season. And now he's paying $14. The way I look at it is this. Is Debo Samuel worth $14 million more than Brandon Aiyuk on this football team?
I would say to you, this is exactly what I would say. All right, if you're going to play that math equation, what about the first 3 years of production where Debo was making a fraction of what Aiyuk has already been guaranteed? I see your point. Yes, of course he's not 26 million. But then now you're pocket watching your own player. No,
you're not pocket watching. You're just saying, hey, this is my value. My value in the league. Here's what the metrics say all across the league. GMs, executives, metrics, grades, PFF, whatever it is. I think PFF has Brandon Aiyuk in the top 5 as wide receiver because of the run blocking ability.
Players have Debo 30.
But the players have Debo 30 and Aiyuk is 66. Yet, executives say they have Brandon Aiyuk in the top 10 and Debo's an honorable mention. Those are the executives. Right. The player, and this is why I don't really... The player vote in the top 100 is all fun. It's all good fodder.
I find it interesting.
It's interesting, but Tyreek Hill's really the number 1 player in this league.
No, but they had it right in the sense that, like, Mahomes should be at the top somewhere. Okay, he's 4-1.
Mahomes should be number 1.
Well, obviously.
It's not a doubt. And it's not a doubt.
But there's going to be hater.
It's not a doubt. It's not a doubt.
But
Mahomes
did they really mess
4.
up that CMC and Trent are in the top 10?
CMC should be in the top 10.
I agree,
should be in the
right?
top 10.
Like, I don't think Hill's number 1, but I don't think it's wrong. I don't think the entire list is now null and void because Tyreek Hill went number 1.
Like, Brandon Aiyuk gets paid. I don't see it drop off in his production. I see a guy who's going to get better and better and better. Tebow got paid. He came in out of shape. You want to talk about unprofessional? Brandon Aiyuk has done everything the 49ers have asked him to do. Come to camp. He's been at camp. He's been there on the sideline. He's been in the weight room. He's been in the film room. He's sitting there smiling. He's giving out bro hugs. He's just saying, what else can I do? I look around. I've done everything that you asked me to do. I got out the doghouse, and that's why I'm a little confused with fans. That's why sometimes fans get on my damn nerves. Not every fan, but some fans, they get on my damn nerves because this guy went to the doghouse, apparently, was in there. Shanahan was not in favor with him, and he worked his ass out of the doghouse and has become one of the best wide receivers in football. And now when it comes time to come correct with the money, all of a sudden he's on the outside looking in. Yeah, I'm not mad at Brandon Aiyuk for this. I'm not mad at him at all. You should be able to get your money in this league where they could cut your ass in the blink of an eye and not give you all your guaranteed money. The hell with that.
Well,
the hell with
they
that.
have injury settlements. You make it sound like every contract is just cut and there's nothing paid out. They have injury settlements. They have guaranteed. When you sign this whole guaranteed at signing, like depending on how they prorate it over multiple years, because you have 5 years to spread the money out. Like some of these guys, whatever you're guaranteed, like Debo, for example, he was guaranteed the $41 million at signing, meaning no matter what happened to him outside of an injury settlement, which they can agree to, he was getting $41 million guaranteed. When Aiyuk signed his rookie contract, he was guaranteed, I believe, $13+ million. And then when they exercised the 5th-year option, he was guaranteed another $14 million, which is $27 million guaranteed throughout the first 5 years of his career. Again, not generational NFL wide receiver money, still pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. So let's not act like he was making $800K.
Nobody's acting like that.
You know,
nobody's acting like that.
And if he hurts himself this year, that would really suck.
Acting like is we're seeing Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, AJ Brown, Amari St. Brown, hell, DJ Moore last week, all get their money, and there's many, many more. And Aiyuk's on the outside looking in, as he was second team All-Pro, as one of the 6 best wide receivers in all of football last year, and on a team that is last in pass attempts. And he's producing those type of numbers, and Aiyuk's thinking, damn, what if I was on the Cowboys? What if I was on the Browns? What if I did get 150 targets this season? I may go for 1,600 yards a pop. And then what is he worth?
And then how are we talking about him? Pound foolish when we talk about those equations, because if the way I view it, and again, if you have confidence in yourself, and you could disagree, but the way I view it is I'm banking on myself. And so if I like my boss and I like the setting that I'm in and I'm in a winning environment, well, then I think that if I take a little less here, not only will I get that extra contract on the back end, I'm going to win. I'm going to make more money off the field. And to me, there's a happy QOL factor in this quality of life where I look at someone like Devontae Adams and maybe he made the most amount of money with the Raiders. I don't know if his quality of life is as happy as my situation here, making just a little slightly less. Everyone has their own prerogatives. Some people want to make every single penny, and they will travel all across the world to switch jobs to do it. That's not me. I've said that to you multiple times. I want to stay in this area.
You. So you can't put everybody in your box. Now not everybody is you, Joe Shasky.
Well, everybody has your mindset.
Everybody has your mindset. You're not giving up a signing bonus. Well, we're here at 95.7 the game. There's money on the table. You ain't leaving no money here on the table. Come on, man. If 95.7, you want to get every single dime at the station, just like I do, just like Matt Steinmetz, just like Derek the Guru Johnson. We all want to do that. We're all selfish in that aspect. We want to do what's best for our families at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I also don't look at what the Sacramento hosts are getting paid and say, if you don't like it, I'm going there.
Then that's bad business, Shasky.
No, that's just me understanding that I'm never going to go there.
No, that's you not understanding the business and not getting what you're maximized. Sacramento Sacramento's in a smaller market. You're in San Francisco, big boy. You got to get what you got to do. You don't think I'm looking at other contracts saying, man, what is my value? That's leaving money on the damn table. And that is foolish, and that is bad business. I'm sorry. That is terrible business. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Safeway? Your calls. I want my money. I want my money now.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal and more. Coca-Cola, Monster Energy Drink, Snapple Tea, Topo Chico Sabores, Dasani Water, or Smart Water, selected varieties and sizes, buy 2, get 2 free when you buy 4. See you in the aisles.
High five! Up top!
We always found we got to stop falling down a rabbit hole of money, man. Maybe we go a day without talking money. I want my money. I want my money now. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Catch live games on the app along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed too. Or listen to podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys with Joe Saski and Sam Lubman. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll play some of Doug Henderson yesterday. I wish you were here for that interview. I really do. To hear it from an agent's perspective. And we'll get him back on and we'll see him at Fight Night at the Olympic Club. When is that? September 11th? 9/11? I think it's 9/11.
Yeah, that week, yeah.
Yeah, that week. So that'll be a lot of fun. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you make of Brandon Aiyuk? What do you make? All right, here's Doug Henderson. He joined us Friday. It's with the Wasserman Group. Executive Vice President of the Wasserman Group. He's done a great job with them. He's had many clients. Cam Jordan. He has Max Crosby, Marshawn Lynch, Michael Bennett, to name a few. Here's Doug Hendrickson on guiding players like Aiyuk through a holdout.
Well, it's interesting. I think you have two guys. I think Trent probably is like, look, man, if I miss a month, who cares? He's in year, 15, 16, 14. And it's almost like big deal. I've been there, done it, and whatnot. I think with Aiyuk, it's probably a little different. But I think the hardest part for any agent is really not doing the deal. The hardest part is navigating the client, meaning, you got to know going in, if I'm trying to get X amount for Aiyuk, can I get it? Is it reasonable to get it? Am I going to get there? And what are you telling the client? And so a lot of the battle here is, navigating the client, the family, in terms of where it's going to be and what you might get. I mean, like Marshawn told me back in the day, look, don't come at me crooked, don't come at me sideways, shoot me straight, meaning that you got to know kind of where things stand. And so if you're telling Aiyuk as the agent, hey, I'm going to get you Justin Jefferson money, and you can't get it, well, then you got a problem. And so, the question is, what are they trying to get? Is it reasonable to get that or not? And if it is, then great. Then you hold out and you do what you got to do. But you got to look at all the different aspects and figure out, really where are we at with the team? What's reasonable to get? And is the holdout worth it or not worth it? Because at some point, the end might come and you might have nothing to show for it. And so you really got to navigate this process and really be with the player to help them out. I've had a lot of holdouts in my career, but you really got to be patient with them, but more importantly, tell them the truth and let them know what's going on in the process.
So that's what the agent's doing right now with Brandon Aiyuk. Is like, look, man, you got to chill, do what you do, but keep your mentals right. So that's Doug Henderson. And he said a lot. He brought up a player that he had, and they were up for a new deal, and they're negotiating a new deal. And it's like, we got to get the deal done. They get the deal done. And next week, that player tears his Achilles. And it was like, if I don't do that, now for the team aspect, they're screwed. You're right, guy tears his Achilles. You just gave him new money. What are you going to do? Damn, sucking costs. Yeah. But you want to do right by the player at the end of the day. I always believe that. You want to do right by the player. But then if he doesn't get that deal done and he tears his Achilles, that guy's never seeing that money. So you see the catch-22 here? Like
everyone sees it. There's risk in everyone on both sides. There's risk for the player and there's risk for the team. I mean, I see it. I'm just coming to this conclusion, and I feel like we've known this since like February. The 49ers are in a very difficult financial situation. I think that they've put a number down on paper. This is my feeling. I have no insights. I'm not reporting anything. They put a number down on paper that they can physically afford. All right, based off their projections, whether it's the cap increasing, who they think they can retain, etc. They put a number on paper. I think Aiyuk and his agent are sitting around going, well, there's probably 10 teams in the NFL right now who will pay me whatever I want, essentially. Let's just say the number's $30 million a year. And I wouldn't be surprised if that number's even higher than that, because I'm sure there are a couple of different teams. Like Carolina would pay him yesterday, right? But you also have to have a feeling of like, the Niners aren't just going to move Brandon Aiyuk because someone else wants to pay him. Their objective is to win a Super Bowl, and their window to do such is literally this season. Like it's like this big, right? Exactly. And so you also have to understand the leverage that the 49ers have in this situation. And I just think that both sides, the Niners and the player and the representation, have kind of like, they kind of botched this a little. Not a lot, just a little. And I think they were very close to signing. And I think that the Niners' number can't change much because they know they have to pay Purdy. They know they've got 7 other free agents next year, whether it's De'Armond or Aaron Banks, Travarius Ward, etc. And they also know, like, God, we got to give Trent Williams guaranteed money in the same way Tyreek had to have his money reworked. And I think they're in a very precarious position, but also the 49ers realize we are not getting rid of you just because 7 or 8 other teams will give you $30 million. We're going to keep you. And if you don't like it, you have up to 6 games that you can miss, or you're going to play and accrue a season or not. It's up to you.
BA has never said that he wants to leave. It's obvious BA wants to be a 49er. He said that on the Pivot podcast. I want to be a Niner. I want to be a 49er. I want to be on the West Coast. I want to be in the Bay Area. And then he holds in. If he didn't want to be a Niner, I don't think he's holding in. I don't think he's walking the sidelines at practice if he really wants to be a 49er.
Yeah, I think he also he wants to be a 49er, but again, this is just the sense. He also wants a very specific amount of money. I don't think it's just I want to be a Niner.
Right. I want to get paid fairly.
It's complicated.
I want to get paid fairly, so it is complicated. So, look, the Niners right now have the leverage. They're playing hardball with them. But this league changes in a heartbeat. We can laugh now and say, hey, go to New England now. Hey, go to Carolina. Go see how you like that. This league does change year to year. We didn't think much of the Texans last year, and they come out of nowhere, and next thing you know, they're in the divisional round. So there's no guarantee that the winning lasts forever here in San Francisco.
No, you're making calculated bets.
You're making bets on yourself. So when we say, hey, man, if you're not going to be happy in New England, well, we don't know that yet. We don't know. They got a new coaching staff. They got a new swagger. They may suck this year, but who's to know if next year or the year after, back in the AFC East. So you know what I'm saying? I would go
in the other direction with you. It's like, all right, if I was a offensive skill player or even a defensive player, I'd be like, who are the well-run organizations, right? If they want me, I'd like to play there, things being considered.
New England a good, well-run organization?
I think the last 4 or 5 years, they have not, no. And they haven't won, and they're in transition. I think they're in a tough transition.
I think their ownership is solid, stable. Front office is stable now.
I think that most people think that they have the least amount of offensive firepower in the league.
They may.
So I'm saying to myself, hey, the Rams, the Chiefs, the Niners,
but
these are the well-run teams, right?
To my point, we also thought about that. We didn't think anything of Tank Dell with the Texans. We didn't think of anything with Nico Collins. We thought the Texans was going to stink and win 3 games.
They won 10 games last year. Let's see what they do this year.
I think they're bad.
I'm talking about long-term. Like, we've seen multiple years. Like, for example, LaFleur. Headed into last year, I was like, oh, we'll see what LaFleur looks like without Aaron Rodgers. And by the year's end, I'm like, actually, you know what? LaFleur's done it with Aaron Rodgers. He rejuvenated his career at the end, and he's done it with Jordan Love. Wow, he's really good.
See, that's the problem there. We're looking at it in real time, saying, oh, hey, I don't. We're not projecting in real time. We're saying, oh boy,
you're making calculated bets.
We're missing. So the Patriots, you look at their playmakers this year. Sure, Kendrick Bourne, not a good playmaker. KJ Osborne, okay. He's okay. Demario Douglas, I don't know nothing about him. Hunter Henry seems to be on his, last leg here.
70-15.
They don't have a lot of talent there. There's no doubt they don't have a lot of talent there.
Brissett.
They don't have a lot of talent. Now, Jacoby Brissett for now, and then Drake May obviously will take over at some point. Now, I don't even know if I like Drake May. I'm not sure about him. You got Jared Mayo's coach. Who knows with New England? He probably doesn't want to go there. I'm sure BA's like, New England?
Well, that's why I'm surprised, and watching him, and I know that some of this is just posturing and whatever, but it's like, you really want to go to Pittsburgh? Like, Pittsburgh of 7 or 8 years ago, I get it. Like, really? Like, Pittsburgh? George Pickens has been on a milk carton the last couple years. And he's a very talented player.
Yeah,
I understand why Pittsburgh wants him. I'm just saying, like, if I'm looking at that division, like, they're at best the 3rd best team in that division.
Didn't they make the playoffs last year, Pittsburgh? They made the playoffs last year, right?
Come on.
They made the playoffs with no quarterback.
Okay, but you're signing up to play for that team?
I mean, you got TJ when he lose to Buffalo, and that game was actually pretty competitive with Buffalo. That was a competitive football game. In the 4th quarter, it was a competitive football game. I'm not going to scoff at the Pittsburgh Steelers. If he wanted to go to
Baltimore, I would understand it more. If he wanted to go to Cincinnati currently, I'd understand it more. I'm just saying that, like, I would want to stay with Shanahan in this situation where I know that, like, wow, even if I'm not the number 1 option week to week, I'm going to be able to throw up some pretty damn good numbers. I'm banking on this situation.
Well, you look at Pittsburgh, right? Because they are one of the well-run organizations, correct?
Yeah, but they haven't won a playoff game in 8 years.
They haven't won a playoff game, no doubt.
Just over the last 6 years, there's no question.
Teams go on droughts. God knows we have had our droughts out here in San Francisco. We've had a drought season a few times here in our adulthood. but they're a well-run organization. You know what you're going to get from Tomlin. And now they invest on the quarterbacks. Now, Russell Wilson, we'll see what, like, we all know Nathaniel Hackett ain't much, right? Nathaniel Hackett he's not good. He was a terrible head coach. I don't think he's a very good OC. Now, we'll see in week 1 with Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets, and maybe I'll be eating my words. But Nathaniel Hackett, we all know, now you go to Pittsburgh, you got a Russell Wilson. You got a Justin Fields. You got a Najee Harris. You got a Jalen Warren.
Russ is hurt.
And you have George Pickens for right now. It's August 5th. Shout out Anna Novikov. It's our anniversary today, by the way. Shout out her. Roman Wilson, not coming from Michigan. He's hurt as well. But you get Arthur Smith as your offensive coordinator, who I think is a very good offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he was good with that Tannehill.
I think he got the most out of Tannehill. As a head coach, I don't know. But now you get Arthur Smith as your OC, and you still have Mike Tomlin there in that division where they're getting close. I mean, Pittsburgh they won 10 games last year? Damn. So, they were 10-7 last year with no quarterback. They may feel like they're not that far away, and they bring in a George Pickens, a Brandon Aiyuk to the table.
If they were in the NFC, I would look at Pittsburgh different. They're in the AFC. I put a black mark right through their name.
TJ Watt on the other side. All right. I mean,
that's just me.
That's just you. I think Pittsburgh could be really, really good. I really do. I think they could be really, really good. So that's why it's the reason why Pittsburgh wants him. It's the reason why Cleveland wants him. It's the reason why all these teams want a good player. I think he's a really good player. He's on the cusp of being great. You know, top 166, you're 91 in Madden, you got 1,300 yards, you're second team all pro. Again, I think in this market, we underrate who Brandon Aiyuk is. I really do. I really think we underrate him because of Shanahan, because of Debo, because of Brock Purdy. That's why when Brandon Aiyuk, the day we were doing 10-2, and the news broke that he wanted to trade, I was going to come in with that show saying, you know what? I want to see Brandon Aiyuk get traded because I want to see how good Brock Purdy is. I want to see if Brock Purdy, can he elevate this offense without one of his primary targets and take this team back to the promised land? And is he worth the $60 million a year that he may get paid? Maybe, but that's what excited me about that. So, you want to trade Brandon Aiyuk for picks? Go be it. Now the pressure shifts at Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan.
I don't think the Niners want to trade him. I think that they had a number in mind, and it feels like that number is not going to satisfy Brandon Aiyuk. And I think that they're going to have to come to a conclusion somewhat one way or the other. And if he's not going to sign the tenure, then you do have to explore the options that are out there. And it's either make a trade for a player that can help you now or get the highest draft pick that you can for the future. And I think that the Niners are reluctantly going through this right now.
Yeah, George Pickens last year had 1,140 receiving yards on 63 catches with those quarterbacks. Would
Why are you selling yourself on Pittsburgh?
No, I'm not selling myself on Pittsburgh because you dismiss Pittsburgh so much.
No, I'm just looking at it. Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers so bad. Like, good luck with that.
Well, it's not going to be bad.
I know the Niners will be back in the playoffs next year, and we'll see if Pittsburgh gets there.
Well, they did last year.
Okay.
They did last year with Kenny Pickett at quarterback and Mitchell Trubisky and Mason Rudolph in the back. Would you say that Russell Wilson's better than all three of those quarterbacks?
I think Russell Wilson's finished.
Okay, all right.
I do. I think he's cooked.
What about Justin Fields? Is he better than those three guys?
I don't think highly of Justin Fields.
Well, all right.
I mean, you're asking me, and I'm telling you sincerely.
I'm not I didn't dispute it. I just said, okay, that's
Russell Wilson was horrific last year.
I mean, George Pickens put up those numbers with those quarterbacks.
Well, look, the raw numbers. I had him in fantasy. It was feast or famine for him all year, and they were throwing up numbers late in games.
Isn't it always feast or famine with wide receivers in fantasy football?
What?
Fantasy football, it's tough to get consistency from the wide recipper position.
But with 17 games on the schedule, a 1,000-yard season doesn't mean what it used to.
You're just talking up the Amari Cooper 1,000-yard season.
I'm just saying. You're throwing it around like it's 55 to 58 yards a game. That's what it is, right? So, I mean, how many guys, given usage rate, can get you that in the league right now?
I don't know.
This is why, which goes back to the team building aspect.
It feels so easy. Everybody would do it.
It's poor team building to try to invest $60 million into two wide receivers, which is why the Debo deal doesn't look great in retrospect.
Yeah, Philadelphia is still a Super Bowl contender with two wide receivers at the money they're getting paid.
And we'll see their defense. They don't have a lot of money on that defense, so we'll see.
Man,
they gave away, Fletcher Cox retired, and they gave away Hassan Reddick because they didn't want to pay him.
What about Team USA? Let's shift gears for a second. We're so caught up in the money. Draymond Green caught up in Team USA in the rotations.
No one's looking at the minutes like, oh, this guy played less. Like I said to JT, no, when you win a gold medal, no one cares who scored the points. No one cares who played the minute. Did you win a gold medal or did you not? That's what it boils down to. Did you win a gold medal? Did you not? However, you don't not play Jason Tatum. That man just won NBA championship, cover of NBA 2K, cover of Sports Illustrated saying cheers. Just signed the biggest contract in NBA history. Oh, and by the way, your reward is sit down and don't play in the first Olympic game. So I totally disagree with that. And as I said, just from the outside looking in, it just comes off as like we made a mistake as a coaching staff, as opposed to just the mistake that we made. This is what it is and moving on. You now combat it with, all right, now this guy ain't playing. JT goes from out of the starting lineup, out of the rotation at all, 0 minutes to the starting lineup. That don't make him feel good. Because then it's like, oh, this is the story. Now I'm all of a sudden in the starting lineup. I'm Jason Tatum. It's almost like, oh, I'm giving you this so you don't feel bad. Like, that don't make him feel good. It actually, I'm sure it probably made him feel worse about it. Like, oh, now I'm starting. And so I just disagree with what's going on with the lineup stuff. Like, get the lineups, lock the lineups in, lock the rotations in. We know who start, we know who we go, and go with it. But somebody else in the lineup today, Nuke got him. Again, we're good enough to get away with it because we're just more superior than everyone. Team USA basketball, best in the world, bar none, no question. So we get away with it. But just because we get away with it don't make it right. And I think it's wrong. I totally disagree with it, but we 3-0.
Of course, the head coach of Team USA is Steve Kerr, who happens to coach the Golden State Warriors and Draymond Green.
You think Steve Kerr's making these lineup decisions with Team USA without the input of the other star players and without the input of Ty Lue and
I think the players just understand this is Team USA.
But hasn't Kerr told us for many years now, like whether it's the Warriors in the regular season or Team USA, even 10 guys in a rotation is just difficult. It's easy to ask for. I think it's harder to implement, especially there's only 10-minute quarters, right? Not 12-minute.
There's 10-minute quarters, but again, I look at it like this.
What's that?
Look, I'm not outraged over Jason Tatum not playing because when I heard some of the people I talked to, he wasn't looking good in exhibitions and he wasn't looking good in practice. Remember, he came a few days late. He looked a little stiff and they're playing a different style. Celtics play a different style. Yeah. This is a whole different style he's playing right now. So does the optics look good when you bench him one game and then start him the next game? Of course it doesn't look good. Of course it doesn't. It looks like, you're paying attention to everything that everybody's talking about here. Then Embiid doesn't play, and he's an MVP. And I know everybody's getting on Embiid, but hey, Embiid can't. He's an MVP of the league. He's going to go in second without playing that. Nobody's talking about that because, Embiid slowed everything down. But everybody should be able to. It's Team USA. You're blowing teams out. You had the biggest point differential in pool play. There should be some minutes for here and there for everybody. We should be able to work it in. I just find it fascinating, man. Draymond's podding a lot, and the great thing is nobody touched on is he was doing a podcast with his gold medal on. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
The video component of it, he had the gold medal on as he's talking Team USA basketball. So part of it is I kind of do agree that Tatum should have played and that Embiid should have played, and the coaches should do a better job at finding ways to find these players. But I'm not outraged over it.
So all 12 guys should play every game?
You can find some minutes for somebody. Now,
it's easier said than done.
It's easier said than done. I get it. In real time, you may give up a 10-0 run. You're like, you know what? I need to go with these guys.
Exactly.
So I understand it. So that's why I'm not outraged over it as many other people are. I don't think it's Team USA. Now, some guys are struggling. Stand in front of the ball and defending at the point of attack.
I didn't think Curry had his best game, the last one.
I don't think he had great games in pool play. South Sudan, their speed bothered him. Yeah. Serbia's guards went at Steph Curry.
Yeah, but what are you going to sit Steph Curry?
Exactly. So, but in the medal rounds, Steph Curry may have a quick hook. Are people going to be outraged over that? No, you're trying to win a gold medal. And if you're the ultimate team player, which I know Steph Curry is, you're going to be fine with it.
Now I'm imagining everyone pocket watching their own minutes on the bench. This guy's playing this and that guy's playing that. And are you going to bench Steph Curry? Like, no, you're not going to bench Steph Curry. I just keep coming back to the same thing. It's really hard to keep everyone happy when you're on an quote-unquote all-star Olympic team, and very few guys are ready to embrace the Bam Adebayo and Derek White. Those guys are like quote-unquote role players, right? For this team, they're like role guys. Tatum's not necessarily like a role player by nature. He's a star, headlining player. And I just think it's a lot more difficult to find him in different rotations when you're Durant, Curry, LeBron dominated. It's just harder.
It's hard. It is hard.
Like Drew Holiday, I was seeing the Drew SA chants. Those were pretty cool. Drew Holiday fits with a lot of different lineup combinations because he doesn't have to have the ball in his hand. And if he does, he can kind of keep the ball moving, right? And he can set screens and he can rebound. He can do a lot of little things. Like Tatum's kind of a nice guy.
Now, I just feel like people, though, if the message came from somebody else, and I'm with you with the ISO guy, it's a different style.
It's just different.
It's a different style, and it happens. And again, people told me that he wasn't looking that good anyway, so the people that I trust that was covering these practices were just like, look, it is what Tatum hasn't looked good. He's struggling right now.
He also played a long season.
He did, so it's all good. I mean, you could maybe play him a small, play him next to AD or something, and then you get Kevin Durant back, and Kevin Durant's great. Especially in FIBA. Kevin Durant fits
right now
perfectly.
He's the MVP of the team.
He's unbelievable.
Am I wrong?
He's LeBron James might be the MVP of the team. LeBron James has been unbelievable. LeBron's been unbelievable. He's had that Game 6 versus Boston look when he was with the Miami Heat at TD Garden. He's been unbelievable. Unbelievable. Devin Booker actually has been really good, too.
Much better the last 2 games.
No, I think the last 4 games. Okay. Devin Booker, I think he's had a hell of a playoff run. It's been really good. I'll get to this Michael Silver quote in just a second here. But we also have a deadline to pay attention to when it comes to basketball. Tony Jones, our friend from The Athletic, was with Tim Kawakami. And Lauri Markkanen is unlikely to sign an extension with the Jazz tomorrow. According to The Athletic's Tony Jones, it's unlikely that Markkanen will sign a new deal by Tuesday, which makes sense. The 27-year-old Markkanen knows he's going to get major money either now or next summer. By not signing this week, Markkanen essentially gains a bit of control over his future. So here's the deal. If he signs on the 7th or later, he can't get traded for the season.
So we don't want him traded then.
Signed. But if he doesn't sign at all, and Utah's sitting there like, you're not going to sign our deal, then he's in play to get traded any day. As long as he doesn't sign the extension, he can be traded. So where are Warrior fans at when it comes to Lauri Markkanen? Because we're hearing everything. Pods is untouchable. Kuminga's untouchable.
That's a crazy sentence. A year ago, if I had said Pods was untouchable, wouldn't we all like, what?
But the owner, Joe Lacob, has actually said that, look, nobody's untouchable unless your name's Steph Curry. We may have 1 or maybe 2 players who are untouchable. That's about it.
Well, if you keep criticizing
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
If you keep criticizing the coach's Olympic rotations,
Well, I don't mean
it's not a good look.
Well, I mean,
I wouldn't love that if I was Curry.
It's Draymond Green.
Well, I mean, Draymond said a lot worse things, I mean, the Kevin Durant situation, they sat down together and Draymond said, Steve and Bob messed the situation up. And Bob came chasing her and looked at us and you brought it up and Bob wasn't happy about it. I don't think he was pleased. Hell, Zaza told us earlier that day, Zaza Pachulia. Yeah, I don't think everybody was happy about that. He got a little chuckle. So, of course, Curry's like, we're commenting on rotations.
I put my journalist hat on that day and I asked a tough question.
I don't know if you did or not. Maybe you asked Bob Myers about Xbox or PlayStation.
I might have. You don't like that one?
No, I like that.
It always loosens everybody up.
No, when you brought it up, you didn't ask a question. He goes, oh, man, what about Draymond Curry? And Bob's like, yeah, we're not going to get into that. And I was like, dude, you should ask me why you asked that.
Well, because one of us has got to, be the Barbara Walters on the show.
No, I guess so.
Adam, it's too much for me.
Exactly.
I guess we got a riveting answers from him, too. But Lauri Markkanen at 27 years old.
So, okay, like 3 weeks ago, everyone was like, I want him to sign the extension. And now we don't want him?
No, if he doesn't sign it.
I know.
If he doesn't sign it at this point, he's eligible to get traded. Now, he could sign at any point. He may be happy in Utah. Maybe he just wants to see how the season plays out the first 2 months. And he goes, you know what? I want to be here. Now, Tony Jones has been reporting the whole time that He loves Salt Lake City. His family loves it. Will Hardy has unlocked him. He's had his best seasons under Will Hardy in the Utah Jazz. So maybe he doesn't want to go. And maybe he looks at the Warriors situation saying, boy, Steph's getting older. He's 36. Draymond's Draymond.
For the non-Utah Jazz fans out there, Will Hardy is?
The head coach of the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, I would have gone through about 50 names before I got to that one.
See, I think our audience knows who
He's not part of the Hardy Boys.
No, he's not. He's not going through. He's not going through tables or anything like that.
Matt and Jeff.
He's a former Celtics assistant, and he left and got that job. He coached 1 year under Ime Udoka, and then of course everything happened with Ime Udoka. Will Hardy had already taken the job. Joe Mazzulla ended up getting the job. Now he's a champion, but Joe Mazzulla actually interviewed for that Utah job as well.
He must be so happy he stayed with Celtics.
Yeah, no doubt.
No
doubt.
Wow.
Getting that job is great. All right, back to the Niners here real quick.
You said Mike Silver?
Yeah, Mike Silver, your favorite, Mike Silver.
He made the Netflix doc.
He did make the Netflix doc. Now it's his cover photo.
My God.
His cover photo on Twitter. You follow Mike Silver, right?
I'm blocked.
I only ask that because I do that.
Yeah, it's so unfair of you. I have a partner who just likes to throw me under the bus.
No, I don't throw you under the bus.
The school bus over me.
I don't get how you get blocked by so many people. What did you do to get blocked?
I don't know.
Who's the most
I didn't do
famous
anything. I don't think I've ever tagged him ever in a tweet.
He just blocked you.
I'm going to say, who's the most famous person that's ever blocked you?
Well, I mean, Rado's at the top of the list.
Okay. Josh Jacobs blocked me randomly once.
Jalen Rose out of nowhere. I've been blocked from Jalen Rose, and I did nothing. I don't think I've ever even said the name Rose, let alone Jalen, on my Twitter timeline at any point.
Yeah, I don't think I've been blocked by anybody.
Shocked you talking to me.
Not even Draymond. Hasn't blocked me. Nobody.
Well, you wouldn't know.
What do you mean?
Until they put out something and then you tried to click on it.
But no, I pay attention.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
So Michael Silver wrote this great story about De'Armond Lenoir, saying that maybe he's the next superstar here for the 49ers.
Wow, superstar.
He's having that good of a camp, right? Yeah. So Charles Woodson was quoted. He said, look, he plays the ball extremely well, and he's a willing tackler, which is important if they plan to move him around inside. He plays with high energy swagger, but the best thing is that he has good feet and hips to transition in and out of breaks. Now, there's a little graph here within the story, and they're talking about the Super Bowl. And the plan changed again after the 49ers reached the Super Bowl. Coach Kyle Shanahan benched Ambry Thomas, deployed Lenoir on the outside, and used veteran safety Logan Webb, a late season acquisition, as the slot corner. Now, he had his bad pursuit of McCole Hardman on the game-winning touchdown pass, and it was a heartbreaking defeat. We all know that. Now, Silver writes, looking back, said one 49ers coach in the aftermath of that game, if San Francisco had played Lenoir inside against a Kansas City team lacking elite outside receivers, the Niners probably would have won.
I don't know. That was speculation from Michael Silver, or that was Lenoir speculating?
Well, looking back, Michael Silver got this from a coach off the record. Looking back, said one 49ers coach in the aftermath of that game, if San Francisco had played Lenoir inside against a Kansas City team lacking elite outside receivers, the Niners probably would have won. They might be playing Logan Ryan, and Logan Ryan was getting diced.
He wasn't good. They might be right in that assessment. I will trust the coach's eyeballs on that, and I'll trust the reporting on that. I could probably make that same kind of a statement for about, 25 different things from that game? Right? If this would have went when, if that would have went there, and if they had done this, and they'd have done... I was seeing a lot of reports about how difficult it was for the Niners to get over the 2019 Super Bowl loss.
Looks like we're going to have to book Andrew Filipponi for tomorrow. Oh, boy, I shouldn't have said that name out loud. Somebody on the station is going to book him. Andrew Filipponi, our guy, right? Remember him from Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
He's been all over Brandon Aiyuk. Said he's one of the 5 best receivers in football. Sources, Steelers are working hard on a trade for Brandon Aiyuk, and the deal could get done soon. 49ers seem motivated now to get something done. So we'll see how good Brandon Aiyuk possibly is in a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform. What are they getting back for him? I don't know.
Possible AFC North, driving up that bargaining between the Browns and Steelers, maybe.
Wow. I didn't even think of that.
Could help the Niners.
So they got rid of Deontay Thompson.
Deontay Johnson, Carolina.
Carolina. And then, so it would be Pickens and Aiyuk and who? Who's the third?
They have Jalen Warren and Najee Harris in the backfield. I'm going to pull up their depth chart, right? Oh, Roman Wilson, the young man out of Michigan, who has some big plays in that Rose Bowl. He has some big plays in that Rose Bowl. Like him. Big plays in that Rose Bowl against Alabama.
Darnell Washington, right? Second-year tight end out of Georgia.
Out of Georgia. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man, I wouldn't sleep on the Steelers. They won 10 games last year with no damn quarterback. I got to think Russell Wilson has something left in the tank with these wide receivers. I have to think that.
Fading Russell.
Right? You know, Darnell Washington, and then Pat. Who's the other tight end? Freiermuth.
You know who Russell like, and I know I get it. Believe me, I'm
not a big Russ guy.
I feared him for a decade. He reminds me of a boxer who's just cooked. Like he's just a shot fighter, like an old pitcher that has nothing left in the arm. I just think that he is psychologically and physically done. I really do. I'm watching some of I've seen all this Bronco footage coming across my timeline. He had no feel for the pocket. He's scrambling. He can't move like he used to. And he's scrambling around and running around. And I'm like, wow.
What about Justin
Fields? There's a pocket right in front of you.
What about Justin Fields? He's got weapons now.
He
didn't have no weapons in Chicago.
I'm rooting for Justin Fields. I think he fits Pittsburgh because it's close to where Ohio State is in terms of it's a gritty Midwest.
Well, I mean, Chicago's in the Midwest. That's big take.
Yeah,
country.
I know, but I like this. I like this situation for him. I do. Right. I like Pittsburgh for him, but I got to kind of see it before I believe it.
Interesting. Pittsburgh, all in on Brandon Aiyuk.
Are you see? If you're asking me, do I trust Fields or Russ? I might lean Fields.
Yeah, I may too. And then,
I don't believe in Russ.
You know what it is, too? You know what it is? I believe in Arthur Smith as the offensive coordinator of that team.
No, I like him as an
Arthur Smith as an OC, and they've got two really good running backs. And Najee had a bounce back here, and Jalen Warren is explosive. Jalen Warren is explosive.
If you can make Tannehill look good, I'm impressed.
Yeah, look at Jalen Warren on just 149 carries, averaged 5.3 yards a pop, rushed for 784 yards. Najee, 4 yards a carry, which ain't nothing to scoff at.
It's better.
Had over 1,000 yards, too. So that's over 1,800 yards rushing from your running back room. And then you get George Pickens, who already had 1,000 yards. He's a deep threat. You get Brandon Aiyuk doing all the underneath stuff. And Pittsburgh knows wide receivers. Something about that franchise knows wide receivers. They won 10 games last year I can't believe they won 10 games and made the playoffs with Kenny Pickett. Good Lord.
So if the Browns are willing to give up Amari Cooper, what would the Steelers would need to give up?
First and a third.
That would do it.
Yeah, I bet it's a first and a third.
How would Niner fans? I guess that's for Stanley and Guru. How would Niner fans feel about just getting picks and not replacing the player?
It would bum me out big time. And then you couple that with knowing the only first rounder that you've re-signed during the Shanahan era is Nick Bosa. It's almost impossible to be this successful and not have any of your first round picks stick around.
Oh man!
Can you think of any team that's been as good as the Niners?
That puts a lot of pressure
in football.
Yeah,
whose first round picks have been moved.
Yeah, well, the Rams didn't have first round picks for many years. They've been competitive.
But Goff and Todd Gurley and Aaron Donald were all first rounders.
They were first rounders for a while, but then Gurley blew a flat tire, right?
Yeah, Gurley was freaking awesome.
Let's get to Fast Five.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Oh boy, what's going to happen tonight? I feel like something's going to break over the few. We got a preseason game Saturday. Do the Niners just want to get this done before preseason, or do they want one look at Ricky Pearsall in a preseason game before saying, you know what, we're done with Brandon Aiyuk. We're not going to give him his money. What the hell is going on in Ninerland? Boy, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what this offense looks like. I was looking forward to a 3-wide receiver set with Pearsall, Aiyuk, and Debo. May not get that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that cooler heads prevail and they could find a way to just keep the player on the team for one more year at minimum. I know it's not the best for him. I understand his prerogative. I'm not mad at him for that or any of that. It's just, as a Niner fan, it just sucks that last year they were fully together and they couldn't get it done, and I was hoping they'd have one more shot at it. And that now it feels like we're going in without one of our better weapons, and it sucks.
We got somebody challenging us to a race, Spadoni and Shasky. 650 saying he'll challenge us 3 jabronis to a 100-meter race and give us a 20-meter head start and still smoke y'all.
Probably.
5,000 if y'all take the challenge.
What?
You want to offer us 5,000 to run a 80-meter race?
I'll take the money.
Yeah, I'll train for that, 650. I'll smoke your ass at 5,000. Now, we got to look to see who 650 is.
going to beat anyone in a foot race at this
I'm not
age.
giving up any money, but I'll race someone if I just get it regardless. Right. Come on, what are we doing? Speaking of just disappointments right now, U.S. men's soccer is just so bad. It's just lifeless. I made the comp. We got bounced in the first round against Morocco, who's playing Spain right now, 4-0. USA right now is the Marvin Lewis Bengals. And I'm talking about the men's side. They will get you to the playoffs. They'll get past the group stage. They'll just get trounced. Just Carson Palmer won't do anything for you. We're Christian Pulisic is basically Carson Palmer right now.
Andy Dalton.
And come on. I'm just tired of it. I'm sick of it. The women, they're balling though, so shout out to them.
Carter.
I want to give a shout out to the coverage of the Olympics. Shasky touched on it earlier this morning in the first hour, but I think the coverage of this Olympics has been maybe the best coverage of any Olympics in my lifetime.
100% agree.
I think Laura Britt's doing the pre and post for this match right now.
Oh, nice.
On the Morocco-Spain.
I just feel like the way that they've bounced from like event to event and the way they had the quad box, and depending on how you're viewing it, like they're just crushing it.
Totally agree.
Bonte, what sport would you want to be? You've watched all of them right now. I see a lot of your colleagues over at NBC Sports, Garrett Burke. Laura Britt. You would have done badminton. Come on.
What would I have done?
Whitewater rafting?
Curling, maybe?
Oh, okay. Well, that's winter.
Curling. Jim Colesmore, shout out to him.
It's cozy.
You like that? Shout out to Jim Colesmore. I was thinking maybe doing some balance beam or some rings or whatnot. You know, I got the triceps and everything, the shoulders.
I wasn't asking about you doing them.
Yeah, we're talking about you being a broadcaster. And isn't curling the Winter Olympics?
I know,
like what?
Have you ever ice skated before?
No, I'm terrible.
I did once. And
I'm terrible.
Yeah.
Beach volleyball seems fun. Shout out Chase Buttinger. He got smoked by Spain.
Was that Chase Buttinger?
Yeah.
It looked dead on like
no,
him.
yeah, he's he's a big time volleyball player.
Did I say that to you this morning?
Well, no, I said that on air this morning. I think I pronounced his name. It was Buttinger. I said Buttinger.
He's from Arizona, right?
He played at Arizona from San Diego. He was co-MVP in the McDonald's All-American game with Kevin Durant.
Sure. There you go.
Wow.
Beach volleyball sick.
Well, that's a nuggy nug.
The Olympics have been fire. I've been into them, man. It's been really, really cool. They've done a great job this year. I remember 96 in Atlanta. It's got me jacked up for LA's already getting ready for it, too. They got the middle count billboards all over the place in LA, and they're like getting ready for 2028. So it's going to be going down
there. The NFL just tweeted it was Jalen Hurts lighting a football on fire and throwing it at the Coliseum. It's actually pretty sick because they're doing flag football in 2028. So, yeah.
It's going to be on that flag football team.
Even Patrick Mahomes on
Trey Lance
on that
flag football.
Who's going to play 3-on-3?
The CFL. He's going straight to the flag football league.
Boy, Trey Lance.
I did that just to laugh so we can smile.
That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack.
they want more.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Why would you want to do that right off the start?
Guess who's back?
I'm in a good mood. I'm energized. And you want to try to stick it to me right off the bat.
Welcome back, baby.
What's up, man?
Yeah, we tried to hold it down. We held it down.
Yeah.
We missed you, though. You were missed.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I missed you guys.
Looking good.
I missed you guys. Had a good time. And, boy, missed some stuff around here, huh?
Work.
Yeah, you guys went to the A's game over the weekend.
We kicked it a little bit.
Yeah. Saw your guy Ohtani. Mm-hmm. So, Brandon Aiyuk.
Oh, man.
By the way.
Go ahead. Man. You know how we do it when one of us comes back.
Well, I don't know. Where do you want to start, Aiyuk or Trent Williams?
Let's do Aiyuk, because I think the Trent Williams thing is he's got a beverage of leverage. I keep using that, and I love myself for it. But this new report from Aiyuk Steiny basically saying that if somehow Aiyuk was traded to the Cleveland Browns and in return Amari Cooper would come back in some draft capital, even I think a second, maybe in next year's draft, that scenario wasn't on my bingo card. So my friend, then I would be like, you're telling me you swap Aiyuk and Amari Cooper when healthy in this offense? That I would do, Steiny. But the reality is, I don't know why I don't think it's going to pop, but our guy, Andrew Filipponi, morning show in Pittsburgh, sister station of Odyssey, tweeted again. Steelers working hard this morning, hard for a deal for Aiyuk. It feels like something can be done. And he also took that video that you and I discussed where Aiyuk was giving dap to Lynch and Shanny.
Right.
And people out here, Steiny, on the West Coast, the best coast, thought, okay, a deal's coming. So did Colin Cowherd. Nothing came quite on the set. But Andrew took that as maybe he was saying his goodbyes. But with this report, Steiny, are they really going to trade Brandon Aiyuk?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know what the answer is to that. It's funny, though, when I was catching up on everything and Amari Cooper's name came up and Cleveland came up, I was kind of like you. I was thinking, just do it. Just make the trade for Amari Cooper. And then I was talking to our guy,
who's got 1 year left on his deal.
But I said, just do that with Amari Cooper. And Evan's like, yeah, I wouldn't.
What'd he say?
He said he wouldn't, or he's a little, he'd be worried about that. But I don't know. Can beggars be choosers at this point? And the thing I was asking him too, I'll ask you is, are the 49ers just going to, I don't want to say cave, but are the 49ers just going to give Aiyuk his extension at some point and then guarantee Trent Williams some money, and the next thing you know, they're both here a week or two from now?
Well, you tell me what you think. Before you left, we were out there at camp on that beautiful Wednesday. Yeah. I thought this would be rectified. It's not. And Steiny, every day that goes by, now we got different reports, and we don't know what's really going on.
Right.
But the fact that they can't hash it out, my answer to your question is no, they're not going to cave. Because if you were, you would have his ass on the dude. And if I get another report of he's doing everything but practicing, what else is there? You got to practice to get rapport with Brock. That has not happened. But I'm different than Evan on this. If it's personal or he wants to get the bag and Cleveland can give him the bag, and you're telling me Amari Cooper would be your version, come in for Brandon Aiyuk, Steiny, I do that because Aiyuk is telling you, if you don't pay me, I don't want to be here. How much is that worth? Just to get rid of the riffraff. That's what I'm calling. If you don't want to be here, beat it. Michael Jackson.
Well, the one thing I was thinking about, Goo, is it was two Fridays ago I left, and it was the day after Trent Williams holdout, and nobody seemed concerned about Trent Williams holdout, that was just a formality. What I'm getting at is here it's 10 days later, and it doesn't feel like anything's happened in that regard. And the one thing I'm wondering is, and the way I've approached both, and maybe it's been wrong, and I'm interested to hear what you think is, I mean, maybe I've been looking at it the wrong way that Niners have all the leverage. I don't know. Has that changed at all? Does it feel like the two players are gaining the leverage? I don't know.
Well, hey, you asked me a question, I'm going to give you my answer, Stoney. I think his leverage, if you deem he has some, what little he has runs out as they get closer. Brandon Aiyuk, he's going to lose out. Because if you're saying you're not going to be on the field when the games count, then you're missing game checks. It's all bad at that juncture. And then for the Niners, you drafted Ricky Pearsall. Ball accounts, Stoney, it's early. Larry Krueger was out there saying he looks great and a lot of other people, but it's easy to look great in practice or whatnot. But I think Brandon Aiyuk, the leverage of the power move he's using right now runs out. You know, that can gets empty as you get closer to kickoff. Stoney, we're like, 20-something days away from kickoff. September 6th, September 3rd, the Thursday night game. That's around the corner, man.
And the Niners have a game this weekend already. Their first exhibition game. Yeah. So, I mean, I was reading The Athletic the other day, and our guy Tim Kawakami is saying that
TK
is saying that if you watch a Niners practice, it doesn't take an expert to see that they're different without Trent Williams and Aiyuk. Now,
and that's to be expected.
I guess. I mean, I don't know how. I don't know why it's so noticeable, but maybe even it is in practice. But I guess if nothing, let's say nothing happens this week, and then you play Tennessee this weekend, and I get it, it's an exhibition game, but let's say you don't look good at all, and it becomes noticeable at that point that you're missing a receiver and you're missing the key offensive lineman.
You're not the Niners then.
Well, then doesn't that put the pressure on the Niners? If they play an exhibition game and Shanahan and Lynch see, geez, I mean, we are in trouble without those guys. Could that be the impetus to get things rolling, maybe?
Yeah. And last week, Stoney, Evan, and I were having some fun. I don't know how much you caught wind of it, but Interception Gate was out there in Santa Clara. Purdy had 4 or 5 interceptions or whatnot. Brother going to work it out, having fun working on stuff. But we were having fun with that. Like, man, look how far we've come to where that's a big deal. But if you're telling me Trent's not out there, your starting left tackle, and then one of your starting wideouts is not out there to throw 10. I don't care, but we know why. But I believe Trent wouldn't be playing this Thursday, Aiyuk either this Saturday against Tennessee. So nothing to see here. But Evan brought this word up last week. Continuity, Stoney. How do you have or keep or build continuity in a year that you're trying to snap back and get right back to the bowl with this disease of me stuff? So when you tell me Trent Williams, I feel like they're doing him a favor, Stoney. I know he's getting fined. I'm an OG. I'm at the house chilling, watching Netflix, receiver doc. I'll be back when you guys break me off my cash. But Aiyuk is something different.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. You know it. You want to jump in here? And has anything changed in your mind, 49er fans?
Is he really getting traded?
Since the pleasantries of Wednesday between Aiyuk, Lynch, and Shanahan, I remember 2 weeks ago, nobody seemed that concerned about the Trent Williams situation, and he is a veteran, and he doesn't practice a lot anyway. He's getting up there, obviously, so he probably doesn't need to practice as much as younger players. Nevertheless, I don't know.
He's your second best player.
Yeah, at what point do you say, or don't you say this, but I sometimes look at things that happen before a season, and I do think it can set a tone. And
I like that.
Maybe, are we at the point where, you know what, the 49ers they're in week 2 of training camp, and it's not going great. It's not going great. And if that's the case, does it matter? Does that even matter at this point of the season? I don't know.
Brock Purdy walked in here, Stoney. It's all how much credence you give to practice performance.
Right.
I'm not that big on it, but if you're telling me, he were to have game 1 Monday night, Brock Purdy that is, with 2 interceptions, I'd be shocked. But then we could go back to say, well, that started in practice. Remember, they were reporting that he threw 5. So it does mean something. I wonder if people are looking at the Niner brass differently because Trent Williams is on the ledger along with Brandon Aiyuk. So I know Brandon Aiyuk is homegrown. I don't know what he's done. I know he had 7 touchdowns. Amari Cooper had 5. But Amari Cooper in this offense with Kyle becomes a better version of Amari Cooper. That's just how high I am on Kyle Shanahan.
Well, then try to make the trade with Cleveland and then get Trent Williams in here and go from there, I would think. I don't know. Where are you at, 49er fans, at 888-957-9570? You ready just to get rid of is it a problem when I say, let's just solve the Brandon Aiyuk issue? See if we can trade him. The problem is have you lost some leverage over the course of the summer in terms of trade value? And now I do understand the thinking that you can't really trade him for just draft picks now. You have to get a player back probably to replace him.
And Amari Cooper's tiny to, like, if you told me.
You're going to do better than him?
No.
I almost feel like in a way he's a little bit like Larry Markkinen. And that is he a perfect fit? Or is he a superstar? No, but he's pretty good. So let's go get him and pair him with Purdy and McCaffrey and Kittle and Debo and see if we can roll from there. But I wonder if I just kind of wonder where 49er fans' sentiment is right now, if they're starting to feel like let's just do something with Aiyuk so we can move forward and maybe get somebody in here. Trent Williams, I think, is more problematic. And you're right. I don't know how serious it is with Trent Williams.
Well, he has no guaranteed money.
I know. Well,
and guys at his position, can we name 2 that are better than him? And we've seen guys get broken off this offseason. He has no guaranteed money. To me, layman's terms, Steiny, that doesn't sound like much that he's asking for some that sounds like an easy fix. A call or 2. Not that he's trying to bring the house down, but a 36-year-old left tackle that's made the All-Pro, multiple years recently. I don't get what the holdup is unless you're hooking him up per se and just keeping him out.
All right, I'll throw this at you. And Riddy on the YouTube chat. You've seen a lot of Amari Cooper as a Dallas Cowboy. You like him?
Yeah,
how good is he?
I do like him. 1,250 yards last year. Aiyuk had 1,342. That's kind of a wash. Aiyuk had more. Aiyuk had 75 receptions to Cooper's 72. And let's just look at the quarterback. D. Watt, I was a big fan. He kind of fell off, Steiny, but he, those numbers were him throwing him the ball for the most part. You put Amari Cooper as seasoned as he is, 7-time Pro Bowler in this offense, I think you could get Aiyuk production.
I kind of agree with you.
And he's got 1 year left. So if it were, oh boy, what night, we'll see. You're not giving or caving in to Aiyuk.
Evan, where are you at on this one with the Go ahead. Go ahead. Do it.
Huh?
Yeah, there it is. Boy, I haven't heard that in 2 weeks.
I was with him a whole week. He doesn't use it when he's on.
We were talking earlier, and I said, boy, I don't know. I may just do the Cooper thing to solve the problem. And you were like, What's your hesitation? What would it be on that one?
Well, the other wrinkle is that Brandon Aiyuk might not want to sign a contract extension with one of these teams. And so if you're a team that's trading for Aiyuk, why would you give up anything worth of value if you're not going to have him beyond this season? So if he wants to be in Cleveland and he wants to sign an extension, then that sounds like a fair deal. You swap receivers, get a pick. But if Aiyuk doesn't want to be in Cleveland, then Cleveland's not going to want to give up maybe even Amari Cooper. So I think the hang-up here is Brandon Aiyuk. What does he want?
Now, is he being greedy?
Why the hell would he not want to go to Cleveland?
Yeah, whoever meets your number, you need to go.
Right.
And Cleveland's not, they don't suck. You know what I mean?
That's why he wouldn't want to go to Cleveland.
Yeah, shout out Drew Carey. No, I'm saying
you're Cleveland being would be the reason he doesn't want to go to Cleveland.
Yeah, but if they want to pay you your money, you go get. Now you're doing too much, as they say in the streets.
Right.
If you say Cleveland wants to give you your bag, I don't want to go to Cleveland. I don't like their malls. Right. Please, you better go where they want to pay you, buddy.
I tend to agree with you on that. I think he would go. I mean, just how could he want a contract extension? Cleveland wants to give him one, and he's like, yeah, you know what? No.
The lifestyle. But, hey, Cleveland ain't the Bay. That's for sure.
You know what? Yeah, you don't have to. I'll tell you what. You get 28 or 30 million in Cleveland. That's like getting 40 million in San Francisco.
But the Browns are a pretty good team.
Yeah,
so it's not like he's going to, a team that has no chance of winning.
And apparently the Patriots are still in the mix.
Steelers.
Steelers.
According to who you listen to.
Of course.
I know Cam Marino from NFL Buzz, he's the one that came out with that Cleveland scenario. But just what you touched on, why would the Niners not get a player back and picks? If you could get that, you think they would jump on it. I just can't believe you drafted Brandon Aiyuk. You offered him 26 allegedly. Let's just say you wanted 28. Like, you're really going to let this man get out the building with that age? And he's probably not even in his prime?
Well, I do think I do think we're getting to the point where let's just say hypothetically that the Niners offered him 26 and he said no. He wants 28 or 30. And even if this thing continues or assuming this thing continues and 2 or 3 weeks from now they reach an agreement, when the first question is going to be, why couldn't you do this 3 or 4 weeks ago and get him in here for the start? In other words, if they reach an agreement sometime after today, then somebody changed their stance, and you wonder if it would all be worth it, because the guy will end up missing a bulk of training camp, and we've seen that can impact the team negatively.
But you told me this. You don't even remember. You kind of yelled it. Dude, you ever been in a This is my snotty. You ever been in a negotiation?
Well,
things change and the clock, the time ticks, and it's getting ready to. The games are going to count, so things change. I don't think it would solve anything. Like and it's going to be written, Stoney. Like, why the hell did y'all not do this 3 weeks ago? It's like, we got it done. Let's move forward. But I just don't like the Debo when he held out. I know he signed August 1st. We're past that date. That year wasn't the best Debo year to me. We saw Bosa last year. That wasn't the best Bosa year. So I just hate it from Aiyuk. Now, Aiyuk can go break Randy Moss's records this year if he signs with the Niners and comes back. I'm not saying that's not on the table. But for a team that never dubbed itself light years or the smartest people in the room, John Lynch always comes across like they have their books in order. And this just reeks of, you didn't know Trent was going to ask? While you were gone, Silver had a report that the Niners knew that Trent was disgruntled about his contract months ago, about the Like, why didn't you meet this head on? Unless it's not a big deal to you all behind closed doors with Trent Williams. But Aiyuk, Stoney, I'm a dude. This is just me. You don't want to be here. You got to kick rocks.
Well, and I mean, honestly, and I'm not saying this is what you do or anything, but that you feel like you've changed your mind on that because, 3 or 4 weeks ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, whatever, it was, let's pay Aiyuk a good number, get him in here, and let's start rolling.
But what's a good number to him?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Like, if you think you're I keep watching the receiver dogs, Daddy. If you think you're Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, I feel like you're not that guy, and that's not an insult, but what if he's asking for something that's shout out Atlanta, Ludacris, the rapper? What if he's really asking for something that the Niners are like, this dude's tripping?
Well, then he cannot say something like, "Oh, Cleveland wants to give me my number, but I don't want to play for them." I'd be shocked if that's something he would do. I mean, if he wants the money and somebody's willing to pay him the money, then I got to believe he's got to go there. The issue is you better get a player back. Although I'm here, Ricky Pearsall. How's Ricky Pearsall looking, dude? Give me the update.
They say fantastic, but it's practice.
Yeah. Oh.
Allen Iverson, practice.
But he
talk to me week 1
smooth.
Monday nights, Donnie, against the Jets.
Oh, he's silky. He's
just
long.
Come back from a hammy.
This guy might be better than Aiyuk right now.
Somebody on the YouTube chat said he wasn't getting separation. I don't know if they were running material.
Pearsall?
Yeah. But
neither did Aiyuk in the playoffs.
PFF did say that in the Super Bowl. I didn't like it. Him and Debo.
What? You can find anything out there, anywhere, anytime. So
anyway, I'll tell you what. So we're days away, if this doesn't get rectified by Saturday, obviously he won't make the trip to Tennessee. We'll watch the preseason game, and half the commentary on the game will be the Brandon Aiyuk / Trent Williams situation. Like, I just don't understand the Trent thing. I know we're talking about Aiyuk, but then it spills into Trent.
I mean, the one thing I wonder about is, and I get Silver reported that the Niners knew that Williams was unhappy, and I believe that. Okay. I mean, how do you not know? But let's be honest. If you're the Niners, you're coming into this season, and all of a sudden Aiyuk wants his money now, which most guys do at this point of their career, and you figure, well, we got to figure out Aiyuk, and then all of a sudden McCaffrey wants his deal done.
He got
redone.
It. Yeah.
Trent Williams wants his deal redone. It's like, if you're the Niners, what do? Just kind of cave to everybody that wants their money, and then at some point down the future, you're going to have to pay the piper, and you know it once Purdy gets paid. I kind of, without knowing all the details, I would understand why the Niners might be sitting there thinking, what are we going to do? Like, re-up everybody every time any player does this?
Well, do you want to win? And how important is your left tackle, who's been damn near perfect, didn't have the best Super Bowl, but damn near perfect since he's been in the Niner uniform? And Evan, the word last week, Steiny, again, I keep going to him, continuity. Mm-hmm. So this is how I think, and I can be off base. So before the best player on your team, C-Mac, McCaffrey, got his deal overnight in 5 minutes, okay, the team finds that out. Do you think Trent's feeling some type of way that went so fast and you guys want to play tough sheriff with me? And then I'm looking at Aiyuk. Is he thinking, man, they really don't? Or is it get in where you fit in, Aiyuk? You're not more important than McCaffrey. You're not more important than Trent Williams. But if you use that method, why are we still stuck at the Trent Williams issue if you and I can sit here and say, and the fans, he is important. He's their second most important player.
I mean, all I can do is shrug my shoulders because we don't have a lot of answers to these questions. I mean, 49er fans, 888-957-9570. Like, what do you all think is going on here? What do you think is actually going on between the Niners and Trent Williams and between the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk? Are we still in the posturing stage? Are we still in the stage where we've got plenty of time to figure this out, and big deal if they miss a couple weeks of training camp, and who cares if they miss an exhibition game against the Tennessee Titans? Or as a Niner fan, is it time to worry a little bit? Because, Goo, one thing, and I always tend to lean less panicky than others. Yeah, 3-4 weeks ago,
nothing to see here.
No, because we didn't know about Trent Williams, and we just figured Aiyuk and the 49ers would somehow figure something out. It feels like what we were talking about a few weeks ago was, well, when do you think Aiyuk's going to end up coming in? In other words, is he going to miss as much time as Bosa did, or is he going to miss as little time as Debo did? Has it taken on a new direction right now where now as a 49er fan, you're thinking this is getting kind of serious?
Do you think some fans have turned off by Aiyuk holding out trying to get his money?
That's a great question. I'll throw it out there at 888-957-9570. I mean, I'll just be honest. What do you guys think is going on? Is it time to panic with these two players? Or are we still in the business as usual camp? 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot to get into. Guru and I have a lot of catching up to do. I got some questions for my man, and you're all welcome. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game? It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource.
not a doctor.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Happy to be back after a week off, Goo. Appreciate Evan holding it down. For me. And not hard to do. It's not hard to hold.
Well, we held it down in the streets, too. John Lucum, who you went to his little function yesterday. I missed it.
Yeah.
Damn, I'm getting old, man.
So
I forgot.
how many times you guys go out last week?
Just once.
Just Friday?
Yeah, just Friday. We were focused.
And you guys went to a baseball game?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to make sure I can share what's shareable and keep to myself what you guys
snitches get stitches
may want
now,
to keep to yourself. We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk and whatever's developing with him. Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area writing that he may never have, like he's as close to being traded now as he's been all offseason. So we'll talk about that. The one thing, so I know you've been to Paris.
Okay, yeah.
You ever been to London?
No.
Have you ever been to England?
No.
All right, you got to get there, Goo.
Okay.
Goo, you would love it.
What am I,
Oh, Goo, you would love it.
Give me something about London where you're like, Goo.
Goo, you would love it because every time you turn a corner, there's action.
Whoa. Sounds like Friday, but yeah, okay.
There's action every time you turn a corner, and
good action.
They have something there called pub culture. They have old English pubs, and they're all over the place. Like all over the place. And Goo, let me tell you, if you went into a pub in London, and said to the bartender, you walk up, you said, give me a beer, and I don't care if there's a man on your right, a woman on your left, or vice versa, and you look to your right and you said, how you doing? You would then be involved in a conversation, a friendly conversation about whatever you want.
That's what I'm talking about, Steiny.
It's all about conversing.
I love it.
You almost can't go into a pub in England and just kind of sit in the corner and stay on your phone and not pay. I mean, you can if you want, but why would you do it there? So you walk into a pub in England and
sound like you can't be an introvert there. Like you got to be talking, baby.
I guess you can, but if you're an introvert, then just stay home. Like you go out to talk to people.
Yeah. The Regal Beagle.
And even though everybody, let me tell you something about England too. Even though everybody's having a good time, drinking some beer, for the most part, nobody's getting messy.
All right.
It's more about what they call, and this is the problem, it's more about what they call crack. But it's an old Irish word. It's spelled C-R-A-I-C.
Okay.
And it means conversation and camaraderie.
I love it, man. That's up my alley.
So most people go to the pubs to meet friends and to enjoy a good time over a few beers and meet strangers who become friends. And it's just a wonderful experience. It's a little different than the United States.
C-R-A-I-C.
That's correct.
Crack.
That's correct.
Real quick here before we get back to Niners. How about the crime or the street? Did you feel safe?
Yes.
Man.
I mean,
that's all I'm yearning for.
Yes. Here's the one thing my daughter did tell me. Now, she's been there for 3 or 4 years now. She's going to stay over there. Boy, that's a tough one.
You're blessed. I know.
I'm blessed, but it's bittersweet.
Yeah.
You know, she's 6,000 miles away. Anyway, apparently what they're doing in London is what you got to be careful about is being out on the street and just like looking at your cell phone and kind of not paying attention, because what's happening over there a little bit is people are just snatching cell phones out of people's hands, and the dude or the criminal will be on a bike or...
I saw that in the movies. So that's real.
Yeah.
Their version of bipping.
Yeah, I guess that's... I guess that's the... I guess that's movie. That's the bottom line there. So 888-957-9570 is the number. You know else? Here's the other thing. There's not a lot of guns over there. In fact,
beam me up, Scotty.
There are hardly any at all.
They saying goo in Belfast. So somebody said I might have fun in Belfast.
Belfast is a great city. I've been lucky enough to be there. Spent a few days there. Most people go to Dublin when they go to Ireland.
How'd you eat?
A lot.
American?
London's got, like, English food, very mediocre.
Okay.
But because it's such a multicultural city, you can get any kind of food.
I love it.
And, it's really good. Yeah. So, anybody have any questions about London? We also went to a place called Bath, England, which is about an hour and a half from London, and it's a kind of an ancient city that the Romans conquered way back in the day, and now it's a little touristy town with a lot of action there, too.
Yeah, I was hoping your IG caught a lot of it. I was following you, but you put a couple, but not a lot.
Feel free to just follow my mom.
Okay.
I mean, she posts 19 times a day.
That's what the phone's for.
She's posting in real time, taking pictures of me when I'm not expecting it, and then I see just go on social media and say, Steiner, you have 22 comments. I'm like, what? I haven't even been on social media.
Steiny Lytics.
She'll post it anyway.
I love it.
All right, Brandon Aiyuk, ladies and gentlemen, still holding in, and Trent Williams holding out. The morning show had Mary Kay Cabot, and she's a longtime Cleveland beat writer for the Cleveland Browns, and she's been entrenched in that city for a while. She was on with the morning show talking about Brandon Aiyuk and a possible fit with the Cleveland Browns. Let's take a listen to what she said, and then we'll talk more about it. But the big issue right now is whether sentiment among 49er fans is starting to change. Take a listen.
Yeah, I think they would. I think that a young receiver like that in this system, a receiver-friendly system, with a quarterback like Deshaun Watson who's going to get him the ball early and often, I think he would flourish here. He might get even more targets because I think San Francisco might have even a few more weapons than the Browns do and utilize them a little bit differently. But I'm not saying that this is going to happen. Yeah. I'm just saying that it actually is somewhat of a possibility now, where it didn't seem possible in the beginning because no one could really imagine the 49ers parting with him. Why would you let go of your number one receiver in the prime of his career? It really kind of comes down to a financial decision. If he's going to hold out, if he's going to be a distraction in this high-stakes year for the 49ers, maybe it's better for them to move forward, bring in a receiver, an elite receiver like Amari. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't miss a beat or a step this season.
All right, so that's the way it feels to me. That just everything seems to be building a little bit more and more and more, where 2 months ago, it's hard to see happening. A month ago, you're still skeptical. And now it does seem like, I don't know if it's more likely to happen, but I think most people think it might happen more so now than in the past. How could you not?
Yeah, and it boils down to me, what is Aiyuk? What will make him happy? And obviously money will make him happy. But Cleveland, a good team, Steiny, a playoff team, I think, in the AFC. But the Niners were just in the Super Bowl in overtime. So if I'm Aiyuk, I mean, what's more important to you? Going somewhere where you could put up numbers and maybe not get back to the Super Bowl, or not take a pay cut, meet the team halfway or more than halfway, obviously, and play big-time football? I just don't know, but I will say this. Aiyuk, just from an individual standpoint, he wasn't solo, did not just obliterate and put up video game numbers in the playoffs in regard to his production as far as catches, touchdowns, and yards. We still don't have the answer as to why, but my goodness, Donnie, it's the Kuminga thing. You put him in Detroit, he'll put up 27. Yeah, but is that a 27 where he's going to be playing big-time basketball? I think not. So we'll see what's going on. But every day, including today and tomorrow, this is not fixed. I start to believe this guy really may be on his way out of town.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're just joining us, Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, is plugged in to the Niners as any writer in the Bay. He's been doing it for 20-plus years, is reporting that the Niners are about as close to dealing Brandon Aiyuk as they've been all summer long, and I believe it. Now, I believe that they're closer to trading him now than they were 3 months ago. The question is there still a lot of room before they end up trading Brandon Aiyuk? So let me ask you this, because I saw it online, and I just kind of want to know what people were thinking about it. Just the pleasantries with Brandon Aiyuk, Shanahan, and Kyle Lynch. So They're shaking hands and they're smiling.
Gay bro hugs.
Did people think they were saying hello? We're going to get something done, or people were thinking that was their way of kind of saying, all right, no hard feelings, goodbye.
I'll go labor terms. I thought the baby was here. I thought it was congratulations. We're about to announce your new contract, son. What else could that be? Are you just feeling euphoria and then calling Cowherd? I don't know if you caught it, Stoney went on his platform and said a deal with the Niners was good. It was imminent. So I was thinking, dude, you do that when you're celebrating something. But other people saw it different. But you asked me what I thought, and Stoney, I thought by the time our week concluded with Evan last Friday, a deal would be announced, and it's quiet on the set.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, are you more concerned at this point with Aiyuk or Trent Williams? That's the other question I want to ask 49er fans. And then just simply, are you starting to get concerned, particularly about Brandon Aiyuk, that he may not be a 49er this season? I mean, it does feel to me like if it's a fait accompli that Brandon Ayuk's not going to be a Niner, hey, you can get Amari Cooper for him. You just go get Amari Cooper.
Okay, but
I'm sorry. I mean, I know it's not that simple, but if you don't think you can sign Brandon Aiyuk, then you got to replace him with the best receiver you think is out there that you can get. And if it's Amari Cooper, it's Amari Cooper.
No doubt about it. And it's kind of funny because up until this morning, Stoney, we hadn't had a receiver's name that would be coming back.
Right.
So now it's twofold. This is not Madden. You want Amari Cooper, if you know and look yourself in the mirror, the Niners, that he's available, you want him to hit the ground running so you could get him in here as fast as possible, right?
You would think.
So it's twofold there, but man, is he going to get his wish, Brandon, if that, where he's going to get his money first, because I think that's at the top of his priority sheet. Get the bag.
Right.
And if it's in Cleveland, it's in Cleveland, or Pittsburgh. But, man.
Now, the one thing I think, the more I think about it, is maybe Cleveland wants more than just Aiyuk. Because think about this for a minute. So Cleveland's got Amari Cooper, who's a real solid receiver. But he's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm Cleveland, okay, I want Brandon Aiyuk because he's a younger, more dynamic receiver than Cooper. But I also know I'm going to pay him, 28, 26, 30. And that puts Cleveland in a much tougher salary cap situation. Obviously, I don't know their particulars, but part of what a team does is calculate the guys who are coming off the cap. So if Cleveland's ready to move off of Cooper and sign Brandon Aiyuk to a long-term contract, maybe they want something else, because the Niners, think about this, the Niners are going to, parting with Aiyuk would be a tough one. But then they get a player in here who's not that much, let's say, worse than Aiyuk and pretty darn good, and you got him coming off your cap in a year, knowing you got to pay Purdy. To me, that almost seems like a great deal for the San Francisco 49ers if they're starting to become convinced they can't get it done with Aiyuk. How can they do better than that?
And you hadn't mentioned the dessert. Draft picks coming back. And reportedly a 2025 second-round pick. So, I mean, you're telling me, man, some will argue, Stoney, Aiyuk is equal, or some will say Cooper went healthy. He's done more in the league than Brandon Aiyuk. Right. But if you're telling me he's coming back and we're getting draft capital, if I'm the Niners, that might stir up the pot to where, hey, Brandon, we love you, but we don't love you that much.
888-957-9570 is the number. Brandon Aiyuk, are you ready to move on from this issue, which would mean trading him? I mean, I'm looking at this from Cleveland's point of view. All right, they're a good team. They got a great defense. They also have give me a grade for Amari Cooper as a receiver, and give me a grade for Brandon Aiyuk as a receiver. In other words, I would say,
so forget age.
Let's say Ayuk's a B+, and Amari Cooper's a B. Would that be fair?
I guess
Something
if
like that.
we go to last year, yeah, or we check the mileage. But if we're just talking about just name recognition, Amari Cooper's he's been an A minus coming out of, and Brandon Aiyuk is a B.
Okay.
Or a B minus.
Let's say hypothetically, even though Cooper's had a better career, let's say hypothetically Aiyuk is either better or more coveted because he's entering his prime. Right. So let's just give Aiyuk an A minus and Amari Cooper a B.
All right.
So they're sitting there with a B receiver, pretty good receiver, proven. Do they really want to move off a sure thing? Not that Aiyuk isn't a sure thing, but they have him at cost certainty. I just don't see Cleveland moving off Cooper to get Aiyuk for the right to pay Aiyuk, among the top paid receivers in the league.
Well, he could be your Amari Cooper for the future.
He could be. But
that's why you do it. They're going, when they do this, and this was to get expedited, they're telling you, we've dubbed him
here's
the future young wideout, the next Amari Cooper.
Here's what I'm saying, though. If I'm Cleveland and the 49ers come to me with that deal, I'm going to look at it from my point of view. And I'm going to say, okay, great. We get Brandon Aiyuk, but we're still going to have to pay him $30 million. You know that. We know that. Amari Cooper is a damn good receiver. You've got him at cost certainty. He's coming off your cap in a year. He's like a free agent that comes off your cap. He's coveted. All I'm saying is, if I'm Cleveland, I would want the pick.
Yeah.
I would want a pick. And that may sound crazy to 49er fans, and maybe that's, you'd say to Cleveland at that point, hit the pike.
Because I'm not doing that for a guy that we got control over one more year.
Exactly.
So I'm not, I don't even want to move Aiyuk. I really believe the Niners don't. But if they get overwhelmed with draft capital, Steiny, that changes it to me. But as far as giving something else to go with Aiyuk, I would just, the Marshawn Lynch, hell nah.
888-957-9570. This can't be right. Guru, this can't be right. Now, this show is not just you and me. It's you, it's me, it's Evan, it's Spadoni.
Facts.
It's whoever's sitting in Spadoni's chair, quite frankly, and it's the listeners.
All day.
And over the course of time, we've had listeners who have been frequent guests.
Wow.
I got somebody on the line here, Goo, that I don't think we've heard from since COVID, but he's got a moniker that we're going to recognize.
Oh, boy, I'm trying to just write the
Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Let's go out to Fremont to talk to 211 Steel Reserve.
He's back. He's alive.
This is unbelievable.
Yes.
Where have you been, my friend?
What's up, man? I'm always lurking, listening to you too, man. I'm going to tell you something right now. You guys, hands down, you guys have been from day one to me the best show on the station. I'm not going to shy away from saying that.
Thank you, my man.
I love what y'all did. Especially, I'm not dogging nobody out, but when it's just the two of you, to me, I just think it's better, and I love it. Guru, don't ever change. Steinman, don't ever change. You guys have it going, man. I love it, man.
211.
Hey, look, you know me. I try to stay non-biased.
Yes.
Okay? You know me. I don't like them. I'm a diehard Raider to this day.
Yep.
But you can't it's great to have these kind of problems as a franchise when you're that good. The Niners, it kills me to see the success, but it's always to have the spoils of riches. You know how Rich said, it's an awesome, but I'm going to tell you right now, man, Cooper, I got him at a B minus. Brandon, I got Brandon at he's an A plus right now. You can't deny it. The dude's up there. He wants his money, but it's so good to have those problems as a winning organization. You can't mess that up. You got to try. You got to do what you can to keep them. But man, it must be nice to have those issues because I wish my Raiders had issues like that. Because man, just look at it. It's been so long. We can't even another coaching staff, just been horrible. But you two remain the same, and I love it. Y'all stay up.
Hey, right on, man.
I love it. It's good to hear it, man. I'm glad you guys are all good. I know I didn't call in since COVID. My family has been blessed through all that mess. And you know, and I'm gonna say something, man. I grew up an A's fan, and it broke my heart when Canseco was traded, and I never looked back since that day. But watching my Dodgers, I was a Dodgers fan ever since that happened. Watching the Dodgers game this weekend and seeing that ballpark as a Dodgers fan, possibly for the last time, it hit deep, man. And a lot of players have come through that place, and it's a sad thing to see that team leave that place. And it's heartbreaking, especially with all the drama that went down between the Raiders and the two teams, taking bites at each other and shots at each other. But that, to me, is heartbreaking. Hey, Bay Area sports is always number one. Stay up, fellas.
You too, baby. And you'll probably have Dak Prescott as your starting quarterback next year. But nobody cares, Stoney. Evan didn't know. I was kind of hiding it from him and Ken. I had a moment in that ballpark Friday. It's probably my last game ever
A's Dodgers
in the Coliseum. But to think about the three-peat, and I was a baby then, the Ricky Henderson, Canseco A's, just everything that's happened in that stadium, to walk in and walk out like, why is this over? It was a moment. I tried to keep it from Evan. He didn't know, but your boy it was hard, man.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we're going down this road, I mean, my daughter's gone to college in a week. And I remember being in an A's game, I don't know, 10 years ago. She was 7. And it's a story she tells to this day. Stomper, the mascot.
Yeah.
Stomper, the mascot, is doing his thing, and she's thinking Stomper's kind of real. And one of the people from the PR department goes up to Stomper, whispers in his ear, "You got 10 more minutes, and then you can go on break."
That is awesome.
And it just shattered my 7-year-old daughter's
You got to get out there before they're done.
Do I?
Yeah.
Why?
You're an Oakland resident, and you know what time it is.
Did I tell you I went to an Oakland Ballers game? No, I think I did that. You know what? I think my last day was Friday, a week back. And then I left Saturday. Yeah, the night before.
How was that?
It was fun.
Packed?
No, they had they announced a couple thousand, but it might have been a little generous. It's fun.
Oh, man.
It's a lot of fun.
I got to get out there.
Evan, you've been out there, right, to an Oakland Ballers game?
No, I actually haven't yet.
Oh,
sickest name there is, man. Oakland Ballers.
You know what's funny is I don't want to get on him. I just got back, but I thought he was like Mr. Baseball.
Well, he is.
Well, no, he's not. If he hasn't seen our newest team in the Bay,
yeah.
Do you plan on, or is that is that?
Give Evan his props for we were right behind the dugout.
Let me guess. Is that kind of baseball beneath you, Evan?
Baseball, no, but it's the last year of baseball at the A's. So if I'm going to go to a game, I'll probably go to the A's game.
Well,
Evan for president right now.
What about both? What about both?
2-time.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't live in the East Bay anymore, so it's a little tougher to get over there. I used to play at Ramondi Park. What are you talking about? I've been around that ballpark before the Oakland Ballers were.
I used to go to Ramondi to take my daughter to soccer practice, and it's amazing what they've done.
Yeah.
The stadium is really cool.
You used to have to leave your cars unlocked.
No, they have security outside the stadium.
Oh, now they do.
What you do have to worry about are foul balls. Foul balls can get your car.
Old school Little League.
There's no doubt about it.
That used to be the worst.
But it's so cool, man. You can see the Oakland skyline. On back of the one fences.
I got to get out there, man.
Is like warehouses that look pretty cool, and there's ivy. I would highly recommend it.
Rick Tittle's son calls some of the games.
Oh.
Yeah, he calls some of the games.
Okay.
Ballers.
So, anyway, Brandon Aiyuk. You think he's going to be a Niner for much longer? 888-957-9570. We're also going to get into a little Warrior talk. There's a deadline coming up tomorrow that we can talk about that has a lot of implications for the Warriors. Goo, I haven't talked to you at all about the Olympics. The Giants are still on the table.
4.5.
Barely.
Yeah.
I'll say this before I should take a victory lap.
If it's not complete, you can't take the lap.
Okay, well, you got to. I don't know what the opposite of a victory lap is, but I could have sworn to God on the Friday I left, we were talking about Trent Williams. You said, Steiny, he'll be signed by Tuesday.
Those words came out my mouth.
All right. Well, Yeah.
And my mentions blew up on Twitter about Soler when he got traded about the 30 home run bet. Dude, it blew up.
Oh, you have a shot.
No, does it continue or is it over?
Sure, it continues.
Yeah, okay, that's what they were asking. You ain't on there.
Actually, I haven't looked at.
You haven't missed much.
They traded him to Atlanta, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't checked. If he hit 4 or 5 homers this weekend, then maybe we should take the bet down. No, the bet still goes. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What are your thoughts on Brandon Aiyuk, 49er fans? You getting a little itchy, a little panicky? I'll tell you right now, if you can get Amari Cooper, just go do it. Go do it. That segment brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop.
Now I'm back on the crackhead diet.
Yeah. Well, you can lose weight that way.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All righty. Hey, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park on Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by our friends at Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Huh.
I got to believe you're in that thing, you and Shasky. Maybe even
Friday,
Dibs.
September 6th.
Willard?
I mean, it
well, you would know
stands to
already
reason.
If they haven't contacted
well, we haven't had a meeting with the boss on a Thursday in a while.
Well, we got one. He just sent an email this Thursday.
Of course.
Well.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he sent one Monday.
Wait, he already... I haven't checked our email.
Yeah, he sent us one.
About a month. So we have a meeting on
Thursday. Yeah.
Why do I feel like that we better buckle up for a big one at that point?
It's football season around the corner. Football's here, man.
Yeah, I know.
Hey,
not for Brandon Aiyuk.
Last thing.
Yeah.
I'm at the Coliseum. My boy Izzy, fan of the show, but a friend of mine, one of the best ball players to come out of Union City, Aaron Curry, played at Arroyo High School. He just sent me, because we exchanged numbers, what's the crack? CRAIC with the Irish symbol right next to it. So I guess that's...
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right on, Izzy.
Yeah, Izzy.
Yeah.
My man, Izzy. Hey, don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk and what the heck is going on with him and the Niners. What's going on with Trent Williams? Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area reporting that the Niners are, for what it's worth, as close as they've ever been to trading Brandon Aiyuk. And one of the teams that has been mentioned, Guru, is the Cleveland Browns. And I'm going to start out with this sound.
Okay.
From the morning show, from Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com, the Cleveland Plain Dealer, a longtime beat writer in Cleveland. She knows what's going on, and she was talking to the morning show about the guy that theoretically would come back to the Niners in a trade, Amari Cooper.
There is no impasse between Amari Cooper and the Cleveland Browns right now. Amari is in good standing with the Cleveland Browns because they restructured his contract. He's making his $20 million base, which is now fully guaranteed. That was one of the changes in the restructure, so that he didn't have to go into camp without a guaranteed contract. And then they gave him $5 million more in incentives that he should be able to make based on his previous production. So he basically got a $5 million raise come in this season, and then they were planning to probably revisit an extension sometime during the season, maybe after the season. Amari is loved here, so let's make no mistake about that. The Browns love him. He loves being here. He said the other day, last week, that he would love to finish his career here. But the problem is, over the long haul, the Browns probably don't want to pay him, more than the $25 million he's set to make this season. And if they're going to invest that kind of money, sort of close to at least the $30 million threshold that these elite receivers are making now, they would rather do so with a long-term contract for a young player who's in his prime at the age of 26. Now, why does that not make sense for the 49ers to do? Well, they've got a lot of big salaries. They've got a lot of offensive weapons that they're paying. And if they don't want to go to 30 or higher than 30 for Brandon Aiyuk, then maybe it makes sense for them to do this if they got something in return that could be a plug-and-play situation for them. And that's what Amari would be.
Boy, good stuff. That's Mary Kay Cabot. And, of course, she was on the morning show with Bonte and Shasky on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Goo, I'm going to...
Do it, baby. Do it. We missed you.
How much less of a Super Bowl contender are the San Francisco 49ers really if Amari Cooper's their wide receiver instead of Brandon Aiyuk? Come on.
That's quick on the Guru computer, Stoney. It's a thing, N-O-N-E, none.
It might not be.
And in a crazy world, I know you're going to what? It could go up a little bit. Like, dude is an established all-pro wide receiver, Stoney. And you know what I say about Kyle? It was with the Warriors, but that's kind of waning now. When you come here, you become you're the best version of yourself. So Amari gets with Purdy, this offensive line with Trent, McCaffrey, and the route running that Kyle would. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, come on, Niner fans. Even if you're in love with Brandon Aiyuk, like Goo was,
are you mad at him? I wonder, Steiny, really, I know you can say that doesn't care. Are people looking at Aiyuk like, you greedy son of a, you know what I mean? Or is this, hey, young man trying to get his chicken, salute?
Well, I think that's a good question. I think there's a lot of fans that are thinking what a majority of fans may be thinking is he's under contract. Come in and play for the 14.
But there's a risk involved, and you know it.
There is. But then again, like that's where I feel like the Niners have all the leverage. But the leverage could switch if they realize that without Aiyuk, they don't have a chance, or if that's what they believe internally. But I'm with you. You can't tell me that for 1 year the Niners wouldn't be almost every bit as competitive with Amari Cooper as they are with Brandon Aiyuk. Now, the thing that I'm interested in is you get Cooper in here for 1 year. He's a free agent. That's perfect, because then you'd like to think that Ricky Pearsall would be ready to step in and play every down.
Now,
right?
No, I totally get it. It's like almost like a Geico for Pearsall.
Exactly.
And he'd learned from Amari. But Steiny, I'm so sick, and it just popped in my mind. I'm so sick of hearing leverage. You got leverage until a certain point. Week 1 against the Jets, if Aiyuk is not on the field, the leverage goes out there is no leverage. You're hampered, and you're a less version of yourself playing the Jets. Would you agree? Like we keep talking about there's a winner. There's not a winner if nothing is rectified and he's not out there week 1, Monday night. Which, by the way, the NFL, I cannot wait for that game. Aaron Rodgers, Monday night, Niners. Let's go.
You know what?
We'll probably do the shows from there, from the Hilton.
Let me
get good cooking.
Give me that first week schedule. I'll bet there's a better game than that one.
No, not Monday. Well, I'm trying to. Nah.
First, I'll get the schedule.
I should know the Sunday night game.
I'm surprised you don't know the whole schedule.
Well, I know the Thursday night game.
Who's that?
Chiefs.
Let's go out and Philmo Mike wants to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, my man?
What's up, man? Hey, Steiny, I'm going to keep it real, bro. You guys have an awesome dynamic with Guru.
Wow.
Guru talk. When Guru talk, I don't know how Guru talks, but if I could talk like Guru, I would be on the radio all day long. Because Guru, you talk. The way you talk, it's like it's captivating, brother. I swear to God.
Hey, I'm waiting for the slap in the face, but go ahead, Mike. Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, I'm keeping it real. I miss Steiny. Steiny's hella mean, and he's just hella real. You gotta love that. You feel me? That's that Pennsylvania in him. But I swear, man, I'm feeling good. It's Leo season, but I'm not feeling good because the dynamic of this team is not where it needs to be. It's too. You got a coach with an ego, a GM with an ego. Let's just like really, like we talking about Trent Williams? Like, sign him, right? Do whatever you got to do. You could have signed him in February. Wow. We could have had this over with. We're not talking about Super Bowls. We're talking about money. Yep. Whenever you talk about money, you're not talking about Super Bowls, especially within football. Football, you have to be connected. And I'm scared, man. I'm really nervous about this season because it can either go or it can't go. And we're from the Bay, so we're trying to go.
Wow. Well, look at it. 40.
Let me throw this out at you, Philmo, because I'm serious. I don't want to stir it up if it doesn't need to be stirred up. But when I look at the Golden State Warriors the last few years, and I remember using this term a couple years ago, felt like agendas were starting to pop up, whether it was, are we going to get Bob Myers back? Clay wasn't quite himself. Draymond punches, and punches Poole, and I'm thinking that might not have been the sole reason, but that negatively impacted the team. And do you think the Niners are in that boat at all?
Do You know what? I'm so scared because we haven't won a championship. At least the Warriors can say they won 3-4 championships. The Niners are in a position where we haven't won diddly squat boo boo, and we're acting like we're playing on paper. You got 10 players in the top 100. You probably got like 12 players in the top 110. Yeah. Shavari's word was like dealing with riches, but you don't have that. When you win a football championship, it's nothing like it. Shout out to the Warriors. I love the Warriors. But when you win that football championship, you going to the other city. You talking big mess. You feeling yourself. You wearing your Niner hat. You know what I mean? Yeah. All in Miami, all in Houston, especially in Dallas and Philadelphia. Yeah.
Wow.
Man, we got to get it. We got to get it done, man.
Yeah. Good stuff, Filmo.
And the tragic part of this, the football Macbeth, you hate when I use that, is this: if you do trade Aiyuk, you hit. You shocked everybody in a rich draft with wide receivers, Lambos, and Ferraris, and you went and got your Ferrari when people thought it was an Accord. Nothing wrong with Accords. They ride, Stoney, but they're not European like that. And Aiyuk ended up being a Ferrari. How much is that worth? Like, there's just a little gap. Like, easy for me to say, not my money, but are you really penny pinching and you hit? This is a dude in the draft, not even in his prime, and he's a baller, catch radius, routes running. Oh my, slippery hips, and you're doing this with him?
Well,
just wow.
But you got to look at it from Lynch and Shanahan's side. A couple years ago in a wide receiver draft, they took Aiyuk and they hit. They probably feel like Ricky Pearsall will hit. And if Ricky Pearsall hits, then they have a receiver at least in a couple years comparable to Aiyuk. Are they going to say
night-night to him if he balls out and shocks the world and it's time to get paid? They're going to do that. I'm asking.
Maybe they'll draft another receiver in 4 years. Maybe their salary cap situation will be significantly different when Pearsall comes up. But I think that it's within the realm of possibility that listen, if I'm the 49ers, I think I would. I'd be very interested in Amari Cooper for 1 year, and then we got Pearsall after that, and hopefully he's the real deal.
And with some draft, if this reported also with some draft picks, my gosh.
Dude, I got to tell you, though, if I'm Cleveland, I ain't giving any draft picks in that deal.
That makes me think it's not going to happen. Why wouldn't they
If I'm Cleveland, I want a draft pick. I want a second-round pick.
I understand that.
And you know what? If I'm the Niners, I may do that. I really might.
Oh, no.
Why?
No, you've already, I don't want to, we use the term tricked off draft picks with the debacle that was Trey Lance, and now I got a young stud that is no longer going to be a Niner, and that's going to hurt in itself. Nobody will admit it, and I'm going to attach more draft capital to see him leave? Hell no, you got to overwhelm me and give us a receiver like an Amari Cooper. That's what makes the Niners say, yeah, we'll do that.
What? Cooper and it too?
Cooper and it too.
And I would say, why would we give you a number 2 pick? Why would we give you a pick?
Because that replacement for Aiyuk it's like a rental. In 1 year, it'll be Vamoose, unless you re-sign him, which you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we got to make it. We got to put something extra on.
But if I'm Cleveland, I'm sitting there saying, Amari Cooper is a proven receiver in this league.
But when you look at his birth certificate, Stoney.
But he's only got 1 more year under contract. There's no, if I'm Cleveland, and maybe that's why there won't be a deal.
Right.
But if I'm Cleveland, I'm not giving up a second-round pick and Amari Cooper for Brandon Aiyuk, knowing we're going to have to pay him $30 million, which maybe you're willing to do.
Right. I was going to be like, that's a good thing.
But if I'm Cleveland, I'm not willing to pay him $30 million and give up a pick.
Well, what if I say this to that? Not saying you're wrong. Then you really don't want him.
Mate. And you know what? Then the Niners really don't want to make a deal. But if I'm only the Niners know how serious this is with Aiyuk.
Wow.
And the minute that the Niners believe, if they ever believe, that Brandon Aiyuk actually may not play for him, and I don't know that they're there, well, then you got to do something. Because you can't
I don't know.
Let me read this to you. D-Lou on the chat, YouTube chat says, Goo, you can't pay everyone. I understand that, but you pay the ballers. You paid McCaffrey.
But they have too many ballers.
Well,
They
listen
do.
to this. In a perfect, this is what we expected. Tell me if I'm wrong. A lot of people did. And I'm just talking about our show. I thought Aiyuk was going to get his deal and then Debo would get traded in the offseason. After this year, I never saw a scenario where it would get so sticky and tricky that he wouldn't be on the field and it would be a question mark going into this year.
All I know is if I'm the Cleveland Browns and I look at the San Francisco 49ers, okay, I know they don't want to pay Aiyuk. And one of the reasons they don't want to pay Aiyuk is because they got a quarterback who's likely going to need to be paid next year. So why would the Browns, and I'm not saying they wouldn't have interest in Aiyuk, but to me, if the Browns give the 49ers Amari Cooper, they give him maybe as good a receiver right here, right now as Aiyuk, or certainly right up there with Brandon
for 1 year,
Aiyuk.
though, Stotty, for one.
Right. But, and I solve, as a Cleveland Brown front office, I solve the Niners' salary cap issue moving forward because Amari Cooper's they're not going to have to pay Cooper after this year. They're going to let him walk, and they'll bank on Pearsall.
But what if Pearsall is not all that they thought he was to be? And then what are you?
Well, then you got
your stuff hanging out in the street next year.
Then maybe you revisit paying Amari Cooper at the end of next year when he becomes a free agent. This
is interesting, man.
There's no easy answers here, I don't think. 888-957-9570 is the number. 650. What's wrong with you, Steiny? Glad you're not the GM. Give Aiyuk and a second rounder for Amari. I get it. It doesn't sound like a good deal. But what if you become convinced Aiyuk won't play for $14 million? Then what are you going to do?
I think that's where this thing is headed.
I know it's easy to say he'll come in eventually.
No.
And he may, but in the meantime, the season is getting jeopardized each and every day.
No doubt about it. And let me just real quick.
Yeah, sure.
I believe that the offense, and if you want to say the whole team dynamic, okay. But Stoney, I still will not one day of my life call Aiyuk greedy. This makes all the sense in the world what he's doing. And what's crazy about this, Stoney, is are you telling me now it's going to be the Tuesday before week 1 of the Monday night game?
Maybe.
And Aiyuk caves in? I would advise him, hey, I know that you're trying to blow up the spot. And if you're going to do this, you got to go all the way in. Because the Niners are telling you, Steiny, we like you, we don't love you. And that's why we can't meet you at the number you're clamoring for. And it is weird. Why don't we, Steiny, don't things leak out to where we could find the number? Originally it was reported it was 26, but no, like, where's it at now?
Maybe that offer's not there anymore. It's possible. Let's go to Nick. Nick's in the city. What's going on, Nick? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I'm as big of a Brandon Aiyuk fan as most Niner fans, but if there's so much animosity in the building, just kind of like with the whole Klay Thompson thing, it would almost be an awkward re-signing. And, I think he's obviously our number one. I thought it was going to be Debo, but he really stepped up. But it's gotten to a point in this offseason, and it's now happened across all these front offices in the Bay Area where there's disgruntled players, there's animosity, and now there's just all these stories leaking about, I'm unhappy, I want more money, I want more opportunity. And we know football time burns so much faster than basketball time. So, the Warriors got to think about their window, and I think it's about a 2, maybe 3-year window of really winning with Brock Purdy. And maybe they're thinking about their bags. I don't really know. Maybe, is that what's stopping them from signing Aiyuk? I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right on the money, Nick. I don't think any of us really know if the difference between Aiyuk signing and not signing is $1 million, $2 million, $4 million, $6 million. I don't know. I have no idea. As far as the animosity, I would ask this, though. I'm not there yet with the animosity because, Nick Bosa lingered. And he signed, and I don't think there was animosity.
That was leverage. He had all the leverage. It was just about win.
But you think there was animosity toward Deebo Samuel?
None.
Yeah, I don't either. I think
he carried this team in offense on his back a couple seasons.
Yeah, and I think if they were to come up with an acceptable number for Aiyuk, and he gets into camp late, which wouldn't be the best scenario, I don't think he's going to have trouble walking into the locker room and reacquainting with his teammates, if you know what I mean.
Let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
So I've been watching the on Netflix, Donnie, the receiver doc. I think Devontae Adams is a top 3 receiver in the NFL.
All right.
He's making $28 million.
Okay.
I can look you in the face and say, as much as I love Brandon Aiyuk, you're not worth that. And then I look at Cooper Kupp, $26.7 million. Steiny, I got to honestly say, Cooper Kupp I think he's better than Brandon Aiyuk just based on what I've seen. So Devontae Smith from the Eagles, Donnie, making $25 million. That's around where I would say Aiyuk. But if he's asking for 28 or 29 or lo and behold 30,
so you've come off.
Yes,
you've come off.
I have, man.
Let's just pay him $29, $30 million.
Yes, I have, man. Because they're never going to use him like that. But don't mess up and hijack your season. I'm talking to both parties right now. Don't do that. And that's why I'm saying, hey, partner, if you tell me Amari Cooper's coming back and you get the draft pick, maybe a second for next year, man, I drive Aiyuk to the airport.
I mean,
but that can't be. It's reported. It can't be real, Steiny. Cam Marino, NFL Buzz, he reported that maybe that would be the offer with Cleveland. That can't be right.
If I'd be surprised. I would be surprised if Cleveland makes that trade and gives up a second rounder. That to me sounds like, and I get it. Aiyuk's a really good receiver.
Yes, he is.
Young receiver. But if I'm sitting there with Amari Cooper, I'm looking at that as, you know what? We don't need him. We already have Amari Cooper. And you know what? We'll just stick, like, if I'm Cleveland, the way I look at it is, no, we're not giving you a second-round pick. We've got Amari Cooper under contract in good standing, as Kay Cabot said, for one more year. Are we going to need a receiver after that?
That pick could get him. That second-round pick could be your Amari Cooper next year.
Exactly. So I would be shocked if Cleveland gives up Amari Cooper and a second-round pick.
Okay.
I just would.
We talked about Aiyuk, and rightfully so. But, Steiny, if I'm a Niner fan, I can differentiate Aiyuk, but get mad about, okay, that's Aiyuk. But Trent Williams, what the F is going on unless, Steiny, this is just wink, wink. He's just resting. He ain't going to be doing much. That's where I get mad and question Lynch and all involved. Like, what's the holdup on that?
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think is the seriousness level of all this if you're a San Francisco 49er fan? In other words, if you're a diehard, if you love the Niners, are you starting to think that this is leaking into the season? Is this a sign that, you know what, I don't like the way things are starting? Or I know there are a lot of fans out there that think stuff gets stirred up for no apparent reason. And my question is, does it feel like things are being stirred up for a good reason?
And there's a game Saturday.
Yes,
I know it's preseason. There's a game Saturday.
Yes, sir. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a...
Timmy.
Yeah, almost that time.
Not really.
I got to go ahead. Do what you got to do.
Hey,
your
you know
first
what?
day back. Because I got
this.
a little gripe just for 2 seconds.
Okay, well, let me just throw this at you first. I really haven't. I've watched some of the Olympics. The basketball I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
I watched the women's yesterday.
How's my guy Curry doing in the Olympics, Goo?
He's playing. I'm not into the numbers and all that stuff. It's just like the Super Friends.
Great.
What are you getting at?
I don't know. I haven't seen him. So what's the eye test telling you about Curry? Is he playing well?
The team's winning and they're having fun.
Uh-oh.
But people are really, you missed this.
Oh.
They're really mad at Kerr about these rotations, even as power forward. But we'll get to that.
Don't get me started.
All right. But I got to get started.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I walked out here on break. You and I got your stuff. I'm fired up. You're back.
Yeah, sure.
I'm feeling good,
yeah,
Stoney.
Me too.
When you go number 2, went to the restroom, make sure you flush. God. Just make sure. Yeah, I didn't need that visual. I go to do what I got to do, and then, who got up and just said, you know what, I ain't going to hit the flush button. But other than that, Stoney, I'm back. Just come on. It's not hard. Think about other people. 3 career farts in my 12 years on the air.
I hate that.
I don't know what's.
This is the kind of humor that I abhor.
Where did he find that? That's AI.
I don't like talking about this. I will say this, though.
Spray Thompson.
The problem is that many toilets and urinals now are quote unquote automatic.
Oh.
So some people just believe it's going to happen.
Right. This fish is stinking from the head up.
Steiny, you got me thinking, Priest, I hear you. Maybe that person just assumed I got you. All right, we can move on, man.
All right.
I was like, oh, my God, what did I do to deserve this?
We got to be better.
Yeah.
As a society. Oh, boy. All right. Brandon Aiyuk. It is funny. Let's listen to a little more of Mary Kay Cabot. She works for Cleveland.com, the Cleveland plain dealer. She's been covering them for a long time. She understands what's going on in terms of that franchise. She was on with the Morning Roast, Bonte and Shasky.
Yeah, our guys.
And she's talking about if the Browns would give up anything for Aiyuk.
Well, if Amari is going, then I don't see the Browns giving up their first-round pick. They're not going to want to do that. They haven't had a first-round pick in 3 years from the Deshaun Watson trade. So that one is probably staying here.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that the starting point then would be the second-round pick, and then maybe you would ask for a few other things for your former first-rounder, in addition to Amari. I would probably go with maybe a mid-round pick or 2.
I'm not saying Mary Kay Cabot's wrong, because she may be right on the money. But this is one of those where I got to say, I don't see it, Bob. Like, I understand what she's saying, but the Cleveland, to me,
man,
why are the Cleveland Browns, why would they be desperate to get Brandon Aiyuk if they're sitting with Amari Cooper for one more year? That's all I'm asking.
As crazy as this sounds, as it stands now, Amari, had a great career, Steiny. He'll get hurt with the best of them.
Okay.
But if they look at this as an upgrade and guys and gals running around the Bay talking about they're dreading paying them, the Browns might be happy to pay their future in new Amari Cooper, Steiny.
I get
and maybe
that.
they're willing to attach that to the price tag.
I mean,
and if I'm the Niners, I would be like, let's do it now.
Must be, I understand the Browns might be thinking, you know what? We really like Brandon Aiyuk, and if we get him in here, we have our wide receiver for the next 5 years. But sitting with Cooper means I'm not desperate. And so
What if you don't re-sign him next year then, Steiny? And you had your chance to get Aiyuk because of the relationship rotted.
Maybe you'll have a chance to get Aiyuk next year. I mean, I just wouldn't. I don't know. I'm trying to understand why the Browns would give up Cooper, a second-round pick, and then other things. I mean, that would tell me that the Browns absolutely love Aiyuk, and they do think he's a top 5 receiver.
No doubt about it. Because this is the first day, and I know you've been gone, Stoney, but you've been on social media to where I heard a scenario to where the Niners would get something back.
I know.
Yeah, like that's where it's like, oh boy.
I'm not saying any reporting is wrong.
Right.
I'm just looking at it from the Browns' perspective, thinking they're not desperate. The Browns aren't desperate. I would look at it this way. I think if I'm another team in the league, I would look at the Niners as being desperate right now. And what I mean by that is, if other teams around the league know that the Niners are having a problem signing Aiyuk, and it doesn't look good in San Francisco for them reuniting, why would I throw a lot of stuff in to a team now that, quite frankly, is desperate because they consider themselves a Super Bowl contender?
Well, they obviously, hey, I'm not mad at any of that. I'm just telling you, I feel like the Niners brass is saying Ricky Pearsall can hold it down / Jawan Jennings.
Well, if
that's very arrogant and risky, but in order for this to be where it's at now, Stoney, that must be some of it. Like, dude, you're good, but you ain't all that to us. The ship don't stop if you get off the boat.
I get it. But what if the Niners are looking at 2 scenarios?
Thank you.
What?
Ship and boat. That was a bad analogy. Go ahead.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, it didn't make sense. I said ship and boat. I said the boat. Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
You got to Google it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I don't know. 888-957-95. Okay, 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, who's more desperate right now from the outside looking in than the Niners? That if I'm another team, I'm sitting and the Niners are trying to get something from me, I'm sitting there saying, yeah, we'll trade with you, but you're not raking us over the coals. You know why? Because you guys are in trouble at the wide receiver position. Yeah. So, in a way, if I'm another team, I'd be like, hey, Niners, beggars can't be choosers. You know, you got.
But are they really beggars, though?
I think, I don't know.
Maybe. Are they going to be willing to play this cat and mouse game with Aiyuk to where week 1, he's still, this is a hold out. Now it then becomes a hold out. It's a hold in, and it's not cute or funny right now. But if this thing turns into week 1 and they're going to play this game, there's no winner to me.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm wondering if you're a San Francisco 49er fan, has your tone kind of changed? Are you more worried right now about what's going on 2 weeks into training camp? I mean, we haven't even talked about Trent Williams.
Which is amazing.
When I left here, everybody was under the assumption, oh, that's a formality. It does seem to me as if people expect Trent Williams will eventually be here, but it does feel like Aiyuk, there's more questions about what's going on. For whatever reason, Goo, from the Xfinity Mobile text line, the 408 apparently wants to challenge you. Guru, I'll race you 100 meters at SF State Track and give you a head start and still beat you, Noah Lyles style, if you want this smoke anytime, any place.
Well,
did you say you were fast or something?
No, that just came out of nowhere. But I will tell you this, Stoney, I would take that challenge. Your boy still can run like a.
So apparently he's from the 4. Yeah. I'm assuming it's a man. Although I'm sure there are elite females.
Relax,
that could
like 50. I can
you.
I still move.
If it's Noah Lyles style, then he'll beat you by like 0.01. I mean, it's going to be a photo
what did
finish.
You make of that? I think they got it wrong. That whole photo finish and
camera lies?
Yeah.
How?
The camera can't lie.
But what is the real definition of the torso? If your foot crosses the line, you won.
Yeah, I don't.
That's what I was
you've been a track and field expert now for how long?
See, who said expert? It's just my fandom opinion.
Yeah, that's my point. They've had rules in place to the track and field community.
Yeah.
This is.
But in the streets, the first person that any body part that touches winner. That's all.
Well, win a gold medal and get back to me.
All right.
Because I don't. The lean, Mickey D. See, Mickey D's a track expert on the YouTube chat. He said, Goo, the lean won it. Let me tell you something. Here's what I do know about track and field, which is a lot, by the way. I covered it for many years at the Contra Costa Times. Whoop. I mean, coming across the tape, there's a strategy there. That's part of the race. Plain and simple. Oh, yeah. And by the way, the 530 right on the money, 408, relax. We're still waiting on the Goo Low Neal race that's never going to happen.
I'm still waiting on Guru versus Jordan Bell.
I mean,
I was ready. This guy won. We were waiting on him, and we chopped it up about it too.
Who?
Jordan Bell. I got to the facility early for game day, and he's like, "I'm ready. We could do it before practice."
Let me tell you something. I'll be honest with you. I don't think I'd bet against Guru right now.
He's out the league.
Who the hell has Jordan Bell been playing for the last 3 or 4 years? Yeah, 510. And Spadoni said the same guy, 408, issued that challenge to Bonte and Shasky. Apparently they laughed it off, and I'm sure Willard and Dibbs will laugh it off. I've laughed it off.
Well, Dibbs ain't racing. He got that knee. Willard might still have some wheels.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, Willard's a big strider. I could see Willard being a big strider, long, loping strides.
Yeah. He'll be back today like you.
That's right.
By the looks of it,
he was gone.
I love when my comrades just go get away and have a good time and reset. You're in a zone, right? You don't even know it.
What are you talking about?
You're glowing. You ain't cranky. Well, tomorrow.
That'll change.
Eventually. Sit on one tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll change. As long as we're talking about it, give me your interest in the Olympics on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being, boy, you've really gotten into it.
And you're not setting me up, right?
I'm asking you a serious question.
It's 3.5. It's
out
just
of 10?
Yeah, the wife's in it, and it's on all night. I don't know what it is, and it's been this way in the past. I'd rather watch Tigers Mariners. Like baseball.
Cal Rowley is a fun guy to watch.
But you asked, I'm telling you. What about you?
Not really. Not really. Now,
right.
Interestingly, my family's into it.
Yeah.
They enjoy watching all these sports. And, of course,
Snoop Dogg, I guess, is doing the Lord's work.
What does that mean?
I don't know. He's getting kudos everywhere he goes, Steiny. I guess he called, what was it?
Is he the guy who called the Noah Lyles?
Water polo, I believe.
Oh, so he wasn't the guy who miscalled the Noah Lyles race.
That I didn't even know existed.
The announcer for NBC said that the Jamaican runner won, apparently, in real time.
Well, he's telling the truth.
Hey, I'd love to know this. Hey, Evan. So, have you ever been dead wrong on a call?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, that comes to mind. I mean, we're talking about the announcer who said the Jamaican sprinter won in real time. The Jamaican runner did not win.
As far as something not happening,
I got it wrong.
I mean, I don't know. Like I've definitely misidentified athletes. Like in a football game, maybe you missed the guy who got the pick, and then he's going the other way, and you're calling this guy who got the touchdown, and you're all excited, and you realize, he actually didn't score.
Wow, I love it. But no Sterling for you. What did I do wrong?
Well, I think every once in a while there's like a ball hit to left, and then it's actually right or something like that. And then but that happens from time to time.
I got you. I'm fascinated by baseball announcers and how much they look at the field versus how much they look at the monitor.
All depending on where you're at in the stadium. Sometimes you need the monitor.
Let's ask the guy who's actually done it.
That's what we're doing.
Evan, how much time do you...
Yes.
Oh. How much time...
Got to switch it up.
Do each different, let's say, play-by-play baseball announcer, do they have the same kind of approach with the monitor and the real field, or does that differ with every announcer?
I think it differs mostly television to radio, because if you're on television, you're kind of at the mercy of what they're showing. Like you could see something that's incredible, but if the camera's not on it, the audience doesn't know what you're talking about. So radio, You might use the monitor more so just as a replay or kind of a reference point. But on television, there are a lot of people that will call it off the monitor just because that's what people are looking at.
Gotcha.
Great explanation.
What did Vin Scully do?
Whatever the hell he wanted. That guy's a legend.
Exactly. So how come you don't know? Wouldn't you follow him?
Well, once he moved to television, he probably still called it like a radio game, and he was also the only guy that was allowed to be one voice. He didn't need a color analyst because it's just Vin Scully.
Yeah. So he didn't want to pattern himself after the greatest of all time, I guess. He wanted to carve out his new path.
Well, he kind of based himself off of Red Barber because that was the first guy that he worked with in Brooklyn, as you well know, Steiny.
I do well know that.
Red Barber in the cat seat,
God, I miss Vin.
Did you like Red Barber?
More of an Ernie Harwell
more than
guy.
Mel Allen?
More of an Ernie Harwell guy.
Are you?
Shout out to Troy.
I got that.
Ernie was the legend.
3-4-1. Guru and Steiny, I'll race both of you 50 yards. I'm not racing. I'm old.
You're playing pickleball. You're not old.
I haven't played in a while. I think I'm done.
He's too old.
I think I'm done now. Is this true from the 707? The Olympic Committee's paying Snoop Dogg $500,000 a day.
Those are facts.
You got to be kidding.
Yeah, no, he's getting his chicken.
What's Martha Stewart getting?
That I don't know.
What are we doing?
Just pay those taxes.
But stay out of his pockets. He's getting paid.
Get off her.
Yeah, I love her.
Oh, I adore her.
Yeah. Wow.
I think she's wonderful. I really do. Yeah. Boy. It's
legal.
I said Martha Stewart.
Yeah.
He probably smokes too.
By the way, there's none of that over in England.
Are you kidding me?
No.
No Cheech and Chong.
Not really. No. It's more of a vape country. Dude, get this. And I'm dead serious. So I went to England, and so...
How did you make it?
I don't need that to have a good time. I was with my mom, too, for goodness sakes. But anyway, in England, I see a lot, and there were a lot of tourists there. Germans, Finnish, the Danes, Swedish people, Italians. And you would see parents with their 16, 17-year-old daughter or son.
Gotcha.
And the son or daughter, I kid you not, 17, 18-year-olds sucking off a vape. Not a marijuana vape, but those, I don't know, tobacco
cigarette. Yeah. No harm, no foul.
What do you mean? The parents don't care. It's so different over there.
Inhaling.
Exactly. But
they're truthful with each other.
As a general rule, parents over there would be mortified if their 18-year-old was smoking marijuana.
Gotcha.
But cigarettes,
cool.
I guess. Yeah. It's weird. Let me tell you something. There are different cultures out there, everybody. Not everybody's the same.
Did you see a lot of me out there?
Yeah. Oh, gosh. London?
Yeah.
Oh, London is very diverse.
All right.
Very diverse. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Evan told his stories of his vacay when you were gone, so you missed it.
Not a lot of goose in Sweden.
Yeah.
Well, I was with Evan yesterday.
That bothers me. I forgot.
Yeah, you didn't go.
Yeah, I was on restriction.
You were invited.
Went heavy Friday.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it was Sunday.
Yeah. The day vessels were,
You went that hard Sunday?
Yeah, Friday. Yeah. Anyway, it's about you.
I forgot what
Evan was telling you yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, Evan's he was telling me about his vacation. Sounds fascinating.
You guys are traveling, man.
Yeah, we are, Goo.
Yep.
We like
to North Carolina a couple weeks.
Yeah, Greensboro. That's fun.
Yeah, to move my daughter in.
Yeah, we're going. Evan in Stockholm, Steiny in London, and Bath.
Why y'all
Goo's heading to Greensboro.
I'm going to North Carolina a couple weeks.
There you go, Spatoni. Like, why are you shaming us?
I'm going to golf at Pinehurst.
Oh.
Well, look at this guy.
Yeah, he's not going to Pinehurst. He's going to Greensboro.
Yeah.
Actually, I hear Greensboro's pretty nice.
They basketball season not in. It was in last time. I could have went to Raleigh to see North Carolina, Duke, NC State. I don't know. Didn't go.
God, you had a chance to go to Cameron Indoor Arena.
Kind of regret it now.
I would want to go there for sure. I wouldn't quite say bucket list, but yeah, I'd like to see a game there and at the University of Kansas. what is it, Fog Allen Arena, something like that.
I just thought of Paul Pierce. You mentioned Kansas.
Well, I thought of Will Chamberlain.
Okay.
That's that's part of where
Little
both of us
different.
go. No, but apparently where Kansas, the Jayhawks play is absolute. Evan, have you ever been to that place?
Which one?
Where the Kansas, I think it's Allen Fieldhouse.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've never been to. I forget the town. It's not Wichita, but
it's Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Look
Yeah,
at
never
my
been to
guys.
Lawrence.
I'm pretty good with college cities.
Well,
I really am.
Oh boy.
Like if you say Creighton, Omaha, Nebraska. Go ahead, let's try it real quick.
Duke.
Duke's in Raleigh.
Nope.
To Durham. To Durham. I get those three mixed up.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
That's Chapel Hill.
Tennessee.
That's in Knoxville.
Louisiana State University.
That's in Baton Rouge. I could do this all day.
Idaho.
Idaho's in Moscow. And it's not Moscow.
Oregon.
It's Moscow.
Oregon.
Eugene. Steiny's back, baby.
UConn.
That's Seattle and Stores.
Well, depends on which arena.
Well, I like when they play at home.
Hartford.
Now that's
Tennessee.
He asked me Tennessee. That's in Knoxville. One more.
Middle Tennessee.
University.
That's in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
University of Central Florida.
Yeah.
That is in
stop the music.
It's not Orlando. Orlando. Yeah.
What was that?
I don't know. But your boy's full of glee right now. That's 10 for 10.
How did that even start?
That's weird. With, Cameron Indoor Arena.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
What word would you use to describe the Niners and what they're doing with Aiyuk and Trent? Seriously, what word comes to mind?
Business.
Good business? Bad business?
Business.
That don't work for me.
Oh, yeah. You just.
No, there's something's off.
As Joe Lacob always says, it's a negotiation.
Until it's a hold in and hold out.
Yeah, they're still talking. Hey, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park, Friday, September 6th. Look at us doing it up at Harding Park. Dude, that's like one of the nicest courses in the Bay Area.
Shasky told me about it.
Okay, where is it?
San Francisco.
Where? San Francisco.
Olympic
Be more
Club.
specific. Olympic Club's a different course entirely. Olympic Club is private. Harding Park is public.
Where's it at?
It's in San Francisco.
Oh, my good God.
Anyway, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, and it benefits the Autism Society, the San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pet control company. Steiny and Guru reunited, and it feels so good. Peaches and herb.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me tell you what's coming up on the game. Whatever it is, it's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll talk more about Brandon Aiyuk on the other side, but let me tell you what else is going on. There's some deadlines approaching for some of our other sports teams. One of the other team we're very familiar with. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Make a shot.
They're winning by 100.
No, you're wrong.
They didn't
In
cover.
fact, they haven't covered in any of their 3 games. How has that affected you?
Oh, not at all. I just leave it alone.
Please.
I just leave it alone. America.
You're
I don't
so
bet on
patriotic.
America.
You've only bet on the Americans.
Yeah, but you're a hot shot. You just kicked ass on that last segment. But my guy Hawk checked in. Said, okay, Mr. Steiny, Dartmouth College.
Hanover, New Hampshire.
You got it. All right. Last one, Colgate University.
Colgate's in Ithaca.
Hamilton.
Oh,
yeah.
Now double check. No, double check that.
He just texted
No, it is
Hamilton, New York.
Ithaca is Cornell and Ithaca College. You know what they say about Ithaca?
Tell me.
Ithaca is gorgeous.
Wow.
No, but gorge as in like a rock formation.
Gotcha.
Because there are gorges, and like rocks are. And there's an indentation and little cavern. And,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you can buy a T-shirt that says that. Steiny Guru, back together. You missed us, didn't you?
Yeah, I missed you.
No, I mean the listeners.
Oh, yeah. But I missed you, too.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about you here and there.
Yeah, my phone could tell.
Yeah, I checked in once in a while with you guys.
You did. We brought it up on the air.
You guys talking about me?
Yeah, no, a little bit. We let you enjoy yourself. But my whole I got to give this to you.
Yeah.
Are the Niners really going to say to Brock Purdy, a weapon like Brandon Aiyuk is now disposable and he's gone? Like, that's what makes me think all this is fodder, Steiny. I just give him his bread or get it fixed.
Well,
quit playing around.
I mean, it is not easy to understand. I mean, on the one hand, it's easy. On the other hand, there's a lot of moving parts here. And I do wonder if you're the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk is starting to worry you in terms of if your strategy was we cannot and will not pay him the amount he's asking for, and we are committed to making him play for $14 million. At some point, they have to ask themselves, but what if he doesn't end up playing for $14 million? And here's the thing. I know it's easy to say out there, oh, he'll have to report. He'll have to report. But what
There's
if
a lot of that from me, Steiny.
But what about the fact that by the time he reports, it cost you a little bit?
Well, shame on everyone involved at that point. And that's why if this report, Steiny, from Cam Marino, NFL Buzz on Twitter, if that's correct, the Niners would jump at that offer if that's how that deal went. If that proposal was,
I would agree.
Oh my gosh!
So he's saying that if the Browns offered Amari Cooper and a number 2,
22 next year,
yeah.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, if I'm the Niners, I'd jump at that.
Yeah.
But again, if I'm the Browns. Again, why am I giving that up when I'm sitting with Amari Cooper and know he's coming off our cap next year, which gives us more flexibility to go get his replacement?
Yeah. A younger replacement.
Now, the one thing I'm interested to know from 49er fans is, I mean, when you're talking about, well, what kind of quality receiver would you have to get back for an Aiyuk? Because are you really going to go into the season with Pearsall as a starter? And if your answer is no, you're not going to do any better than Amari Cooper.
No doubt about it.
So, to me, Amari Cooper solves your problem if you're the San Francisco 49ers. And to me, it's a perfect case scenario for the Niners if you're worried about Aiyuk. Let's go get Amari Cooper. Try to get a pick, although I don't know.
If you're Cleveland, there's no way in hell. And you've been thorough and you've explained it and elaborated. You're just not adding that on.
And the one thing that I think we don't know how much the 49ers love or don't love Ricky Pearsall.
Well, they loved him enough to draft him in the first round.
Thank you.
This shocked. It's fair to say now, Steiny, since the dust has settled, that was a peculiar pick.
I think it was peculiar, but it was calculated for sure.
So is this the byproduct of that? Night to Aiyuk. Is that what that meant?
I mean, I think it's possible.
I would never have done that. I wouldn't have the guts and gall.
Well, then, but if they had not drafted Pearsall, then maybe that would have given Aiyuk more leverage.
But why did he even need leverage in the first? What has he not done for you not to want to pay him after you drafted him? I guess that's what I'm saying, partner.
Well, keep in mind that
this is what you draft for, to pay and reward guys.
Not necessarily in the NFL. Like, I get it. I think.
Justin Jefferson got, and I know everybody's cap situation is different. He got his chicken. Ross St. Brown got his chicken. Yeah. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Adams, CeeDee Lamb here in the next couple of days, you would think.
So what's that telling you? Like, this is where I'm a believer in.
Their teams believe the asking price, and that's the one thing we don't have about this puzzle. Those guys are worth that asking price.
Exactly. I mean, all that tells me is that the Niners don't think of Aiyuk
like Aiyuk thinks of Aiyuk.
As important to them as those players are to their team.
Now, what are the ramifications? Now, that's mindset. That's how they feel. But when you get on the field, what is Brock Purdy going to look like and do or become or not become, Steiny, because he doesn't have number 11 out there? That's my biggest concern. Are we so sure Brock Purdy is okay with this?
Well, I mean,
and again, I know he's not running it, but come on, man. There's levels to this.
Let's put it this way. Let's say the 49ers, instead of, well, no, let's not go down that road. Evan came in here, producer Evan, and said, what about Purdy? Okay, Purdy's got to be paid. And he was thinking, well, do you really want to take that weapon away from Brock Purdy when you could have Purdy and Aiyuk forming a relationship for the next 3 to 5 years?
Right.
Well, maybe the 49ers are thinking the relationship Purdy's going to form is with Ricky Pearsall, our young receiver. Maybe
all because of money.
It's not, because they're in a situation where
I'd say good luck with that, Steiny.
I'll tell you right now, if I'm the Niners and I could get Amari Cooper in here, well, let me put it this way. Only the Niners know how confident they are that Aiyuk is going to be on the field for them in some capacity, whether it's under his old contract or new contract. If the 49ers believe in their heart of hearts that he will come in at 14, come hell or high water, he will come in, well, then they're not going to do anything.
I don't know why at this juncture they would believe that now, that he's gotten to this point. All this and basically no practice for nothing to give in. And Steiny, it could happen. But good Lord, I just can't believe in a year where you're about to decide how much, or if you're comfortable giving your quarterback 60 to 65 million, you would be willing to risk or mess around and take away one of his best weapons. Like what? Now we're hearing interception gate in practice and there's no Trent Williams, no Aiyuk. I'm not trying to make a correlation, but what if somehow he regresses because there's no Aiyuk? Oh my God, Lynch and Shanahan would be questioned.
Well,
now,
then maybe they're proving he's not a $50 million quarterback.
But we'll give you 40. But when in totality, what did it really cost us? A chance to get back to the Super Bowl, a division crown? Those are like bad answers. You know what I mean? You would get to the bottom of some things, but okay, we got to pay our quarterback less. But was it really worth it because we didn't value Brandon Aiyuk?
408 from the Xfinity Mobile text line. The NFL is a cap league. If you want to sign Aiyuk for what he wants, you're going to have to lose 2 or 3 other guys. And that's the one thing. I remember the sound that we played of Kyle Shanahan on Tim Kawakami's podcast talking about the old DeForest Buckner and why he left. And sometimes there aren't 2 great choices. And I could totally see a scenario in which the 49ers think, you know what, Brandon Aiyuk's a hell of a receiver. But if we got Amari Cooper in here, he's almost as good of a receiver, even though he doesn't have, even though he's been in the league longer. Yeah. But it's not really a downgrade. And so that's the path we're going down. I would take Amari Cooper on this team in a heart.
I'm right behind you.
Again, I'm not saying 49ers should do it. I'm saying what I think we need to know is how the 49ers feel about whether or not Aiyuk is going to be on the field at some point if they play hardball with him.
I think they're playing hardball now.
Right.
But I get
so
what you're saying.
What do you think they think? I
don't believe Amari Cooper is gettable. Like, I know that's reported.
That's fair.
But I got to believe if that was actual facts, Donnie, something would come down in a Texas second. Like, the Niners would do that and be happy about it. But I'm looking at Brock Purdy, 31 touchdowns to 11 picks, 4,200 yards in the air. He looked the part. Why would you just want to, what I deem, weaken your passing attack when you do need it by letting Brandon Aiyuk, like you got a combination now for the next 5, you just said it, 5 to 7 years, Purdy to Aiyuk. Why would you go away from that for?
Because if you go down that road, then it's just Purdy and Aiyuk. Because you know you're going to have to lose Debo at some point. And who knows about McCaffrey in 2 or 3 years?
Who knows about Kittle?
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Guy. Guy's in Brentwood. What's up, Guy? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing today, fellas?
Hey. Doing well.
Well, last night I wanted to look at Brock Purdy's highlights. So I went in TV and I looked at Brock Purdy's highlights, and all the big catches were by Aiyuk. Yeah. It was amazing just going in, watching Brock Purdy's highlights. Not only that, I have to mention about how much he fits into that system. And a lot of that was timing. There's more to it than catching a ball. There's timing involved. There's those routes involved that he runs. The ball placement to him, he was in the right place all the time. It was unbelievable. So I think he's worth it.
Appreciate the call, Guy.
Yeah. And I think a lot of fans feel that way.
Worth what?
Well, there we go.
What's he worth?
I went over the highest paid wide receivers right now. And again, you know, if he got Devontae Smith type of money, Stoney, that's kind of what group I put him in. But when you talk about A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson, I'm like, St. Brown.
I also think one of the things is if you're John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, you know that in the next year or two, push is coming to shove with your salary structure. You know you can't pay everybody. So you look at the most important players on the team and you prioritize them. And maybe John Lynch says, all right, we got to pay Purdy because we think he's the real deal. Okay, we got to pay McCaffrey because we think he's the real deal. Debo's being paid, and we know what he can do. Kittle's been, maybe it's just a matter of they can't prioritize Aiyuk to the extent that the other guys are prioritized. Maybe the 49ers think if they had to make a choice, they'd rather have Debo than Aiyuk.
Yeah, and I assumed it was Aiyuk and Debo would get traded this offseason, and that's a point. You could be right. Maybe they are letting it be known, but man, there's so many caveats to this whole puzzle that we don't know. And the one is, Stoney, I would like to know, what is Brandon asking for? Like, is it to the point to where obviously nothing's getting done? They're at a stalemate, and it may cost him his tenure here. But is it something so ridiculous to where the Niners are like, if we could tell the public, get ready because Brandon will not play a down for us this year, meaning for football. Like, I mean, that's where it's at today. But the Trent Williams one, just like what are the bookkeepers doing over there to where Trent, there's a snag and hold up with Trent? And that makes me think, like, what's really going on?
Well, according to Mike Silver, the 49ers knew that Trent Williams wasn't happy about his contract a long time ago.
But doesn't that make it worse that they knew?
But again, I think you're operating under the assumption that, just pay him. Just pay everybody. And they have to look down the road. And what's the sense of paying everybody if you know in a year you're going to have to dismantle everything?
Well, they're not paying everybody right now. They have, but I'm just, again, no shade at Brandon. Steiny, Trent Williams is everything compared to Brandon Aiyuk to this year.
Well, that's what we think. That's what we think.
Oh, my, Steiny, this offensive line without him?
I don't know.
Oh, I do.
Okay, well, what if Kyle Shanahan and Lynch don't believe that?
But right now, there's not a scenario to where I know I'm going down. There's not a scenario to where this team can reach its goal, or better yet, win a division without Trent protecting his blind side.
But this is where I think Kyle Shanahan explained it perfectly. What would be our number? The best case scenario for the 49ers is Trent Williams calls the Niners today and says, you know what? I made a mistake. I'm just going to come in. I'll just come in. That would be, but that's not happening.
Right.
Okay, you know that's not happening. So now you look at your salaries of your guys, and you're like, well, if we gotta give Trent Williams this, it's going to cost us that and that. And maybe there's a scenario in which, God forbid, I know people can't even conceive of it, you downgrade without Trent Williams, but you upgrade in other positions, and that becomes the best case scenario. Because to the Niners, paying Williams and just getting him in here isn't the best scenario, because it's going to make for way more problems down the road.
Well, why would I pay Brock Purdy down the road, which is next year, and I'm losing Trent Williams? Like, that would be scary as all outdoors. That would almost be like buying an expensive car with no car insurance.
How long you get that?
2 years, and that's why I don't think he's asking. I'll put 2 at the minimum. That's why I don't think he's trying to bring the house down.
Here's the other thing. Well, we don't know. We have no idea.
Well, I'll say this for that, Steiny. If he is, you better have something put away in another kitty, because you knew this was coming.
What if they just don't have enough money?
He's at the top of his game still.
They don't have enough money for everybody.
Well, then somebody else has to not get it, but it's not going to be my left tackle.
Well, but
who's playing at an all-pro level?
But apparently it can't be Aiyuk either.
Now that's different.
Okay, well then you got to say goodbye to Aiyuk.
And they may have.
Exactly. But I mean, here's the other thing, that this is convincing me of something that I think people just assume is right. And I'm not saying, the Niners don't care. I'm not saying they don't care if they win it or not this year. Of course they want to win it this year. But I think a higher priority for the 49ers is they're looking at it as, we want to try to win it for the next 3 to 5 years. And what people don't understand is, if we acquiesce to Aiyuk and if we acquiesce to Williams, it is 1 year. We're putting all the chips in the middle. And if we don't win it this year, this team's broken up. And I think they might be thinking, we've got to look 2 or 3 years down the line. It's not, okay, you can say Super Bowl or bust all you want.
I was just about to say it.
But guess what? It's just like the Warriors. We have a responsibility to think about this team in 2 years, and there's nothing feasible here. We can't pay Trent. We can't pay Aiyuk. We can't pay Purdy at the end of this year. Because if we do all those 3 things, our defense is going to get worse.
And that may have already happened, with no Greenlaw to start the season. Nick Sorensen, his first crack at it as defensive coordinator. But I get the Brandon Aiyuk sentiment, Steiny. I really do. But if this team, who is trying to get right back to the Super Bowl, is messing around with their left tackle, who's at an all-pro level, they are tripping big. Okay. Like, that can change your whole course of the year. That's how important he is, Donnie. For your running back, your Ferrari.
You're talking about 1 year.
No, but he's not done in 1 year. You would wrap Trip up for 2 or 3.
But he's 37.
Okay, well, it's 36. But all right, 36.
And you know what? Here's the other thing about Trent Williams. He's the same guy who said he was retiring 2 or 3 years ago.
I got it. What's your plan B there?
He's the same guy who, if the 49ers do win it, he's probably retiring.
The premise is, I'm not letting Trent Williams, or I'm messing around with something that I know is at a high level when I'm about to give the quarterback $60 million. That would be idiotic to let Trent Williams go and give Brock Purdy $60 million. And then you paid McCaffrey to even expect him to duplicate years past without Trent making those holes.
They can't pay Purdy 60, Trent Williams 30, McCaffrey 18, Debo 24, Aiyuk 27.
Partner.
Okay. So it's about priorities at that point. I'll bet you this. So if we talk to John Lynch would say, I know we haven't won a Super Bowl, but we have been knocking on the door for the last 5 years. For the last 5 years, we have been atop the NFC, one of the best teams. Okay. We believe we have a recipe to do that for the next 4 or 5 years. But this year, we're going to have to make some tough choices in order to continue to be the franchise we've been for 5 years. So I know you all are saying Super Bowl or bust, but sorry, we're more interested. We would rather tighten the belt now because we believe that is the best possible way to be good for the next 3 to 5 years, as opposed to giving in to all these crazy numbers for one more crack at it. I don't believe. If the 49ers believe that Brock Purdy's the real deal, then I truly wouldn't say this year we have to do it by paying everybody because we're putting all our eggs into 1 year. I think they want to go down an avenue where they believe they create a structure to allow them to compete every year.
Right, but that goes out the window if you're telling me there's no Trent Williams.
Well, to you,
No,
to you.
Yeah, but to anybody that knows the game, Stoney, if Trent Williams is not a Niner, they're not a championship team. And I tell John, put the Henny down, because why are you talking about 3 to 5 years when you punted on this whole, to me, the whole time, everything that you've built goes out the window if you're saying money has cost you your left tackle after you just in the middle of the night paid the stud running back, but the real running back is Trent Williams. The passing game and the running game. Like, there is no winning big time or continuing anything if you allow this crunch to for him to be the sacrificial lamb, which, Steiny, it's just days. Trent's getting Aiyuk, I get. Trent is getting his bag.
Okay, that's honestly, you're probably right, but we have no idea what the 49ers really, really, really think about any of these guys. And the reality of the situation to me is, if Trent Williams is asking for 28-2 or whatever the number is to make him the highest, who's to say John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan say, you know what, Trent's pretty darn good, but he's lost a step. He's lost a step, and he's not. As good as he is, he's not going to be as good next year. He's 37. They're the football experts. I fully believe, and clearly it must be true, that some of their opinions of our players are different than our opinion of those players. We all say, oh, Trent's going to get signed, no doubt about it. We just throw it out. Just throw it out like everybody believes Trent Williams is the best tackle in football. Well, what if the Niners don't think that? What if John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, who know this stuff better than anybody, say, yeah, he's one of the best?
Well, I'm looking. Steiny Tunsil from the Texans getting $25 million. Sewell just got his new deal, 28.
How old
Trent
are those
Williams
guys?
is 23, but it's about the guaranteed money. So, again, me just doing my math, it's not like he's asking for the house. It's the guaranteed money, which to me is kind of like
that different from
easy
Aiyuk?
street.
So how's that different from Aiyuk?
Trent is worth the money. I don't think
to you.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Niners too, Steiny.
Well, we don't know that. Yeah. That's what's got to play out.
When you look at his average salary, he's 4th in the NFL right now, $23 million.
All right.
His gripe is not. It's the guaranteed money has run out. That's different than Aiyuk.
I think the notion that I'm not sure the 49ers believe that any one guy must be paid or their Super Bowl chances are shot. I truly don't. And you know what? I kind of agree with them. I really do.
We don't know if they're saying that.
Well,
because all we could know, Steiny, is Trey could be at home and they're hooking him up to chill.
Well,
he ain't playing.
Yeah, okay.
But it is.
He was going to come in right away. Oh, they'll get the Williams thing situated right away. I don't know. Like, I'm sitting here saying, clearly what's going on is they're figuring out a lot of different ways to prioritizing the guy or the guys that they want here, maybe beyond 1 year. Maybe they want guys who can be here for more than 1 year, and maybe they're looking at Trent Williams like, he's got a year left tops.
People saying, have you watched Trent on a daily basis? Like, come on. Dude still, he ain't 26-year-old Trent Williams, Donnie. He's one of the best to still do it.
Well, and so Steph Curry. But guess what? He's not the best anymore. And I don't know about Trent Williams. All right, what's coming up? 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Look, isn't it all about prioritizing? It's if you can't keep everybody, who can you lose and it'll do the least harm? And where can you make up for it in other places? I think that's what the 49ers are trying to decide. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hi, my name's Tim Forehand. I'm a deputy sheriff.
Shanahan don't think Trent is the best tackle in the NFL. All I'm saying is I'm allowing for the possibility that some of our appraisals and assessments of 49er players don't jibe with theirs.
Well, then I would say that's negligence on their part.
Why?
I'm not saying give Trent Williams a 10-year deal. I'm saying, Steiny, we got to acknowledge what. I don't need Kyle to tell me how great Trent is as his job. Is he getting older? Yes, but he's still playing at the top of his game, and he's your best offensive lineman. Pay that man.
Here's what I believe is a. I don't know if it's philosophical or fundamental.
All right.
I think the 49ers might be thinking, okay, nobody realizes this, but if we pay Aiyuk and we pay Trent Williams, at the end of this season, we are going to have to undergo drastic changes in our personnel, drastic, because now we got to pay Purdy. Okay? So if we just give them what they want, all right, then we all know at the end of this year, no matter what happens, this thing's over in terms of the continuity of most of the players. And I think the way they look at it is if we hold the line and we continue to make sound decisions evaluating players, we will give ourselves a chance to be more competitive for the next 3 to 5 years because we will be able to maintain more continuity. We would rather have to bite the bullet on one player this year, than pay them both, knowing we're going to have to make drastic changes after 1 year.
I'm not sure fighting that at all.
Okay, well, that's what they got to decide.
Is Brandon Aiyuk. I don't even think they got to decide. Like, Trent Williams is a must. You got your Brandon Aiyuk replacement in the draft. You don't have a replacement for Trent Williams. I'm not giving my quarterback, and I know I got to pay him $60 million and then swap out his left tackle, and I got my offense predicated on the run game and the holes that Trent Williams creates. Like, this is a no-brainer. It's just about, for Trent, to me, Steiny, it's not about if, it's about when. But Aiyuk, everything you said, I'm with you.
Okay, well, all we're differing on here is
the importance.
You think Trent Williams is the most important?
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, well, I think there's a scenario in which Trent Williams wants so much money that they have to start thinking about not paying him that money. I don't know. But it's clearly not easy. It's not easy. Mike's in Santa Clara. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
Great, gentlemen. Steiny. Hey, Steiny. Great to have you back after your vacation, man. Guru was suffering quite a bit, you know. He felt a little off his game, so I'm just playing, Goo.
I'm good, baby.
I'm just playing.
Yeah.
Hey, so overall, I have a question for you guys and your answer to it. But my opinion about all this is that I think the best overall consensus is that what I would like to see is, if we do trade Aiyuk, trade him to the Browns like we were talking about earlier on the radio, and getting Cooper back with some compensation if it can happen, so you can still put that money towards Trent. And Goo, I agree with you. Trent is a much more valuable asset. You have arguably, if not the best left tackle in the game right now. You have to pay that man. How is Purdy going to get the ball off if he doesn't have his blind side protected by the best tackle? And so my question is, if we were to do that, do we actually have the money available to do that? Because Cooper's going to come off the books, you know, if we were to trade for him the following year. But can we actually make that move where we give Trent Williams his guaranteed money if Aiyuk was traded and we get Cooper back? So that's what I was kind of wondering from your guys' opinion.
I mean,
Aiyuk's deal wouldn't kick into next season,
right?
Anyway, right? But You can't tell me that would be a problem having Amari, fall off the books unless he was so stellar, Steiny, they found a way to bring him back. But, I mean, right there, that's a win-win for next year, which you're fixated on, and so is the team. But when you say prioritize, Steiny, to me, winning is a part of that. And when you have top-tier talent like a Trent Williams, I'm not putting Aiyuk in there as much as I love him, Steiny, it's just, again, I don't – like Trent's no dummy, Steiny. He's not going to try to bring the house down and watch it crumble or burn.
Why would you say that?
Because
we have no idea what he's asking for.
Because he's under a contract. He wants more guaranteed.
Okay.
Because he has zero.
Okay.
Okay, so we all understand that. That's not like,
Why isn't it done?
Well, I don't have that answer.
And they knew this 4 months ago.
But you can look at me with those eyes, Steiny, and tell me, will it get done? And I'll say, hell yes.
Okay. Maybe it will.
Trent Williams, that is.
Maybe it will. I'm not saying you're wrong. And in fact, I think you're probably right. But it's obvious to me that right now the San Francisco 49ers believe that if they just acquiesce to Aiyuk and Trent Williams, that next year they're going to have to almost turn over. Maybe they have to turn over the roster. And I'll tell you this, here's the other thing. Here's the one thing I could totally get. I think there is something to the Amari Cooper thing. Because not knowing the specifics of the salary cap, but knowing enough, I would absolutely, positively get Amari Cooper in here for 1 year. He comes off your books. You believe in Pearsall. Next year, he becomes the guy, and that's your win-win. That's your win-win. Not paying Brandon Aiyuk $28 million or whatever it is, knowing that Aiyuk is going to cost you some of his teammates that you're not going to be able to keep on the team.
Right, and
I think the Niners are looking at this bigger picture than we are. I think we're looking at it as this is it. And they are not looking at it that way. That doesn't mean they don't want to win it. They want to give themselves the best chance to win this year, but then also next year and the year after that. And I think maybe they think that if they make some of the wrong decisions right now, they're only giving themselves a chance this year. And next year and the year after that, they could be in a little bit of trouble.
Well, I'll say this to that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I understand your point. But, Steiny, forget if their decision is a right or wrong decision. If you're starting to make and lose talent because of money, then that's why you can look back on this run since 2019 and say, damn, they really did miss an opportunity, because now we are making decisions not based on talent. We can't afford it. And I thought that was going to be next year, but actually it's already creeping in and rearing its head this year.
Why?
So when we talk about, because
McCaffrey wants more money.
He got
and Trent Williams, right? But he got more money this offseason.
Right.
They had to renegotiate
trying to do the same thing.
Exactly.
And again, I don't know if this is Steiny, if there is no alarm rung on Trent Williams right now. There's nothing to see here. Again, he wasn't going to play Saturday in Tennessee, but if you're telling me this is what it's going to be like, or guys like Aiyuk, or now the Aiyuk's different, Trent Williams is not going to be around, then I'm like, hey, buddy, let me help you with that window to open it, because it's closed. And I think the Niners know that. So there is no plan B for Trent Williams. Like, there is no Pearsall on the O-line that I think could just take over and have an impact. That's why, and you're not suggesting that, Steiny, that's crazy. This dude, Trent Williams, is still Billy Badass.
Okay.
He's different than Aiyuk.
Why not just make Aiyuk play on his 5th year then?
Because he has to show up and want to play, Evan, and he's telling you he doesn't want to do that. That's why he's not in practice.
But once he starts action, I do think, as opposed to Trent, like, Aiyuk showed up to training camp because he didn't want to get fined.
Right.
So clearly money matters to him. If he doesn't start showing up, then he won't make money this year. And he's already, I feel like money does matter to him. And if you're trading a player just to get a compensatory receiver back that's going to come off your books anyways, well, then why not just say, we're not dealing you.
And
we're not going
maybe
to get
that's
enough
what
back.
they've done, Evan. Maybe that's where this thing is going. And Aiyuk, right before week 1, says,
I would make Aiyuk hold out.
And wow, man.
And they may be doing that. They may actually be doing that. But if we get into the season and it begins to have ramifications in terms of they're losing games, and it might be because of that, well, then you've jeopardized your season by playing hardball with Brandon Aiyuk.
But
you know what I mean?
he'll be losing games and money. Aiyuk, and that's what Evan's point is.
Again,
it feels like it's headed there, and he's going to say, "I'll show up."
Do you believe the 49ers know? You know what? He's going to show up. He's going to show up. Of course, he's not going to not show up.
If they don't trade him,
he's going to show
yes.
up.
If they don't trade him, yes.
What?
That's how they're thinking, and the clock's already started on that.
Well, then, if they believe, honestly, if they believe, look, he's coming in, we know it, then truly, there's nothing to see here. They're not going to do anything. If they truly believe he's going to play for $14 million,
right.
well, then I wouldn't do a thing. I wouldn't do a damn thing. I would let him. I'd say, yeah, you're coming in for 14. We knew you were a good little thumper. We knew you would. We knew you were gutless. We knew
we could ride you out.
Yeah, we knew we could get you for that number.
And that's the leverage the Niners have.
But if they actually don't want to go into the season with Aiyuk holding out because they feel like that would jeopardize this year, then maybe
a deal is had.
Maybe. Like, I feel like I get.
But if they knew that answer, wouldn't they want to do it sooner than later and not just mess around and
well, maybe
get
they
him
didn't
in there
know the answer. Maybe they thought early in the offseason they were going to be able to get him.
Yeah.
I don't know. Austin in San Jose.
Our guy.
What's up, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, fella. Good. Welcome back, Steiny, man.
Thank
Listen, when last time I was in Boston, it was too crowded and too hot, man. But I hope you had a good time. Brother,
yeah, it was great.
When you were there.
Thank you.
Hey, listen. A couple things on my. I'm not a Niner fan, you guys know, but I do like Aiyuk. I was hoping he was going to end up in D.C., but it looks like that's not going to happen. I just saw the wire where they said Pittsburgh and the Niners are working on a trade. So I don't know how valid that is, but that was like an hour ago. So I don't know if you guys saw that, but looks like something's definitely brewing. And Guru, I think Aiyuk needs a new agent, man. He blew it. You know, they say in negotiations, he who moves first or speaks first usually loses. So, Steiny's always talking about negotiating. He's right. I think Aiyuk made a big mistake showing up. He shouldn't have come in. He went in and wanted to meet with the Niners a couple weeks ago, or a month or so ago. That's off script. That's not the kind of thing a player does. You don't go in. You don't go in and talk to those people, man. It's like the IRS. My IRS, my accountant always. My accountant says, listen, if the IRS calls you, you don't talk to them. You let the people that are professionals do that. So. Are you going in there and talking to these guys? You don't do that, man. He's showing desperation. He blew it. As far as I'm concerned, he don't have any. He lost his leverage, man. At least Trent Williams is staying away. That's what you got to do. You can't let these people think you're desperate to come in. There's no reason for him to be desperate. So I feel like this from a distance. I hope I'm wrong, but I feel like Aiyuk kind of blew it. Then another thing I wanted to say on the Niners, they kind of blew it too because. They talked about resetting the market for Purdy. They talked about, they went and paid McCaffrey, I think, a little too fast. They sent a lot of weird messages in the offseason, man. So it does kind of make me wonder about the locker room and what that chemistry is going to look like this year, given all the upheaval in the offseason. Again, welcome back, Steiny.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate the call. Man. Yeah, the three teams we're hearing it's Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and the Patriots still. And the name I heard for the Patriots would be Kendrick Bourne.
Born again.
So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
It feels like, and I remember our show we did where we did the predictions on Clay and Aiyuk, Steiny, and I said I predicted both of them out of here, but the Aiyuk one was the one I was like, man, that's a bit of a stretch. But just hearing Austin and the radio host in Pittsburgh that we keep talking about, they want Brandon Aiyuk. Like, they want Fields or Russell Wilson to have him as an option. But, man, I would be stunned, Steiny. if Brandon Aiyuk is no longer a 49er, but it feels like, man, there could be something on the stove. A little pilot is lit.
I also think what the 49ers have to think about, and I know apparently he's everybody's favorite offensive lineman of all time, but how old is he? Say it again.
36.
He's 36. So let's say you, and I'm going to use it, let's say you give in to him and give him what he wants, knowing, you know what, it's going to hurt us down the line. What if he gets hurt this year? Then you have less of a chance in the following years.
But that applies to, remember,
he's 36.
Yeah. It's the Steph Curry thing, Donnie. Okay. What if he gets hurt? Like, it's a wrap. That's the chance.
I don't think so. I mean, like, I may be in the minority, and I'm not saying he ain't any good. Obviously, I'm not a line expert. He's one of the best in the league.
Still playing at a high level.
Right. But he's 36. He's 36.
But what his job makes the quarterback and running back's job a hell of a lot easier.
I don't.
And that's why it's a must.
Here's what I just don't understand. I mean, you don't have to understand the salary cap to realize they can't pay everybody. They can't.
Yeah, but that doesn't apply to him, to me.
Well, okay, that's to you. Yeah. All I'm saying is maybe they're looking at every single thing under the sun.
And as crazy as it sounds,
what if they trade Trent Williams for another good left tackle?
He's not at practice. So as crazy as that sounds to me, I'll give you a point on he's not there. He's not at practice. He's at the house. Now, to what Austin said, Stoney, about Aiyuk doing the tour and showing up, I think he's showing up because of what Evan said. He didn't want to get fined.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Niners. And, man, there's a lot going on. Brandon Aiyuk, according to Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, is as close now to being traded from the Niners as at any point this offseason. How close does that mean? I'm not sure. But we're here in Pittsburgh, we're here in Cleveland, we're here in the Patriots.
And they got a game Saturday. I know it's preseason, but man.
Trent Williams isn't around. He's holding out. And isn't he the one guy who didn't play a year? Didn't he hold out before in Washington?
Yeah.
I want to say he
had some, that he did. We'll say he had some health stuff going on too.
Yeah. I mean, let's go to Robin. Robin's in the city. Hey, Robin. How are you?
I'm fine. Someone stole my thunder. I just got in the car. Someone to tell that caller that's absolutely right. He's holding out. He don't want to be fined.
Right.
My understanding is back in the day, though, fines were rescinded, but not now. So, maybe it's not a good look, but it shows some respect for his money. Shows that he's about his money. That's for real, okay? And so I hope it's not true he's going to be traded, but I do think that he was tacky in the way he handled the whole thing. And, I'm speculating here, Sugars, I'm speculating here, but I always think that there was something between Kyle Shanahan and him, because Kyle Shanahan kept him in the doghouse a long time, okay? And so I'm just speculating. The second thing I want to say is about Trent. I can't talk about nobody trying to get their money, because I got a college degree, and they want to pay you peanuts. They're going to give you $25 an hour, okay? Not even that. So I don't want to speculate about some money, but you made a deal, and now you want a new contract because you have no more guarantee. I mean, something's got to give. I understand making money, but there's a thing about paying everybody and being greedy. I say go get something better. That's what I say. Peace out, you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Robin.
Appreciate it, Robin.
She said go get something better, Stoney, but that's the problem. I mean, dude is one of the best to ever do it, and he's still playing at a high level. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he is, he's in his prime, but man, he is in his prime compared to what your goals or what we think they are, and that's to make another trip to the Super Bowl and run through the NFC. Trent Williams is not a necessity.
Kyle Shanahan, this is back from Friday, but this is the last time he was asked about what's going on with Aiyuk and Trent Williams?
Where things stand with that? I mean, is it still stalemate? Any progress?
Yeah, no updates. Same with Trent.
Now that doesn't mean there hasn't been progress or a lack of progress. It just means there's no update for you all.
Yeah, and Trent's getting fined and Aiyuk's not. So we'll see how that plays out, right?
Exactly.
Like Robin said, it just goes away. Are they included in the however they do it?
Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan. This is from the hug when he hugged Brandon Aiyuk. What did that mean?
This is usually how we greet each other, honestly. You guys would see maybe a lot more hugs if we had a film for you guys, but we're not on Hard Knocks, so it's the only one on the field. You haven't been on the field a lot, and we walk by each other, and it's usually how we greet each other. Bro hug. Nothing more, nothing less.
Why that day and why the video didn't circulate every day?
Why not?
Of that hug.
Why not?
If he's saying it pops off like that, that was Stunny. It is amazing. We're having fun with it. What did it mean? But to say that happens every time you see Aiyuk, I'd beg to differ.
Well, I just think Shanahan's annoyed. He doesn't want to have to answer those questions. Here's the one that I think is the most important. How's Pearsall doing?
It's been great to, always it's tough when you have a hammy and you got to be very smart getting him back. We've eased him in. He's gone through that real well. He's been real diligent with his rehab and stuff. And I know his reps went up a little bit more today, but it was a low day overall. And I think tomorrow will be a much bigger challenge. It's a higher practice. We got one-on-ones tomorrow. And but I've been real happy with his progress so far.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I mean, all I know is right now Pearsall's better than Aiyuk. Aiyuk's not playing.
Yeah, he's got more OTAs. Aiyuk wasn't there, and your boy was getting it in. So that better change, or he might be traded. What if you had to guess now? I think he could still go to Pittsburgh, Stoney. They're holding on to that. They've been holding on.
Who would their receiver be that you get back?
Well, the scenario was you wouldn't get a receiver back.
Okay. Well,
I'm not saying they're not, but we haven't heard any reports. But what if they didn't, and it was Juwan Jennings and / Pearsall? That's when it's like risky. Tom Cruise, risky business.
It is risky business, but that tells me that maybe the 49ers think that it's more risky to pay Brandon Aiyuk, for whatever reason, $28 million, than to proceed with Jennings and Pearsall.
Right now, you're right, because he's not back. Aiyuk, that is. So when you make statements like that, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, this is, to me, it is similar to the Warriors, and I'm always going to be the type of guy that is concerned about the future, and I'm not sacrificing a whole hell of a lot about the future for one crack at it. Now, the Niners got a big crack at it. There's no doubt about it. The Warriors probably have less of one.
But who never got paid for the Warriors doing their run? You know what? Everybody.
Clay.
Well, that was after. The first time around they took.
But they won titles. That's the other thing. And I get it. I get it. It's what's the word? It's somewhat trolly, but you win a title with Trent Williams.
Well,
I mean, he wasn't on a Super Bowl team.
But I tell you what, if you plan on winning one or getting back, you need them.
Maybe. Maybe. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. 49er fans, are you worried? Are you worried? But even more so, how would you solve these issues if you're the San Francisco 49ers and you're John Lynch and you're Kyle Shanahan? That segment was brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1 and 4 car batteries.
Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
My man.
Our man.
No.
Macklin. Yeah.
My favorite athlete in the Bay. Because he hasn't done anything to piss me off yet. Unlike, never mind.
Trent.
No. I don't get mad at a guy for holding out. Hey, join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, and it benefits the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. It's presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. Let me throw this at you.
Yep.
Let's say you're the Niners, and I think we understand that they're in a position where these choices aren't good, right? None of the choices are good. And one of the choices that we know it might be out of the question, let's just assume it is they're just going to give Trent Williams his money and give Brandon Aiyuk his money, and that's what's going to happen. Maybe it will happen. But let's say there's something about doing that the Niners are unbelievably leery of. All right, so we're hearing about Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and New England.
Yep.
They have any extra linemen? Offensive linemen?
I would say.
Do they got anybody pretty good?
Now, when you, real quick, I hadn't done my fantasy drafts, but when you say that, have I scoured no, I haven't,
Okay.
but there's nobody
no
Trent's
Williams.
caliber
Sure, I get
that
it.
would be available at this juncture.
I get it.
Now, you could get one back. Yeah.
So maybe trade Brandon Aiyuk for a couple offensive linemen. Because you can't give Trent what he wants if they don't feel like they can. Maybe the Niners just don't want to or can't pay those guys what they want.
Well, I'll say this to that. If you're correct, and I don't know why I'm breaking out in highs when I keep talking about Trent Williams and the Bucs stopping there, no pun intended, because it's not. And just in my world, he's going to get what it takes. They're going to figure it out. He'll be there week 1, New York. I mean, the more I think about Aiyuk, he could get traded. But that tells me your books are not in order. If you're telling me, Steiny, or you're alluding to it, and we had people call us last week, Evan and I, saying you got to prepare for Brock's money right now. Well, hey, I get that, the premise of that. But what if Brock were to take 2 steps back and it wasn't 60?
Well, then you don't have to pay him that much.
Okay, I get that, but that's not a happy we don't have to pay you, because that means you probably didn't, from a team perspective, you weren't the best you could be. My point is, if somehow, Steiny, you could have had your books in order, maybe Debo or Bosa wouldn't have brought the house down. You would have cut corners somewhere else, and to be blindsided like it looks like they are about Trent Williams, Mike Silver put that to rest. You saw this meteor, you saw this asteroid coming.
See, I would not say their books aren't in order. I would say, how the hell could we ever have gotten our books in order when we had a quarterback making $1 million a year or two ago, and now we're going to have to pay him $50? Like, of course your books aren't in order. Nobody ever, honestly, this is completely and utterly unprecedented in a way. That you've got a great quarterback, let's say, they think he's great. You've had him under contract for $1 million each year.
Right.
So guess what? Now he's good. You got to pay him $50.
Well, see, that's why I take issue
Peter
to
pay.
No, you sound
Paul.
like Norm.
You have to.
Why if you let Trent Williams, or you mess around with Trent, and I'm putting Aiyuk in there, why do you got to pay Purdy $50 if you're letting talent that games are won in the trenches? Why would you be so fast to pay Purdy $50 if you've botched
Trent Williams and Aiyuk so bad to where
it wouldn't be all of a sudden. They're not going to pay Purdy unless he has a good year. And then that'll be 2.5 really good years, and they'll feel comfortable giving him whatever the number is.
But
40,
life
45,
without Trent
50.
Williams, to me, and Brandon Aiyuk for that matter, unless it's Amari Cooper coming back, make that task more difficult to me for Brock.
But he's going to have to deal with that at some point. Brock Purdy is going to have to quarterback the 49ers at some point without the plethora
They lost
of
three
weapons.
in a row without Trent and Debo. I'm just not putting it all on Brock Purdy, Stoney, but things change. And I hear what you're saying, but man, are we so sure that in a year, and this is going to sound crazy, this year's is more important for Brock. Nobody will ever say that than any other 49er for the simple fact of you might reset the quarterback market.
And he might not. The
might not improves if there's life without Trent or Aiyuk is gone and there is no replacement like Amari Cooper. That makes, and I know you're like, show me what you got, but I'm like, man, are we sure we want to see that?
I mean, I just feel like the solution that some want is not viable to the 49ers. And that would be, well, just get them both in here at their number and we'll pay Brock next year. I think the 49ers, and maybe I'm wrong, they just can't do it. I could be wrong, and they both get, I mean, let me ask 49er fans at 888-957-9570. Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk, how do you think this ends up? You think Ayuk's going to be traded? Do you think they're both coming back, Brandon Aiyuk on a long-term deal and Trent Williams on a renegotiated deal? Or do you think they're both coming back, but Aiyuk is going to be made or has to play for the $14 million? Or could they possibly trade Trent Williams? I mean, there's any number of ways this can go. The one way it feels like it can't go for the Niners would be Aiyuk getting a long-term deal and Trent Williams getting what he's asking for. Because if the Niners have known about Trent Williams since March, well, then they have had 4 months to extend both of them, redo Williams and extend Aiyuk, but they still haven't. Maybe we're still just playing cat and mouse. I don't know.
But can that cat and mouse mess you up once the season starts? You know what I mean? I don't care if Aiyuk is out there. The more we talk about this and the more I think about it, Stoney, whenever you pop that mic, I really do feel like they're playing Major League Baseball hardball with Aiyuk, and they're going to make him play on that $14 million, that $15. I really believe that now. And do I want to be right? No, I want him to get his money. But I got to believe, Stoney, when this whole Rubik's Cube of the Niners payroll, that somehow I would love to know, and I won't, I'm not privy to it, who the hell got paid to mess up Trent's money? What I would tell Aiyuk is timing got you, bud. I don't even think it's personal. Timing got you. Timing of Debo, Bosa's holdout, and then your boy went to the front of the line, and now Trent's trying to get in there before you. So Trent will make it, but I feel like Aiyuk is like, nah, buddy. We got you under contract. You're going to play for this 14.
I'm with the 408 here in a way. Both Aiyuk and Trent are still under contract. So what did the 49ers botch? What did they mess up? Trent was under contract, and now in March, he's like, I want guaranteed money.
I got you. The botch is they're both not practicing, and they're both call themselves holding out.
I'm not saying the 49ers
to try to get more money.
But I haven't determined whether they've botched it or not.
Well, that depends on how much you care about practice and continuity and rapport.
Exactly.
Now, and Trent's such an OG. He's the one, Stoddy, he really could be in the garage playing dominoes with his family and show up right before week 1, and we won't have a problem with it until he pulls a hammy or he's not himself, because we kind of seen that with Bosa and Debo. But Brandon Aiyuk, why? If you haven't given in now, Steiny, why would they give in 2 more weeks? Is it because week 1's closer? Well, I don't find the Niners, they're going to look at the...
Well, outside of the leverage, because we all assume Bosa was more valuable than Aiyuk. Maybe it's just a matter of they'll get it done. They'll get it done in about 3 weeks. It's like when Bosa got it done.
See, wow. Because with Bosa...
And then we're all going to be laughed at because there was nothing to see here.
Well, there is something to see. When you talk about Trent Williams and Bosa, Stoney, it's not about are they worth the money. It's the talent. They've won that. Brandon Aiyuk, I believe, is trying to tell his team, his current employer, he's worth something that he hasn't proven or they don't believe him to be. Those, to me, are two separate issues. Like, I feel like the Trent Williams...
They're now linked.
Well, it actually hurts. They're not linked because they're not equal.
Who?
Trent Williams is more important to the Niners' success than Brandon Aiyuk.
You would think.
And I would think the team thinks that.
I would too.
Okay.
But at some point, somebody's not as important as they think they are.
Oh, and I got an answer.
Well, you have an answer. They may have another answer.
But would that shock you if there was something?
Actually, it might not. It might not shock me. It would. I mean,
like, it's not. I love how he's done. It's not even close. Offensive line play. When you get it at the caliber of what Trent Williams has done, it's everything.
Well, I guess. I don't know. Then why isn't he here? Maybe there's nothing to see here. Let's go to our optimist. Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Yeah, guys. Don't worry, guys. Like, they're both gonna be back. In no time. Is right now that they got it's a little business.
How?
Things gotta happen. So,
well, hold on. Hold on. Okay, they're back. Is Trent just reporting, or are they going to do him right or redo his thing? Is Aiyuk coming back with a brand new contract, or is he playing under the 14?
I think they're going to take care of Trent, and they're going to play a little hardball with Aiyuk, man. I don't think they're going to really give him what he wants. I mean, I think they will try to give him a contract, but it's not going to be like what he really wants, though.
Will he end up taking it?
Yes, he will. He will give in because it's about winning. You know what I'm saying? It's a winning team, man.
And that's the funniest thing I heard all day. It's not about winning. It's about getting paid. Come on. If it were about winning, Trent Williams and Aiyuk would both be practicing. Come on now.
It's about both, though. That's what I'm saying. Right. Of course it's about the money. Okay. I'm just saying.
Yeah. All right. How you doing otherwise, Antonio? Oh. You got hung up?
I agree with what both players are doing, Steiny. Aiyuk gets rolled on, his long-term, and what word do I like to use when you can take care of everybody when you get a contract? Your generational wealth, that's impacted if you were to get hurt.
Yeah, Trent's already got that.
Well, but he tried to get some more.
Of course he did.
And he's good enough to kind of play that card, that's all.
Yeah, and this is all I'm saying. I don't know how it's all going to shake out. But on the YouTube text line, Tammy McDaniel, they can't pay everyone. They've got to make some really tough decisions over the next year or so. And that's the other thing. I think we're looking at it as though they have multiple decisions to make over the next year.
But this one, and I'm talking about Brandon Aiyuk, I feel like they've drawn their line in the sand. He must be asking for at least $30 million, Donnie. He has to. Or he turned down the reported 26. They're pissed off, and they're like, that might be gone. And they could be looking to trade him. So when Antonio, who I love, Steiny, calls the show and says there's nothing to see here, every day something just like a bump on a pickle, another one appears. I'm like, now I'm thinking, is this dude going to be, is he going to Cleveland? There's no
Trent Williams?
No, Amari Cooper. Excuse me. Brandon Aiyuk for Amari Cooper. The Niners probably would give their right arm for that and a 2025 second.
I'll tell you what.
Come on, that is not happening.
Now, you know I'm not a fan. You know I'm not a fan, but
come on, man.
But this is where fans come into play. You know what I want to happen so bad. Oh God, if I could have a best case scenario, Go ahead, move Trent Williams and win the Super Bowl.
No, that can't happen.
What do you mean?
That's an oxymoron, Sonny.
It's according to you.
And everybody else in the know. He's your Draymond Green. He's your engine.
He better not be Draymond Green. He better be more valuable right now than Draymond Green is to the Warriors.
If you watch the Niners and how they play and run their offense,
watch the Niners.
Trent is getting his bread. Okay. It's just a matter of time.
Well, okay.
Now, Aiyuk, I really could see him out of here, Stoney. They're going to make him play it on that fifth. What's going to change?
And then what I would like to see happen is I would like to see the 49ers make him try to play at 14, and Aiyuk go, I'm not playing for 14. He holds out all year, and you win the Super Bowl.
But he doesn't get paid when he holds out.
Sorry. Yeah, exactly.
Can he afford that?
I don't know.
Well, he can't afford to be fined because his ass showed up.
Kirk's in Los Altos. Hey, Kirk, how you doing? What's going on, my man?
Hi, how are you today?
Dynamite.
Listen, I like everybody else, dearly would like to see both of them back. But I don't know a thing about economics of sport, but I do understand the concept of a ceiling and the cap. But I've had this interesting thought that, for a year or two, everybody has been talking about Purdy being just a cog in a machine, Shanahan's brilliance in offense, and anybody could do that thing. Well, maybe the same thing might be applicable to somebody like Aiyuk, because there are lots of receivers out there who can run around and stuff, and maybe he's less, a little bit more dispensable than somebody like Williams, not only on the field, but his clubhouse presence. And maybe you can, just as brilliant as Aiyuk can be, really do just interchange somebody else into this brilliant offensive scheme and be successful. Thanks for taking the call.
No, I think that's you're making a lot of sense. And maybe the 49ers just think, look, we get less. Okay, if we lose Trent Williams, we're worse. If we lose Purdy eventually, we're worse.
Yep.
But you know what? If we lose Aiyuk and Pearsall develops and Juwan Jennings, we know what to expect out of. You know what? We may be worse, but not nearly as much as those other two. That's the path of least resistance. Brandon, either come in at 14 or we'll just play without you.
Yeah. And I don't think they're going to budge.
Yeah,
in regard to Brandon Aiyuk. I feel like, man, I just wish we had some new information in regard to like the Klay Thompson thing, Stoney, when it was reported, 2 for 48, 24. That went away. And we kind of didn't know it. We heard later on.
We didn't know it went away till after.
No doubt.
Well, we're not going to know about
I wonder if that 26, if that was the number,
Probably
if that's
not.
off the table.
I'm sure it is. Well, I'm not sure, but I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it is, especially now. We offered you 26.
Yeah.
And I believe that was before McCaffrey got broken off. So now maybe they're like, it's not on the table anymore. We had to deal with McCaffrey. And now you're really hosed because Trent's more important than you. But you know what? You could have had it. You could have had 26.
Oh, that bothered me.
In the bag. And then guess what? We would have had a tough decision on McCaffrey or Trent Williams.
If that, man, Aiyuk. And that wouldn't have been chump change when you look at the top receivers. I don't know what he was. I just feel like, and I got to be careful, Stoney. I don't know his girlfriend, but when you tweet and you got the energy and you're like the spokesman for the said athlete, I never was into that, the spouse saying what it is or whatnot and his brother chiming in. And it happens all across sports. But I'm just telling you, 26? They're only giving you 26. Justin's getting 30. You go out there and get that 30, and now he might be in a different uniform. Those type of individuals and spouses exist. That's all I'm saying, Stoney.
I know, we've seen it all. Lamont in Oakland.
Mont.
What's going on, Lamont? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Hope y'all doing well today.
Yes, sir.
Talk to us.
Here's what I think is happening behind the scenes. Obviously, it's speculation. I don't know nobody in the front office, but here's what I think is happening. I think they're trying to figure out, because Christian McCaffrey is the bell cow, they're trying to figure out what do they absolutely need 100% in order to move forward and still be a great football team. And I think that's what's stalling this, because if you have a great running back like McCaffrey, everything can be based off of him. So your receivers become better when you have a good running back because of play action, because of the defense has to adjust to that. So that's why I think they might be looking at Aiyuk as kind of expendable and not worth the money. The other thing, even with Trent Williams, is he's a great left tackle. We understand that. But if your running game is on point, I know he's a great pass blocker and a good run blocker, but do they actually have to pay him if McCaffrey's rolling and is the primary thing of that offense? Because if they don't have to pay them, if they can get by, because I know a lot of championship teams don't necessarily have the best left tackle in the league, right? That's not necessarily the reason why teams are winning. Their offensive lines are good, but you don't have to have the best tackle, and you especially don't have to have a number one receiver if your running game is as potent as the 49ers. When they made the Super Bowl before, the first time with the Chiefs, they had good runners, right? Good running back, good running game, a good thing. And so what I think they're trying to figure out is, do we really need these guys to get to the bowl?
Well,
I completely agree.
When Trent missed games last year, I'm not saying it's the whole reason. They lost every game he was out. I think you got the answer to that question.
Debo was out too.
Yeah.
How do you measure which was more important?
Trent was more important.
To you.
Yeah.
I mean,
people were trading Debo around here.
You're probably right.
Okay, all right, that's all.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but
that meant that you got to. We could divvy up the credit, but the fact is that's heavy to me that Trent was one of the two that were out.
Okay,
like that. So that's enough for me to know that's how special this dude is, man.
What if Kyle
Shanahan looked human?
What if Kyle Shanahan? But you don't allow for the fact that Kyle Shanahan might think, you know what? Forget Trent. If Debo would have played those 3 games, we'd have won 1 or 2 of them.
I'm not going to say that hadn't crossed my mind, but Steiny, one guy, Trent Williams is, I'm telling you, man, he's my MVP it's 1 and 2 with him and McCaffrey.
Please.
How would you rank? Where's he ranking
right now?
Your most important Niners?
He's too old.
Oh my, what is it? How's he playing? Forget the birth certificate. How's he playing?
He's declining.
We all are. Every day we wake up.
Exactly.
But still, some still get the most out of what you got left. And
declining.
All pro.
Who's the Chiefs tackle? Important tackle. Protects Mahomes. Real quick. What's his name? How about who's the guy who protects Burrow? Who's their important guy that they can't live without? How about
Trent Williams?
Oh, okay.
You're grasping. I ain't mad at you.
Who's the Eagles guy that protects Jalen Hurts?
Peters. Lane Johnson.
Lane Johnson.
Yeah. You know what time it is, Donnie. Your boy is important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not as important as some other guys on that team.
All pro.
Okay.
What else is there, Stotty? That means you're at the top.
No, what's most important is how Kyle and Lynch evaluate Trent. Nothing else matters. That's all I'm saying. You know what? I have a feeling if we gave Shanahan true serum. Hey, Kyle. How's Trent? He's overrated.
Well, stop.
He's overrated. Lane Johnson's a right tackle, according to 925. So that means we don't know who.
If you asked Evan, he probably would have got all 3.
Who's the second best left tackle in football? Because we all know Trent's the best.
Penei Sewell.
Then who's the
Detroit.
third? The other guy who just got paid? Who's the other guy who just got paid? Oh, Tunsil.
Tristan Wirfs was the guy who got a lot of money from Tampa.
Yeah. All right.
Tyron Smith has been, but he's got a new team with the Jets.
We got the Too Short segment on the other side. Now, Tammy McDaniel with a good point. That's why Burrow's so banged up. Yeah. Yeah. Catch 22. No easy answers. Hey, listen, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it. People need something new, and Merit America
either one of these guys gets me excited and aroused.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, by the way,
welcome back.
My sources are telling me that Nick Sorensen is the real deal.
He got Staley to help him.
Well, he doesn't. He's not even.
Yeah, we had Jennifer Lee Chan on.
Apparently, he's already disregarding Staley because he's so entrenched.
Yeah. Hopefully, he'll do better than Wilkes.
Although Wilkes did a nice job,
man. But he had it.
It's funny when you never use this line when you don't like a guy. When you like a guy, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, Nick Bosa.
6 years of dating you on the mic, Steiny. I have never not liked anybody for personal reasons.
Oh my God, what are you, crazy?
Yeah, that's your department.
God.
You know what? It's something about Evan I don't like. I'm not that guy. I give everybody
you're
a
every
chance.
bit that guy.
Stop it. You'll
How
be
you
like,
feeling about Draymond these days?
Listen, if there was a radio job in heaven.
Don't spoil it for tomorrow.
Okay, I won't. All right.
No,
what if there were a radio job in heaven and they said, your subject matter, you got to talk about one thing for 8 hours. It would be Draymond Green, and I think I could get that job. I think I could get it. This is, Annie, tomorrow.
That's a 4.
All right.
That's a good one.
That's a 5.
That was a good one.
Dude, Evan had us behind the third base dugout.
Where? In Oakland?
At the A's game.
I would hope so.
No, hey, it was packed. It was packed.
A lot of Dodgers fans.
I didn't want to say that.
Ohtani fans.
Dude.
This from the Xfinity
give it to
mobile text line. 925. This is Rob. Trent was the number 1 ranked offensive player in football several weeks last year at a position group. Many said lost the Super Bowl. It's a no-brainer. Rob. 707. Trent had a terrible Super Bowl. Oh, my God. I mean, this guy.
Oh, did he fumble on the first series? No.
You know who this guy apparently is as important as? Is Steph Curry.
Stoney, you're forgetting his time in D.C.
I don't care about that anymore.
But he's one of the best to ever do it when it's over.
Declining.
Yeah. He'll be at the table with Munoz.
How can you
all
pay
the great offensive linemen? Forget position, just Larry Allen, rest in peace. All the greats, he will be at the party, Stoney.
Oh, he will be.
And you can serve him some meatballs.
There's no doubt he will be. But why should he make more money this year than he's ever made in his career when he's declining?
Well, we don't know if that's what he's striving for.
We know he's declining.
He wants some guaranteed chicken.
Okay.
All right. And we can all understand it. I can.
I can't. I've never had that kind of leverage.
He's trying to cash in at the end.
But I can't understand
had he fallen off in his he has. Steiny.
It's a terrible Super Bowl.
Well, we'll see how this plays out. But I was wrong. We were out there Wednesday. I said, Steiny, by Friday, this will be fixed.
No,
so
exactly.
I'll give you that.
Exactly.
I'll give you that.
No, it'll be done today, though, right, Goo?
Aiyuk, boy.
You know what? Trent Williams, move his ass. I'm kidding. It's good to be back, Gil. It is. Really
no, you came. I could tell you were just. It was beaming off you that you were ready to get back on the horse.
Yeah,
we held it down last week.
Why wouldn't I? Yeah, I heard you guys were okay. No, I did.
The Evan special. We had a great time.
No, I heard you guys were.
It's the non-show minutes that are greater sometimes. No, we have.
No, I heard.
Connect. We have no fighting.
No, I heard you guys. I heard Evan filled in for me.
What is a facial?
Oh yeah, my skin lady, Catherine Leferette. Remember I told you I go and they.
What about it? Yeah, I know what a facial is.
I was telling Evan what a facial was. I was trying to describe it to him.
Yeah, let me tell you what a facial is to me when you try to guard me on the basketball court.
Now, if you were still hooping, that would have been an 8.
Well, let me tell you something. The young kids might know this, but I would say if you guarded me the whole day, all you'd be hearing is face.
Oh, Stein,
John
face.
Sally.
You could never lose me. I have length and speed still to this day.
Yeah.
I size you up. I know I'd have to guard you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get by me, though.
Yeah, I'd get 2 fouls on you in about 41 seconds.
Because I'm a hacker.
Yeah, I know it. And here's the other thing. I've never seen you play, but there's no doubt you go for head fakes. There's just no doubt. You go for head fakes, and you try to gamble on defense. And when you reach, I teach.
Wow. I told Evan last week that my kryptonite on the court, Snotty, I played in the paint.
Basketball? Is that your kryptonite?
When dudes pulled the chair, I just turned into a klutz. Like I never could. I need the body. I need to feel you. And when they would do that,
my sources say that.
Norm was like, what the F? I need that. I need to.
Do you ever see like when there's a crime scene and they put that yellow caution tape up?
Yeah, I've been watching. Did you watch Mayor of Kingstown?
Yeah. Did you? You ever wear that outside your uniform when you were playing?
If now you're scared, you got to come to the hole. You got to pay.
Guru's uniform on the basketball court, an orange vest.
Yeah.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
That's the greatest sound of 24 already.
What do you think the mood will be from Dibbs and Willard coming in?
Judging by Willard, because he looked in and
Willard's
waved.
always in a good mood.
Well,
actually, you know what?
Now Dibbs missed
Check
him.
That.
Dibbs missed him, just like our show.
Willard will be in a good mood.
Yeah, Dibbs too.
Yeah, that remains to be seen.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
For someone else.
Oh, damn. You ruined it.
That's what my mom always used to say.
How'd she enjoy her trip?
Yeah, she enjoyed it great. I don't want to get into it.
Oh.
But I might get into it in a couple days when things die down.
Wow.
But,
sorry.
Yeah, don't get me started on American Airlines.
So you didn't golf at all?
In England?
Yeah.
No. I was with my mom.
Well, you can get away a little bit.
No. Yeah. I couldn't. What was I going to do? Carry clubs to England? And I'm not playing with the rental clubs. I did play yesterday, though, Goo.
Where?
Metropolitan.
That's
Oakland.
Then you saw Lucan?
That's Lucan. Luken. Yes.
That's my boy Teddy in P1. Jay, you know I love you, baby.
I had a great day yesterday.
All right.
I played golf. Then I had lunch with my oldest daughter, who's in town. She's the one who works in Washington, D.C.
Now, this is awesome, man.
So I've seen all three of my daughters in the last 3 days, and in about 3 days, they'll all be gone.
And I'm 2 weeks away from dropping mine back off.
I'll be here for you. I will be here for you. Because this weekend, the house is going to be empty.
Well, I'm waking up now 2:30 in the morning. It's like Breaking Bad. The kids got the lights on, and I'm like, turn the lights off, whatever. If you're going to be up, turn it. It look like we cooking dope in here. Turn them lights off. Ain't nobody paying PG. That's me. Like, dude, it's like I'm the police now. Dude, come on. Who left this open? Kind of looking forward to not having to do that anymore. Feel like the warden, Steiny.
I get you.
And my daughter looks at me like, this is not your dorm. Turn the lights off. It's 2:15.
Why don't you sing her like Don Meredith? Turn out the lights. The party's over. Evan has no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
You got to check out the Pete Rose doc. I got the boss on it.
Now, I may do that.
Why? What does it hinge on?
I'll believe it when I see it.
Giants Nationals. That's what you'll be doing tonight. Yeah, 4-game set.
Let me guess, Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray.
Oh, he'll be on today with Willard and Dibbs at 3.
I love Robbie Ray.
Yeah, there you
that means he's not pitching tonight. Now Webb's going tonight.
Yeah,
Blake Snell. He stinks.
No, he doesn't.
Wow. This dude's in his zone.
Hey, congratulations, Blake Snell. He didn't stink on Friday.
Man.
Last 5 Fridays.
Dude, he has been in fuego, as Dan Patrick would say. Yeah. You just hate their far back is there.
The most important stat I gave you was before the show.
Share it with everybody.
The day I left for England, the San Francisco Giants were 5.5 games out of the wild card.
Yep.
They went 7-2 when I was gone.
Let's go.
They're 4.5 out of the wild card.
But it's not about how they're playing.
Yeah,
the math is still there.
The math is there in a far better way for 9 other teams.
Damn.
It's not about the games.
Pirates gave Arizona a game yesterday.
Get out of 10th place
You keep pitching like this, they'll start.
Oh, yeah, we'll keep pitching like this. Yeah, keep pitching like this. You got an injury waiting right around the corner. Nah, good for the Giants. Good little thumpers. Another chance to get to 500. You know what that means. Put the house on the Nats tonight. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
I'm pregnant with this next take. I want to get off.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From I am scared of Willard. It's okay to acknowledge things. I'm scared of Willard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's welcome in Willard and Dibs. Yeah. It's the crossover sponsored by Atco. So listen to this for a sec. I went on Baseball Reference, and they said that the Giants, where they're at now, and Willard's got a different number, 13%. But let's just use Baseball Reference. The Giants have a 10% chance of making the playoffs. So I was thinking about it. Okay, so let me get this straight. 40% of the teams in baseball make the playoffs. And the Giants have a 10% chance of being one of the top 12 teams in baseball. Oh, my gosh.
Kind of depressing when you put it that way.
But hold on, let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by Atco. When you left here before Hawaii, you kind of told me in Dibs, the math's there, but you didn't feel. What have you seen now with this rotation? I don't care who they're playing. It's 4.5. Steiny, 9 games since Steiny and you left, and they've gained 1 game, and they were 7-2 in those 9.
I mean, and Fangraphs has them at 13.2%.
Much better.
There's very exciting development. Now they got some good starting pitchers, but like this also, they're now, first of all, until you're over 500, I'm not taking you seriously.
Another chance tonight.
I don't care what the math says until the number in the left column is bigger than the number in the right column. Until then, and Bo Mel has echoed that too, so good on him. So you got another chance tonight. You got 4 games in Washington. If you win 3 of them, you're an over 500 team, and we'll have a conversation going into the homestand.
Yeah, and that's what we talked about last week, is just win series. And you went to Cincinnati, the Great American Small Park, and you won the series.
Yeah.
And now you go to Washington, and you win the series. You come home against Detroit. That is mostly a white flag waving team.
No, they got young
you
players,
win that series.
hungry young players.
Shout out Ryan Kreidler. Son of
is he?
I think he's back up. Yeah, he's been back and forth, but he's had a few at-bats. Mark Kreidler, former morning show host, my guy, his son Ryan has kind of been in that 3A, 4A.
Nice.
He got hurt. He was a big leaguer, and then he went back down, so he's kind of been in that tweener spot. So I definitely follow Ryan Kreidler a little bit, just, pulling for the kid.
That's dope.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, he's been a major league player, and he's kind of in that spot where it's, yes or no, and if he gets healthy down the stretch, he'll get the call up. And so, but Detroit's a series that you should win. So you win series, 2 of 3, 3 of 4,
got
2
the
of
A's
3.
again.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you win 7 of the next 9, and you cut it to 3.5.
That is
seriously. Hey, by the way, and this is not. Do you remember Julie and John Marvel? Julie Marvel was a PR director of the Warriors.
Oh, yeah.
Back in the day. And John worked as a columnist for the Contra Costa Times. They have a son who played pitches for the Pirates, or at least had a cup of coffee with the Pirates.
Wow.
Last name Marvel. Yeah, so there you go.
It's great.
Some local ties.
Yeah.
Local ties.
Local ties.
Are you getting traded?
Am I getting traded?
No, Aiyuk.
I thought he said, are you getting traded? I'm like, I didn't know we could do that.
We shopped him at the deadline, but there were no takers.
Wow.
Because you guys
weren't sure he was going to report.
Well, first of all, the guy who is reporting the Steelers thing, Andrew Filipponi. I don't know if you guys.
Yeah, morning show. We've been bringing him up.
He's coming on with us. He's going to come on this afternoon. Andrew is reporting
because he wants it. He wants it.
I know he wants it. I know that's kind of what it. Because I know Andrew a little bit. Okay. I texted him. I'm like, dude, do you think this is close? He's like, it's very close. And I'm like, I think the Steelers want it to be close. It could happen. It's the first time that I've acknowledged that it's a maybe. I still would firmly bet against it.
Because it would have already happened, right?
I don't think the Niners actually want to trade Aiyuk. I think the reason reporters are suddenly getting the vibe that they want to trade Aiyuk is because the Niners are trying to get a message to Brandon Aiyuk, which is, we're not budging. We're not budging, and we're also not going to let you become a distraction. So you have a choice now. If you really want, and I listen to you guys, I still think there's 0 chance that he doesn't play if he got to the regular season. There's nothing in that for him. All he does is lose millions of dollars. Nothing good happens. He's already showed his hand by showing up to camp. The dollars matter to him. That's why he's here. So I don't think that's a risk, and I think the Niners know that, and they're telling him, we're not going to meet your demands, and if you want to just sit there in sweats for the entire camp and put this season in doubt, then we will listen. If you'd like to go play with a worse quarterback and a worse offense and go try to learn a new offense in 3 weeks and go get 812 yards for somebody, if you want to do that, my man, you can do that. We'll put that on the table for you. Do you really want to do that for $2 million a year?
Man.
I think that's what's happening. And I don't think Brandon has any interest in leaving. He's been playing every single card as, like I just said to Dibbs in the other room, I go, he feels like a dog outside like looking for a doggy door. Like he's poking on every little spot to see if he can find leverage. And he's not finding any, and he knows that's why he's here at camp. He doesn't want to go play somewhere else.
Yeah, and I don't want him to, but when he was on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark, and the last question, Dibbs, of the whole podcast was, what uniform would you be wearing? And he goes, a Niner. I'm like, why did I spend 30 minutes watching this? Even if you felt that way, give me Washington. But the fact that you said it, I'm like, you want to be here. No shame in that. But what about the Cam Marino NFL Buzz report at NFL? But Cam Marino reported out of
Stan's
Cleveland.
brother.
It is?
No, that's a 4.
I don't know.
That the Niners can make a trade and get Amari Cooper and possibly a 2025 second-round pick for next year. If the Niners...
That's going to be a no from me, dog, on Amari Cooper.
But the Niners would... He did the same damn near production as Aiyuk, and he's got 1 year left on his deal. If I'm the Niners...
Right, but production. But we're talking about a football player, and you're talking about Amari Cooper, who is 5'10 and a half and a $163.
I was about to say.
6'1".
Yeah.
Okay.
6'1". Amari's not small.
Not known for blocking.
But he's not going to be asking for 30 M's that you don't got to pay him. You can let him go. I'm thinking if the Niners are really irritated by this, he could duplicate what I love Aiyuk.
Yeah, I don't think that he can duplicate what Aiyuk does.
Oh, this would be the easiest football he's ever played with Kyle.
Easy football in like run, catch,
he can run
but
routes.
not easy
phenomenal.
football when it comes to like, all right, Amari, get in there and do the dirty work. I don't know if he's going to be able to block in this offense, and is Amari going to be happy with 81 targets over the course of a year?
And you got a system to pick up. Receivers have said,
well, that's the big part.
That's why I have a hard time believing this. I understood what you guys were saying. Like, yeah, we've reached a point now where
time is running out.
Well, it can't just be, if you're going to do a deal, it can't just be draft picks, because the Niners have a Super Bowl to try to go win. So they're not going to just hand that position over to somebody. So now you would have to compensate him with a player. Amari is interesting, but I would still have questions. Like, we got a game in 4 weeks. You're going to come in and pick up a new offensive system and play all that correct, and chemistry with Brock Purdy. I know in fantasy we're like, oh, Amari Cooper. But, like, I don't know if that's transferable in 4 weeks. So I'd have concerns there. But it's a better idea than the Patriots or the Steelers.
Yeah.
I don't know who the hell they'd get from either of those teams.
And that's why I can't wait to hear Andrew.
Yeah. 5-15.
That'll be good. That'll be real good. The thing with Aiyuk is, like, what I'm trying to do is allow for the possibility that we don't know what we assume. And what if the Niners aren't convinced that Brandon Aiyuk will be playing for them game 1 at $14 million?
What's the scenario?
Well, hold on. He could theoretically miss 6 games or 6 or 7 games, then come back.
You have to play half the season, so he could miss 8.
Okay, so he misses 8 games, and then comes in for week 9, and still gets his year tenure. Right,
cost himself
$7 million.
$7 million.
I know. I hear you.
Wow,
but if the 49ers really have doubt or have any doubt about that, then they have to think, well, will him missing 8 games mess our season up?
Can I?
Yes.
I want to shout out Hawaiian Airlines, and I'll tell you why. Hawaiian Airlines, like, you just walk on the plane and everybody's just got Wi-Fi. Just open up your laptop.
Are you kidding me?
Turn on Netflix. Nobody's got to pay $1. Nobody's got to do anything. You don't have to do flips, hoops, nothing. Sit down, open up your computer, and go. So I finished the receiver doc. Have you all finished it?
Yes. I haven't, no.
If you've finished it, I felt, and I know he was one of the profiled guys, so maybe this is bias. I felt it was jammed down our throat, the importance of Deebo Samuel. The idea that Kyle Shanahan would buy into what we all sort of bought a couple months ago,
that
which is sign Aiyuk, and then after this year, just cut Deebo. I don't buy that for a second anymore. Deebo is the one you got a game plan for if you're a defense. Deebo, Christian, and George, not Brandon. Deebo is the unique one. Deebo's the clubhouse leader. Deebo's the boombox guy. Deebo's the sideline emotion. You watched the whole thing. You saw it. Deebo is that guy, and he is the one who game plans are made around, along with Christian and to a degree George, if you're Kyle Shanahan. I came out of there not buying for a second that they shopped him in the draft last year, not buying that they'll cut him at the end of this year. Brandon feels like a much more replaceable player based on his style. I think that weighs on all of this. And it's why I have a hard time believing the Niners will sign Brandon to any kind of an expensive extension, because that does mean other players have to leave. It's not about whether Brandon's worth it or he deserves it. It's about whether it fits with this group. I'm not like my read on Kyle, he not giving up Deebo.
All right. I get all that and some, but explain why 99 is not in care. Like, what's going on there? That should have been
You mean 71?
71, 99.
Yeah.
99.
99's in.
I got a quick take on that, too.
Give it to me.
I don't think they want him there yet. He's 36 years old.
All right, that's what I told Scott.
Yeah, that's what I said last
week.
He's getting
fined.
No, he's not.
He's not getting fined.
All right.
No, he's not getting fined. They're not going to charge him a dime, and they don't want him until late August, early September. And while he's not there, you give a lot of these other guys a chance to shine, and quietly, their offensive line is a little bit in shambles. They've got injuries across the board. So now you get a chance to really look at guys, and you see Puny who's come in and get a chance to look at him. And I know that a lot of the other starters have been out. So you have an O-line that is not going to be probably fully composed until you get into September.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. So it sounds to me like both of you guys are in lockstep in terms of the scenario you believe will play out, at least most likely. Trent gets his deal redone and is here eventually, and Aiyuk plays under the $14 million fifth year.
Most likely, or he caves and takes the extension that they reportedly offered him. If it's for less.
If it's still there.
If it's still there.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. Like it does not sound like they've come close to common ground. And that was kind of my takeaway on it is it's unfortunate for Brandon. He's such a great player. But I don't know if the scenario and the timing fit.
Or is he asking for Justin Jefferson money? That's the one piece I want to know. Because then I just side with the Niners like, hey, we love you, Brandon. You're damn good. But you ain't that. Right? Like, is he asking something?
Whatever he's asking for, they are far enough apart to where it's not close. And we all read into the bro hug and the handshake. Was that last week? You might have been gone, I guess. But
I watched it all.
Of course you did. But we went.
Deal Cowherd was like, it's coming hours away.
Well, he just wrote look out. But no, Dibs, you remember when Hoosh came on with us and said what would happen if the Niners offered Brandon the Amon-Ra deal? He goes,
he'd take it.
He'd have his helmet on.
Wow, man.
He'd have his helmet on. So I don't think he's
better than me.
Yeah, I don't think he's asking for Justin money. That would be absurd. Okay, he doesn't deserve that.
I'm not saying I would do this, but if he's really PO'd, Brandon Aiyuk, would he give up $7 million and say, I'll just come in week 9. I'll get my year under my belt.
No way. How does that help him?
It doesn't.
Well, because it gets him to free agency still.
Not really
necessarily.
They can franchise
him. I know they
him.
can franchise him, but it's still he gets that year.
He gets the year, but it's like, how much money do you want to spend to try to make a little bit more money?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's like the guy that's got the rental on the market and you've got it priced too high. It's like you're losing money in order to make money. You could just lower it and just make the money right now.
Presumably, if the deal's still on the table, like there may not be a long-term deal on the table for Brandon.
Possible. Totally possible.
Stranger things have happened.
Give me this. They got a game this Saturday in Tennessee. Your left tackle's out. Aiyuk is doing what he's doing. Is this a distraction? What would you guys call this right now today?
Yet.
It's already been a distraction.
Because it's leading off all the shows.
It's been a story, at the very least. It's been a storyline. Like, what are the big storylines in camp? Brock Purdy's a pick machine, and Aiyuk is holding in, and Trent's holding out. Yeah. There's your three headlines. So it's not a distraction yet, and I don't think it will be until you get closer to the regular season. But as far as, like, camp headlines, those are the three. Brock stinks, and Brandon's there in sweats, and Trent, who knows where he is.
And I don't care about Brock if you don't have your tackle and Aiyuk. Miss, when did we start grading in her? Curry in practice missed 23. That's when you miss them.
When do we start grading? Week 1. When the Jets are here. That's when you start grading.
This is out of control.
Yeah, we did this last year. And freaked out, and then he came out in Pittsburgh with one arm and absolutely crushed it, and they were averaging 30 points a game for 5 weeks. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to take out of practice if he's trying things, because there's also been moments where the reporters are like, my God, he looks incredible. And then he'll throw 3 picks in 4 plays, and you're like, oh, no. I don't know that it means anything.
It means nothing.
It doesn't mean anything.
We talked about it last week, and Shanahan came out and said offensively they don't game plan against the defense. They just run their plays. Like, these are the 15 plays we're going to run no matter what the defense presents. And the defense is doing kind of the same thing. So you break the huddle, and you have a play called, and the defense has a defense called that is really bad for what you're going to call. You don't audible. You don't change it. You don't Omaha. You just run your play. Yeah. And if you're Brock Purdy, when you run the play, you make the throw. You're not thinking, oh, geez, I don't want to throw this pick. I'm going to check it down. So all of these practice stats to me mean absolutely
I hate
nothing.
Them, man. I really do.
Because the quarterback is trying that he wouldn't normally do in a game.
That's what you do in practice, deal.
Exactly. And the defense is also trying to, they're trying to jump routes, and they're trying to make plays, and you can't really tackle guys, and so all this stuff is not real football.
I mean, some of these throws wouldn't even happen because he would have gotten sacked, but no one's allowed to touch him.
Exactly. Right.
You know what I mean? He might have taken off and run. I don't think it means anything.
Snotty and I were having fun about Trent Williams, and he could be like, he was alluding to, what if they think they could get better somewhere else? If leverage was a person, it's Trent Williams right now.
Yeah.
It has to be, just chill, big fella, watch the Netflix doc, whatever you do. We got you. There's nothing to see. I can't imagine everything that you are built on and what you want to accomplish, passing and throwing, goes through 71.
You would assume.
How much you need, big fella?
You would assume that.
You would assume. Okay. I don't think the 49ers, I think they are being governed by one thing and one thing only, and that is absolute intensity and urgency on this year. And they know that. And I don't think they're going to do anything to risk that.
Well, this goes against that, though, unless they're giving them a mini vacay.
Not yet. Not on August 5th, it doesn't. On August 5th, I don't think a 36-year-old, 320-pound man needs to be anywhere. I don't, especially someone who is as accomplished as him. That doesn't matter. If we're still having this conversation in 3 weeks, then I would have eyebrows up. The Aiyuk thing is different.
No doubt about it.
If Kyle gets to a point where he feels like Brandon is messing with the season or the situation, I don't want to put it all on Brandon, the situation is messing with the season in a negative way, then I think that's when you see the trigger potentially get pulled. They are not going to do anything to jeopardize this season.
Did you guys see, I think it was a couple days ago, Tim Kawakami of The Athletic suggested that Trent Williams and Aiyuk's leverage is increasing because they haven't looked good in practice. And if they go to Tennessee and look bad, with each poor performance, it becomes more and more obvious that they got to get both these guys in here.
I don't even, what does they've looked poor in practice mean? What does that mean?
4 or 5 picks.
Okay, then that means your defense looks great.
Well, who'd we have on? Somebody made that point.
You know what I mean? Like, I think we...
Jennifer Lee Chan might have said something like that.
We watch a practice, and whichever side doesn't look good, we focus on that. That means the other side looks great. What if the offense looked amazing? Then couldn't you be like, what's wrong with our defense? I don't know. I don't know what to do with practice reports.
Yeah.
I think Trent already had as much leverage as he could have.
Oh, he's got all the leverage.
Yeah,
he's top 10 in the NFL's top 100.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the NFL top 100, and he.
By the way,
you rolled your eyes.
Of course, I rolled my.
Lamar Jackson was number one.
Tell me why you rolled your eyes.
I thought Tyreek Hill was
Tyreek Hill, but Lamar was the number one quarterback,
which is absurd. Yeah,
Patrick Mahomes is number 4 on that list
because they let the players
fire everybody that compiled that list.
Okay,
Patrick Mahomes is number one in the NFL.
It's the players who compiled the list,
and they don't care.
We're going to fire
haterade.
Now we're going to go back to scab players again.
Just hate. They hate on the good guys.
Well, he's hating on the list, and so I'd like you to please explain.
First of all, players. I don't trust players' opinions of other players.
They voted hard in MVP a couple years back. Remember when
Steph Curry wanted Avery Bradley?
It's also timing. Look at the names. Why are Lamar Jackson and Tyreek Hill number 1 and number 2? Well, what was going on when the vote was happening about 2/3 of the way through last year?
Oh, he was MVP.
Lamar was MVP.
Right.
Tyreek was on his way to 2,000 yards. So people went, whoa, Lamar and Tyreek.
But Mahomes.
Remember, but the Chiefs' offense were like,
it was
wrong? What's wrong with the Chiefs'
offense? But he had 2 Super Bowl rings already.
My only point is the only thing that matters is how Kyle and John Lynch assess Trent Williams' value. Like, that's the only thing that matters.
And how I would bet that they have him higher than number 7 on the NFL's top 100. They probably have him 1 or 2.
Number 1 in your spot.
Exactly.
Man.
Maybe.
He's everything, man.
Maybe.
I don't think it's a maybe. I think it's a definitely. And I think if you look at what they're trying to do offensively and watch any of their games, if it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, they run his way. And that's just what they do because he is the best offensive lineman in football. And so, yes, his import is bigger than even he is physically, and that's why he's going to get done. And if he wants to wait until late August to come in, then wait and come on in.
He is 36. He's been injured 2 years in a row. I am not only not concerned, I'm thankful that he's not there.
And he's still playing at a high level, man.
Nobody needs to be leaning on Trent Williams right now.
I get it.
And I'm not saying that's why, the Niners are over here playing chess, they've got an agreement already in place and they just don't want to announce it yet, although I wouldn't be shocked if that were true. But I just don't think, it's just like everything, deadline spur action, and we're nowhere near a deadline on that one. So
no, I'm not disagreeing with any of this. And I've told Guru, it's I'm sure that the 49ers have evaluate Trent Williams as more important than Brandon Aiyuk. But I found it interesting the answer that Kyle gave about the DeForest Buckner situation. It's not outside the realm of possibility that you start saying, well, how much could we drop off at this position, but maybe improve at other positions, and where does that leave us overall? And that's the stuff you have to look at if you've got decisions to make, and most of them aren't great ones. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean by Brandon can deserve it, and it can also be equally stupid for the Niners to give it to him. He can deserve it. He can be worth it. It doesn't mean because what we don't know, we just look at it and go, he's Brandon, he deserves it. Well, we don't know who the names are that leave if he gets it. Yeah. And a lot of us may change our opinion if you knew who was leaving if Brandon got that extension.
Yeah.
So do we celebrate if he gets it?
Right.
What if the list was in front of you? We're like, okay, Brandon got it. He got $29 million a year. Have fun with Charvarius Ward, Deebo Samuel, Trent Williams, and maybe Lenore.
Yeah.
Sorry, they're all gone. You still want that extension?
And I'm sure that's what's going on.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Every locker room. I watched too many documentaries on this trip. Did you watch Hard Knocks with the Giants?
I watched the Pete Rose doc.
This is exactly what goes on. It's why Saquon Barkley's an Eagle.
That phone call was incredible.
They're sitting there with a grid on their chalkboard, on their on their whiteboard, and they're sitting there going, well, we can do 11 million, but we can't do 12 because that means we lose.
But when they gave Daniel Jones that money, they were done. That was their grave to me, man. No hate on Daniel.
If I were Daniel Jones, I would have hated this documentary. They sat there. They're like, if we can get up to 3 and take a quarterback, we'll do it. And none of the other teams are like, we don't want to do it.
He's got the money in the bank, though, Willard.
He's got the money. Yeah, he's got the money. Steiny, you look very European today.
It's just a golf shirt.
I know it is.
I got it.
But the print, it looks very like you look like
you know what this shirt is.
You should have a British accent.
You know what this shirt is, don't you? You know the logo. You
Pine Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say you probably don't know the logo, you guys, because.
Well, do you know what Pine Valley means to me? This is going to relate to no one, but I think it was the fake place where the soap opera All My Children took place.
Correct.
Which is what my mom watched religiously when I was a kid.
Mine was younger than the rest.
So I was stuck. I was stuck in front of
Victor Newman.
Yeah, this is back when you got one TV in the house and it's on All My Children.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't want to watch this. Well, then you better go outside.
And Steiny's just wearing the shirt for
I actually like the Big Valley.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. He's showing off.
I don't like
Westerns. It out.
What?
Div said you're showing off. That's why
it's just a flex. I mean, you're wearing it just to let the people know
let the divs know.
that you played the number one golf course and the number one public course in the country.
I mean, I'm wearing
it's about a collared shirt.
I'm wearing an Aloha T-shirt. You got to let them know where you've been.
Did you have a good time? As the pictures look like? Oh, you didn't.
No, I'm messing.
Will had a great time.
Well, how can you mess up Hawaii?
No, Hawaii.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Steiny, where are we back to today?
I'll tell you what. We're back to the home. We're back home at 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. It's good to see you, buddy. It's good to see you.
It's good to be back. Good to have you back.
It's good to be back. It is good to talk to everybody again. And my goodness, there's a lot going on. Robbie Ray is going to join us in 45 minutes. Yesterday's winning pitcher for Gigante. And as we said, Andrew Filipponi, who is reporting that the Niners and Steelers are potentially close to a Brandon Aiyuk deal, is going to join us at 5:15. And I know Andrew a little bit. I've texted with Andrew a little bit already today. And I will say, without having heard him speak at length on it yet, that I don't believe him.
Well, can we just replay the interview we did with him 4 months ago when we had the same conversation where Pittsburgh thought that they were close to getting Brandon Aiyuk, and we did like a 12-minute interview with Mr. Filipponi, and he talked about what a fit and this and that and how Pittsburgh's going to get him, and here we are in August, so maybe we just replay the conversation we had before.
Well, Filipponi, by the way, did y'all see this? He already updated his Twitter with a new tweet. And remember, the guys just mentioned that Cam Marino, who calls himself a national NFL analyst and lead draft writer for NFLDraftBuzz.com. Filipponi just tweeted,
sorry,
Marino is reporting that Aiyuk has been traded to the Steelers.
Okay.
Followed by like 1,400 exclamation points.
Okay.
Which to me is a tell. Why you put the exclamation points? Feels to me like this might be something you want to have happen as opposed to something that is actually happening. But Andrew will be on with us. I'll believe it when I see it. I could very well be wrong. My opinion has changed on this already a couple of times. I told you 2 months ago that Brandon Aiyuk for the future is more important than Deebo Samuel because he's younger and he's less of an injury risk. I flip-flopped. I've changed. Deebo Samuel's more important to this football team than Brandon Aiyuk is. And I apologize for my previous opinion. It has changed.
You don't have to apologize for your opinion. No, you don't.
Well, but I did. So it doesn't matter.
There you go.
Fine. I don't have to, but I did.
Apology not accepted on behalf of my brother Doug.
Do you agree with that? Deebo Samuel's more important to this football team than Brandon Aiyuk is.
Maybe for now, but I don't think that either one of them is more important than the other one for the future. I do think that going forward, they're going to find their way to have a quarterback make 55 or 60 million and have a receiving core that makes next to nothing. So for now, Deebo Samuel's more important, but when you get further down the road and whether or not you pay Brandon Aiyuk or you pay Deebo, I do think that both at some point in the near future will be elsewhere if they're going to be making 25 or 30 million a year.
Both? Why both?
Because you drafted receivers.
Yeah.
And you'll probably draft another receiver or two next year.
Maybe.
And you're going to look for cheaper labor for lack of a better way to describe it, at that position. When you have a quarterback making $60 million, I think that you're going to look at the Chiefs model and the Packer model and so many other models around football, and you're going to pivot as an organization away from paying these guys huge money.
Well, I mean, listen, just because you're paying a quarterback doesn't mean there's not some room for other players. A lot of teams are paying their quarterback huge dollars, and they've still got room. I get what you're saying. They're going to have to make some cuts somewhere, but I also firmly believe that especially if you're Kyle Shanahan, offensive weapons across the board is not going to be somewhere where you're just going to decide, hey, we're not spending money here anymore. Deebo Samuel is under team control at this point for at least 2 more seasons. Then he turns 30 years old. If I'm the 49ers, my best guess, you can never look too far ahead because guys get hurt. They break collarbones on one play, whatever, hairline fractures, all the stuff that Deebo went through last year. But you look at your best guess right now, and if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I want Deebo for those 2 years. 100%. I don't know that I can't function or can function without him. One thing about that documentary that was abundantly clear, and I forgot some of these moments, is that when Deebo left, the offense stopped. And it wasn't just the 3-game losing streak. It was him leaving the Green Bay playoff game. It was his hamstring going out in the Super Bowl. Things looked one way with Deebo on the field. He was a huge part of their game plan. He would leave the field, and the points would stop. That wasn't necessary. Now, Brandon never really left the field, and that's a feather in his cap. But I forgot what this offense looks like without Deebo Samuel, and I don't think Kyle Shanahan is interested in seeing it anytime soon.
Yeah, anytime soon would be, for me, this year, and then you look at next year where you could possibly get out of the Deebo Samuel contract where he's going to have a cap hit if you keep him of $24 million, and you look at a dead cap number that's about $6 million if you release him post June 1st next year. So I do think that when you look at who do they want to keep more, for this year they'd love to have both. And then after next year, I think you start to look at things a little bit differently when you've got Cowing and you've got Pearsall who you drafted, and if you like them, if they're doing well, then maybe you end up going with cheaper people at wide receiver, and you let Aiyuk walk, and then you let Deebo walk. At that point, if Deebo is going to be 29, coming up on being 30, and if you're not looking to sign Aiyuk, and right now they haven't signed him to a long-term deal, so you have him play his 5th-year option at $14 million. Deebo's making 28.6, and whatever happens after this year, it happens, and then you can make moves accordingly.
I mean, the more I listen to this and listen to voices and read about it and watch what's developing, I like something Adam Schefter said is actually something that stands out to me. This one is really tricky. It's really tricky. I know that we go A to B. Brandon good, Brandon $29 million. That feels good to everybody. I don't think that feels good to the 49ers at all. And so what he deserves and what he's worth is really tricky because I don't know if the 49ers are the right team to give that to him. But I also firmly believe this. Brandon's got no interest in going anywhere else. I don't buy any of it.
Well, it depends on how much that other team will pay him.
Maybe, but honestly...
What did TJ Hushmanzada tell us? He just wants to get paid.
He wants to get paid. He also, though, told us he has no interest in leaving San Francisco.
Correct.
He has said that publicly. He then, days after a trade request, did what? Flew to San Francisco and got himself out there on the field. He goes to meetings. He's
dapping up the GM and the coach.
He is preparing to play the season. He's trying to do it in his tiny little leveraged way, which doesn't really have much of an effect, I don't think. But he knows what the rest of us know. You want to go play with Deshaun Watson?
Russell Wilson?
Drake May? What? In the freezing cold? Dude, you don't want that. And so I get it. He also doesn't want to feel like he cowered in the face of the negotiations.
Shout out Colin.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take $26 million. But I think he also knows the truth. $30 million with the Patriots and $26 million with the Niners. Whew. I don't want $30 million with Drake May and Snow. I have no interest in that at all. But is that like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do? We got to max out the value. Well, you've got a whole career to think about now. What's the next contract if you do that? You ever going to get 1,000 yards again if you go to New England?
Well, we don't even know if there's a contract on the table right now. We know nothing.
Reports say that the Patriots have been willing to do that all the way back to the draft.
I'm talking about the Niners.
Yeah, fair.
Like, what are the Niners offering right now? What's on the table? Is anything even on the table? All we know is that Brandon Aiyuk is walking around in sweats and he's holding in and he's not practicing. So I wonder if the Niners are thinking differently now than they did before the draft, because if you were going to trade Brandon Aiyuk, it would have been better off to trade him before the draft, like they did DeForest Buckner when they decided that they didn't want to pay DeForest Buckner. And so they traded him before the draft and they got a first-round pick back.
Yep.
And they were able to use that pick on a player, even though the player didn't work out. But you were able to actually get something for the player immediately. I can't imagine them now on August 5th looking at trading Brandon Aiyuk now and getting what back? Even if it's Amari Cooper and a pick, or if it's Pickens and a pick, or whatever it is and a pick, to add a player now to this offense, I don't even know if you could get anybody as good as Brandon Aiyuk. And if you're in a Super Bowl window, what's the point?
I'm totally with you. The Niners are not in this position where they've got to blink. And again, play the whole thing out. This is not fantasy football. You can't just be like, you take my receiver and I'll take yours. We've got a game in 4 weeks and everybody will be fine.
Right.
You got like nobody. Have you ever taken a snap with Justin Fields, Brandon? Who, by the way, don't be surprised if that's actually Pittsburgh's starting QB this year. He might beat out Russell Wilson, from what I'm hearing. But either way, is that where you want to play? Do you want to go learn a new system? You want to go play for Mike Tomlin, who loves to run the ball. You want to go play in the freezing cold and a quarterback controversy opposite George Pickens, who sulks after every third play. That's what you want? For a few $1 million? Be careful what you wish for, man. This is one of those classic spots. I feel for Brandon. He deserves it. He's worth it. It's all of those things. But he's also caught in a spot. And you got to decide to a degree which one's better for you. And this might be a case where taking a little bit less money is the right thing to do. I don't know. It's not my contract. I can't tell him what to do. But at 26 years old, I wouldn't only be thinking about this contract, be thinking about the next one too.
Right, but we don't even know what this contract is. We don't know what this offer is. We heard a report that it's $26 million that was offered a long time ago, and we haven't heard anything since about where the team is, where he is. We've heard nothing about any reported value or any possible contract offer. There may not be an offer on the table. There may be a situation where the team has decided, you know what, we're good. You can play the fifth-year option or not. It's up to you. The ball's in your court. And Aiyuk is thinking, well, unless you want to, offer me a real contract, I'm just going to hold in and I'm going to chill until week 9 when I have to come back and play football. So we haven't heard anything, reports, rumors, whispers, anything about any movement other than they seem to be pretty far apart.
The Cam Marino thing came 56 minutes ago.
Cam Marino,
breaking. The Steelers and 49ers have agreed to a trade that sends star receiver Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh. By the way, that came 2 hours after he said the Steelers have been gaining traction as Aiyuk's preferred destination, and despite stronger offers from other teams, Pittsburgh has emerged as a real option. So the 49ers, if I'm to believe this, not only are they trading Brandon Aiyuk on August 5th, they're taking a worse offer because they want to send Brandon where he wants to go. Got it. Okay. We're sponsored by Safeway. 888-957-9570. Love being back. Glad you're along with us. you're welcome to call in. We got some Giants things to get to as well. Robbie Ray joins us in a half hour. And after listening to about a week and a half of the reaction to the Giants trade deadline, I do think there's some things that people here are missing in terms of what drove the boat with what the Giants did. We'll get to that around the corner as well. Good afternoon. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this member deal and more. Coca-Cola, Monster.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
Does Jaden Daniels know that he just got taken on an off-season journey of being like a pawn in everybody else's game? Jaden, you're the number 2 pick in the draft, dude. You ain't got time for that anymore. You're the CEO of the Washington Commanders. You don't need to be like somebody's TikTok partner.
Totally.
Go do your own thing, bro. You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
You got blown off by a couple of radio schlubs from San Francisco.
Oh, just relax. It's okay. You'll be fine. It's going to be good.
Jaden, I got to get back to you. I got to talk to Willard and Dibbs. Oh, my gosh. So funny. Anyway, so Rap Sheet and Pelissero have both publicly stated there ain't no trade between the Steelers and 49ers.
Well, hold on a minute.
Shocking developments, I know.
Are you telling me that this Marino guy maybe had it wrong at NFLDraftBuzz.com?
Who are you?
He didn't have
Seriously.
He didn't have it wrong. He I don't even know if he thought this in the first place. This is what happens on social media. People take a shot. You take a shot. It's just like a Brock Purdy practice throw. Take a shot. If it gets picked off, who cares? There's no consequence.
This is bigger than that.
No, but if you're right, then you get to parade around. Look at me. I'm an NFL insider.
Well, that's why this is bigger than that, because if he actually did get it right, it's more than just a practice throw that happened to result in a touchdown. This is an actual game. This is live bullets. And if you're going to put your name on it, if you are, somebody who fancies himself as somebody, and you're going to throw out this crap and you're going to make stuff up and get it wrong, you get ripped. Bury this clown.
You can get ripped, but I would argue there's still no consequences. Like, you're watching 2024. Do you know any people who just go out and find microphones and just say stuff? And it's just completely provably false.
Yeah,
and there's
all the time.
No consequence whatsoever.
Yeah, and there are some social media platforms that actually promote such drivel.
Some are owned by people who do
exactly.
That. Anyway.
Rip 'em Dibs. It's at Marino NFL.
Yeah.
And the tweet says, breaking. Again, this is not actually true, people out there listening. Breaking, the Steelers and Niners have agreed to a trade that sends Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh.
No,
not actually true.
You want to know who I want to rip?
Yet.
I don't want to rip, what's his name, Cam Marino.
Cam Marino.
I don't want to rip him.
Get him on the show, Lucas.
I don't want to rip Andrew Filipponi. I would like to rip Larry Krueger.
You won't.
I will. Larry,
you won't.
Larry, what are you doing?
Did he retweet Cam Marino?
He retweeted it and wrote, bye-bye, Aiyuk.
Stop whopping me. Stop whooping me.
Come on, Larry.
The return better be good, or fans will riot. Come on, Larry. I heard him with you. I heard him come on, and maybe I should have dialed out in Hawaii more than I did. I heard all of it.
Apparently you did.
I
thought you were
listened to
out.
all of it.
I would have taken more shots if I knew you were listening.
I heard what y'all did.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, I heard all of it.
I was on my best behavior.
I had my feet up by a pool.
Grandy, did I take shots at our guy, Mark Willard?
That's all you did.
Yeah, I heard all of it.
There's my quarterback.
And in Hawaii, it happens before noon. I'm like, I haven't even had lunch yet. And Kruger's out here telling people that the handshake meant that Brandon's about to get traded. Larry!
I called him on it.
Larry, you've been here for years. Come on, man. Larry's tapped in. Larry's a smart guy. We might need to call Larry. We might need to cancel Filipponi and call Larry instead, just to make fun of him.
I want Cam Marino. Let's get him on the show.
Get all three of them on at once. Brandon Aiyuk has not been traded to the Steelers. However, maybe he will be. And then they get to victory lap. But I do think that the retweet of bye-bye Aiyuk is that's funny. Come on, that's funny.
It's pretty funny.
That's funny, Larry. That's funny.
I'm looking at 1,000 retweets of the Cam Marino tweet.
Go bye-bye.
And his tweet did get 750,000 views. So there you go, Cam. You win. You win the day, Cam Marino.
Yep.
You, NFL journalist, you.
You know what? He called his mom. He said, Mom, I got retweeted by Larry Krueger. I got retweeted.
Somebody, Mom.
Yeah, Larry's got 40,000 followers. I got retweeted by him. Yeah, Cam's got 7,000 followers. You're not breaking news like this. No, I'm not trying to big time anyone.
No, it's a follower flex right now.
I'm not breaking news either. I'm not breaking news in the NFL. I'll say it into this microphone when Grandy hits the thingamabob. Then I'll say it. That's as close as I'm going to get to breaking news. Unless it's like some crazy personal relationship that I have. There's one time in my life where I could have broken NFL news. Could have broken NFL news. And I chose not to do it because the guy told me not to. I spoke directly to an NFL player. He's like, yeah, I just got a 2-year deal. I'm going to Houston. I saw him at the kids' park. We're at the toddler lot.
That's pretty awesome.
Years ago. And
at
he's
the
like,
Todd lot?
Yeah, Todd lot. And he walked by and he's like, yeah, I'm going to Houston. I just signed a 2-year deal. And he walks away. I go, hey, can I tweet that? he's like, will you just wait? Just wait for a second. I'll let you know when you can tweet it. And then like 45 minutes later, Schefter's like, he's going to Houston. And I'm like, it's too late.
Is it Robert Woods?
No, it's not Robert Woods. But yeah, you know it was a Trojan. It was a Trojan. It was not Robert Woods.
I mean, you can tell us now. Those probably
Matt Leitner.
5 years ago.
Yeah, Dibs knows.
Was it?
Yeah, it's Matt Leitner.
I just guessed, but
how many of them went to Houston?
Well, and how many other like bros and dads would be in the Todd lot?
Flip flops. What's up, dude?
Totally.
Hey, dude.
I've got a 2-year deal to Houston.
Deal to go to Houston.
Dude, you know what Houston doesn't know? I'm not very good, bro.
Houston, we got a problem.
I'm a lefty, but I probably should be a righty because I'm not very good.
Anyway.
Just a quick aside.
Oh, please.
Trojan quarterbacks, am I right?
Yeah, it's been a thing.
Stink.
Carson Palmer ended up having an okay career.
Rodney Pete?
Rodney Pete was disappointment.
Back?
Yeah.
No, he was actually pretty good. He had a long career.
They're fine. Even Matt, when he started at the beginning, it was interesting for a second. And then Kurt Warner came in and just ruined everything for him by being all Hall of Famey and everything.
Todd Marinovich.
Yeah, well, shit, that's a whole thing.
John David Booty.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm pulling some names right now.
John David Booty.
Anyway, it was our first quick aside of the week.
So what do you want to tell Bears fans right now about their pick?
You're in trouble. You're in trouble. I don't think he's very good. I don't think he's very good.
Might be. I'm not high on the first 3 picks in this draft.
No.
I think, but who the hell am I? But
Caleb Williams greater than Cam Marino,
and greater than Drake May. But still, like if you had to put your chip into the circle of 1 or 2 top 10 picks from this year's draft, half of them were QBs. Who are you putting it in? Whose circle?
It's a tough one because he's old and he's been oft injured. But I like Penix. I like Michael Penix.
Well, I like Penix too, but he's probably not going to play much this year.
Right.
So that's going to take a minute. Dude, I think the receivers are going to be fantastic. I think Malik Neighbors is unbelievable. Marvin Harrison Jr., incredible. Odunze, I also think great. However, you got 2 other great receivers and a rookie quarterback.
Right.
So we'll see. But anyway.
Anyhow.
We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Please go to Twitch or YouTube and stare at our faces, and it'll be wonderful. Speaking of listening to everything y'all did, because Robbie Ray is going to join us here in 18 minutes, we will ask him, did you think you were going to be traded?
You won't.
Oh, we'll ask him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at Tough Guy coming back on a Monday.
Yeah. Plus, dude, you want to play here next year or not?
You got the tough questions.
Tell me now.
Tell me. I like it.
Yeah, we'll ask him all that. He's coming up at 3.
You're supposed to come back more relaxed, not more edgy from Hawaii.
I'm so relaxed. This smile can't wipe this off my face. I got my Aloha shirt with a chicken on it. We're good. But I will say this. I do think that a lot of what I heard about the trade deadline, if you want to blame Farhan Zaidi for something, here's what you can blame him for. You can blame him for what he said after the deadline was over. However, I think he was in a spot where there wasn't a lot of good things to say. So what I'm referring to is Farhan saying, well, we've now got the best rotation in baseball. We have the best pitching staff in baseball. Well, you don't get to say that when you're ranked like 24th in the game. Now, I know what he's saying. Robbie's now back, and Blake is pitching at full strength. And okay, I get what you're saying. Kyle Harrison's throwing 89-mile-an-hour fastballs, but whatever. I get what you're saying. It's not the time to say that, because you sort of sound like you're peacocking into the room like, well, we've got the best pitch. You're 3 games under 500, dude. No peacocking, please. And the other thing that he said was, we're really, really excited about the young players. And, whoa, what a great thing. Well, we're making all kinds of avenues for the young guys. No, that's not what you wanted. I know you're going to act like that's what you wanted. This season was about a massive payroll and a playoff trip. It's not about runway for young people. You've had a ton of them up already. But here's the thing. If you were mad at the Giants deadline, you're mad at the wrong guy. You should be mad at Greg Johnson if you're mad at the deadline. I think that this deadline showed that Farhan Zaidi's footing is very weak right now within this organization, because there's no way in hell that's what he set out to do. It does not help him. It does not help him to shed money at the deadline. Maybe his bosses are like, hey, good job. Can't believe you got someone to take all 3 years of Jorge Soler. So does that mean he stays? Maybe. But his footing in the organization, my read, is it is nowhere near as good as it was at the start of the year, because these sounded and felt like ownership moves to me. Yeah. They gave him walking orders. We're tired of watching baseball that we're paying luxury tax prices for crappy service. And no thank you. So go get money off the books. And if we end up with holes out there in the field, bring up somebody who hasn't had their 23rd birthday and let them play, because we're sick of this. That's what happened at the deadline.
Yeah, you were listening from Hawaii, because that's right. Pretty much what I was saying to Grandy and FP. Yeah, crack one open. Crack open another one of your fizzy waters.
Aloha.
It's crazy, because that's the way I read it too, Mark, was, Farhan was given marching orders. We gave you the checkbook. You spent a bunch of money, and it didn't work. So now, go fix it, Farhan. And by fix it, I don't mean necessarily get better. I mean get cheaper. Spend less money. And if you can find somebody to take Jorge Soler, please do that. And they were able to do so. And I do think that they can arguably say you have the best rotation in baseball, but now you have to go out there and prove it.
Do it. Yep.
And, it looked like they kind of started to show it with a Logan Webb complete game shutout. My son actually went to that game. Shout out Keon.
Nice.
Hour and 52 minutes or whatever.
Did you pay for the tickets?
Yeah, he did actually.
Okay, good. Good for him.
FP hooked me up and got me a friend deal, but it was, I actually paid for it. He didn't pay for it.
So as long as somebody did.
Whatever. And it's so funny because with these kids today, it's like, yeah, Dad, thanks for the tickets. It's like, don't you want to know how that all went down? What did Dad have to do? And no, thanks, Dad. That's all.
At least you got a thanks.
Yeah.
I get a where's my popcorn?
I get that. It's tough.
Thanks. I'm going to eat it.
You back up the complete game shutout with a no-hitter.
No-hitter.
And so it's like, okay, Farhan, maybe you do have the best rotation in baseball. And Steiny made a good point during the changeover, the crossover, that, yeah, you go 7 of your last 9 and you pick up a game. And that's kind of how it is when you have that many teams to climb and that much work to do. And I'm with you, Mark, in terms of the wild card race. Wake me at 500, get above 500, which they haven't been in more than 2 months. So get to that point, and then we can go ahead and refresh the standings from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this is not something to be excited about. At all. This is not something to be excited about. I thought Bob Melvin's words after the trade deadline were the most important, where he was like, how many games under 500 are we still? And at that day, they were like 2 or 3. And he's like, 2, 3, okay, yeah, whatever. We have to do that. That should be everybody's sole focus right now. I don't care who's playing right field. I don't care who the starting pitcher is. I don't care who's left-handed and who's right-handed. Have more wins than losses. Then we can start having a conversation. And so that's what the ownership of the Giants told them to do. Go get us back under the luxury tax. Go save some money. Get out from underneath some bad contracts. Put some young people out there. And if we boogie, then great. We boogie. If we don't, we can say, look at us. We're building up the young guys. And there's two things that I think Farhan sort of needs right now. One or the other, if not both. We've thought all year, you got to make the playoffs or else you're in trouble. I don't know if he's got to 100% make the playoffs, but what the Giants need at the end of the year is something to say to their people. And so if you don't make the playoffs, you better have 5 kids that look like they're about to pop. So Ramos, check. Okay, what else? Does Birdsong crush it for the rest of the year?
Check. I give him the check.
Well, but
half
not
a
yet.
check.
Let's see what happens at the end of September.
Yep.
Let's get there. Is Birdsong still crushing
Patrick Bailey gets the check.
Yeah, but I mean, Bailey was kind of already established.
I get it.
Talking like,
You're talking about young.
Luciano going to be the DH? Is that what I mean, my gosh, if anybody screams DH, it might be that glove. So,
seriously, we talked about that last
But I mean,
week.
does he hit 9 home runs the rest of the way? All right.
Fitzgerald? Does he count?
Fitzgerald, absolutely.
Okay.
Boy, the names that he's keeping right now are absolutely ridiculous. In the history of the organization, the 10 home runs in 16 games list, it's just like boom, boom,
Mays,
boom,
McCovey,
boom,
Bonds.
and then some guy named Tyler. And you're like, what?
Totally.
After all the shortstop searching they've been doing for the last 3 years, is this the guy? But maybe he is.
Right.
So if you get to the end of the year and all that feels like it's cooking, all right. But no, Mark Canha is not what they were doing. That's not what they were doing.
I like the player.
Yeah.
I always have. I always like Canha.
He's
from
a
his
local
days
guy,
then,
you know what I mean? Yes, wonderful. But I just don't think he was driving this one.
No, I don't think he was either. And I do think that their trade deadline, and FP was going on this whole thing about on Mondays, like, I don't like the phrase buy or sell because, it's about adding value. It's about increasing the value of your roster. And I look at just their roster at the end of it, pre-deadline, post-deadline, and I don't think they necessarily got better, but they probably didn't get worse. You got Luciano and Canha up. You got Soler and Luke Jackson, Grandy's favorite. He was delighted to see him go.
Oh, dude, he's still coughing up long balls now in Atlanta.
Exactly.
Did you see the curveball that he hung over the weekend? Oh, my God.
I did not. Now that he's not a Giant, I just am happy to not watch.
You go look at it. It'll feel like a you-know-what, man. It'll feel like a strong finish.
You curve-gasm.
Oh, my God. This guy.
He's Googling it as we
This guy's
speak.
just hanging balls over the middle of the plate. Some guy that wears glasses for the Marlins took him into the left field tank, and he's running around the bases, and Jackson is just mother bleeping himself on the mound. And I was like, God, that looks good in a Braves uniform. Oh, man. Yeah, it's absurd.
Perfect.
Look, they got better at the deadline, not because of anything anyone did. They got better at the deadline because Robbie Ray and Blake Snell are healthy.
Exactly.
That's it.
And Logan Webb bounced back after 3 straight bad outings. But that's kind of my point is I don't think that the marching orders at the deadline to Farhan were let's buy, let's sell. It was let's get rid of some money, and then whatever happens, happens. And we'll decide about you, Mr. Zaidi, a little bit later in the winter. So best of luck. Save us some money and then go back to your office and hope for the best.
You are 100% right, and I can prove it. There's one thing that everyone...
Proof?
I got proof. I got proof.
Tell the truth.
Everybody's favorite word with the Giants right now, math.
I love the math.
I got math.
I love the math.
You want to know why the Giants were not a buyer or a seller? They were neither. Buyer makes no sense. That's adding money. That's adding to a losing baseball team. Made no sense. Ownership was like, no. We're finally saying no. Selling is horrific PR. Blake Snell's out there throwing shutouts every 5 nights and you're going to send him to the Yankees? Terrible PR. So what's the next thing you can do? Well, you can ride the fence. And the proof in the pudding is this. An actual sell would have meant, here's Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson. Give us a good prospect. But the Giants didn't do that.
Nope.
They took some guy who's not a great prospect, like Braves' number 27 prospect, and a low single A player. They took that guy and said, rather than a good prospect, Braves, why don't you pay Jorge Soler for the next 3 years? You take all the contract. You can give us someone named Tyler or Billy or Sam, whoever you've got in small town America who might be good in 2029. We'll take that guy as long as you promise to pay the rest of Jorge Soler's money. And the Braves said, fine. So that means the Giants were not interested in filling up their minor league system, and they were not interested in filling up their major league system. They were interested in replenishing their bank account. That's it. That's what the deadline was. And it's not great news for Farhan or fans, quite frankly.
Yeah.
It's not a good place to be. It means that you didn't play well over your first 100 games.
But it's not terrible for the PR part of it.
Not
because,
yet, right.
I mean, Jorge Soler was a player who many fans were kind of out on, even though I think he was starting to play pretty well.
He was better.
He was starting to show the promise of the power hitter, even though he was a leadoff hitter. And then Luke Jackson, Mark Grandy, our technical director, is among many who are like, get this guy off my team,
Oh my God.
which is what you were saying about DeSclafani last year. So addition by subtraction, yes. And the PR hit was not terrible. And also, hey, we're going to look at the young guys now. Marco Luciano is going to get 4 at-bats a night. Look at that, everybody. We're doing what you wanted.
Exactly.
So the PR part of it wasn't bad, and it did help that the one guy that you could have sold went out and threw a no-hitter.
Yeah.
And pitched in the 9th inning for the first time in his life, which is that part of it. Honestly,
incredible.
Mark, that part of it is the most bananas part of the. I mean, no-hitters are great, and he was so unbelievably dominant.
He was incredible.
But the fact that he had never pitched in the 9th before in his career.
Right.
And he's a grown man of like 30, 31 years.
Well, and even this one, you're looking at the pitch count and you're going like, I hope this is quick.
Yep.
And Ellie De La Cruz is like, I got you. No problem. How about if we just fly out on the first pitch? Thanks, Ellie. That worked out real well.
And nothing like a can of corn fly ball to right field that suddenly feels nervy because what you do is either collide or both decide to not
that
catch
ball
it.
came off of his bat, and the camera pans out to Yaz and Ramos running at each other, and you're like,
oh, Schmidt.
Oh, God. oh, no.
Totally.
What's going to happen out there? And Yaz even did that little crow hop out there, which I kind of read as like, he's like, I'm going to catch this, but like, I don't know, slide underneath me or something while I catch it. Like, let's not. Oh, God, so nerve-wracking. But, yeah, that worked out rather well for the sort of half-stepping that they did at the deadline. All right. Did Robbie Ray think that he was going to be on the way out? He and Alex Cobb were in somewhat similar situations. Veteran pitchers who are about to return from injury. I'm sure there was interest, not just in Snell. We saw Cobb go, Robbie Ray as well. Did he think he was going to get dealt? What would he say about the current urgency of the situation? And does he want to be a Giant beyond this year? All of that coming up next as Robbie Ray joins us from Washington. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to...
often insist on sharing my armrest. Ugh.
Next time, make an appointment with an Amazon One medical provider. There's no waiting and no sweaty guy. Amazon One Medical. Healthcare just got less painful.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep. Dave's feeling it, but it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
We could try to explain what it feels like to get your work done on a John Deere. The way a Z-Track mower finishes in half the time you thought it would. Or how much easier it is to move mountains of soil with the 1 Series tractor. We could even go into detail about how it feels to tow up to 4,000 pounds behind a Gator XUV. But if you really want to know what it's like to run with us, you just have to get in the seat. Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat or visit a dealer near you.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing here on this Monday on Willard and Dibs with really everything on the table and obviously the drama building coming out of the deadline with the Giants. They move to Washington for a key 4-game series there. We get to catch up with yesterday's winning pitcher, Robbie Ray, on the River Islands guest line. Still feels like a new Giant, even though you've been around for quite some time within the organization. But, Robbie, thank you very much for doing it. And how's it feeling so far 3 starts in?
Yeah, feeling good. I feel like I'm, starting to get my legs underneath me, get back into the feel of being on a big league mound and, having those emotions, that adrenaline running. You can't really simulate that when you're coming up in rehab, and it's tough to do that. But actually get into a game and being able to feel that again has been great.
Can you also speak? You mentioned the word adrenaline. We got to hear what this whole experience felt like. You spend all this time rehabbing, and then because of circumstances, you approach a trade deadline where your name starts getting thrown around. So what did you think was going to happen?
Yeah, I think for me, I just try to focus on what I can control, and that's one of the things that I can't really control. So, I don't listen to a whole lot of the noise coming from the outside. I try to focus on the guys that are in the clubhouse and what I can do on a daily basis to help my teammates or do what I can to win a ball game. Really, early on in my career, there would be times where, you'd kind of see your name pop up and you kind of let it get to you a little bit. But I'm at the point now where, I've gone through enough trade deadlines to really understand, what it's really about.
Right, and it's about either buy or sell, and I know those are terms that people don't normally use, but you get to the deadline this year, and pretty much everything stays as it was with the pitching staff, and then your president of baseball ops says you have the best staff in baseball. What was the reaction in the clubhouse when you guys come out after July 31st and everybody still on the staff is intact?
Yeah, I mean, for me, having everybody in the rotation healthy is a key component of it. With me coming back, with Snell pitching like he knows how to pitch, Logan, being able to hold things down while some of us were on the comeback. And then, having guys like Birdsong come up and do what he's done has been huge for us. But I think the biggest thing is just having everybody healthy and going out there, because I feel like on any given night, it doesn't matter who's on that mound. We've got a chance to win.
Robbie Ray is with us. Robbie, how did that comment from Farhan specifically land with you? The idea that the Giants have the best rotation in baseball.
I don't think he's wrong. I think, if we're playing to our full potential, I think, like I said, on any given night, it doesn't really matter who goes out on that mound. We're in every single ball game. So I don't think he's particularly off on that.
Yeah, and it was backed up by the fact that your teammate Blake Snell went out and threw a no-hitter. What was it like down there in the bullpen when you're watching Blake go out there and do what we've seen him do in the second half so many times before?
To watch him do that was amazing. I was in the dugout pretty much the whole time. I had, maybe 2 innings I went up, and then I noticed that something special was happening, and I quickly found myself a spot in the dugout and sat and watched. And man, what a special night for him and for all of us.
Robbie, can you take us inside the clubhouse right now and sort of speak to how you would describe the level of urgency? Your record is still not above 500, and you guys are running out of time. So how do you guys view it?
I think we take it one day at a time. I think we know ultimately where we're at right now. But we're still taking every game, one game at a time, one pitch at a time. And I think that's the only way that you can do it. If you start looking down the road and you start looking at numbers and you start trying to say, we got to win this amount of series, or you got to go out and you got to win this many games, that's when you get in trouble. And so I think for me, we're taking it one day at a time. We're trying to win every pitch, and we're trying to, win on any given night. We're not really looking to the future. We're really focused on what we can do today.
Yeah, that's kind of what we do. So, Robbie, go ahead and leave that to us, because we talk about, series and records and all the rest of it. So we'll go ahead and take that for you. One thing that Kyle Harrison has said is he's commended you for the type of leader you've been. What's been that relationship like so far with you and Kyle Harrison?
It's good. It's been really good. I think it's starting to grow even more now that I'm around more, and I'm able to, sit down and talk with him during games, or sit in on his bullpens and kind of watch and see how things are going and give some input. But it's definitely gone well. I mean, he's a very talented pitcher, and he's really fun to watch out there, and I'm excited to watch him keep going.
Giants pitcher Robbie Ray is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Robbie, you're among some pretty big names who have some options at the end of the year. Do you want to stay beyond this year?
Yeah. Like I said, my focus is on what we can do this year. My focus is on this championship season, and I think everything else will fall into place. I love this team. I love the guys in this clubhouse. My experience here has been amazing. I've really enjoyed my time here, but we'll just have to see where everything falls at the end of the year. But right now, my focus is the guys in this clubhouse and what we can do to win a championship this year.
Let me ask it then a little bit of a different way from you to maybe expand on what you just said. Like, what have your impressions been of this organization, this city, as you're still getting to know it?
Yeah, and like I said, it's been great. The organization's top notch. Training staff has been great with, helping me get back from rehab and really, allowing me to have the time that I've needed. They haven't rushed me. They've allowed me to do what I've needed to do to get back and be at full health. And the open line of communication obviously has been great. Bo Mel, he's awesome to play for. The communication with him second to none. I don't know if I've played for a manager that communicates as well as he does. So, that relationship has been great as well. So, and also, obviously the guys in the clubhouse, these guys in the clubhouse are great. And our relationships have grown throughout the year and they continue to grow. So, my time here has been awesome.
What's that like coming back from Tommy John, Robbie? Because it's 12 months or 15 months. It's a lot of baby steps and it's a lot of tiny incremental moves to get better. And then you finally get out there on the bump and you pitch again. Just take us through the journey from injury to being back on the mound for the first time.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I've never had a major surgery in my career, so going through it for the first time, not really knowing what to expect, it was weird. You have surgery, and you have, for me, it was like 4 to 6 weeks of just doing nothing really, and so going back home, getting to spend time with my wife and kids, and experiencing our house in the summer when normally I don't get to. That was a treat, and then going through the rehab process is tough, but there's always these little steps along the way, that these little milestones that you hit that kind of keep it from getting, so monotonous, or, you get stuck in a lull or something. There's always, it seems like there's always something for me to strive for. So, it was long, but, at the same time, it felt like it flew by.
Robbie, what was the biggest challenge? Were there moments where you were questioning things?
Yeah, I think, one of the biggest challenges is obviously once you start throwing again, it's like, is this thing going to hold up? I think for me, that was one of the biggest things. I'm so used to, as pitchers, we're so used to like being sore all the time. And it was like, I picked up a baseball and I started throwing and I wasn't sore. And it was like, okay, is something wrong? But they reassured me that everything's fine and that you will definitely get sore down the road. So, I think that for me was the biggest hurdle, was just like trusting that, everything was good.
And how are you feeling now? 3 starts into your major league comeback, a couple of minor league starts as well. Are you feeling like the old Robbie Ray, or is there still a little bit in the back of your mind thinking that, you're not quite all the way back to where you want to be?
Yeah, I feel really good. I feel like, I'm making some minor tweaks to my delivery. I'm trying to get some things ironed out, but I think for the most part, like this is the best my arm has felt in a very long time. So I'm definitely excited to keep pushing and keep moving forward.
Robbie, you've had a lot of great years in the bigs, but obviously that year 2021 where you won the Cy Young really, really stands out. Help me remember, was that the year you were playing mostly in front of cardboard cutouts?
No, that was the year we started the year in Florida, and then moved to Buffalo, and then for like the last 2 months of the season, we were able to be up in Toronto. But we played in 3 different ballparks that year.
Got it. So, do you love chaos? You know what I mean? Like, you pitched your best when things were going crazy.
Yeah, it was, for me, it was great. I actually enjoyed it. I enjoyed every stop of it. Florida was awesome because me and my family, we lived on the beach, and, I'd go out and I'd swim with my kids in the ocean for, hours in the morning, and then, roll off the beach, hop in the car, drive to the field. It was a very, relaxing time. And then going up to Buffalo was a little bit different from being in Clearwater, Florida. But, I think once we got to Toronto and I was able to pitch in front of the Canadian fans there, it just went to a different level.
Yeah, actual human beings, which is going to be kind of fun. You were drafted by the Nats and then traded to the Tigers for Doug Fister, which is a name that I love. I'm going back to the Detroit days, but do the Nationals have any special place in your heart, or is it maybe a little animosity as you ramp up to take on the team that dealt you?
No, I think they always do. I mean, it's the team that drafted you. They always have a place in your heart. And, they're the team that took a chance on me out of high school. So, they're always it's always that team that's kind of in the back of your mind. You always remember the, how your career started.
Robbie, before you go, Bo Mel has talked so much about getting back to 500. what kind of psychological lift happens if you win just tonight?
Yeah, I think it's huge. I think we get back to 500. And like I said, we're trying to take it one day at a time. But I think for us to get back to 500 and make a push to get past it, it's going to be a relief in the clubhouse for sure.
What a treat to have you on the show, and great to see the rotation at full strength. Thank you so much, Robbie, for the time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
There it is, Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray in Washington. And yeah, I don't know about you. I'm about done with this storyline of chasing 500. Like that, please, just go win the game tonight. This is getting ridiculous. This is game number, do I have this right? Is this game number 114?
Correct.
Game number 114 tonight. Okay. There's only what, 48 of these left. You got to get over 500 or you can't have this conversation. You know, the part of the story that nobody wants to talk about right now is the Diamondbacks and Padres are just as hot as the Giants. And so, they're, like Steiny said, they're not gaining any ground. It's great that they're 7 of 9. They haven't gained any ground.
Yeah, no ground.
So, like, I don't know, man. You got to win at least 6, 7, or 8 over 500 by the end of the year to even think about having a shot at this. So that's just kind of the way that my brain is working with this. And I think it fits with Robbie saying, like, okay, one day at a time. All right, fine, one day at a time. Then wake me when you get to 500.
Exactly.
And hopefully that'll be, when we
in
go
about 5 hours.
When we go to bed tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And, the last time you were above 500 was May 29th. So it's been since May 29th.
What was their record?
29 and 28.
God, I don't even remember them being over 500 that late in the year.
You lost to Philly. You were 29 and 27.
Okay.
You lost to Philly to dip to 29 and 28. Then you lost to the Yankees 3 in a row, and you have not been above 500 since. You've sniffed it a few times, 33 and 34. And I see there's a 44 and 45 that I'm seeing after a win over Cleveland, and then you promptly lost the next 2 in Cleveland. And then... since then, you haven't even sniffed it up until 55 and 56 off a no-hitter, and then you promptly lost the next game with Kyle Harrison pumping it at 89, which, I mean, maybe that's something that we can talk about as we get deeper into the week about best rotation in baseball, even though Kyle Harrison is now starting to look a little tired as we're getting deep. And he's at a career high in innings.
Sure.
And Hicks is at a career high in innings. Birdsong is at a career high. And so, you're asking for your best rotation in baseball to really stand up over the final 8 weeks.
Do you know what's going on in this game later on tonight? Do you know about the pitching matchup here?
No, please explain.
Do you know what's going on?
No.
Okay. This is why.
Please explain.
In baseball, I don't ever want something to sound like a must-win.
Oh boy,
it just doesn't. No, it doesn't work
You're
like
trying
that.
To tick me off.
No. It's not that it's a must-win. It's that it would sort of. I don't know how it's going to play out, but it would be a beyond embarrassing loss, and here's why. The San Francisco Giants not only have ace Logan Webb on the hill with a chance to go 500 against a bad baseball team. Many of you may have known that. Do you know that the starting pitcher for the other team has led the league in losses 3 years in a row?
3 in a row?
In a row. And this year is 2-11.
Oh, man.
His ERA has been over 5 4 years in a row, and 1 year it was over 6. The only reason this guy hasn't been cut is that back in 2019, he went 14-7, came 11th in the Cy Young Award race. That was coming off of an All-Star year. He's a 2-time All-Star. He had a very big contract because of all that performance, and then he hit a wall. He went, I'll give you golf reference.
Mm-hmm.
He went Ian Baker Finch.
Oh, no.
He went David Duval. He was great and then awful. and never got it back.
I'm looking at it right now.
His name is Patrick Corbin, and he is the most awful thing that's happened to starting pitching since the pandemic. I don't say that to be mean. The numbers are stunning.
I'm just looking at his record the last 4 years, and I know wins and losses are a little bit arbitrary, but
wild.
The last 4 years, he's 27-61. He's lost 61 games in the last 4 seasons and counting.
And these are his ERAs the last 4 years.
Yeah.
5.82, 6.31, dipped all the way down to 5.20 last year.
Bounce back.
And now he's up to 5.88 this year. He is consistently awful. He is not good. You have to win the game tonight. Logan Webb against Patrick Corbin? I mean, this is one-on-one, this is LeBron James against his son.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
No, and man, you don't
this is a joke.
And you don't wish injury on anyone, but if you're a Washington Nationals fan, you're probably wishing injury on this guy. Mark, he doesn't miss a start.
No.
If you go back to Arizona, starts 32, 33, 33. He started 11 games in 2020. They only played 60 that season. So he didn't miss a turn. He might have missed one turn. 31, 31, 32. He does not miss games. This guy pitches every 5 days and pitches badly every 5 days.
So, and he makes $25 million a year.
Boy.
And that's why he is during this 4 year, he got a 4-year, actually he got a 6-year contract worth $140 million. But it was backloaded. So when he was good, he made 12 mil and then 7 mil. Okay. Then what was remaining on the deal? He goes 24 mil, 23 mil, 24 mil, 25 mil, all to lead the league in losses every year, all the years. It's actually a wonder they're still trotting him out there because now he's in the last year of his deal. So, just let him go.
Well,
but you're Washington and you're trying to lose. So they're like, we love this guy.
Exactly. MVP.
Ownership's like, this guy's a draft genius. He's going to help us get a good pick. So you have to go win this baseball game.
Right.
This is a stupid baseball game. This is ridiculous.
And this is the kind of series that you should absolutely win. And I talked about just last week, I was saying, just win series. Don't worry about the standings. You win series after series after series. And then 500, being an above 500 team will take care of itself. And then ultimately, if you wind up with 87 wins or whatever the number might be, if that's not good enough, well, at least you went on a run and you gave it a good shot. Even if you fall short, you just can't fall short and be 79 and 83.
No, I don't. Yeah, I agreed. Again, there's got to be something. And yes, there's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on here. I'll grant you. I think two things can be equally true. I think that there's a lot of smoke and mirrors and, criticism of the way Farhan Zaidi has put this together and certain things that he said in a public space. These things can all be bad. At the same time, Farhan this year is taking the brunt of the criticism for stuff that he didn't do. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. He went out and spent a bunch of money in the offseason on moves that were roundly applauded. Roundly applauded. And then when Jorge Soler can't hit a curveball and Blake Snell can't keep his adductor together and all of these things happen and Jung-Hoo Lee runs into a wall, now everybody's like, well, you idiot.
Yeah.
It's like, well, hang on a second. And I will admit, he doesn't handle that well. He doesn't. He does not handle the room well. He's not great in front of a microphone. And so this criticism starts getting piled on him. And the problem for the Giants is, at a certain point, PR takes over. You are a public entity. You are an entertainment entity. And so fan opinion doesn't drive the bus, but PR is a big part of this. And so the Giants at the end of the year, what the ownership needs, what Farhan needs in order to keep his job, is for people to not be furious at the end of the year. 79 wins will make you furious unless Luciano, Fitzgerald, Ramos, boom, everybody's popping. If they're popping and losing, okay. Or the reverse can be true, which is you rally, you win 86 games, and you're the third wild card team, or you're close to it going into the last weekend. You need one of those things. If it's just an angry mob, then they're in trouble.
Exactly.
They're in trouble.
And I think that is going to be what the majority of people are feeling if this team doesn't make the playoffs, or if this team doesn't make the playoffs, particularly if they turn out to be really bad. I do think that if you wind up at 87 wins, and you know what, Arizona and San Diego and Atlanta held on, and you just happen to miss by a little bit, it might be a little bit different, but I do think that where this is heading, this becomes a big series, and then Detroit, again, also big. These are teams you should beat, and I know that the should-beat teams haven't always gone your way, but this is the time where, as you like to say, it's time to boogie. It's time for this team to show that they're a real wild card contender, or we can just all tune out and get into Niner football.
Okay, I agree with you, though, because 87 wins would mean 75 losses, right? So 87 wins would mean that they go, 31 and 18. The rest of that's really good baseball.
That's really good. That's so winning you're just about every series.
You're talking about a team that's crushing it the rest of the way, and I do think people would be calmer if you miss it by one and you won 80s, but you played great for the last 2 months. Yeah, people be chill. I think.
More chill
enough.
Yeah, and it's just a question of what the Johnsons would be as it pertains to Farhan Zaidi and 2 years left on his deal.
If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs, free Odyssey app, or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure you subscribe. Do the exact same for the other shows as well. Steiny and Goo, Bonte and Joe. Bonte and Joe had Mary Kay Cabot on earlier. She is a longtime Browns reporter and talked about swirling rumors around a potential Brandon Aiyuk trade, maybe even involving Amari Cooper. Speaking of a Brandon Aiyuk trade, wait until you hear what the established NFL media has to say about the not established NFL media that is currently buzzing about a Brandon Aiyuk trade. We will have that for you coming up next, along with your calls, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and
Todd Marinovich.
Yeah, well, that's a whole thing.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I could see your face when we did that. I know you thought I swore again, and I didn't. You got to start I just, that happens. Like
Todd Marinovich.
Yeah, well, that's a whole thing.
I didn't think you swore that time.
It's just a noise. It's not a word. It's a noise.
The bleep was a noise. You're right.
Yeah, so was what happened underneath it. It's just me going,
Well, that
Careful.
that one was not a swear. The other one was
whatever.
was a certifiable curse.
You make your call. You've worn the stripes before. I can disagree with your call. It's all good.
You can, and I was not alone. It was a jury of your peers,
That's
the three
fine.
of us, and it was kind of unanimous.
I'm not afraid to be in the minority over here.
It's okay.
Yeah. I know what I said.
I know what I heard.
And I know things sometimes when you try to say stuff, other stuff comes out.
Especially on a Monday when you're fresh off of vacation, where you probably weren't really watching your tongue.
I did a read on Fox last night and someone called me out on it. It was a read where something about thanking our loyal listeners. And I said, it said something about so we wanted to reach out to our loyal listeners. I rolled right through it and I said, we wanted to reach out to our lawyers. and it just changed the whole meaning. And someone tweeted at me, they're like, oh, that didn't go well. Yeah, so sometimes you mean to say one thing and you say something else.
No doubt.
It happens.
And especially on a Monday when you're coming off a vacation and, or a long weekend and whatever. And maybe that's the beauty of me now living with an almost 2-year-old is I don't swear as much as I used to. You just, in general.
Yeah.
Because now, my little daughter, a young daughter, yes, she has turned into an absolute parrot. You say it, she says it.
Oh, good. Hey,
back at you.
I'm ready to do the babysitting thing then.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, let's do it.
You
I'm going to
brainwash
send her
her.
home with a potty mouth. When you see daddy, say, anyway. So, I don't know if do we need to call Larry? We might need to call Kruger.
What happened?
Well, there's another report, another blue check mark, Dan.
Okay, blue check mark doesn't mean what blue check mark used to mean.
It's called The Standard. Blue check mark on Twitter. Their tweet is breaking with the sirens.
Okay. The Standard.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are reportedly in the final stages of negotiations to acquire wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk from the San Francisco 49ers. The deal is expected to be finalized soon as both teams appear highly motivated to reach an agreement. Here's how I know this is a bunch of BS. The 49ers are not highly motivated to trade Brandon Aiyuk. Neither is Brandon. I'm telling you this now. I'm telling you, you can see this. You don't need this report from me. He doesn't want to go. He does not want to be traded. I know what you're sitting there going, but Mark, he requested a trade. How could he not want to trade? He doesn't want to be traded. He wants the 49ers to pay him, and requesting a trade was the only thing that he could do to make the 49ers believe maybe that he's serious and really upset. But you don't request a trade and then show up the next day.
Takes a little bit of the bite out of it.
He showed up. He goes to meetings, for God's sakes. He does not want to go.
Well, there's also two different things. There's request to be traded and demand to be traded. Usually when you demand, that's when you don't show up. When you request, it's like your kids requesting to have ice cream after dinner. That's cute. Eat your veggies and maybe we'll accommodate, but most likely we won't.
I love that you did a parenting reference because this is actually a great example of a fake threat, which is what I think Brandon did. Okay? You do this with your kids all the time, unless you're really, really calm and thinking about it. Because when a kid is acting up, and you remember this having boys, because boys, when they're 4 and 5 years old, they're complete nut jobs. You can't get them to do anything that makes any sense. It seems like they try to kill themselves every day. They're running around in the street. They're on roofs. They're on top of refrigerators. They're all over the damn place. But the example I always use is like if you take them to Disneyland and they're acting awful and you walk through the turnstiles, you just dropped $700
minimum
just to get your family through the gates. And the kid is like rubbing boogers on other people. And you want to threaten them. You better shape up or we're leaving. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Dad, I saw your ATM receipt.
You don't want to leave. You can't leave. You won't leave. You got to be careful that your threats are actually something you can follow through on. And Brandon Aiyuk just threatened to leave Disneyland. I want to trade. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because now the Niners are like, dude, we're not budging. All right, if you really, really want out of here, like, okay, I guess we'll make some phone calls and see if somebody can make this sort of worth our while. And what do you see? Brandon doesn't want to do that. Brandon doesn't want to do that. And nobody wants to give the 49ers what would make sense for them, which is you got to compensate us with a receiver, you got to compensate us with draft capital, and you've got to pay Brandon Aiyuk $30 million a year. Like, it sort of gets to the point where it's like, dude, you got to question the mental fortitude of the teams that want to do this. What the hell are you doing? You want to give up a draft pick, multiple players, and $30 million a year for Brandon? He's not that good.
Yeah,
like,
he might
good
be.
God, calm down. He's not, you know what I mean? He's not Jerry Rice. Like, relax.
This from Around the NFL on Twitter, and they've got a gold check mark, which...
that's different.
And they've got, I think, 890,000 followers. Brandon Aiyuk more likely to be traded than sign extension with 49ers. No trade in place. And this is per Mike Garafolo and Tom Pelissero. So those are at least bigger names of, reporting that, this thing seems to be very fluid. And Mike Garafolo on his own Twitter said this is maybe the most fluid situation that he can remember, where it feels like the dynamics of this are changing almost by the hour.
I think the Niners are saying, dude, Brandon, look, if you're really this mad, like, we're not going to budge. This is our last deal. If you're really this mad, we don't want you to go. But gosh, if you're this furious, we'll make some phone calls for you. But we're not doing anything that's, the Niners are highly motivated to get this. No, they're not. No, they're not.
I think they're highly motivated to get this thing off of the
distraction.
Right, the headlines, and, get this thing to be in the past, which means come and play football, Brandon. It's what you want. It's what we want. But I don't know if there is even a contract that's still out there for Brandon Aiyuk.
It doesn't make sense, quite frankly, for there to be one from the 49ers. I agree with you. So anyway, the reason I was bringing up Larry's name is this report from The Standard, blue check mark. He retweeted that one too, but this time he wrote, legit report?
With a question mark.
Yeah, by the way, so I read what The Standard is. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
The Standard, 5,900 followers.
Okay.
Everything Steelers related.
Oh, there you go.
Hot takes, team alerts, score updates, giveaways, and more. That's The Standard.
Giveaways and more.
And more. So Larry... No, it's not a legit report. And if you want to know about Twitter and blue check marks from people you've never heard of, I give you Tom Pelissero on the Insiders from NFL Network.
Well, Mike, it depends if you choose to listen to people who bought blue check marks on social media to pretend that they have information. And then the scam as they do it is they take real information, bits and pieces, and then they try to do the fake thing where they say, this is now done, where they're really just guessing and they're hoping, and then they just pretend the 9 things they got wrong didn't actually happen. And then they'll just be like, when they get one right, they're like, oh, look at this over here. So no. There is no trade done to the Pittsburgh Steelers. There is no trade done to any other team. No, the bro hug and the dap the other day does not mean Brandon Aiyuk has agreed to terms on a new contract with the San Francisco 49ers. What I can tell you, since this is the Insiders, and this is a show that you should trust for accurate information and not whatever somebody's decided to aggregate and misrepresent for their own benefit, is that there certainly have been trade discussions surrounding Brandon Aiyuk. In fact, certain specific other teams have been granted permission from the 49ers to speak with Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, and try to work out a contract that would have to be a part of any deal getting done. Now, that has a couple of effects here. One, of course, is that it allows Aiyuk and his agent to see exactly what the market would be for a contract someplace else. It also does potentially allow them to get closer to finalizing a trade, but we're not there just yet.
Okay, so that's Tom Pelissero, and yes, within the report, he also pow, 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 pow. It's just, just rapid fire shots at everybody who's on Twitter right now saying that Brandon Aiyuk has been traded or is about to be.
Yes, and as he should. But what he also outlines in that is that Brandon Aiyuk's agent has gotten permission to be contacted or contact other teams just to see what that market might be for Brandon Aiyuk. And I think that that's interesting as it pertains to what the Niners are offering and what other teams are offering, because he's going to get a better gauge of exactly what Brandon Aiyuk might command if he was to go to Pittsburgh, New England, or fill in the blank team.
Well, and I'll tell you what, like in a second, I'm actually going to tell you why this is very, very nice of the 49ers. People want to talk about how there's no loyalty or love in business. I think what the 49ers might be doing, actually, it's almost like heartstring stuff, because they don't need to do this. They do not need to do this, and they are. More on that in a second. File that, because the comment that you just referenced from Mike Garafolo about a trade being more likely than an extension, here it is.
What seems to be clear is that if and when he is traded, and I would say we're closer to a trade than we are to him staying in San Francisco at this point, he is going to make more than the 49ers offered him. How much more? That might depend on the team that he winds up with, because it sounds like some teams have been a little bit more aggressive than others with regard to the financials. But Aiyuk has a few destinations in mind. One of them was Washington. He made that clear as he made the social media videos that he posted with his buddy Jaden Daniels here. We have not heard Washington and the Commanders bubbling up as of recently, as far as them being one of the top contenders right now. Those other teams that have been mentioned, yeah, they're in play as well. But again, Brandon Aiyuk seems like he is going to be a rich man once he gives the green light and once the 49ers have the trade compensation in place with whatever team they're going to trade him to.
Okay, this is super interesting. The Niners don't have to do that.
Right.
They're essentially treating Brandon as if he's a free agent when he's not. So the comp to this, and again, I'm freely admitting this, it might be annoying. I watched too many sports documentaries on my vacation. But if you are all familiar with the Hard Knocks conversation about Saquon Barkley that the New York Giants had, it's been a viral video. But just to give you an idea of exactly, sorry, something caught my attention there. That's pretty funny. Anyway, if you're not familiar with how the conversation went, the Giants GM calls Saquon's agent, and then he calls Saquon. And after months, because quite frankly, this has been going on for a year and a half between Saquon and the Giants, after months of this, they're like, look, dude, you're a free agent, and what I don't want to do is make you an offer, you think it's too low, you get mad, and then you're actively trying to go to another team just to spite us. So instead, why don't you just go on the open market, go find out what other teams are willing to pay you, and then please, before you sign anything, come to us. You said you want to be a Giant, so come to us, and if we can match that deal, we will. Done. Now, as it played out, the numbers got too high, and the Giants said no. And that's exactly what the 49ers are doing with Brandon Aiyuk. He's out there aware of the fact that there are other teams who will offer him more. Now, the 49ers could easily be like, cool. So here's the play we're running on the next down. We don't care that somebody out there is willing to pay you more. We're not. You're here. Here's a helmet. They could do that.
Yep, but they're not.
And they're not. And I think that they, we'll see how this plays out, but, I'm not saying that just throw them a party or something like that, but they don't have to do that, and they are. That's worth something to me.
It's worth a lot, and it's worth a lot on the open market as well. So let's just play this out in a way that it might conclude, and let's say that Washington is telling Brandon Aiyuk's agent, we're going to pay you $30 million a year. We're going to give you the Amon-Ra deal. We really want you. Our young quarterback really likes you, and we want you to be a Commanders. We're going to give the Niners a first-round pick, or we'll give them a third-round pick and Terry McLaurin, and that's going to be the deal.
Yeah.
And the Niners say, whoa, that's a pretty good package, and, we're going to go ahead and do that deal. Well, even if that goes down, what that says to the rest of the National Football League is, wow, the Niners wanted to do right by their guy. They sent him to a place where he wanted to go. They got fair compensation, but that was really cool that the Niners did that. So if I'm a free agent player and I see that the way the Niners are conducting themselves is that way, it's going to make me even more open to being a 49er, as opposed to the other thing, which would be, no, Brandon, your agent can do whatever he wants. You're a Niners, and you're either going to play on the fifth-year option, and then we might franchise you. You get nothing.
Right.
Good day, sir.
We're going to tag you. By the way,
and then other free agents see that, and they go, whoa, that's how you're going to do? That's how you're going to do BA?
You know exactly who did this recently. This is the way Washington conducts themselves.
Exactly.
They did this
Or
to
used
Trent
to,
Williams.
yeah, exactly.
They did this to Trent Williams. And yes, Washington's reputation around the league is not what San Francisco's is. So yeah, I agree with you completely. And maybe it helps explain the midfield handshake between John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and the bro hug with Brandon Aiyuk. Because this to me sounds like, at least, what the tone of the conversation is. It's not, Brandon, get your helmet. We don't want you. That's not the tone of the conversation. The conversation is, look, Brandon, here's the spot in which we're stuck. Okay, this is the financial sort of fallout of having all of these high-priced players on the team. We love you. We think the world of you. We want to give you every dollar that we can give you, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's matching what you want. So here's another option on the table. We don't want you to go anywhere. We want you to be a 49er. But if you just can't wrap your head around that, then sure, we'll make some phone calls for you. And yes, your agent can make some phone calls. And boy, Brandon, if that's what you really want, like if you want to go play with a rookie quarterback just because he's your friend, Brandon Aiyuk seems to be making team decisions right now the same way kids make a decision about where to go to college. Well, my friend's going there and there's a beach. Well, great. Like, I don't know. How's the school? Like, what are you planning to do with your life?
Exactly.
Brandon wants to go be with his buddy? Okay. The Washington Commanders? I don't know, man. I mean, Terry McLaurin has never played a meaningful game in his life. So.
Well, if you went to Terry right now and said, the Niners want to acquire you in play, and they want to send Aiyuk to Washington, and you get to be a 49er.
He'd drive across country.
Exactly. And that's where, he is in his career, and he already has his contract, and Brandon doesn't. So Brandon, I think, first and foremost, according to TJ Hushmanzada, he wants to get paid. And then secondarily, Grandy was actually doing it great last week. He was doing the high-pitched Hushmanzada.
I like it, the high-pitched hoosh.
Yeah, the high-pitched hoosh. And so he wants money, and he wants to win. He wants to just play football, but he wants to get paid. And if getting paid means you go be a commander, then so be it.
He ain't better than me.
That may be the way that eventually goes. So I don't know. It seems more and more.
Yeah.
And I was of the mind that he was going to get traded before the draft. And you actually even asked me, you said, what do you think? On the spot, make a call. And I said, he's getting traded.
Yep.
And then he didn't get traded. And so since then, I'm like, he's not getting traded.
Well,
but now it feels like he might get traded.
Well, I know. But the wild thing is you're like, it doesn't make sense now.
Right. Makes no sense now.
Which is why I still sit here and question whether it's going to get done. Because again, there's so many steps on the staircase. Brandon can be like, okay, found it. Browns want to give me $30 million. My agent's ready to go. I'm ready to sign. Cool. What are the Browns doing for us? You're not a free agent. So, what are you giving us? I heard Steiny and Goo be like, Amari Cooper and a 2? I'd do that in a heartbeat. I wouldn't. That's not enough. It's nowhere near enough.
Well, you're in a seller's spot, too.
Exactly.
Brandon Aiyuk doesn't have the leverage to force you to make a trade.
Aiyuk is a 1. He is a first-round draft pick that people want to give a second contract to. That means his value is a first-round draft pick. And, oh, by the way, there's not a draft right now. So that's a double problem. You have to overpay for that. So if Brandon's worth a 1, I'm not doing it for a 2 that, by the way, doesn't even happen until another season has been played, in which we're trying to win a Super Bowl. Now, you may say, well, what about Amari Cooper? Okay, what about Amari Cooper? I get him for 1 year. I have to pay a big number. I get him for 1 year and 1 year only. Plus, he's got to learn my system. Plus, he's got to block downfield, and I don't really know for sure exactly how that looks. Plus, he's got to get on the same page with Brock Purdy and get chemistry. And we got to do all of that in 4 weeks. I'm sorry. Amari and a 2 is not enough. You need more.
Plus, he's 30.
I might need a 2 and a 3.
Well, yeah, and I personally...
Does Cleveland want to do that?
I doubt it. I would doubt it.
Yeah.
And I look at Amari Cooper, and I think that Brandon Aiyuk is better right now.
He is better.
And you got Amari Cooper, who's in his 30-year-old campaign. Like you said, he's going to be gone at the end of the year. So then what? You're kind of in the same spot as if you just have Brandon play on the 5th-year option, and then if he walks, then you still need a receiver.
So I wonder how all of you would react to this. Like play GM right now. 888-957-9570. What would you do if you were the 49ers? Once again, Mike Garafolo, NFL Network.
What seems to be clear is that if and when he is traded, and I would say we're closer to a trade than we are to him staying in San Francisco at this point, he is going to make more than the 49ers offered him. How much more? That might depend on the team that he winds up with, because it sounds like some teams have been a little bit more aggressive than others with regard to the financials. But Aiyuk has a few destinations in mind. One of them was Washington. He made that clear as he made the social media videos that he posted with his buddy Jaden Daniels here. We have not heard Washington and the Commanders bubbling up as of recently, as far as them being one of the top contenders right now. Those other teams that have been mentioned, yeah, they're in play as well. But again, Brandon Aiyuk seems like he is going to be a rich man once he gives the green light and once the 49ers have the trade compensation in place with whatever team they're going to trade him to.
Okay, so this is where you're at. This is what we know. The 49ers at one point put an offer on the table. Brandon didn't like it. The 49ers are not willing to move further. They have to try to win the Super Bowl this year. They have a game in 4.5 weeks, okay? Or is it 5 weeks from tonight?
5 from today.
5 weeks from tonight. Yep. The Jets are in town. You got a game in 5 weeks. You have to figure out your starting wide receiver position, but Brandon refuses to practice. He is emotionally cratering about this entire thing. He has requested a trade that he probably doesn't even really want to have happen. So you're the GM. What would you do? What would you do?
Hot shot. What would you do?
What would you do? So we'll answer that coming up next. You can answer that. 888-957-9570. Stream it on Twitch and YouTube. Go to twitch.tv/957thegame. YouTube.com/957thegame. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. And you got to ask yourself, why do so many professional builders and contractors rely on Golden State Lumber and Building Materials? And it's because their extensive inventory is appreciated and their ability to schedule delivery of materials, and it often happens on the same day. I actually had to experience like that myself. I had my contractor contact Golden State Lumber, and they were able to get the materials to my job site that very day as I was doing a little bit of a window project. They also employ Trex decking specialists that are ready to help you with your projects there. And the sales staff, they have an extensive knowledge of Trex and all the materials that you would need for your decking project. And they're also committed to providing you with the exceptional experience that is a part of their team. You go to goldenstatelumber.com. You can see the list of brands and vendors that they feature, like Simpson Strong Tie, an innovator in construction and connectors for decking and other outdoor projects. You can also request a quote or start an order from their homepage. And whatever your job is, get the best materials to help you accomplish your best work. 70 years they've been doing it. Golden State, supporting Northern California construction. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500?
Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You ain't better than me. Man, y'all don't know the game, man. Pause.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I want to answer our question. How would you handle this if you're the 49ers? I do want to address this, though, because I understand that this might grab people a certain way, especially if you're a big football fan, you're a fantasy player, and you're like, what are they talking about? Amari Cooper and a 2 and more? Like, what on earth? Why would someone value Brandon Aiyuk that way? Well, let me attempt to explain and use another voice so you don't think that Homer Willard is back from Hawaii again.
Homie.
Okay? Let me explain. This is about timing and circumstance. From the Cleveland Browns standpoint, they'd be turning one of their big-time receivers into a much younger player who they can have for a long period of time. Amari Cooper's contract is expiring at the end of this year. Okay? So that makes it flexible for the 49ers. But this is not equal to what would have happened before the draft when the Niners were shopping for a 1. The price has now gone up because they have a season to play. And it's a season where they are expected to win a Super Bowl. And they can't mess with that. So you've got to now compensate the 49ers. It's not just Brandon. How do we compensate Brandon? It's timing. It's circumstance. It's money. The length of time someone is going to be. They've got Brandon Aiyuk under control for 2 more years. They wouldn't have Amari Cooper for control for 2 more years. That needs to be compensated. Brandon is worth a first-round draft pick. That needs to be compensated. But there's not a draft next week. It's not a draft for many, many more months. So you have to wait till a whole nother season has gone by in order to get it. All of that needs to be compensated for the 49ers who don't need to do a damn thing. They can make Brandon play. They can make him go to his room if they want. And they should be credited for the fact that they're not. And if you don't want to hear that from me anymore, then listen to the person who's been covering the Cleveland Browns longer than anyone in the entire league. Her name is Kay Cabot. She's been doing this since we were little kids, okay? Mary Kay came on with Bonte and Joe today, and she was asked, what would the cost be for the Browns if they were going to get in on the Brandon Aiyuk conversation?
Well, if Amari is going, then I don't see the Browns giving up their first-round pick. They're not going to want to do that. They haven't had a first-round pick in 3 years from the Deshaun Watson trade. So that one is probably staying here.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that the starting point then would be the second-round pick, and then maybe you would ask for a few other things for your former first-rounder, in addition to Amari. I would probably go with maybe a mid-round pick or 2.
Okay. Does that sound better coming from someone
Amari,
else?
A second round, and then like a 4th or 5th.
There you
go.
A
mid-round pick.
But all my point is it's an and. Amari and a 2, not enough.
Right.
You have to compensate the fact that it's August. So whatever the price was going that the Niners wanted in April, it's gone up.
Well, it's also because of what you talked about in terms of Amari Cooper's contract and Brandon Aiyuk. So you get Aiyuk and you're going to pay Aiyuk, and now you have him for 3, 4, 5 more years, whatever you decide contractually you're going to do. And the Niners get Amari Cooper, and he might be gone at the end of the year, and then you get a pick back. Probably not a first-round pick because Amari Cooper's really good, but you get a second and then a mid-round pick. And if you're the Niners and you do that right now, you would better have faith and confidence that your other receivers, Ricky Pearsall, Jawan Jennings, Trent Taylor, whoever else you have in the building, are going to be good enough this year, along with Amari Cooper, to still be a Super Bowl team.
If I were the Niners, I think I would play it exactly as you and I are sort of assessing the way that they're playing it. We might be wrong. We don't know exactly what's going on behind closed doors. Garofalo is very firm right now, and I respect him a lot. He is very firm that this situation is fluid. It's starting to move quickly, and he believes it's more likely than not that it's a trade, certainly when compared to an extension. And that makes all the sense in the world to me from the standpoint that I kind of arrived at the position that an extension for Brandon Aiyuk flat out doesn't make sense at all for the Niners, because they would pick Debo over Brandon. And an extension for Brandon probably means no Debo. And I don't think the Niners are ready to do that this year or next year, for that matter. So when you look at it through that prism, I would do it exactly as I think they're doing it, because here's one thing that I believe that I know a lot of NFL teams don't. No matter what business I'm running, I want happy employees. I want them to want to be there. So I do think that the 49ers at a certain point go to Brandon and just be like, look, here are the options. Let's play multiple choice. Not on the list is you making $30 million.
Exactly.
Here. That's not on the list. Our multiple choice is $26 million a year here on a 4-year extension. Option B, $14.1 million here for 1 year, and we'll figure this out after the season is over. Option C is let's look for a trade.
And I would bet that they already had that conversation.
That's it. And if you pick, let's look for a trade, now there's an extension to C. If you look for a trade, you need to get what you want, and we need to get what we want.
And what you want may not be what you get, just so you know that. Because if you really want to go to Washington and they're offering just a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick and no player in the deal, well, that's going to be a no, because we're going to need some help right away. And it's Pittsburgh, it's Cleveland, it's New England, whatever other AFC destination. You haven't heard a lot of NFC chatter because they're not going to trade him in the NFC, I don't believe.
Well, they might trade him to Washington. They're not a
they're
threat.
not even in the NFC, whatever. Yeah, I mean, fine. You're in the NFC, sure. Yeah, thanks for participating. I mean, Carolina, they could trade him to Carolina as well, whatever.
Sure.
They're not a threat. But the point for me is, if you really want to trade and you've requested that, we got to make sure we get what we want, and you may not get what you want in terms of destination, because our number one goal, if we trade you, is getting what we want in return. Our second goal would be taking you and sending you somewhere where you're going to be happy.
I totally agree. Like, to me, it sort of works as a list, because we've been told that Brandon's agent has been told, feel free to shop around a little bit. So my bet would be it works like this. Agent comes back to the 49ers and says, I've got 3 teams. I've got 3 teams that are willing to pay Brandon what he wants. And the Niners will go, okay, are you willing to go to all 3? Yes, we're willing to go to all 3. Okay, fine. We will call those 3 and see what they would like to offer us. And we'll see if we can come to an agreement. If we don't, then sorry, you're out of luck. Or if we do come to an agreement before the trade goes down, we'll call you and go, okay, Brandon, we got a deal with the Patriots. We've got a deal on the table for them. We'll take it. They're going to pay you what you want. Before we call the commissioner's office,
do you want to be a Patriot?
$14.1 million in Kyle Shanahan's offense, with people freaking out about Debo and Christian and George while you run your routes. Or you can go to the freezing cold and play with Drake May and no other weapons. But you get paid. You make the call. And then he makes the call. Like, to me, that's the order of business that's been going on.
Right.
At least as I see it in this moment.
Well, for me, it's an easy call that he'll make, and that will be, let me go be a Patriot and get paid. Because if he really wanted to be a 49er, then he would have gone back and taken whatever they offered, unless that offer is no longer on the table. Because it seems like back in February, after the Super Bowl, they were close, and he was getting his suit ready. These are his words. I was getting my suit ready, and he felt like it was going to be a done deal, and then it wasn't, and then the market went bananas, and whatever happened from then to now, it seems like the two sides are far apart. And I think that he would have the ability to go back to them with his agent, Ryan Williams, and just say, hey, that offer that you had back in March, well, we will take it now after 5 months of reflection and me holding in and all the rest of it, unless that offer is no longer on the table.
Well, don't you think it comes down to 2 things for Brandon? I think the whole thing boils down to 2 desires, because I do think he firmly wants to be a 49er. He knows that this is a good offense. It's a good football team. You want to win. All of the things that the 49ers have to offer. Good weather, okay? All that stuff. Okay, 2 desires. Your desire to remain a 49er versus your desire to get paid at the top of the Brandon Aiyuk market. Which matters more to you? I really think that's all he's got to answer. Because he wants both, and you can't have both. He wants
not
both.
here,
He
for
wants
sure.
$30 million from the 49ers, and you can't have that. So you have to, which desire drives you more? The 30 mil or the, is it 26, but I get to stay a 49er? Which is it?
Yeah, it just comes down to more than just the dollar amount. At times, it comes down to ego, and the ego of where you see yourself in the league and where you wind up being paid in the league. And if you can't get beyond the ego part of it, where you think you're a top 5 guy and you deserve top 5 money, or you think you're top 3 and you need that top 3 money, for some players, you can't get beyond that. It's that sense of self. And if it's tied to how much you make, then you might be stuck because you're in a situation where your current team, they like you and you like them, but they don't have the ability cap-wise to pay you as much as you probably think that you're worth. And so then it comes down to, like you're saying, what's the most important thing? Is it that I get that quan, that respect that I'm looking for? Or do I take less and stay in a situation that's really good for me and I could be successful in and all the rest of it? It comes down to individual priority.
This is going to sound, I don't want this to sound like Niner snooty. I don't want it to sound that way. And by the way, I don't hold it against Brandon if his answer is, I want the money. I do not, in football especially, with what these guys do, the physicality involved, the taking your life into your own hands on every play. If you want every dollar, I totally get it, and I don't hold that against you at all. However, here's my prediction. If Brandon Aiyuk ends up following through with requesting a trade, and he ends up getting traded, it is my belief that he will eventually regret it. That's my belief.
Who knows?
No, of course, who knows? Well, of course, who knows?
Right.
Any prediction is who knows. But I have a hard time believing, especially with the teams we're talking about, I have a hard time believing that this is going to look the way he thinks it's going to look, especially for wide receivers. I would argue it is rare. It's funny that Amari Cooper is a name that's coming up here because he is, I think, the exception. Amari Cooper is somebody who popped, quite frankly, on 3 different rosters. That's hard to do because you don't know who. Look at Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Good Lord. He switched teams and he's like, stop, turn around, go back. I'm going to get killed. Aiden O'Connell and Jimmy Garoppolo?
Stephon Diggs is trying to be that same kind of guy. He's on his 3rd team now, right?
Right, but he played with a pretty elite quarterback in both of his first 2 stops and stands to again, provided that C.J. Stroud is everything we think that he is. So that's very lucky. But Brandon, the teams we're talking about right now, that's not what's going on.
And Tyreek Hill is another guy who's gone now to a 2nd team, and he's continuing to pop, but he's at a different level, and his quarterback is actually better than many people want to give him credit for. I think.
Agree. And gosh, the payment that they just gave him thinks that they agree too. I just mean there's so many examples of receivers in the NFL who are in positions like this where they pop in one place and then they're not going to get the money they want. They ask for a trade and you never hear from them again. You know what I mean? Like, this is not the perfect example, but I mean, some of those guys who were playing with Roethlisberger years ago, you know what I mean? Like Antonio Brown, not a great example because he just went crazy, but like that didn't go well. What about his teammate? Oh, Juju Smith-Schuster's a 1. He's not a 1. He was a 1 because he was playing next to Antonio Brown and nobody guarded him. And then Brown was gone. It didn't look as good. Then he goes to the Chiefs, just like kind of whatever. And the Chiefs are like, we don't need you anymore. So that could happen to Brandon Aiyuk. You go play with Deshaun Watson or Justin Fields or a year of Russ Wilson or God love you, Drake May or Jaden Daniels. If that ends up being what we're talking about, that would scare the hell out of me. Even for a few $1,000,000 extra per year, that would scare the hell out of me.
Depends on how much you get and how much you get guaranteed and all the rest of it. So you're Brandon Aiyuk, you're still young, and maybe you're thinking more about the money than you are thinking about the overall success of a team and, how great it is to be on a team this good and a coordinator this good and a quarterback who is this good, it seems to be this good. Maybe those are things you go on to regret in exchange for $4 million a year and $10 million guaranteed, whatever that number is. Right now, maybe he's more smitten by the idea of how much he's going to get paid and what his average annual will be relative to the other guys at his position.
You might be right.
More so than being a part of a winning team.
Well, and I mean, we also, we have these conversations without knowing the truth of everything that we're being told. Like, we're running with this idea that the Niners offered him $26 million a year. Well, you notice every time somebody reports that, it's believed to be is the phrase that's in there. It's like, I don't know if they offered him that. I don't know if they offered him anything.
And what did we learn from the Klay Thompson saga? We learned that after the initial offer that happened 2 years and $48 million, that there was no subsequent offer.
Correct.
And Joe Lacob said it on the TK podcast, Tim Kawakami, basically that they had to wait and see. And so there was no second offer to Klay Thompson after the season ended. So we don't even know if this reported $26 million a year offer even happened. We do know that he has a fifth-year option for $14.1 million. We know that, and we also know that he's holding in. He's in camp, but he's not playing. Beyond that, everything is really conjecture.
Completely. I look at it and go, okay, what if the Niners, and even if it was $26 million, but it was months ago, if there's no offer on the table, if the Niners' stance is, you know what, extensions just aren't good for us right now, because there's too many big names on the roster, and we got to figure out what happens this year, and the Brock Purdy thing looms. So we're not going to be doing extensions. Christian and Trent, they need a year, they need a guarantee, they just need a little sweetener. We might do those, Brandon, but outside of that, we're not doing big long-term extensions right now because of Brock. And then there's other teams out there who are like, dude, we'll guarantee you $60 million and give you $30 a year. Then if I'm Brandon, I wouldn't regret it, even if the rest of my career sucks. Even if I never get 1,000 yards again.
Yeah, the money's so much of a difference.
It's like, dude, you got to go take care of yourself.
Exactly.
But if it was Niners are offering me 26, Patriots are offering me 29, oh, dude, give me the 26. Give me the 26. I'd like to have a good experience. I'd like to still be a good player.
That's you're putting yourself, Mark Willard, into that situation.
As stated, yes.
Of course. But to me, that becomes fascinating if the numbers are that relatively close, because a young player, Brandon Aiyuk, and a lot of this is wrapped up in ego. And I think sometimes about my situation, your situation, whatever, is there a number that I think I should make relative to what I do make? Of course, we all feel that way. But at what point do you realize that, you can put your ego aside? Your happiness is more important. You and I have talked a lot about this on and off the air, the amount of value in happiness and contentment and the security of free time and just being able to live your life without the burden of stress and ego. But this is now me in my mid-50s. In my mid-20s, like Brandon Aiyuk is, you're a lot more wrapped up in the ego stuff. Well, and your self-worth is, I think, wrapped up in different things.
For sure. And also, radio doesn't hurt. There's no chance that you and I don't want to say no chance. Remember when the window fell on Guru, but there's very little chance that when you and I come in here, we're going to end up in an ambulance.
I could stab you with this pencil.
You could.
I won't.
I think the chances are low.
Yeah.
I don't think you could catch me, and I'm not that fast. But anyway.
You're pretty slow.
Exactly. That's the one thing where I'm always, always, always going to have a player's back. And no matter what happens with Brandon Aiyuk, I can sit here and promise you right now, unless he goes to a press conference in a new city and he goes, yeah, so it turns out the 49ers are a crap organization. And I can't even believe it went this way. If he does that, then maybe we'll have a different convo. I don't think he's going to do that. Short of that, I will always be a Brandon Aiyuk fan. I think he's I love his story. I love that he's someone who got challenged early by a coach and reacted the right way. I think he's a fantastic player, and I think he achieved a lot, especially early in the 49ers quarterback's career. That stuff will never go away, but I will not be mad at Brandon Aiyuk if he chooses the money, because football's too crazy, man. You cannot mess with it. And they know that. They know. Even in practice, Teddy Bridgewater, man, you never know.
Sure.
That ball gets snapped, that could be it forever. And what's Brandon made in his career? 12?
Something like that.
Over the first
and
4
he's
years?
making 14 coming up this year.
I mean, if somebody wants to guarantee you $60 million, that's a wrap. That takes care of money for the rest of your life. Do not mess with that for a full season. So I get it. I think I would make that decision. But I understand what feels like the push-pull for Brandon right now. I want the money, but I don't want to leave. And he's being forced to pick one. And that sucks.
Well, he's not being forced to pick one.
No, he is, because the Niners won't give him what the going rate is.
Well, you can play and make 14.1 guaranteed on your fifth-year option.
But like if somebody, if there is an avenue for you to take care of money for the rest of your life, that'd be stupid to play on the fifth-year option.
Well,
and
there is an avenue, I'm sure, for him to take a contract with the Niners that maybe isn't even $26 million a year.
Maybe. I mean,
what did they offer him back in February when he was this close to signing?
But we've all agreed he might not be being offered anything right now.
Right, but if you had a contract that had you getting your suit ready back in February or March, it feels like whatever that number was, that was a number that the team was comfortable giving you. And I can't imagine that the team would not be willing to give you that number that they reportedly would have offered you back then. Is that number now non-existent from the 49ers? I can't imagine that.
Well, no, I agree with you, but I also can't imagine. Let's say that number, I know, again, the reported 26.
Fine.
But like, I bet that's even maybe a little bit high. You know, Devontae Smith did 25. That's kind of felt like, you know, that's up above Debo. You know, at least as far as an AAV, I'm betting that conversation was somewhere maybe in that 25, 26 range. And then all the other stuff happens from Justin Jefferson to DJ Moore and Amon-Ra Brown and all this stuff happens. And that buries itself into Brandon's brain. And there's not, like, now he would feel embarrassed to go sign 25 or 26.
Boy.
I know. It sounds absurd.
No, when you use words like embarrassed, it is absurd.
In his world,
I get it, Mark.
That's his world.
And your world is ultimately where you live. You live in your world. I live in mine. Yeah. We all live in our own world. And, you know, the things that motivate me and the things that make me happy are different than you and Grandy and Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander, and everyone else. So if he's in a world where he would be embarrassed to sign a contract that he thinks is beneath him, then that's a him problem. And I don't begrudge him, because every individual has a choice to make in their own life. I make a choice every day to get up and do what I do, and you do the exact same thing. And everybody listening, you make a choice to go to work and feed your family and do whatever you do. And so if Brandon doesn't feel like the offer that's there or was there is enough for him, and you don't want to play football for that, then that's your choice.
Yeah.
I don't begrudge you for that at all.
Nope. And while it's hard for us to wrap our head around that idea of being embarrassed, I also get it. Yeah, I get it. You know, what does the players union say? If Brandon Aiyuk's like, fine, 24 a year, let's do it. You know what I mean? Like, I know that's obviously enough to live on, but that's not the world in which he lives. We're sponsored by Robert Half. If you were the Niners GM, how would you handle this? If you were Brandon, what would you do? What would you do? Do you want that money, or do you want to stay a Niner? 888-957-9570. We'll continue to take your calls. Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh, who's one of the people who's been screaming that this is about to go down, is going to join us in about 45 minutes. Don't go anywhere on Willard and Dibs.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professional.
did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Kelly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's not, but that's okay. That's nice of Steve.
That's singing.
Thank you,
He's
Steve.
so mad.
Yeah.
Mad about it.
I'll hire Steve Young to be my agent and see if I could be like Brandon Aiyuk and go for that money, man.
Sure.
Go for that money.
Get that bag.
Get that bag.
Fumbled that
Cash
bag.
me out one time.
This is something a little different for a sec. You know who loves all this? I was thinking about this last night. You know who loves all of this?
All this drama?
Oh, we got Aiyuk, and we got Brock Picks. Trent's not in camp, and Debo's changing his number, and Debo and George are both on Netflix. Did y'all see they're on Netflix? You know who loves this is the Chiefs.
Oh, the Chiefs, yeah.
Have you heard a damn word about the Chiefs all summer long?
Well, Patrick Mahomes and his wife are expecting their third child.
Oh, great. All that tells me is they are relaxed.
Mahomes showed up to camp with a little bit of like a gut.
Yeah, that was an angle thing. I was the camera angle. You know, that shirt didn't hang well on him.
He got a boiler.
And who cares if he does? Who cares? He had plenty of time. He has 6 weeks to make the boiler go away.
The biggest Chiefs story was that the Raiders have a Kermit Patrick Mahomes puppet at camp.
Thank you. And Patrick is like, I'll show them. I mean,
it's a 3.
Seriously, like the Chiefs are just sitting there going, you know what we did with our summer? Oh, we redid Patrick Mahomes' weaponry. That's what. We drafted the kid who broke the record for the 40-yard dash.
What, you were like a 4.2?
At 4.21.
Xavier Worthy
out of Texas. Oh, and we signed Hollywood Brown to go with Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce. So that's what we did this offseason. What did you do? The 49ers. And it's not just because we live here. Every single national debate show,
doubt.
every single day. Niners. What about Brock? What about Christian? What about Trent? What about Brandon? Niners, constantly. I got to tell you, dude, I don't love it. This stuff usually doesn't work the way people think it's going to work. Remember when Vince Young showed up to Eagles camp and he's like, we're a dream team.
That was Vince Young?
Vince Young.
Yeah, wow.
He was signed as like the backup quarterback, and everyone was like, oh my God, like they've got all these people and they were terrible. They were terrible. I'm not suggesting the 49ers are going to be terrible, but, you know, this is almost like Team USA basketball. What's the win? How can the Niners impress you? Either they're exactly what you think they are going to be, which is like the favorite in every single game. They're either amazing and you're like, yeah, they were supposed to be amazing. Or something disappointing happens. And then you're like, you're an embarrassment.
Joke artist. Steve Kerr in his rotation.
God.
Right now, NFL.com, the top story, Aiyuk more likely to be traded than remain with the 49ers.
Yep.
Then you go down 3 stories. Chiefs Butker, highest paid kicker after $25.6 million deal.
I stand corrected. There's the Chiefs offseason news.
There it is.
Butker offended women.
Well, yeah.
And everybody for that matter.
And Butker got paid.
Yeah.
So there you go, Kansas City. And, you know, that's how they felt about his commencement speech.
Their kicker became less popular and
more paid
and more rich.
The highest paid kicker in history. All so right. Turns out they weren't that offended by his off-season comments. So there you go. But that's the Chiefs storyline.
Well, football teams don't get into politics.
Of course.
They can't.
Well,
no, they can't. Right?
Football leagues do when it comes to kneeling.
Well, right. No, I'm talking about individual players and their politics. You know what I mean? Like they're not gonna let that get in the way of winning. If they think someone's gonna help them win football games, that's about all the morality they need.
That's exactly right.
That's it.
And beyond politics, even like crime, if you
in some cases,
if you're really, really good, we're gonna turn the other cheek when it comes to, possible instances.
I'm not going to say who it was, but someone on my, my other network out there, Fox Sports Radio, somebody said over the weekend, he played a sound clip of Tyreek Hill Because Tyreek Hill won that, whatever, the NFL 100. He was the number one player.
Yeah.
As voted by other players.
Number 2, I think. It was Lamar Jackson was 1. Tyreek was 2.
I thought it was the other way around, but I could be wrong.
No, you are right. Yeah,
anyway,
I'm sorry.
Anyway,
we did it on Friday.
Point being is they got sound from Tyreek reacting to that, and it's exactly what you thought it would be, which is I told all the quarterbacks I was the best player in the world, blah, 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 just goes off. And it gets to the end of his little piece, and the host goes, man, Tyreek Hill is so likable. I mean, is there anybody more likable than Tyreek Hill? I'm sitting there driving around going, are you kidding me right now with what you're saying? Are you kidding me? This is a man who punched his pregnant girl in the stomach. Is there anyone more? Yes, there are people more likable than Tyreek Hill. I don't find him to be the most likable player in the NFL. He's very good. He's very fast. But yes, the Dolphins and Chiefs did not worry about Tyreek's past because he's fast.
Yes, and he's really, really good at football.
Really fast. Really fast.
Right? It's just
crazy.
Yeah, go ahead and just Google Tyreek Hill timeline of trouble, and you got to scroll about 7 times to get to the end of all the things he's done. Dude, but
so likable,
fast, and boy, can he catch the pill? So there you go. That's football in a nutshell. It
is. Anyway, so yeah, this Garofalo saying just an hour ago, kind of piggybacking off the comment that you made. In fact, he's quote tweeting his own sort of quote, like around the NFL sent it out. And then he wrote an hour ago, quote, as fluid a situation as I can recall recently, feels like we're getting closer to a resolution with Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers, but not there yet. I have to think that Kyle Shanahan at a certain point has gone, okay, look, hold in is one thing. You want to show up and hold in? Okay. But they're together every day now for what? We're coming up on 2 weeks. This isn't going anywhere. Like, it's clear to me that both sides are like, but we're not getting any closer. So as you get to an actual game week, it's a preseason game, yes, but when you get to an actual game week and you are 5 weeks from the opener, yeah, I got to imagine Kyle gets to a point where he's like, we're not doing this for much longer. We're not doing this. Brandon cruising around in sweats and it being the first question of every single press conference, it's going to become a problem at a certain point. Whether you want to call that Brandon's attitude or just the overall sort of chatter about it, whoever you want to blame, that's up to you. But Kyle's got to get to a point where it's like, we're not doing this anymore.
He's there.
Yeah.
And, I just got the media schedule for preseason week number 1. And tomorrow, practice 10:25. Wednesday, practice 10:25. Thursday, practice 10:25. Friday, no media availability. Saturday, you're at Tennessee with a 4 o'clock Pacific time start. That tells me that exactly what you're saying. It's time to play football.
We're not doing this. Yeah.
We're not doing this. We've got to practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're flying to Tennessee. I'm trying to figure out who I'm going to play and how much they're going to play and what plays we're going to run and what the defense is going to do. And we're playing against another team. We're playing tackle football. It doesn't mean anything in the standings, but it means a lot as far as who are my ones, how much am I going to play my ones, what are the plays we're going to run and all the rest of it. So to even worry about Brandon, and I know the Trent Williams thing is still out there, but I would imagine that they've talked to Trent and the conversation was about a 30-second conversation, which was, Trent, you know that we're going to do right by you. Let's figure out this Aiyuk thing first. Go ahead and take most of August off. When we get to about August 20th, we'll go ahead and, resolve this. You'll get your money, and then you can come play football. Does that sound good?
Cool. Yeah, Schefter just said something earlier today on McAfee's show about Trent Williams, and just sort of, this isn't a quote, but just to summarize it, basically the idea was, look, they really want Trent there. They're trying hard to get Trent there. His age is the only holdup. Does Trent want some sort of an extension at age 36? I can imagine the 49ers loving Trent as much as they do, going, well, wait a minute, hold on a second. Like, we're not extending you into your 40s. Like, what are we talking about here? Can you do a pot sweetener? Can you guarantee some money? Maybe you can figure that out. But The holdup is his age, but also Schefter said, my guess is that they're going to get this figured out here, relatively soon. And when Schefter says that, that's because he's being given some sort of an indication that that's the direction it's headed right now. So you're right. On August 5th, I have zero worry about Trent Williams. I just don't think there's the motivation on either side for him to be there right now. But the Brandon thing sounds like it's coming to a head because look at it from Kyle's position. I know people are saying, like Steiny and Goo were talking about, what if they don't believe he'll play week 1? I still firmly believe there's no chance that Brandon sits out the season. But here's the problem. What if Brandon does just sit out the entirety of camp? Now Kyle's like, well, wait a minute. Now you've already compromised that position. So if you're going to go ahead and compromise this position, then we might as well actually look to fortify it some other way. And you are motivated to do that sooner than later. If they do need to acquire a new receiver, well, then hell, let's get him here as quickly as possible.
Exactly.
And get him up to speed.
Get him up to speed and keep us in a spot where we feel like we are ready to hit the ground running in week 1. You've got a good Jets team coming to town Monday Night Football. And, you've done very well in your Super Bowl years where you made the Super Bowl getting off to good starts. Last year you started 5-0, and that gives you a certain amount of a cushion later in the year, and you were able to punt week 18 away. It was a game that had no meaning. You already had the number 1 seed sewn up. So the last thing you want to do is come out of the gate slow because you're in a little bit of a squabble with your wide receiver. So you do want to get this resolved, and I think you make a good point. If it's looking like Brandon Aiyuk is dug in and maybe he will sit out, not even the whole season, but maybe he's made it clear that I'm not playing until, if you want me on my 5th-year option, I'm not playing until week 9. I'll go ahead and sit half a year, and then I'll still get my year of service, and I'll see you in late October. And Shanahan's probably thinking, no way, we're not doing that. So if that's really your position, then maybe we have to make a drastic move.
I think it's true even if he says week 1. And if I had to guess, that's exactly what Brandon would do. Brandon would simply say, I'm not practicing. I'll be there week 1.
He hasn't practiced.
Yeah, so he said, probably I'm not going to. So I'll be there week 1. And the Niners are like, but yeah, this is like Nick Bosa plus. This is not good. That's not going to be. You're not going to be your best self. You're not going to be ready to go win a Super Bowl. We're not starting a receiver who skipped camp while all these other guys are out here sweating their you-know-what's off. We can't, no, that's bad for the entire team.
Exactly.
And I bet that is probably what Brandon has told them. I'll play. I'm not practicing. I'm not practicing in August. No. But I'll be ready for week 1 for my game check. That's probably the stance they're giving the 49ers right now.
And that's what he does when he holds in. So he holds in. He's there. They can't find him because he's at camp. It's not like he's failing to report. He's reported, but he's just not practicing because, he doesn't want to practice until he gets a new contract. So he is putting them in a tough spot because, you show up and you're there. And that's what makes the whole handshake gate from last week. It has me confused because I was of the mind when I saw him with Shanahan, my read was, all right, Grandy, keep your eyes on Twitter for the breaking news because this deal is done. Because you don't bro it up. Lynch, fine, it was a quick one, but you go to Shanahan and it's double hug and the double pat, and it's like, yeah, bring it in, BA. Glad to have you. Glad we have this in our rearview mirror. Let's get ready to play some football. That was my read. This baby's getting done. I thought it was getting done by the end of the week, and you got to Friday, and here we are on Monday, and now it seemed to have taken a little bit of a different turn. And so I look back now at that handshake, and I think, well, what was that? It wasn't you're getting traded because the trade didn't go down, and it wasn't happy to have this behind us because we signed the deal. So what the hell was it?
Well, I could just as easily see, we're all go blue in the face here if we try to sit here and guess what was going on. I could just as easily see, though, that Kyle dapping him up. Hey, Brandon, good to see you out here. Hang in there. We're going to get this figured out, we hope, one way or another. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. We love you. Go with what we think we know. In terms of what the sound of this has been. Again, I don't think the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk sit in a room and scream at each other. That's not the way this works. These are people who work in a performance-based industry. I mean, the New York Giants, again, to go to that Hard Knocks example, the only organization Saquon Barkley has ever known. And last year, franchise tagged the guy. Like, this is all as offensive as it could be. And then they call him at the end of a franchise tag year as a free agent. They call him to basically say, we have no offer. Like, just go find out what you're worth and then call us. But please give us your word that you'll call us, right? Saquon, you're going to call us, right? And Saquon's reaction was not one of anger. He's like, I really appreciate you guys just being straight with me. That's all I think most guys want. They want you to be straight with them. And I've heard so many players say that that is one of Kyle Shanahan's strengths. He is straight with them. So he has probably told Brandon, look, these are the options. Can't give you $29 a year. We can't do it. So, but we love you and I want you here. But if that's not cool on your end, we'll work with you. We'll try to find a trade.
Sure.
So Brandon's out on the field being like, okay, appreciate you being straight with me. All right, Brandon, good to see you, BA. We're going to try to get it figured out, man. Hang in there. All right, let's go get him on 2. Break. I mean, that's my best guess, which may be worth nothing. But I think that's the tone of the conversation, most likely.
And it feels like with the reporting that's been done today about, Mike Garafolo and others saying it looks like he's closer to being traded than, maybe being signed, and it's a fluid situation. That tells me that there are calls being made and there is conversation again around the idea of Brandon Aiyuk being traded. If you would have signed him, if you were going to sign him to a long-term deal, it feels like that would have been done a long time ago. And so now here we sit, August 5th, and still nothing done. And you've got other markets clamoring that they're going to land Brandon Aiyuk, including Pittsburgh.
Interesting tweet.
From?
Mike Silver. Did you see this one?
No.
Okay.
I'm talking to you.
Now, this I think is very, very significant in terms of what's going on. And
it's a 3.
No trade rumor or anything like that.
Okay.
But again, I've come out of the offseason going, you know what? I really undervalued what the 49ers think of Deebo Samuel. I really did. Like, I think the game plans often go around Deebo. And he's a leader and he's emotional and my God, he's just a humongous piece of this organization. So the fact that so many of us were just like, yeah, just cut Deebo after the year, then it's fine. I don't think the 49ers think that way. So check out what Mike just wrote. Quote, if you're wondering what's going on with Aiyuk, this is part of the deal. Deebo showed up in great shape with a competitor's mindset and is having a monster camp. He is being the adult. That's the tweet. What do you think?
Yeah, it's easy to be an adult when you're getting paid $28 million and you're under contract.
That's one way to put it.
What was Deebo when he was in the same situation? Was he the adult then? Or
well, I don't know because I don't know what. I know what you're saying, but I don't know what they were saying to one another behind closed doors.
Well, we do know that he came in out of shape, and he only came in when he got his contract done.
That's true.
So
and
how adult was he then? Exactly.
Right, but again, I think there's behind the scenes stuff that we don't know.
I'll give you that, but I think that this is a little bit, and yes, he's been great at camp, and he's been a monster, and he came in shape. I do think that it's a little bit of a unfair comparison with Brandon Aiyuk because Aiyuk is in the spot where Deebo was a couple of years ago.
That's true. However, here's one thing that you remember when you asked Hushmanzada and he gave you the bingo, connect 4,
totally.
Tic-tac-toe. Because what you said was, hey, is it your read that this was close because the number was one thing and then all these other wide receiver deals went down and the number went through the roof. I got to think the 49ers didn't take well to that. And I think
doesn't seem like it, right?
I think there's a healthy conversation to say, is that fair? Is that fair? And I know what most people will say. Hey, man, cost of doing business. Rate went up. What are you going to do about it? Well, hold on a sec. This isn't a race. I don't think the 49ers look at their cap and what they're offering their homegrown players as a race. So in other words, if Brandon goes, I want 26.5, And the Niners go, we'll give you 26. All right, we're close. Let's negotiate. Get a suit ready. And then 24 hours go by, and Amon-Ra St. Brown gets 30. And you're like, call the agent the next day. Hey, let's see if we can get this thing dialed up and get Brandon on a plane, come out here for a press conference. And his agent goes, oh, no.
Yeah, you've done this before. I like this. Not so
we
fast,
told
my
you
friend.
yesterday doesn't count anymore. Now we want 29.5. And a lot of people just accept that as fair. If I'm the Niners, I'm like, well, but kind of bleep you. We had a conversation going. You told me X made you happy. And we're trying to make you happy. And now you're coming back 24 hours later and telling me that that's not going to make you happy anymore. You're moving the goalposts. Don't give me that's the cost of doing business because somebody in a state thousands of miles away signed somebody else. No. You told me this was going to get it done. That's your word. Why is it only on the 49ers side that they have to race to get it done? Like
it's not on them, but it's what happens in the market. And when the market shifts, and I don't know if they had a number that they then reversed on. It feels like a deal was close to being done back in March, and now here we are in August, and it feels like the two sides are far apart. So how did that go about? It seems more likely that Aiyuk and his agent saw what the market did and upped their ask. And it seems also that the 49ers are not thrilled by that counter move. Well, and so here we are.
Look, there's an example out there. There's an example of when this happened last year in the NFL. And another team, a quality one, didn't blink. They said, we don't care that the market changed. We're not budging because somebody else did something stupid. I'll tell you what it is. And also, Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh, who thinks that this is very, very, he told me directly, this is very close. Aiyuk to the Steelers. Okay. 20 minutes away. Andrew is going to join us. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Willard and Dibbs.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's true. He has no idea. The depth. He has absolutely no idea.
No idea.
That's all right. No, I just...
I always think that sounds a lot like Larry Krueger. And I have to remember that's Brian Baumgartner.
Brian Baumgartner.
Do you
Kevin
have
from
to
The
be
Office.
a homer?
Kevin from The Office, big Packer fan.
Stop.
Yeah, so the Niners were about to play the Packers. Do I have to be a homer? Yeah.
I just hear a lot of... I hear a lot of Kruger in Kevin in The Office.
Listen to that cackle. Like, did that come before or after the realization that the Packers are the 49ers' personal playoff stepping stone every single year? Like, come on. Do I have to be a homer? The Niners are going to beat the Packers in the playoffs. It's what they do. It's a January tradition unlike any other.
On the annual, yeah, lock it up.
This is actually getting kind of fun, this whole Brandon Aiyuk thing.
It's getting ugly is what it is.
A piece of me hates this. I love Brandon Aiyuk. I am a huge fan of Brandon Aiyuk, and I don't like the negotiating in the media and whatnot. Brandon's got no power here. You know, he hasn't the whole time, and so he's trying to leverage a situation where he has none, and I get it. I've said this a bunch of times on this show. This sucks for Brandon. He is clearly worth that number based on the market. He deserves whatever. He balled out. He played in all the games. He did everything you could ask him for. He's a victim, in my opinion, of timing and circumstance. The Brock Purdy contract looms, and the Niners have tons of good players who all want a piece, and they're in this huge Super Bowl window. So that stinks. So on that end, I really feel for Brandon. However, at the same time, there is a piece of me, and I don't know this to be true, but if Brandon and his agent said, we want X number, and the Niners were close and almost prepared to give it to him, and then somebody else, Amon-Ra or whoever else, Jalen Waddle, signed a deal, and they came back the next day and went, oh, no, everything has changed. I think that's a little disingenuous.
If that's the way it happened.
I do not know that at all. I feel like the 49ers might feel that way a little bit. And what TJ has told us, Hushmanzada, suggests to me that something along the lines of that happened, where there was a conversation, it was close, then the number changed, and both sides went, no. Brandon's like, I'm not doing 26, and the Niners like, we're not doing 30. And it got tough.
And it's gotten uncomfortable. Yeah. And now you've got reports that come from Michael Silver, who is pretty well connected to the team. Great reporter. He's there every day talking about how Deebo Samuel has shown up and balled out, and he's acted like an adult. And unlike Brandon Aiyuk, and the inference is that Brandon Aiyuk is acting like a child.
Yes.
And so that, to me, is where this starts to take an ugly turn, because you mentioned it before about leverage, and your Disneyland analogy is a good one, because you drop $700, you get through the gate, and then the kid's going to start acting crazy, and it's going to be, we're going to take you home right now. And the kid's like, no, you're not. So the kid, in this case, Brandon Aiyuk, he has no leverage, but what he can do, what he is doing, is making life unpleasant. So you could take that same analogy and that same kid can make your day at Disneyland awful.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, I've not seen Brandon do anything that I would call immature or whatnot. I think doing things to try to leverage football teams on TikTok is kind of funny. If you want to call that acting like a child, you can. I don't think that's acting like a child. I think that's like acting like someone in their 20s in 2024. I think that's what you do. I don't think it's effective. So I can call it ineffective. I wouldn't call it childish. I think it's unfortunate that Brandon was advised that might get something done. Like, go to TikTok and say that they don't want you. Like, my God.
They say they don't want me.
Maybe the 49ers do think that's childish. I don't know. But I do think that without the adult inference, I do believe that the Deebo Samuel situation very much applies here. Like, I have arrived at that opinion. I think the 49ers feel like Deebo Samuel is more important to this team than Brandon is, particularly if Deebo's going to come in this kind of shape with this kind of attitude and all of that stuff. He is a tone setter. He is a game planner. He is a game wrecker. Brandon is not. He's just a phenomenal receiver. But he's not someone that's going to keep a defensive coordinator up at night. Most teams have a Brandon or a Brandon adjacent. They've got a really good receiver. That's not enough to be good in the NFL. Davante Adams being the best example. You can have Davante. There's a lot of people think that's the best wide receiver in football. Most accomplished. Justin's still really young. Davante Adams is phenomenal. That buys you nothing if you don't have the rest of the stuff going on around him. By the way, speaking of Davante, Ted Wynn, The Athletic. I like Ted. We've talked to Ted before.
Many times.
Ted's dialed in. Ted's not somebody who bought a blue check mark. Ted Wynn, a Davante Adams for Brandon Aiyuk trade would make sense if they could rework the final 2 years of Adams' deal. Adams could help the 49ers in their Super Bowl window. Aiyuk can help the Raiders now and in the future because he's so much younger.
Definitely.
That's kind of fun.
Super fun.
Davante is.
We've talked about it before, and the contract is crazy big, but you have an out after this year, so you would have to rework that deal because he's into his early 30s. It would be a homecoming. Yes. The kid out of Palo Alto High School. I actually did some of his games on TV when he and Jock Peterson were teammates on that football team at Palo Alto High. So he's fantastic, and he would be the kind of fit for this offense that you'd love to see. Very physical receiver, a guy who can be a threat as a blocker in the run game and a dominant pass catcher.
I have no idea what the Raiders want, what they're doing. They didn't even address their quarterback situation. And again, so I'm just going to project here. I know nothing about the Raiders' ins and outs. I'm not covering the Raiders. But if you saw all of the stuff that Davante felt and said and thought while he was mic'd up throughout the year for Netflix, if you saw all of that, and I know you watched some of it, think about this now. You're Davante Adams. Let's put yourself in his position. This guy is 32 years old, and he has played with Aaron Rodgers, and he came out west to play with Derek Carr, and then 1 year in, they cut your college buddy. They hand it over to Jimmy Garoppolo. You keep getting hurt and overthrown. Aiden O'Connell comes in, and it's like a tiny bit better. You have a coach switch, which you like, and then you get to the offseason. You feel like you've been overthrown, endangered, and injured. And their big quarterback move is Gardner Minshew. If I'm Davante Adams, I ain't happy.
No,
I am not happy. So the reworking of those last 2 years that Ted suggests, Davante wouldn't want to do that. They're incredibly high-priced years. They're $35 million apiece.
Certainly.
He doesn't want to rework those, but would he?
Of course he would.
Would he to come join an outfit that's got its you-know-what together?
And I don't think much of that money is guaranteed.
None of it.
Of his remaining 2 years.
Well, so there's a potential out before the 2025 year. Yes.
Right. So there'd be a dead cap hit.
Correct.
For whatever team, but
15.
Big deal.
Yeah.
And that, honestly, if he is still a Las Vegas Raider, they're not going to continue to pay him. If they're this bad, they're not going to pay him $35 million to grouse and grumble for a team that's going to go 6-11. So he's down to 1 year, I think, no matter what. So if he comes here, you take that contract, you rework it, you give him some guaranteed money, and you give him a couple more years to play football.
It's a fascinating situation that, quite frankly, I don't know why more hasn't been discussed on that end. Why on earth do the Raiders even want Davante Adams this year? What are you doing? You did not address your quarterback position, and you play in a division with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert, and now Andy Reid and Jim Harbaugh. And now Davante, only a year older, he's now heading for 33, and you're going to pay him gajillions of dollars this year to do what? It doesn't help you. Quite frankly, the Raiders probably should have spent this offseason attempting to trade Davante Adams. I never heard that they did. I don't know that they want to do that, but it seems like something that would be good business.
It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And if you can turn him into a 26-year-old receiver who can grow with whatever it is you're going to do at quarterback and beyond, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But it was brought up a few weeks ago and kind of roundly dismissed. But I don't know who the 49ers are talking to right now.
Yeah, well, it seems like Pittsburgh, if you ask anybody, and Andrew Filipponi is going to join us here in about 10 minutes or so.
I think you have about 4 minutes.
5:15, okay. Yeah. And he's going to tell you that don't even worry about Devontae Adams because Aiyuk's going to be a Steeler maybe before the conversation's over.
I mean, who are the Steelers sending to the Niners to make their receiver room okay? You have to, to me, if I'm the Niners right now, that's what I'm telling Brandon. Right? Okay, whoever's going to pay you, great. Give me that list of teams. That team has got to give me a wide receiver who we can stick in to the lineup week 1, 5 weeks from tonight, and I feel good about it. Who are the Steelers sending to the Niners?
Not George Pickens.
No.
Van Jefferson, former Ram. How about Calvin Austin III? Can I interest you in Quez Watkins?
You cannot. Now what I don't know.
What if we gave you Deuce Watts?
What if I gave you deuces?
Totally.
Okay? What I don't know is
Scotty Miller?
I don't know what Kyle thinks about all the other receivers on his team. Maybe he thinks he's already got it. Maybe he thinks Pearsall can be Puka Nacua. Maybe he thinks Chris Conley's a real player who's just been laying in wait all day. I don't know what he thinks.
It is interesting when you think about it that way, like if they didn't get a receiver back, because one thing we talked about last week, Grandy and I think Larry was on for that portion. We were having Larry on the phone. We talked about the wide receiver room because right now you've got more wide receivers on the 49ers than you can afford to keep. You're probably not going to keep more than 6. Even 6 would be a big number.
Even that's a push, yeah.
Right. So if you start to look at some of the names and the guys, and you've got Cowing and Pearsall, you've got Aiyuk and Samuel and Jawan Jennings.
Yeah.
That's 5 right there. Yeah, and then you get into Trent Taylor and Bell.
Ronnie Bell and Chris Conley.
Right. You start to run out of spots for receivers. So if you wind up kind of like with the Giants rotation where, hey, you trade a starter and then all of a sudden you've got more room and you don't have to worry about it. So you trade Cobb and now you have just the right number of starters. I wonder if you trade Brandon Aiyuk, if you don't need to get a receiver back, if you have that much faith in Pearsall or some of the other guys you have in the room already.
Filipponi joins us in 1 minute. He just tweeted again.
More Filipponi tweets?
Clearly his daughter is asleep. I'll tell you, I texted him earlier. I'm like, can you come on at 5? He's like, I put my daughter to sleep at 5. It's 8 o'clock there. I'm like, okay. He goes, can you give me a few extra minutes? I said, sure. Well, clearly she went to bed already because he tweeted 3 minutes ago. You ready? You ready for this?
Yeah.
Source familiar with the 49ers, Steelers, Aiyuk trade negotiations. Quote, it's at the goal line.
Ooh, boy. At the goal line?
Yeah.
Is it 4th and goal? Is it 1st and goal?
I don't know.
Who's got the ball?
Possibly.
Is Russell Wilson the quarterback? Are we throwing? Or are we handing it to beast mode? Is Jerome Bettis in the backfield? Is McCaffrey in the backfield?
Right.
Exactly.
Seriously.
Let's make some noises.
Is it the Super Bowl in New Orleans and we're going to throw the fade to Crabtree? What are we doing here?
That was mean. That was mean to 49er fans.
That's funny because I was running through a lot of that with Grandy last week, and Grandy was going into agony.
Well, poor guy's never seen the Niners win the Super Bowl. You can't do that to him.
Yep.
Good Lord. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Guess who's on our guest line? It's our friend Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh. 93.7 The Fan and a good dad who is your daughter asleep? Is everything okay, Andrew?
She was ready for it. She's 1, and she was on the slip and slide before I came out with you guys. So quick bath, bottle, and now out cold.
Well
played.
You
guys have my undivided attention.
Perfect.
Unless that's Omar Khan buzzing me right now to tell me he just traded for Brandon Aiyuk. Let me check.
Oh, Oh,
no, it's not.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, Andrew, get yourself a glass of wine, sit back. The 1-year-old's asleep.
I do, as a matter of fact. I have a glass of wine right here.
We are parents as well. We know how this works. It's wine o'clock. So, thank you for letting us invade on that. You tweeted 4 minutes ago that a source tells you, quote, between the Steelers and Niners, it's at the goal line. Now, you've sent out a lot of stuff about this today. I'm sure you've heard like the Twitter back and forth with a lot of people saying it's close, Pelissero, Garofalo saying it's not, but it is fluid. What can you tell us right now about these negotiations?
All right, so let me preface all this by saying that I understand, because I've lived this since March, that there's a lot of boy who cried wolf with the Brandon Aiyuk thing. So I am very careful about any Aiyuk information I get, because I know the way that it just inflames people here in Pittsburgh, and I'm guessing the same thing for you guys where you are. So when I got a text message around 10:30 a.m. Eastern time from a friend who said that the Steelers were in heavy trade talk with the 49ers for Aiyuk, I didn't want to believe it. And then I got another one about a half hour later from someone I actually trusted even more, and that's what got the ball rolling on all this. Look, Brandon Aiyuk wants to play for the Steelers. I don't know any other way to put it to you guys. I think he feels like the 49ers relationship is over. He's not going to get the money there. And this is not any reporting by me. This point by me is just complete opinion. It doesn't seem or sound like Washington is that interested. So if Washington's out and Daniels is not involved, that leaves the Steelers as Aiyuk's preferred trade destination. And it sounds to me, inference on my part, but backed up by a lot of the people I've talked to today, that his agent and the Steelers have probably already hammered out the money and the contractual part of things. What it's really coming down to is what can the Steelers offer the 49ers that gets them to pull the trigger and say, we're going to do this trade now instead of waiting for another deal to come around that suits our roster better, and also was one that ultimately Aiyuk is fine with getting traded to that team and also taking whatever money he wants from that team.
What do you think Pittsburgh would be willing to part with? Would it be one of the receivers, draft picks, or what kind of a combination do you think?
Dude, that's a great question. That's honestly, of all the things I've talked to about people regarding this today, that's the hardest, most difficult thing for me to hone in on. And look, it's whenever there's a big national football story going on and you feel like you're getting more information than the Adam Schefters or the rap sheets or these guys, if they're getting it, they're not reporting it. You feel like you're on an island. It's scary. But I have a hard time with this because I don't know what receiver the Steelers could possibly give the 49ers right now to make them feel good about this trade. And I have a difficult time coming up with players on the Steelers' offensive side of the ball that would start and play for San Francisco now and help them win a championship. And it's two different schemes defensively, 3-4 versus 4-3. And I'm not sure how guys in the Steelers' front seven would fit what San Francisco is trying to do defensively. So that's the tough one for me. Guys, again, this is more me going with my gut instinct because no one has told me this. But I haven't heard first-round pick come up, which makes me think that there's not a first-round pick in this trade. At least to this point, the Steelers are either not willing to put the first-round pick in the trade or there's something that the 49ers want back from the Steelers that they prefer to a first-round pick right now.
Okay, so but with all that, your sources are telling you this is at the goal line. Because
yes.
I think you're tapping into sort of what 49er fans are probably thinking, which is there's no way the Niners are going to weaken themselves right before the start of this incredibly important year.
Right.
So, I mean, even if you were going to guess, like what would the Niners even be interested in here that the Steelers would be willing to part with?
So you guys know their roster better than I do, but the Steelers have a guard, James Daniels, who is a nice player. I would say he's an above-average guard. He's in the last year of his contract. He's not making a lot of money. They've already told him that they won't extend him because they've invested so much money in first-round pick offensive linemen. They signed Isaac Seumalo from the Eagles as a guard last year, so he's on the left side. Daniels plays right, but he's played a lot of left in Chicago as a starter. Iowa guy. I mean, he's a good guard. He's not great. No one's going to confuse him for John Hanna or somebody like that, but he's a pretty good player. So interior line, maybe there's a swap there where you get a guy. Maybe the 49ers would extend him. Maybe they would just see what he looks like. But again, that's not one for one. You would not take that player straight up. You wouldn't think for Brandon Aiyuk. But as far as a fit goes, who's the left guard there? Boone? I mean, is he locked in? Do they like him? You guys know that better than I do. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving and shaking right now on the offensive line because Trent Williams is not in camp. You've got some guys, and you've got some guys picked up in the draft who they really, really like. And so fluid is the best way I can say it.
Yeah,
I don't know that much.
I mean, on defense, you've got Highsmith, who's a really good edge rusher who's making over $7 million. I had heard, this is going back before the draft, that maybe they, for the right guy, they might have put him in a trade package, but then they restructured his deal in a way where if they trade him, there's a big dead money hit. I mean, the other side of that is if you do that, you're bringing in Brandon Aiyuk, but you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, and I could imagine Tomlin wouldn't want to do that because he's such a defensive guy, and plus Highsmith's so well-liked in that locker room. I think they don't want to send shockwaves through their locker room by subtracting somebody like that right before the season starts who actually wants to be here, who signed an extension to be here. So it's tough, man. That's why, look, I said goal line because I think the part of can we put a financial offer hypothetically in front of Brandon Aiyuk that he would say yes to, I get the impression that that part is done. And it's just getting the trade thing worked out, and maybe they can't do it, or maybe the 49ers want to sit on it and wait. But I think the Steelers feel like maybe the complicated part, which has been an issue for other teams, if you looked at what Adam Schefter said today, trying to get Aiyuk to agree on a contract, parameters of that with a new team. My understanding is that part of it's pretty much done with the Steelers.
It just comes down to trade compensation, and I'm stuck on, what player could come back to make it worth their while. And, you mentioned the guard, which becomes an interesting piece because the Niners' offensive line is not quite in shambles, but it's definitely in some sort of a flux. But for Pittsburgh and you guys, if you got Brandon Aiyuk, does that suddenly put you in a spot where you think that you're going to be strong contenders in the AFC North?
Yes. I'll answer that question even with the uncertainty at quarterback right now because Russell Wilson, and one of the most idiotic things I've ever heard in my entire life, they brought in a strength and conditioning staff from Boston College, where Tomlin's son played college football last year. I don't think that was a coincidence. And they had these quarterbacks, instead of doing a fitness test that was just gassers up and down, they were pushing sleds around and stuff, and Russell Wilson got hurt. And they've tried to downplay that, but at the same time, we haven't seen him really in 11-on-11 drills and pads all of practice. And my guess is he doesn't play Friday against Houston. And Justin Fields has gotten better pretty much every day. So that's complicated things. I know Tomlin loves Fields, man. And he liked Fields so much that if they had the first pick in that draft, he would have taken Fields over Trevor Lawrence. I've had enough people tell me that was their top quarterback in that draft. So he is just absolutely blown away by the athleticism that he sees in Fields. So that's the situation here, man. Like they've got Van Jefferson and Scotty Miller and Calvin Austin at number 2 wide receiver right now. There is nobody after George Pickens, and that's why for a franchise that's generally drafted wide receivers well, I think they're so motivated to get something done with Aiyuk. And by the way, Wilson's playing for the league minimum, and Fields is on the last year of his rookie deal, so they have the cap space and the financial flexibility to add a big contract like Aiyuk to their roster.
Well, and that's what I want to ask you next. Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh, 97.3, the fan, joining us on these Aiyuk rumors and the discussion going on. Does this make sense to you, Andrew? Like, this is worth it for a team? Not only is Aiyuk $30 million a year, but also you've got to give up a bunch of assets in order to do it. Does that make sense? Like, is Brandon Aiyuk worth that?
But you guys would probably be able to answer that question better than me. The 49ers evidently don't think so, which is a little bit scary. I mean, that doesn't really make me that part of it doesn't give me warm and fuzzy feelings, because San Francisco knows offensive football so much better than this team lately. I mean, we've had one of the worst offenses in football for the last 3 or 4 years, really ever since Ben was in his waning years. It's been a disaster. Horrible offensive coordinators, quarterback issues, Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, you name it. I will just say one thing about the $30 million, Mark. I've gotten the very strong impression from the people I've talked to that it's not going to be $30 million. It's going to be less than that. That his desire to play for the Steelers, and it must be Mike Tomlin, because I can't think of another reason. I don't think it's Russell Wilson. I don't think it's Justin Fields. I've heard he's going to give them, if this gets done, a little bit of a discount on the contract. So I don't think it's going to be $30 million. I think it might be more like 28 from what I've heard.
Andrew, do you mean that he, let's say all contracts were equal, he'd rather be in Pittsburgh than San Francisco? Is that your reporting? That's a great question. My problem with the question though, Mark, is I don't think he feels like that's realistic. I don't think he feels like that. I don't think he feels like he could. Clearly, I don't think he feels like he could get that contract from the 49ers. So if both things were, if the same contract was on the table from both teams, this is just a hypothesis of mine. I think he would take the 49ers contract. Got it. Okay.
And I mean, yeah. Go ahead. Andrew.
So what I'm guessing is, you guys can tell me if this seems right to you. Maybe the 49ers offers like 26, and maybe a team like the Patriots is willing to give him 30, but he'll take 28 from the Steelers.
Yeah. No, I mean, you may be right. Like, we've heard the 26 thing too, but that was also months ago. I don't actually know if there's an offer on the table right now from San Francisco at all. Like, I could easily make the case that timing suggests that the Niners just should not extend Brandon Aiyuk right now, with Brock Purdy looming and them they don't want to get off of Deebo Samuel next year.
No doubt. So just take for the sake of your audience's sanity, remove everything I've said about this story out of it, and pretend like I don't exist. If you look at what Adam Schefter said again today on McAfee's show, 100% from his reporting is they're entertaining trade offers from other teams. And if you look at what he said specifically about needing two to tango, Aiyuk needing to agree on a contract, and the two teams also being able to agree on a trade, it sounded to me today, listening to Schefter, like the Patriots and 49ers might have been able to get something done if Aiyuk would have accepted the contract offer that the Patriots were ready to give him. I just got the impression from hearing Schefter that he doesn't want to play in New England. That's my inference from having heard him talk. So the bottom line is, if you're a 49ers fan and you don't think that the team is seriously taking offers and dealing with the reality of Brandon Aiyuk playing for another team this fall, then I think you're nuts, just based on what national reporters are saying about the situation now.
It just seems so surprising that it's heating up now. And last time we really talked about it, I think we had you on before the draft. It seemed like that would have been a better time. Do you think
Agreed.
Do you think that the return on an Aiyuk trade would be greater now than it would have been at the draft, or lesser?
Man, I would think lesser. I mean, I would think at the draft there's you'd want the first round pick, or you'd want a pick to use then to make this year's team better. Unless that's a really good question, Dibs. Like, did the 49ers think that this was Brandon Aiyuk posturing, and by the time he got to camp and saw everybody, cooler heads would prevail, and he would kind of pull a T. Higgins and say, I'll pull on the rope for now, but then when the season's over, just let me leave and don't franchise tag me and let me go for greener pastures? Then I don't know. I mean, I'm not inside that building. I don't talk to anybody who's a real 49er source other than the conversations we have on the show. But I get the sense that the Steelers feel, let me put it this way, I think they feel better about what they're offering up and what they're willing to give up in a trade with the 49ers now than they were, say, back in April, which, by the way, I think they were very aggressive then even to try to make a trade done, to get a trade done, but the 49ers weren't fully on board with that.
Andrew, I know you've said Pittsburgh, you've said New England, you said Washington maybe is not that interested. Is it your understanding that this is pretty much a New England and Pittsburgh thing, or do you think there are more teams?
I don't think New England's in it. I think New England's out. I don't think he wants to play there.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's my read on things. How do I say this without trying to get myself in trouble or other people in trouble? I think that if you had talked to me 5 hours ago, I would have told you guys that the Steelers felt like there were other teams that could make a better offer than them for a trade. And if Aiyuk was willing to go play for that team and sign a contract there, they would lose out on him. But the impression I'm getting right now, which is why I said it's at the goal line, I don't think the Steelers feel like there's another team at this moment that's in better position to trade for him than they are.
Seems like we've been at the goal line a long time here. Any chance we can either have you guys cough it up, or can you just punch it in before we get off the air in 28 minutes?
Run a play, for God's sakes, Andrew. Delay a game.
Yeah. Well, look, this is Omar Khan, the Steelers GM. He is a different he's a Howie Roseman type, guys. You know, he's not someone that's really got a big-time football background in the scouting world. He's someone that's more from the contractual world, the capology, the dealing with agents, the playing that game. I think that had a lot to do with him being able to get Patrick Queen to come here on a below-market value, just the way he was able to work relationships, get Tomlin in on the mix, leverage him as a guy that was almost like a college head coach on a recruiting visit, being able to give these guys the sales pitch, tell them the things that they want to hear to try to close deals. And I think that's going on right now, to be honest with you. So I think they've got a really proactive, enterprising, energetic front office now that is aggressive and is trying to get these things done, especially when they haven't won a playoff game here since 2016, and they don't have a quarterback on an expensive contract. So, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be for a lack of effort on the Steelers' part. By hook or by crook, they're going to get another wide receiver in here to play before the season kicks off because their depth is just so bad. And I think all along they've had their eyes set on Aiyuk, and they're convinced that he was going to make the 49ers blink in this situation. And from the sounds of things, I think it's pretty close to happening.
What kind of wine are you drinking?
It's called, let me get the bottle here. It's called Saldo, Saldo. I mean, you guys would probably scoff at this, although it says Oakville, California on the back. Do you guys know where that is?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Faldo, like the golfer?
No, Saldo.
Oh, Saldo. Saldo.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And what grape are we talking about here? What are you drinking?
This is a California Zinfandel, 2021.
Yeah, oh, man. That's you getting into a deep red right there.
You can have our wine, but you can't have our wide receiver.
Actually,
hey, you guys are great. Thanks for having me on to talk about this. Appreciate it, boys.
Andrew,
anytime, Andrew.
We might call you again tomorrow. I mean, you only need a yard. All right, buddy.
All right, boys.
Okay.
See ya.
Thanks, Andrew.
Talk to you soon. All right, Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh. Says they're on the 1 yard line. And by the way, we now know who his source is also. Did you hear him give that up? He basically said, he's sitting there talking to us. He goes, let me find out if this is the GM texting me. He texted straight with the GM.
That's pretty good.
That's a good source.
Omar Khan, yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Did that sound a little bit more credible than it felt like an hour ago when Tom Pelissero was making fun of people on Twitter?
Yeah. It all feels more credible when you think about what he's describing. And if Pittsburgh is a team that is willing to give Brandon Aiyuk the kind of contract he wants, and, some of those names he was throwing out, I didn't hear him say TJ Watt, because if they offer up TJ Watt, I think that gets the deal done.
Do the Niners even have a spot for TJ Watt?
Seriously, it'd be a nice little rotation piece.
Yeah, with third downs.
You know how they like to rotate their linemen? He's outside linebacker, I know, but, interesting names, and he talked about a guard, and just thinking about the Niners' offensive line, you've got half of them hurt, and the other half aren't even in camp, and it's kind of a who's who of like, who are they going to have even?
Don't you wish you could do a Kyle Shanahan truth serum private conversation? Who can be that receiver?
Yeah.
If it's not Brandon, who is it? Who do you have confidence in that can go start at receiver and be that dynamic, put up those kinds of numbers? Juwan Jennings is going to continue to be Juwan Jennings. That's not the guy. Juwan's not that kind of player. Juwan's 3rd down and 4, I'll get you 5 and get out of bounds. Juwan's not downfield like that. Who is that guy? Is Ricky ready? Really?
He might be.
Already? I mean, never played a game.
True.
He's never played a game in the NFL. How would you even know until you know?
Well, Kyle would know because he sees it. And, he's been right a lot.
I know.
He could be wrong, and you won't know until you actually see it. It's risky, and I don't think that, Pittsburgh would be looking to part with one of their top receivers because they're looking to get better, and they've got quarterback questions.
Pickens is still on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
He's got 2 more years on his deal, and he's making peanuts. He's making about $1.8 million. They're not going to. It's not going to be George Pickens. They're receiver deficient. They're trying to get more receivers, not give up one of their receivers.
Yeah.
So, who's that person? That's why I think from a 49ers fan standpoint, if a trade's going to happen, you get kind of wooed by the idea of Cleveland or Las Vegas because, I think Niner fans would be like, you want to bring Amari Cooper or Devontae Adams? Okay, now we're listening. And a draft pick or more? Great. Yeah, that would make people feel okay.
Yeah, but the way Andrew was laying it out makes some sense where if you are going to look to trade Brandon Aiyuk, you do have to have him be willing to sign a contract with that team.
Yes.
So that's where he does actually gain a little bit of leverage if you get to the point where you want to trade him and he is somebody who's going to be on the move. Well, he has to be able to go somewhere and sign. That team has to be able to sign him to a deal. And the way Andrew Filippone was laying it out, New England might offer him more money, but if he doesn't want to go to New England, then that deal's dead on arrival.
Mike Silver 10 minutes ago, because he made the Debo comparison and people are starting to bring it up a little bit. He said, quote, Debo made the team uncomfortable at a time when he was by far its most important receiver. Aiyuk has been all over the map. Once he showed up for camp, he lost leverage.
Yeah.
I don't know that he ever had any. But once you show up, you sort of show that you're playing softball.
Yeah. You do, but you also haven't played. You haven't practiced. So not that gives you a ton of leverage because you're in the building, but you're avoiding being fined. And if you still don't want to be there, if you do want to be traded, it just seems like it is a little softer to show up. You're not drawing a hard line in the sand, but you're also trying to maybe cooperate and play ball for the team, so maybe they trade you where you want to go.
Right, well, but the thought is, why did you show up? You showed up because every dollar matters to you. You don't want to get fined. Well, if that's the message you give your team, I'm mad, but I'm not giving up any money. Well, then they already know, dude, you'll play week 1. You telling me this guy won't take a daily fine in camp, but he'll miss a game check for $900,000?
No, he won't.
No.
But if he doesn't practice, then he won't be ready, and he knows that they won't play him. And, you can fine him for missing practices, but if he's ready to go on game day, you got to pay him.
Yeah, but is he really ready to go if he's not ready to go? And I think that's one of the reasons Shanahan's gotten to the point where he's like, dude, if you're just going to mess around, and you want all the money, but you're not interested in helping the team win right now, I don't know. Yeah, maybe we do move on from you.
Exactly. And that might be the point that we've reached where, he's in camp, but he's not practicing. He's clearly not working hard to get ready for the opener, which is 5 weeks from today, but he's there. It's a little passive aggressive.
It is. All right, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Glad you're with us. We'll take some phone calls next. Rich, you'll be first up. 888-957-9570. Let's mess around and wrap this thing up on Willard and Dibs.
Dude, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a really good question, Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I have so many thoughts. First of all, it's great that he got your name in there.
Pretty cool.
It's cool that 2 of them were yours.
Yeah, 2-1 scoreboard.
However, the one that I got was the longest one by far because he stumbled over it about 8 times.
Dude, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a really good question, Dibs.
You also almost stepped on your own. That's a great question. And then the overall takeaway might be, dude, when you do it 3 times in one interview, kind of dilutes the whole thing.
A little bit.
I don't know if I want any of them anymore.
When you play golf and you're in a group of golfers and you play like skins, and if there's only one skin won in 18 holes, you get the entire pot.
You get them all.
And so in that interview, there were 3 skins, so we ended up having to take, I had 2 skins, you had 1, so I got 2/3 of the pot, you got 1/3. I got name checked, and you did get a stammering longest in history. In history, that's a that's a
wow.
That was Filipponi in the mix.
I think he'd like to take his "that's a good question" Dibs back, sitting here listening to you make fun of him.
That's a really good question, Dibs.
Yeah,
that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
to get name checked by a guy having
That's
the bag.
a really good question, Mark.
I don't know if I don't even know if I want 1/3 of the pot. The whole pot is ruined. There's too much in the pot. You can't do it 3 times in one interview. Who do you think you are, Larry Krueger? What's going on here?
Or another way to look at it, Captain Negatron, would be, that was a really good interview. I think we nailed it. Well, we asked really good questions.
I was kind of taken aback with his whole, Aiyuk wants to be a Steeler.
Right.
I was like, hey.
Maybe he does.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does.
Yeah.
Or maybe he means that as he wants to be a Steeler based on the financial options that are on the table. Like he really wants to be a Steeler and not a Patriot. And from that, I would be like, well, sure. The Patriots never made sense. There's the rumor that the Patriots offered the 49ers that very early second-round draft pick back at the draft and that got close. But I wonder if that fell apart because Brandon was like hell, I'm not signing with Drake May.
Right.
What do we know? Yeah, maybe. Let's go to Rich in Fremont on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Rich. What are you doing?
Just getting home from work, guys. And y'all know who pays my bills.
Always at Co.
That's right. Right on the table, baby. That's what we do. All right. So my take on this is that I don't believe they're going to trade Brandon Aiyuk. Now, look, I know on paper it looks like they probably should do it because if they did trade him, they would have some money so they can pay Trent. And one thing I've been hearing all last week is that of the 2, Trent obviously is more important, and I agree. But the reason why I don't believe that they'll trade him is because I believe Brandon Aiyuk doesn't really want to be traded. Okay, I believe he wants to get paid, but I think what he probably should do is he should get close to where he wants to get as far as his payment goes. That basically would allow, John Lynch and company to take care of Trent. Because really, they got to have both of them on this team for this season coming up. They can't have one left and the other one gone. Because, hey, if Trent's there, okay, great. You got a great offensive line. But you need Brandon. Brandon produces, okay? That's the reason why he put up 1,300 yards. And so, in my opinion, no, you get both these contracts done and move on.
Yeah, Rich, thank you. I don't think that's necessarily the way that this is going to go, and I don't think that that's the way that Kyle Shanahan sees this. Again, I think Brandon is incredibly important, but I don't think that we put Brandon in the same sentence as Trent Williams in terms of how vital they are to what the 49ers do. I didn't really see a scenario a few weeks ago where Brandon Aiyuk was not going to be on the team this year. But if he really is that dug in and that offended and the 49ers do not want the distraction, then it is, especially with what they're going to cost, Trent Williams is essentially going to cost kind of like what he already costs. It's just a matter of guaranteeing it and sweetening it, what they did with Christian. Brandon is a whole new contract. And it carries with it, this is what I keep trying to stress to people, it carries with it the loss of a bunch of players you like. That's very significant. And so that is the scenario that happened to DeForest Buckner. That is when the Niners will say, look, this is too rich. We don't want to do this. I don't want to have Brandon, but it means we have to lose 4 other players. So I do think the 49ers think that they can function without him this year if they feel well compensated. The whole Brandon doesn't want to be traded thing, I agree to a point. I think he wants to be a 49er, but not fully at the expense of his money. And I don't even know if the Niners are offering him anything right now.
Hard to tell. And I do think if he was to list off his priorities, getting paid would rank higher than staying a 49er. And I don't begrudge him for that. That's just the sense I get from the way this has gone. And if it means you go to Pittsburgh for 3, 4, 5 more million a year, or whatever the guaranteed number is, however that goes, I don't begrudge you for that. You got to go out there and get paid. Like you were saying, dangerous game, violent game. It could be over in the blink of an eye. So you got to prioritize what's important to you. I'm just struck by the fact that it's August 5th and we're talking about a trade possibly today, and it's not Lauri Markkanen. It's a Brandon Aiyuk trade. And tomorrow I know is Markkanen deadline day.
We almost made it to the end of the show without a Markkanen reference.
I wanted to slide one in there just to make sure that people know, because it struck me that we're talking about a trade,
6th. Yeah.
And I just looked at the DeForest Buckner trade. That was made during the NFL Combine.
Yeah,
which is in February.
Pre-draft.
Way pre-draft.
Yes.
So they made a decision way back then that, hey, DeForest, this is what we can pay you. And DeForest said, I want more. And so they made that decision. Why is this one dragged all the way into August?
I really believe, and again, I will state, this is not reporting. I don't know this to be true, but everything I've read and listened to, I really do believe that the rub here is that the two sides were close, and then some other wide receiver contracts came in, and Brandon and his agent changed the price. And I can't fully fault them for that. You know what I mean? If they were surprised by Jalen Waddle and Amon-Ra St. Brown, if they were surprised by that, of course they should try to take advantage of it. But I also don't blame the 49ers for being like, wait a minute, we had a bunch of conversations, and this was the number, and we were close, and you almost signed, and then all of a sudden you come back and the number has totally changed, so we can't do that. This is one of those, I really don't look at both sides and go, you're wrong or you're wrong. I get where the Niners are coming from here, and I get why it sucks for Brandon. Brandon deserves the money. It's not available here.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the money was that was offered, that is available. Maybe that's not available anymore.
Not available here.
It just doesn't seem like there's been a lot of acrimony in these negotiations, if there is even negotiations. And that's what's so puzzling as well, because you see him dapping up Lynch and bro-hugging Kyle Shanahan just a few days ago, and now we're left in a spot where it feels like he may be heading to Pittsburgh. Normally these sorts of situations devolve into acrimony and name calling. And I know we've had some TikTok and we've had some, some scrubbing of the account and whatever other nonsense that goes on. But this one hasn't really felt that heated. He's holding in, for crying out loud.
I mean, you ever walk into a party and there's like the person that you didn't want to see, but when they walk by, you give them a hand. I mean, it's not like a handshake means we're all in love with each other now, number one. But number two, I think in performance-related industries, I think the employees, all they want is for you to shoot straight. Tell me the truth. I can deal with it. And I think Kyle's really good at that. So it's like, I don't think it has to be that acrimonious. I think you can say to Brandon, we love you. We think you're worth this. We don't have it. So here's the option. We can either do less, or we can make some phone calls, try to get you out of here if that's what you want.
Yeah.
Like, is that like, I hate them, I'm going to storm off to my car? I don't know.
No, it just depends on how you handle it. Yeah. And you're right about Shanahan and Lynch. They've always seemed to do things up front and, forthright, even with Jimmy Garoppolo when they let him know that they were going to trade up to draft his replacement in Trey Lance, or when they told Brock Purdy, hey, Brock, I know you just got hurt and your arm fell off, but we're going to see if we can get Tom Brady in here for a one-off. Right. Just wanted to let you know. So all of this, I would imagine, has been dealt with up front, and whether Brandon likes it or not, sometimes you got to just make hard decisions.
Hey, Grandy, what are you doing here in 4 minutes? What's happening?
We're going to hear the crossover coming up first.
Oh.
All four of you guys. Two of you guys back off vacation. Yeah, you got into a lot of stuff, Niners. Some of the conversation you guys are having now. And then you guys reacting to some NFL big boy reporters making fun of, blog boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, you're right. Aloha means hello. And what's coming up on the Game with Grandy is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's marketing day tomorrow. Who knows? The Steelers are at the 1 yard line. You want to do it again tomorrow?
I can't wait. See if they can punch it in.
Let's go. Oh, the drama. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for their members. And as always, earn 4 times.